Chapter 1. What is happening here? Luo Xuan rubbed his aching head, recalling that he had just been engrossed in a game, seemingly having wronged someone. A heated exchange of insults had ensued, and then that individual had threatened to confront him. He had never been one to cower after all. It was just a random match. Even if they had his address, he thought nothing of it. However, that person truly had come for him, striking him on the head with a blunt object, and then everything went dark. Now, he found himself inexplicably lying on the ground. "Ha! I knew you wouldn't be so easily dispatched," a burly man beside him chuckled, giving him a nudge and flashing a grin. "Whoa, is that a shammade hairstyle?" Luo Xuan gazed at the man, whose hair was styled in a wild shammade fashion. Though it lacked the vibrant hues of red, blue, or green, parts of it stood upright, leaving Luo Xuan somewhat speechless. How was it that even now, there were uncles who embraced such styles? "Are you daft? I'm not a shammade, I'm a sate. You must have mixed me up with that other guy," the man said, patting Luo Xuan on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. "Hey, it seems you've taken quite a beating. But don't worry, you'll be fine in a few days. I must say, I'm impressed a low-level warrior daring to challenge a mid-level warrior is quite a feat." The burly man laughed heartily upon seeing Luo Xuan grimace in discomfort. Yet, Luo Xuan was utterly bewildered. What was a low-level warrior? What was a mid-level warrior? And what on earth was an unknown duel? He hadn't engaged in any solo battles during his gaming session today. Moreover, this place didn't resemble an internet CAF, and all the crimson earth appeared as if stained with blood. "Uncle, where am I? What has happened to me?" With only the burly man present, Luo Xuan had no choice but to inquire of this shammade uncle. "Are you really that thick? This is the territory of the warrior race, the Saiyans. You got into a scuffle with a mid-level warrior over a girl this morning," the man replied, and then, with a hint of intrigue, added, "Huh? You didn't see that coming, did you? That girl is a high-level warrior. For a low-level warrior like you to fancy a high-level one, that's quite ballsy, though also quite embarrassing." However, Luo Xuan had lost interest in the commentary. Upon hearing the phrase warrior race Saiyans, he was left in a state of shock. "Saiyan for Dragon Ball?" he murmured, questioning whether he was dreaming. Yet, the pain coursing through his body insisted this was no dream. Could it be that he had been reborn? Reborn into the world of Dragon Ball? This had to be a joke. What dragon pig? What kind of beast is that? Forget it seeing you in such a state. You won't be able to fight for a while. "Let me take you home," the burly man chuckled, turning as if searching for something. As he turned, Luo Xuan caught sight of a tail behind the man. Could he truly be a Saiyan? He touched his own back, and indeed, there was a tail there as well. Huh! Realization dawned upon him, and Luo Xuan let out a bitter laugh. How unfortunate was he to have been reborn on planet Vegeta as a Saiyan. Saiyans were known for their combative nature and ferocity. They could even kill their own comrades if they found them disagreeable. And here he was, a mere shoo-in, reborn in such a place. To make matters worse, he had been reborn as a low-level warrior. Wasn't that tantamount to being cannon fodder? What are you laughing at? Is it that you're pleased you weren't killed? The burly man's comment drew attention to Luo Xuan's laughter. Well, of course, the fact that I'm still alive is indeed something to celebrate. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Initially destined to die in an internet CAF, he had instead been reborn, which was certainly a cause for joy. But did this uncle truly fail to distinguish between a happy laugh and a bitter one? Moreover, while others were typically discovered by cute little girls or charming maidens upon their rebirth, why had he ended up with a shammade uncle? "Hey, you should thank me. If it weren't for me, you would have been dead long ago. I saw a low-level warrior like you daring to go toe-to-toe with a mid-level warrior and decided to save you. Otherwise, like everyone else, I would have left you here to meet your demise. By the way, where's your home?" The burly man grinned. "My house is in that direction." Luo Xuan was about to say he didn't know, but a rush of information flooded his mind, which included details about his home. "All right, by the way, what's your name, kid?" The burly man nodded and helped Luo Xuan to his feet, leading him in the indicated direction. Luo Xuan. That was his name on Earth, and he didn't wish to abandon it simply because he had arrived on planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan? Quite an unusual name, the man remarked. In reality, this was not the Saiyans' name from the information he had just received. Luo Xuan knew that this Saiyan was named Roykist. That name was far too lengthy, and he did not fancy it. By the way, what happened to that mid-level warrior? If he finds out I'm still alive, will he come after me? Luo Xuan expressed his concern. Even in his current state, he feared that if the mid-level warrior showed up, he would be easily dispatched. "You needn't worry about that. That mid-level warrior was taken out in an instant by that girl. He was turned to ash," the burly man replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan's heart quivered. One strike turned to ash? Was the disparity between high-level and mid-level warriors truly so vast? Looking at the burly man's face, he saw no sign of surprise, indicating that he had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. Yet this was exactly what Luo Xuan feared. Situations like this could only occur among Saiyans. To survive in this world, he needed to grow stronger. "We've arrived, you can go in by yourself," the burly man stated, bringing Luo Xuan to the doorstep. "Yes, thank you," Luo Xuan replied politely, despite the man's formidable appearance. "Haha, if you need anything, feel free to find me. I rather admire you." The burly man chuckled before turning to leave. Luo Xuan shivered. Was this burly man harboring some peculiar trait? Perhaps a distinct preference? Once the man had walked away, Luo Xuan, with his battered body, pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was far from what he had imagined. It was exceedingly rudimentary, lacking even a single piece of decent furniture. Aren't Saiyans supposed to possess advanced technology? Why is there nothing here? Surveying the empty abode, Luo Xuan pondered whether he had mistakenly reincarnated on a counterfeit planet Vegeta. There was no sign of the advanced technology he had seen in anime, not even a basic scouter. Dragging his injured body, Luo Xuan finally reached a large stone resembling a bed and gently laid down upon it. Hiss! The stone bed was somewhat elevated, and as he climbed onto it, he inadvertently aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. What on earth is going on? Luo Xuan looked around in bewilderment. Everything about planet Vegeta seemed vastly different from what he had seen in the anime. It appeared akin to a primitive tribe, with nearly all furnishings crafted from stone, and even his clothing was merely simple animal hides. Yet, the tale behind him attested to the fact that he truly was on planet Vegeta from Dragon Ball, and he had indeed become a Saiyan. Ding dong, system initializing. Upon hearing the crisp sound, Luo Xuan felt a jolt of excitement ripple through him. Having read numerous novels on Earth, he knew that every protagonist who traversed into another realm possessed a unique golden finger. Was his golden finger about to manifest? System initialization complete. Dragon Ball World plugin downloading. Dragon Ball World plugin download complete. Installing plugin. Plugin installation complete. Senza Bean system activated shortcut key set to F1. Electronic voices resonated in his mind, leaving Luo Xuan in a daze. Wasn't the system supposed to converse with him? Why was it downloading an array of perplexing items? It wasn't until the mention of the Senza Bean that Luo Xuan finally grasped the meaning. It was a miraculous bean cultivated by the Caring Tower's deity in Dragon Ball, capable of sustaining one for 10 days without food and healing any injury, provided one was not dead. But why was the Senzu Bean merely a plugin, and why had it been assigned a shortcut key? What was going on? Just when Luo Xuan thought it was over, the voice in his mind rang out once more. Installing plugin. Plugin installation complete. Gravity system activated shortcut key set to F2. Installation of the plugin is in progress. The plugin has been successfully installed. The multiverse translation system is now activated, with the shortcut key set to F3. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan was utterly bewildered. The gravity system was somewhat comprehensible, presumably related to gravitational forces, but what on earth was this multiverse translation system? The plugin has been downloaded completely. Some plugins are still updating. The host can directly view and utilize the shortcut keys within their mind. After this phrase materialized in his consciousness, there was a sudden silence, as if it had vanished, leaving Luo Xuan to wonder if everything he experienced was merely an illusion. In my mind? Luo Xuan murmured, closing his eyes, and indeed he could perceive the landscape of his consciousness. Within his mind, various elements began to manifest slowly. F1. Immortal Bean System Collectible. Immortal Bean. Consuming one grants 10 days without the need for sustenance and can heal any injury, though it does not cure ordinary illnesses. F2. Gravity System 000. Gravity allows the adjustment of the weight of one's clothing, increasing it by 11,000 G. F3. Multiverse Translation System. Multiverse translation, capable of translating the languages of all races within the universe. F4. F12. This is truly marvelous. Though he had not yet tested it, the descriptions led Luo Xuan to understand that these items were undoubtedly invaluable. The first immortal being alone was essential for his survival in this world, unless he encountered an overwhelmingly powerful foe who could eliminate him in an instant. As long as he possessed this immortal being, his injuries could be swiftly mended. As for the gravity system, it was a formidable tool for cultivation. Luo Xuan recalled that the protagonist of the anime Dragon Ball, Son Goku, trained by wearing heavy weights, and his gravity system not only increased the load, but also allowed for adjustments ranging from 11,000 G. Finally, the multiverse translation system. while merely a translation tool, would undoubtedly be essential if he advanced his training to the point of venturing beyond planet Vegeta into the vast universe. Hence, all three of these items were immensely beneficial for Luo Xuan at this moment. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Luo Xuan laughed heartily, only to inadvertently aggravate his wounds. Observing the multitude of injuries that adorned his body, he shook his head in resignation. The extent of his injuries was rather severe. Were it not for his Saiyan heritage and naturally robust physique, these wounds could have cost him his life. All right, let me test the effectiveness of the immortal being. Recalling the information from earlier, Luo Xuan knew those items were advantageous, yet he had not yet experienced them. If he were to be gravely injured in the future, and the immortal being did not possess the miraculous properties described, it would lead to an untimely demise. How does one utilize this? Though it was a shortcut key, Luo Xuan had no idea how to activate it. Was it akin to pressing keys on a computer keyboard? But this was a shortcut in his mind, which he couldn't physically press. F1. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind, and suddenly an immortal being materialized in his hand. Is this truly so convenient? He was astonished to discover that the so-called shortcut merely required a thought in his mind to summon the immortal being. Upon returning to his mind, he noted that the F1 immortal being system, which had previously displayed collectible, now read cooling down. It requires cooling time. Pondering this, Luo Xuan realized that if this item could be collected without limit, he would essentially possess immortality. Thus, after collecting it, a cooldown period ensued, though he was unsure how long it would last. If it took a year or more, he would refrain from provoking those formidable Saiyans. Having been reborn, Luo Xuan had no desire to court death. Well then, let's first test the effects of this immortal being. Not wanting to overthink it, Luo Xuan glanced at the green bean in his hand, hesitated no further, and promptly tossed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. The first was one of confusion, as he felt little upon swallowing it. The second was one of delight, for shortly after, he observed the wounds on his body scabbing over and vanishing entirely, leaving no scars behind. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as the pain stemming from his injuries dissipated without a trace. This immortal being truly lived up to its description, capable of healing all wounds. Now, Luo Xuan felt the weakness that had previously plagued him had completely vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality coursing through him. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that the immortal being would prove to be so extraordinary. He felt revitalized and brimming with strength. He threw a few casual punches, causing gusts of wind to whip around him, a remarkable display for someone who typically spent their time gaming in an internet CAF. This body feels quite impressive. Luo Xuan patted his physique, solid and robust, truly befitting a Saiyan. Even a low-ranking warrior was not to be compared with an ordinary earthling. Of course, this body was not particularly formidable amongst Saiyans, otherwise he wouldn't have been defeated. His current existence was largely due to the fact that his soul had traversed into this body. Since there's nothing pressing at the moment, I should organize the information I have. Luo Xuan sensed a plethora of information swirling within his mind. However, it was somewhat chaotic and required his attention to sort it out. This was likely the memory of the Saiyan who had perished before him, and after organizing it, Luo Xuan clarified the current situation on planet Vegeta. As it stood, planet Vegeta had yet to achieve unification. The Saiyans remained a minority, while the dominant population consisted of the highly civilized Zafurians. Though their combat power paled in comparison to that of the Saiyans, their numbers were vast, and they possessed advanced civilization. Thus, the territory occupied by the Saiyans was minimal, and they continued to live in a primitive manner. So this is how it is? I never imagined I would be reborn on planet Vegeta before its unification. I wonder when the Saiyans will commence their assaults on the Zafurians. I recall that the Saiyan civilization developed while simultaneously attacking the Zafurians. Luo Xuan had long admired the anime Dragon Ball, and with the aid of the Saiyan memories, he was able to recall some intricate details. It was on the night of the full moon, occurring once every 8 years on the planet Vegeta, that the Zafurians were utterly eradicated. Yet, I remain uncertain about how much time remains until the next full moon. Is it a year away? Luo Xuan closed his eyes, meticulously delving into the memories of this Saiyan, only to discover that there remained a year until the full moon night. This implies that within this year, the Saiyans would commence their assaults on the Zafulu people, though the precise moment of this onset remained uncertain. It seems imperative that diligent training must ensue. Otherwise, once the conflict begins, I may indeed find myself as mere fodder. After all, although the Zafulu are not particularly formidable in combat, they possess advanced technology. And in my current state, I would likely be unable to withstand their firearms. Having supplanted this Saiyan, I can distinctly perceive the condition of this body. It may be considered robust by Earth's standards, yet it still falls short of enduring gunfire. The reason stems from the fact that this Scion has been orphaned since childhood and, as a low-tier warrior, has found it impossible to match the prowess of intermediate or even advanced fighters, leading him to abandon hope and indulge in lethargy, neglecting even the most basic training. Consequently, his physical capabilities have deteriorated with each passing day. Now, it is not merely intermediate warriors who could easily best him. Even some low-tier fighters could defeat him without difficulty. It appears that I have not only been reborn on a false planet Vegeta, but have also taken residence within the body of a false Scion. Luo Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. How could there be a Scion who has succumbed to despair? Wasn't it said that all Scions possessed an indomitable sense of pride? Alas, it seems futile to dwell on such matters. Since I have been reborn on this peculiar planet, I must prepare myself accordingly. At the very least, I cannot afford to languish as I once did. After all, I now possess a unique advantage, and to squander this second chance would be a disservice to my rebirth. In my previous life, Luo Xuan wallowed in despondency, spending most of his time immersed in video games. Similarly, the reborn Scion lived in a state of lethargy, indulging in food and drink. However, having been reincarnated as a warrior race, it is imperative that I do not succumb to such complacency. I ought to strive earnestly and see if I can carve out a place for myself in this extraordinary world. But how should I commence my training? Should I engage in push-ups or perhaps sit-ups? Luo Xuan searched through the memories of this Scion, but aside from recollections of delectable foods and delightful treats, there was little else to be found. It seemed as though the art of cultivation had been forgotten, perhaps due to the reincarnation process, which rendered those less vivid memories lost. In any case, Luo Xuan must now embark on a journey to discover a path of cultivation suited to himself. Let us first experiment with this gravity system. Unsure of how to proceed, he recalled from the animations he had previously watched that Sun Wukong trained while adorned in heavy attire, engaging in weighted training. Perhaps he could benefit from a similar approach. F2. A fleeting thought of the F2 shortcut crossed his mind, followed by the notion of increasing gravity by 1g. However, he found himself perplexed by the lack of response. Was his method incorrect? Despite the gravity being doubled, Luo Xuan felt no discernible change. What could be the reason? Could it be that his technique was flawed? Yet, he was certain that the gravity had indeed been increased. Could it be that this system calculated gravity based on Earth standards? After considerable contemplation, he arrived at this possibility. The gravitational force on planet Vegeta was approximately 10 times that of Earth. If the system doubled Earth's gravity, then it would not even match the gravitational force he experienced on planet Vegeta. Since Luo Xuan had grown up in this body on planet Vegeta, he felt no impact from the increased gravity whatsoever. With this realization, he decided to adjust the gravity to 20 times. Given that the gravity here was already more than 10 times that of Earth, increasing it to 20 times would merely equate to a single increase in the gravity of planet Vegeta, which should pose no issue. F2, 20 times gravity. Bang. In a fleeting moment, Luo Xuan was suddenly overwhelmed and collapsed onto the ground. The weight was unexpectedly burdensome, catching him off guard. The abrupt heaviness of his clothing took him by surprise, causing him to fall flat. Fortunately, the added weight was not excessively burdensome, allowing Luo Xuan's body to withstand the pressure. Alas, Luo Xuan gritted his teeth, then placed both hands on the ground, gradually rising to his feet. The gravity, 20 times that of Earth, proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Yet, it was not insurmountable, after all, despite the lack of rigorous training. He possessed the physique of a Scion, and this weight was still within his capacity to bear. Hey ha! Luo Xuan let out a low grunt and swung a fist, somewhat forcefully, yet slightly sluggish. However, the ability to move signified that he was still capable of cultivating his skills. Gritting his teeth, Luo Xuan began to throw his punches one after another. Each strike felt exceedingly laborious, yet in his pursuit of strength, he persevered, delivering punch after punch. Luo Xuan lay on the bed, gasping for breath. The gravity had increased 20-fold, a burden that his Scion body should have been able to endure. However, due to the prolonged absence of training and the fact that it was Luo Xuan's soul inhabiting the body, he quickly found himself drenched in sweat. No, I cannot succumb to despair. I must commit myself to diligent training. If I can survive the conflict between the Saiyans and the Zafurians, I will have a chance to return to Earth. Luo Xuan's thoughts were quite simple. He was essentially an inhabitant of Earth. However, he had been reborn on planet Vegeta, and thus he sought a means to return to his homeland, Earth. Yet, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were still in a primitive stage, lacking the spherical spacecraft that Luo Xuan had witnessed in the anime, and they possessed not a single piece of high-tech equipment. Consequently, it was utterly impossible for Luo Xuan to return to Earth at this juncture. Before long, the Saiyans would engage in conflict with the Zafurians. At that time, Luo Xuan would be able to covertly utilize the advanced technology of the Zafurians to return to Earth. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival in that impending struggle. Although the Saiyans boasted formidable physical defenses, they were not impervious to the injuries and fatalities wrought by high-tech weaponry. Thus, it would be nearly impossible for Luo Xuan to rely on his current physique to endure the forthcoming challenges. Upon acquiring a significant advantage, Luo Xuan resolved to strengthen himself. hoping to attain a position of dominance when the time came. Continue, he urged himself, forcing his resolve to persist in his training. As the onset of war was drawing near, if he did not exert himself diligently, he would merely become cannon fodder. Reclining on his bed, Luo Xuan commenced doing sit-ups. In his previous life, he had been a recluse, scarcely engaging in any physical exercise, let alone cultivation. Thus, he lacked a systematic approach to training. He was only familiar with sit-ups, push-ups, squats, and planks. These were relatively common methods of exercise in his former world, and while he had perused numerous resources online, he remained uncertain of his ability to perform them correctly or to a high standard. Suddenly, as Luo Xuan was engaged in his push-ups, the door to his home was forcefully kicked open. Luo Xuan's bed was positioned directly facing the entrance when he came to a halt, turning his gaze to see a burly man withdrawing his foot. It was none other than the same man who had assisted Luo Xuan into the room earlier. He recalled the man's name was Shade. Ah, I knew you were just fine. Your vitality is truly impressive. You can even manage to engage with the bed. I must commend you, my friend. Although I must say, there are no holes in this bed, are there? The burly man observed Luo Xuan's posture, propped up on the bed, resembling a push-up stance. However, in his eyes, it appeared exceedingly lewd. Ahem. Luo Xuan was at a loss for words. Could it be that planet Vegeta lacked something as simple as push-ups? Hey, look who I brought for you, the burly man said, stepping aside to reveal a petite figure standing behind him, significantly smaller than his own imposing stature. She was quite adorable, which caught Luo Xuan by surprise. He had not anticipated finding such a charming girl among the Saiyans. In the anime he had watched, Saiyans, regardless of gender, were known for their love of combat. Yet, this girl appeared as if she had stepped out of an entirely different anime. Who is this? Luo Xuan inquired, still unfamiliar with anyone in this world. Are you really that daft? Just this morning, you were risking your life against a mid-level warrior for her, and now you claim not to recognize her? The burly man rolled his eyes, questioning Luo Xuan's mental faculties. It hadn't been long, yet he seemed to have forgotten everything. Clearing his throat, Luo Xuan thought. It's not a matter of forgetfulness. It's clearly a case of being overwhelmed. However, he couldn't voice such thoughts. Why did you come here with her? He pivoted to a new subject. She expressed a desire to check on you, and by chance, I encountered her, so I brought her along. The burly man replied with a smile, leading the girl into the room. Thank you, but I have no pressing matters, Luo Xuan responded. Luo Xuan shook his head. This girl had not sought him out after his unconsciousness, and only now did she come to see him. Was her concern genuine? Are you truly unscathed? The girl finally spoke, her voice harmonizing perfectly with her charming appearance, sweet and melodious. Yes, my recovery abilities are rather strong. I am now perfectly fine. Luo Xuan spoke while throwing a few punches to demonstrate that he was unscathed. Although the girl was undeniably charming, he could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, indicating that this seemingly adorable girl possessed strength that could easily overpower him. His strikes were not as swift as before, prompting the girl to glance at him and slowly respond. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xuan fell silent, astonished by her keen perception. However, it was not an injury that hindered his speed. Rather, his body had yet to fully acclimate to the increased gravity. Thank you for today. I intended to see how you handled that intermediate warrior, but my uncle took me away at the time, which is why I have come to check on you now. Noticing Luo Xian's reluctance to elaborate, the girl spoke again. No need for gratitude. Had I known you were a senior warrior, I would not have stepped in. Luo Xuan had already pieced together the events of the morning and understood what had transpired. In any case, thank you, he replied. The girl was taken aback by his gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you a senior warrior? Luo Xuan inquired once more. Although the Saudi had claimed that the girl was a high-level warrior, she had not asserted this herself. Thus, he sought confirmation. Yes, indeed, the girl nodded. For such matters were established at birth and required no concealment. Could you perhaps teach me the ways of cultivation? With her acknowledgement, Luo Xuan expressed his thoughts. He was aware that his own cultivation methods paled in comparison to those of true Saiyans, and thus he wished for this girl to enlighten him on their practices. So, you were unfamiliar with cultivation? No wonder you were utterly defenseless today. I thought even a low-level warrior couldn't be that inept. The Saudi interjected before the girl could respond. However, Luo Xuan paid him no heed, focusing instead on the girl before him, remaining silent. Within the recesses of this body's memories, there were no remnants of the training methods from planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan was uncertain whether it was due to an inherent inability to cultivate or a consequence of some lost memories from his rebirth. The latter possibility seemed more plausible. After all, it is quite implausible for a Saiyan to lack the ability to train. You cannot cultivate. Not only did Shate find this hard to believe, but even the charming Saiyan girl was astonished and inquired. Similarly, what Luo Xuan deemed absurd was equally perplexing to her. Are you jesting? A Saiyan unable to cultivate? Well, shortly after my birth, my parents perished in battle, and as a lowly warrior, I had no companions at all. So, Luo Xuan must have merely told a fib, although it is true that his parents have passed away. Well then, that is quite agreeable. I can impart my cultivation methods to you, though I wonder if you will be able to persevere. As for combat and training, she is exceedingly familiar with these, having embraced them since childhood. After all, as a high-ranking warrior, her status has always been significantly elevated from that of others. And the training methods she has received are the most refined. I can do it. Luo Xuan spoke with unwavering determination, jesting that if he truly faltered, he would merely become cannon fodder a year hence. He had no desire to squander the precious opportunity of rebirth he had fought so hard to achieve. Very well. I shall come to find you tomorrow, and together we shall embark on our training. The charming Scion, despite her status as a high-ranking warrior, did not belittle Luo Xuan for being a low-ranking fighter. On the contrary, she appeared to hold a certain optimism for him, though the reason remained a mystery. All right, thank you. Luo Xuan nodded, yet he understood that he must steadfastly persevere through the challenges of tomorrow's training. By the way, what is your name? The Scion girl was not as cold-blooded as depicted in the anime. She remained charming and playful. Luo Xuan, and you? This was his name on Earth. And even though he now possessed a Scion name, he preferred to revert to his earthly identity. A peculiar name. I am Lin. Lin nodded, her name consisting of a single character, which rolled off the tongue quite easily, a pleasant surprise for Luo Xuan. Well, I have some matters to attend to. I shall come to find you tomorrow morning. I do not fancy waiting for those who enjoy sleeping in. Lin playfully waved her small fist, though the gesture was slight. Luo Xuan could still hear the sound of the air being displaced. If that tiny fist were to strike his chest, Luo Xuan was certain that, given his current physique, he would not withstand Lin's punch. Is this the distinction between a high-level warrior and a low-level warrior? Luo Xuan was deeply astonished. Previously, when watching anime, he did not perceive such a vast disparity. However, having experienced it firsthand, he realized that the difference was indeed extraordinary. I understand now. Luo Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that he had no objections, Lin smiled gently before departing, leaving no indication of how or where to cultivate. Although Luo Xuan was merely eager to learn the methods of cultivation, he felt it inappropriate to decline, given her intention to guide him personally. Well, young man, you truly have a way with this advanced warrior, remarked Shate, who stood nearby, chuckling as he nudged the still-dazed Luo Xuan. What is this? Are you smitten? Luo Xuan did not respond, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Not appealing, not muscular enough, and the skin tone is rather unhealthy. It looks too pale and delicate. Quite uninteresting. Shate shook his head and remarked disdainfully. It turned out this uncle had a preference for robust, bronze-skinned girls, revealing a rather unique taste. Luo Xuan, your recovery ability is quite remarkable. It has only been a short while, yet your wounds have healed, Shate said, glancing at Luo Xuan with evident surprise. Earlier that morning, when he had helped Luo Xuan back, there were still numerous injuries on his body. Even if the bleeding had stopped, such rapid recovery seemed implausible. Well, I possess a naturally strong recovery ability, Luo Xuan replied, although he had been assisted back by the burly man. The impression left by anime's Saiyans was profoundly ingrained in Luo Xian's mind. He worried that if he divulged the matters of the system in his mind to others, he might be targeted and eliminated by other Saiyans. It was not the burly man before him he feared, but rather the possibility of word spreading and other Saiyans taking an interest in him. Given his current strength, he would be utterly unable to protect himself. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his insufficient power. That's a relief. I was just worried you might have been killed, Shate chuckled, patting Luo Xuan on the shoulder. This gesture made Luo Xuan increasingly feel as though he had stumbled upon a fabricated planet Vegeta, surrounded by a host of faux Saiyans. The adorable lowly and the boisterous uncle were entirely different from what he had witnessed in the anime. After finally bidding farewell to the uncle, Luo Xuan began his training, performing push-ups while contemplating this new world. Typically, low-level warriors were dispatched to planets with lower combat power. However, given the current underdevelopment of Scion technology, it implied that low-level warriors were still present on this planet, presenting an opportunity for Luo Xuan. Had he been reborn as a low-level warrior on the future planet Vegeta, he would have found himself on a different planet entirely. Thus, this represented a chance for him to ascend among the Saiyans. If he could cultivate his strength, he could eventually disregard the orders of the Saiyan King and return to Earth. In a world where power reigned supreme, lacking sufficient strength relegated one to mere cannon fodder. Even Saiyans could easily be extinguished. Therefore, everything must hinge upon acquiring absolute power. What, then, constitutes the training methods of the Saiyans? For Luo Xuan, who could only perform push-ups and sit-ups, curiosity about Saiyan training methods burgeoned. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset was gradually shifting. In his previous life, such diligence in exercising would have been unimaginable. Back then, he was too lethargic even to rise and stretch. Yet now, not only was he incessantly doing push-ups, but he also brimmed with anticipation for the training that awaited him the following day. Perhaps this was the essence of the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, only combat could evoke genuine exhilaration. Or perhaps it was the relentless pursuit of strength that ignited the Saiyan blood to boil. Bang! Ouch! Who is it? Luo Xuan found himself in a dream, returning to Earth with the powers of a Saiyan, strutting through the city, exuding confidence. Suddenly, a colossal beast appeared, hurling him to the ground, and just like that, he was jolted awake. Did I not tell you to rise early today? A furious little girl's face materialized before Luo Xuan. It was none other than the elite Saiyan warrior, Lin. My apologies, I overslept. Luo Xuan was unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber the previous night. All he knew was that the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins had been fervently agitated. Thus, he engaged in relentless exercise, oblivious to its true efficacy. It was only when sheer exhaustion overcame him that he collapsed into sleep, feeling as though he had scarcely rested before being roused. Let us go. I will take you to the place where I usually train, Lin huffed, turning to stride away. At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed that dawn had just begun to break outside. So early? Although Luo Xuan was quite eager to succumb to slumber, he recognized that since someone had offered to instruct him in his cultivation and had taken the initiative to seek him out, it was imperative for him to follow. Otherwise, it was certain that this individual would not agree to teach him again in the future. Thus, without further contemplation, Luo Xuan simply followed along. Where are we headed? Luo Xuan glanced around, finding no recollections of this place. If it weren't for the fact that the owner of this body had never been here, it would truly indicate fragmented memories. It was likely that after his rebirth, his memories underwent some alteration, merging with those of the body's original owner, resulting in the loss of many of the latter's memories. How long has it been since you last ventured outside? Of course, to the unique training grounds of our Saiyan kind. Lin gazed at Luo Xuan with her bright, sparkling eyes, seemingly incredulous that a Saiyan could be unaware of such a locale. My memory seemed to have encountered some issues. I can't recall many things. There was no way to explain that he had traversed from a planet called Earth, with his soul inhabiting the Scion's body. Amnesia? Was it possible that during his last battle with Lucy, he had been struck in the head and rendered dazed? Lin recalled that fateful encounter, having witnessed Luo Xian's head endure several kicks. Lucy? To this unfamiliar name, Luo Xuan felt no recognition, yet, with a moment's reflection, he surmised that Lucy was the intermediate Saiyan warrior he had fought. Yes, the one who assaulted you, but worry not, I have dealt with him. In addressing Luo Xian's confusion, Lin attributed it to his amnesia and offered an explanation. Dealt with? How did you manage that? Luo Xuan harbored a desire to challenge this Lucy. After all, his current goal was set on an intermediate warrior, which should be neither too high nor too low. Have you truly been struck senseless? I killed him, of course, Lin replied with innocent candor, causing a cold sweat to trickle down Luo Xian's back. Indeed. Saiyans were a ruthless breed. Even the seemingly adorable girl spoke of killing so nonchalantly, as if she were merely discussing the slaughter of a chicken, completely disregarding the value of human life. This further solidified Luo Xian's determination to train diligently. If he did not improve, he might find himself the next target. However, it should be noted that this Saiyan had already perished in their last confrontation, having been slain by the aforementioned Lucy. It was merely due to Luo Xian's soul fortuitously crossing over that he had returned to life. All right, we have arrived. This is our Saiyan training ground. You truly don't remember it at all. Noticing the bewildered expression on Luo Xian's face, Lin sensed that he might indeed have completely forgotten. Not the slightest impression. Luo Xuan contemplated the information swirling in his mind, yet found no trace of knowledge pertaining to this place, prompting a resigned shake of his head. Very well. Allow me to provide you with an introduction. This location bears no official name. It is primarily referred to as the training grounds, a sanctuary for Saiyans to hone their skills. However, not every Saiyan frequents this place, as survival here hinges upon one's strength, Lin elucidated to Luo Xuan. This expanse consisted of mountains and plains, all enclosed, with each arena hosting 1 or 2 Saiyans engaged in combat. By strength? Luo Xuan mused. Realizing this was indeed a world where might reigned supreme. Even in such a locale, prowess was a prerequisite for existence. Do not underestimate these mountains and plains. They serve as gravity training zones exchanged with the Zafurian people. Within this area, the gravitational force can reach up to 10 times that of ordinary locales. Lin seemed to perceive something on Luo Xian's face and reiterated her explanation. 10 times? Exchanged with the Zafurian? Luo Xuan did not anticipate that these Saiyans were not devoid of intelligence. They recognized the potential to transform this place into a gravitational field utilizing the advanced technology of the Zafurians. Presently, the technological prowess of the Saiyans is rather rudimentary, and it is likely that they paid a considerable price to barter with the Zafurians. If, in the future, the Zafurians were to discover that these Saiyans, trained under conditions of extreme gravity, would ultimately bring about their demise, one can only imagine the expressions that would adorn their faces. Indeed, the gravity here can be adjusted between 1 to 10 times, a feat that the Saiyans have yet to accomplish. Lin nodded in agreement, realizing that the current Saiyans are far removed from the realm of advanced technology. Surely, you are not training under 10 times the gravity, are you? Luo Xuan swallowed hard. If that were indeed the case, would it not mean training under conditions of gravity 100 times that of Earth? No, we can withstand at most a single gravity. Anything beyond double would be unbearable for our bodies. Lin shook her head in agreement. Despite their formidable strength, they were not yet capable of enduring double gravity, let alone tenfold. Oh, does that mean I should challenge myself to enter? Hearing this, Luo Xuan felt a sense of relief and continued to inquire, knowing full well that he stood no chance against those advanced Saiyan warriors, rendering his entry into such a place utterly impossible. Can you hold your own against them? Lin gazed at Luo Xuan and posed the question. Luo Xuan could only shake his head, for he was certain he could not prevail. This was precisely the case. Did you not observe those arenas? Each elite warrior possesses their own arena and can bring one companion along, typically a mid-level warrior, as they too hold some significance. Lin gestured towards two Saiyans within one of the arenas. Indeed, one was an elite warrior, while the other was a mid-level warrior. I also have a training ground here. Follow me. However, be warned, the gravity within is double that of the outside. If you cannot endure it, there is little I can do, Lin stated. As she proceeded towards the arena. As Luo Xuan gazed upon the battling Saiyans, he felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through his veins, prompting him to follow Lin toward the arena. Perhaps it was the Saiyan blood flowing within him that ignited a spark of eager anticipation as he observed those engaged in combat. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and had no intention of challenging others at this moment. Instead, he resolved to first master the techniques of cultivation before contemplating further ambitions. This spot shall serve as my training ground. Exercise caution, for once you step inside. The gravity here is significantly greater than outside, Lin cautioned, gesturing toward a nearby area, a modest platform standing about half a meter high. Understood, he replied. As Luo Xuan gazed at the metallic sheen of the platform, he found himself momentarily taken aback. This object appeared rather pliable. How could it withstand the might of the Saiyans? The metal employed here is beyond our capacity to damage. Once you ascend, you merely need to activate the gravity mechanism. Lin explained, seemingly aware of Luo Xuan's thoughts. Subsequently, the two leaped onto the metallic platform. Upon his feet making contact, Luo Xuan realized that the surface was not as slippery as he had anticipated. Even when running swiftly, he would not lose his footing. Are you prepared? I am about to activate the gravity, Lin stated, offering no opportunity for Luo Xuan to further examine the gravity platform. Luo Xuan nodded. He recognized that observing was futile and that it would be far more beneficial to diligently cultivate himself and grow stronger. Noticing his assent, Lin produced an object from her possession, presumably a remote control, characterized by a solitary button at its center, devoid of any other features. Under Luo Xuan's watchful gaze, she pressed the central red button. Luo Xuan exclaimed, as he immediately felt an overwhelming weight enveloping his body. Were it not for the fact that he possessed the physique of a Saiyan, had it been his former self, he might have suffered several broken bones due to the intensity of this gravitational force. How are you feeling? Is it manageable? Lin inquired with concern. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Luo Xuan's brow, she had adapted to this increased gravity herself, so it exerted little influence on her. However, training under such conditions was undoubtedly far superior to practicing in any other setting. A thought flickered through Luo Xuan's mind. It was the shortcut to gravity. What he needed to do now was to adjust the gravity back to its original state. Previously, the gravity had been increased, and now, with an additional tenfold increase, it became quite overwhelming. With a sigh, as the gravity was revoked, only the enhanced gravity of the platform remained, which was a mere doubling of the normal gravity. Luo Xuan instantly felt a significant relief. After all, the gravity here was an increase of only 1 times the normal gravity, whereas he had previously endured an increase of 20 times the Earth's gravity. Thus, the current gravity was just manageable for him. The earlier gravity, being 20 times that of Earth's, meant that he had adapted to the forces of planet Vegeta with an additional tenfold increase, equivalent to a single unit of planet Vegeta's gravity. Here, the gravity was also augmented by 1 unit of planet Vegeta, amounting to 20 times Earth's gravity, meaning he had effectively increased the gravity he was experiencing by 30 times that of Earth. Well then, shall we begin? Is it a battle? Observing the individuals around him, Luo Xuan understood that the best use of this gravity platform was indeed to engage in combat. There was no superior alternative. Indeed. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan, who had just moments ago been drenched in sweat, now appearing composed and at ease, Lin, standing opposite him, was momentarily taken aback. It was known that even for her first experience on this gravity platform, she had spent an entire day gradually adapting. Yet, this low-level warrior seemed to possess such remarkable capability. The nearby gravity platforms echoed with exclamations of surprise. Previously, many had cast their gazes here upon seeing Lin arrive with a low-level warrior. They prided themselves as advanced warriors, typically only bringing along intermediate warriors, often selecting those who couldn't secure a spot on the gravity platforms themselves. Given that there were only 72 of these gravity platforms and a multitude of advanced warriors, they opted to train alongside their own kind for future battles. Furthermore, only advanced warriors could barely hold their ground in sparring, with a few exceptionally strong intermediate warriors being the exceptions. Otherwise, a mere few strikes would render them incapable of meaningful training. Thus, when they saw Lin accompany a low-level warrior, many assumed the low-level Saiyan had offended Lin and was brought here to be dealt with. Yet, witnessing Luo Xuan, once sweating profusely and seemingly on the verge of collapse, suddenly adapt to the gravity astounded them. When did low-level warriors become so formidable? This question lingered in the minds of the advanced warriors. They had taken at least half an hour to acclimatize to these metallic platforms, while this low-level warrior had done so in less than 10 minutes. Could it be that the gravity apparatus was malfunctioning? Lin, positioned opposite Luo Xuan, shared a similar thought. Were it not for her ability to feel the gravitational force exerted by the platform, she might have questioned whether her gravity device was faulty. Yet, this only amplified the shock Luo Xuan instilled in her. She found him increasingly intriguing. To adapt so swiftly on his first encounter with the gravity platform was indeed remarkable. Let us commence your training. You may initiate. As an advanced warrior, Lin held her pride. She could train alongside a low-level warrior, but she would never strike first. Just like with that reckless intermediate scion from before, she refrained from attacking unless provoked. However, after that intermediate scion had knocked Luo Xuan down, she had swiftly dealt with him. Understood. A solemn expression adorned Luo Xuan's visage. His body was merely that of a low-level warrior, while his opponent possessed the capability to effortlessly annihilate even intermediate warriors. Confronting him was, without a doubt, a trivial matter. However, to grow stronger, retreat was not an option. The era of peace on Earth had long dissipated, giving way to the impending warfare on planet Vegeta. The weak were destined to become mere cannon fodder. With this thought, Luo Xuan surged towards Lin. In an instant, he was sent flying by a single punch from Lin. This was a mere display of restraint on Lin's part. Had she unleashed her full strength, Luo Xuan would have likely met his demise in that very moment. The chasm between advanced and low-level warriors was indeed vast. Observing Luo Xuan's fate, the surrounding Saiyans exhaled in relief. They had mistakenly believed that this low-level warrior had attained an extraordinary level of power, only to realize that he had merely been fortunate enough to adapt to the gravity of this realm. Indeed, low-level warriors were no different from ordinary refuse. They were merely a collection of detritus, and the foolishness of having focused on him for so long was now painfully evident. The Saiyans around were all engaged in rigorous combat training, predominantly consisting of advanced warriors. Initially surprised to see Lin accompany a low-level warrior, they speculated that he might possess some unique qualities. After all, history had witnessed a few notable low-level warriors whose names echoed through time. Although they had started weak in their youth, their battle prowess soared dramatically upon reaching adulthood, surpassing even many advanced warriors. Thus, their legacies were preserved in the annals of history. Otherwise, who would remember a handful of low-level warriors? Even one's own father would often go unnoticed. Consequently, the onlookers initially believed this low-level warrior had been granted entry due to exceptional strength, but the outcome was far from their expectations, as he was effortlessly sent flying by a single blow. Lin, too, furrowed her brow, surprised that Luo Xuan could not withstand even her initial punch. How could he possibly train under such circumstances? Are you all right? Lin inquired upon seeing Luo Xuan remain on the ground. I'm fine, he responded, finally managing to rise. Had this occurred in his former self, he might have perished. Truly, the Saiyan physique was remarkable. He had endured such a heavy blow. Moreover, Luo Xuan had intended to test a hypothesis, whether a Saiyan reborn from the brink of death would indeed emerge more potent. If this were the case, possessing senzu beans would allow him to engage in reckless endeavors in the future. The results of his experiment left Luo Xuan quite satisfied. In comparison to his memories, the strength of his current body was indeed significantly superior to that of his previous incarnation. His physical condition was adequate enough to withstand a punch utilizing 30% of his strength. The last intermediate warrior had succumbed to 50% of his power. However, this did not enable him to spar effectively. Compressing his strength to 30% was the utmost he could manage. Seeing that Luo Xuan was unharmed, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Had that punch truly resulted in his demise, it would have been a rather absurd situation. 33% of his strength? Luo Xuan's lips twitched slightly, astonished to discover that the previous punch had only utilized 30% of the opponent's strength. The sheer terror of a high-ranking warrior was truly astonishing. The girl before him, Lin, appeared to be around his age, perhaps even slightly younger. Yet, her mere 30% of power was sufficient to render him barely capable of withstanding it. The disparity was immense. If I were to unleash my full strength, a low-ranking warrior, would have been flattened long ago. Lin initially intended to label him as a low-ranking warrior, but reconsidered and refrained from voicing it. I understand now, she remarked. Luo Xuan was truly beset by frustration. He had initially believed he could barely hold his own against a high-level warrior, yet the latter had dispatched him with merely 30% of their strength. How was he to continue from this point? Were there any intermediate warriors willing to challenge him? As Luo Xuan wallowed in his dismay, Lin seemed to sense his thoughts and called out to the surrounding Saiyans. Among them were low-level, intermediate, and high-level warriors, all drawn to observe. They had just witnessed a low-level warrior engage a high-level one, only to find the former utterly lacking in resilience. Just as the crowd seemed ready to disperse, Lin's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn and look at her on the gravity platform. Lin, what grievance do you hold against him? Speak, and I shall deal with him directly. Must you go to such lengths, wasting your training time? A robust man from the adjacent gravity platform shouted back at Lin. The Saiyans here were the elite among their kind and naturally recognized one another. No need. Lin replied curtly, not even glancing in his direction. One day, I shall have you beneath me, to teach you humility, the man muttered upon hearing Lin. He then unleashed a flurry of punches like raindrops upon his opponent, who was an intermediate warrior. Despite being among the upper echelon of intermediate warriors, he could not withstand the full assault of a high-level fighter and was soon sent flying. Your strength is insufficient. Train harder henceforth. Do not return. The man said indifferently after dispatching the intermediate warrior, before switching off the gravity and descending from the platform. The intermediate warrior cast a venomous glare at Luo Xuan before turning away. In his eyes, Luo Xuan's presence had provoked Lin's ire. And it was because of him that the robust man had unleashed his sudden onslaught, ultimately resulting in the intermediate warrior's inability to use the gravity platform in the future. All the blame rested squarely on Luo Xuan's shoulders. Why? Because he was unable to contend with two high-level warriors, thus all animosity was directed toward this low-level warrior. I wish to challenge him, he declared to Lin. Did you not just call for a match against an intermediate warrior? Let me take the opportunity. He continued. Whoever can defeat me shall have a day's use of the gravity platform. However, Lin seemed to disregard the intermediate warrior's words, continuing to address the gathered crowd. I will. Allow me. The enthusiasm surged among the onlookers, including many high and low-level warriors. They understood that a day of training on the gravity platform equated to 10 days of training off it, a testament to the benefits of tenfold gravity. Thus, upon hearing Lin's words, the crowd quickly came to life. Very well, you, Lin exclaimed, pointing to an intermediate warrior below. Although there were no devices to measure combat power, one could gauge another's strength through observation. This individual, while classified as an intermediate warrior, appeared only slightly stronger than a low-level warrior, making him an acceptable opponent for Luo Xuan. Had the intermediate warrior not been intoxicated previously, he would never have dared to engage Lin. Me? Splendid. The intermediate warrior, realizing he was the chosen one, burst into laughter. He believed he could easily handle a low-level warrior. The onlooking Saiyans cast envious glances, wishing to experience a day on the gravity platform. Amidst the admiration, the intermediate warrior ascended the gravity platform. Are you ready? If all is well, we may begin, Lin stated, ignoring the crowd's chatter and addressing both Luo Xuan and the newly arrived intermediate warrior. I have no objections. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that his opponent was an intermediate warrior. Though he might be among the weaker ranks of intermediate warriors, he knew he had to exercise caution. A single misstep could result in dire consequences. However, Lin had already extended him an opportunity, and engaging in combat with her was out of the question. It was clear she intended for him to hone his skills through this method, and he felt compelled to honor her goodwill. A question arose in his mind. This intermediate warrior, a slender man, was currently leering at Luo Xuan. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards Lin, that sinister grin vanished, replaced by a sycophantic smile. Although Saiyans are known for their pride, an intermediate warrior has little room for arrogance in the presence of a higher-ranked warrior. With a mere flick of a finger, the higher warrior could easily extinguish his life. To higher warriors, intermediate warriors are not much more significant than lower warriors. If lower warriors are akin to ants, then intermediate warriors are merely larger ants. Is there an issue? Lin furrowed her brow. Her original intention in bringing this individual forward was based on his lack of strength. But now there seemed to be a complication. At this moment, she contemplated whether to eliminate this bothersome figure altogether. You know he is merely a low-tier warrior. Should he accidentally perish in our bout, I trust you won't hold me accountable. If the intermediate warrior realized that Lin was considering his demise, his expression would surely be one of shock. Well, Lin hesitated, acknowledging that while this individual was indeed irksome, he had a point. Luo Xuan was merely a low-tier warrior, and she had brought him along as a favor. What if he were to be killed in the process? Fear not. Since this is a battle, let fate decide our outcomes, Luo Xuan interjected. It was evident that this individual harbored disdain for him, and Luo Xuan could sense the scrutiny of those around him, many gazing at him with envy and resentment. If he allowed Lin to speak on his behalf, the surrounding Saiyans would undoubtedly look down upon him. Though Lin may protect him here, he could not rely on her in other scenarios. There would surely be those who would take the opportunity to strike at him, and he could not predict the number of adversaries he might face. Thus, Luo Xuan sought a chance, an opportunity to make a statement, and the intermediate warrior before him presented an ideal target. Despite being an intermediate warrior, he was among the weaker ones, and Luo Xuan possessed a secret that no one, not even Lin, was aware of. During his previous encounter with that intermediate warrior, he had met his demise, and now it was his soul that had traversed into this body. Although he inhabited a Saiyan form, Saiyans possess a remarkable trait. If they resurrect near death, their combat prowess significantly increases. Though his previous body was that of a low-tier warrior, it had undergone considerable transformation following his death, enhancing his strength considerably. Therefore, Luo Xuan estimated that his current abilities were not far inferior to those of the intermediate warrior. With a bold effort, he believed he could emerge victorious. Are you certain? He is, after all, an intermediate warrior, Lin reminded him. While she considered him weak, she acknowledged that he still held inherent advantages. His battle power was not something a low-tier warrior could rival. Yes, I am aware. Luo Xuan nodded, aware of the situation at hand. However, he felt a flicker of confidence. After all, his current strength was incomparable to that of a mere low-level warrior. Very well. Let us commence. Life and death are inconsequential. Falling to the ground or surrendering will be deemed a loss. After Lin declared the start, she added a remark that she believed was meant for Luo Xuan, assuring him that surrender would not bring him any peril. Should the intermediate warrior persist in his aggression, he would be dealt with swiftly and fatally. Hey, kid, this is your own doing. I wonder how you managed to offend a high-level warrior. Nonetheless, it's fortuitous for me. Granting a day of gravity field training. Blame your unfortunate origins. Prepare to meet your end. He presumed Luo Xuan had incurred Lin's displeasure. Hence the need for someone to confront him here. After all, how could a low-level warrior possibly ascend to this gravity platform for training? No sooner had he spoken than he charged at Luo Xuan. The intermediate warrior, true to his rank, exhibited remarkable speed despite his initial awkwardness on the gravity platform. He dashed forward, exuding waves of formidable power, halting abruptly a mere half-meter from Luo Xuan before launching a punch aimed at his cheek. To deter the audacious, one must showcase their prowess, otherwise, he would inevitably attract disdain from others. This was Luo Xuan's inner contemplation, and indeed, it was an opportunity bestowed upon him by Lin to prove himself. If he could not even best the lowest tier of an intermediate warrior, he would have no face to remain on this gravity platform. With that thought, Luo Xuan released a low growl, opting not to evade the intermediate warrior's punch. Instead, he lifted his leg, delivering a swift roundhouse kick toward the intermediate warrior. Seeking death, are we? The intermediate warrior smirked coldly at Luo Xuan's choice to forsake defense, opting for a head-on clash. A low-level warrior dared to withstand a punch from an intermediate warrior. Did he not fear death? How audacious of you. He contemplated retaliating with a kick, incredulous that Luo Xuan could be so naive as to think a low-level warrior's strength posed any threat to him. What a fool. The spectators below observed the scene unfold, erupting in scornful laughter at the sight of a low-level warrior attempting to confront an intermediate warrior head-on. It was nothing short of a dreamer's folly. Luo Xuan paid no heed to the chatter of those around him. A singular thought flickered through his mind. F2 unfold. In an instant, his body was subjected to a gravitational force 40 times that of Earth, equivalent to 4 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, amplifying the weight on his legs likewise. Bang! At that moment, a punch from the intermediate warrior struck Luo Xuan's face, while simultaneously, his kick connected with the intermediate warrior's body. Both combatants were sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving the arena in an eerie silence. Observers watched in disbelief as Luo Xuan and the intermediate warrior were sent sprawling on the ground, leading to a swift resurgence of chaos among the crowd. Was this truly a low-level warrior? How could a low-level fighter possibly kick an intermediate warrior away? It seemed implausible. One would expect a low-level warrior to be vanquished by a single punch. When did their defensive capabilities become so formidable? The audience murmured among themselves and on the stage. Lin expressed her astonishment. She had anticipated Luo Xuan would be severely beaten and then surrender, yet he managed to withstand a punch from an intermediate warrior and retaliate effectively. Goodness, the defensive prowess of that intermediate warrior is remarkable. A surge of pain coursed through Luo Xuan's foot, making him reflect on the strength of the intermediate warrior's defense. The recoil had numbed his foot. Just moments ago, Luo Xuan had utilized the system's gravity shortcut to amplify his weight by 20 times, leveraging inertia to achieve such an outcome. Otherwise, given his current strength, defeating an intermediate warrior would be a prolonged endeavor, one he could not afford as he needed to rapidly enhance his power through training on this gravity platform. How infuriating. Was that fellow truly a low-level warrior? The force of that kick was nearly equal to that of an intermediate warrior, and his defensive capability was certainly no less impressive, perhaps even superior. While everyone was astonished, the fallen intermediate warrior was equally taken aback. He had personally experienced Luo Xuan's strength, which rivaled that of an intermediate warrior in both power and defense. Was this truly just a low-level warrior? As the pain in his foot subsided, Luo Xuan gradually rose to his feet. Although his face still stung from the intermediate warrior's punch, the sensation only heightened his exhilaration. This visceral combat ignited an inexplicable thrill within him. It felt as though he were truly living the life of a Saiyan. Watching anime had been exhilarating, but now, experiencing it firsthand was utterly exhilarating. Yet, this was no time for complacency. The intermediate warrior had yet to concede or collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan charged forward. The intermediate warrior, grinning, prepared himself, determined not to underestimate Luo Xuan again. Bang! The moment their bodies clashed, a deep, resonating sound echoed. Their hands locked in fierce combat, transforming the encounter into a contest of strength. Neither yielded nor moved, their powers seemingly evenly matched. What extraordinary strength that low-level warrior possesses. Indeed, his power and defense were comparable to those of an intermediate warrior. How had he trained to achieve such prowess? The spectators were momentarily taken aback, being Saiyans. They understood the immense difficulty a low-level warrior faced in reaching the level of an intermediate warrior. During a low-level warrior's development, intermediate warriors gain strength at a naturally accelerated rate, making it virtually impossible for them to achieve parity. Impressive strength. The intermediate warrior remarked with a sinister grin. Realizing Luo Xuan's power was rivaling his own, he then charged at Luo Xuan, headbutting him. Initially, Luo Xuan intended to respond, but the blow left him momentarily disoriented. However, he quickly regained his composure, exerting force through his hands and propelling himself upward, aiming a kick at the intermediate warrior's chin. He executed a somersault, landing gracefully on the gravity platform, while the intermediate warrior was sent hurtling away. 20 times. As the intermediate warrior was propelled away, Luo Xuan did not relent. A thought flickered in his mind. Just moments ago, the reason he had matched the intermediate warrior's strength was due to the gravitational force amplified 20-fold. Now, with the gravity dissipating, his body felt remarkably light. With a swift push off the ground, he raced towards the intermediate warrior, now careening backward. F2 20 times. Luo Xuan let out a low growl and delivered a powerful punch towards the intermediate warrior, who was sent flying backward, unable to mount any defense, only managing to raise his hands slightly to shield himself. However, the enhanced gravity exerted by Luo Xuan enveloped him entirely. Even if he attempted to resist, he could not neutralize the force completely. The immense strength altered the trajectory of the intermediate warrior, propelling him outward beyond the gravity platform, where he crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. The surrounding Saiyans gasped at the sight of the fallen warrior. Astonished by his defeat, it appeared that the warrior had gradually learned combat techniques during the fight, a commendable feat. Lin's mind flashed with this realization as she regarded Luo Xuan on the platform, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This low-level warrior seemed distinct from the rest. 20 times. You have lost. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the Saiyans around him, Luo Xuan cast a glance at the downed intermediate warrior, his tightly clenched fist relaxing as he spoke indifferently. This battle had allowed him to appreciate the might of the Saiyans. Although his opponent was merely an intermediate warrior of a lower tier, it had still consumed a significant amount of his time, indicating that he needed to continue his training diligently. Just as Luo Xuan pondered these thoughts, no one anticipated that the intermediate warrior would charge at him in a fit of rage, gathering all his strength into a punch aimed directly at Luo Xuan. Humiliated by being defeated by a low-level warrior in front of others, he was driven by a fierce indignation. "What are you doing? You have already lost," Lin exclaimed. Equally shocked by the warrior's reckless advance towards Luo Xuan himself was taken aback by the warrior's audacity. With evasion no longer an option, Luo Xuan braced himself, slightly bending his body before unleashing a punch. In that instant, he amplified the gravity to 30 times that of Earth, combined with the 20 times gravity of the platform, summing to an astonishing 50 times Earth's gravity. Fortunately, the additional 30 times merely increased the weight of his clothing. Otherwise, even a Scion's body would struggle under 5 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. His punch surged forth like a ferocious beast, colliding with the intermediate warrior's strike. "You fool!" Lin cried out in alarm as she witnessed the impending clash, rushing to assist Luo Xuan. Engaging head-on with an enraged intermediate warrior was sheer folly. A resounding bang echoed, and the spectators saw the intermediate warrior soar through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, once again propelled away. Both those watching from below and those training on the platform, including Lin, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief as they beheld the reckless intermediate warrior. Their perception of Luo Xuan transformed. Could it be that he was truly just a low-level warrior? A fleeting thought crossed everyone's minds, for in their understanding, a low-level warrior could never surpass an intermediate warrior, just as a high-level warrior could effortlessly dispatch an intermediate one. Yet this young man, appearing to be no more than 17, had just defeated a warrior in his 30s, who had presumably spent years honing his skills. What a travesty. In the face of the intermediate warrior's fury, Luo Xuan had delivered a devastating blow, rendering him incapacitated. Was it truly possible for a low-level warrior to achieve such a feat? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? They would never have believed that one could inflict such grievous injury upon an enraged intermediate warrior with a single punch. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Luo Xuan any longer. Even some high-level warriors wore expressions of concern, while they might currently feel confident in their ability to defeat him. What if he were granted more time? Perhaps it would soon become an insurmountable challenge. Observing the unconscious Scion who had been sent flying, Luo Xuan exhaled slowly, acknowledging the narrow escape he had just experienced. Had it not been for the system, he might have faced defeat. He realized that the power disparity among Scions was indeed vast, and he needed to commit to further training. Now, I suppose I can consider this a victory, he reflected. Luo Xuan turned his gaze towards Lin, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired. He had long since been eliminated from the arena. Originally, even if she triumphed, he had not anticipated her prowess to be so formidable. Had he known, he would have foregone the competition altogether. Lin, with a slight curl of her lip, remarked that the very reason for this match was her belief that there existed a significant disparity in their strengths. Even if she exerted only 30% of her power, Luo Xuan would be unable to withstand it. Thus, she had invited a mid-level warrior to challenge him, intending for Luo Xuan to serve as a training target, to endure some trials that would ultimately catalyze his growth. However, to her astonishment, he managed to defeat the mid-level warrior. It seemed that even if she had employed a bit more of her strength, it would have made little difference. Pure luck, she mused. Luo Xuan merely uttered 2 words. As for the matters concerning the system in his mind, the fewer who know, the better. In combat, luck plays no role, as a Saiyan. One should take pride in defeating an opponent through sheer strength. There is certainly no need for false modesty. For a Saiyan, regardless of gender or age, pride is inherent. Thus, Lin found herself in slight disagreement with Luo Xuan's assertion regarding luck. Perhaps, she mused, luck could indeed be considered a facet of strength. Luo Xuan's statement was not a mere boast. It stemmed from profound experience. Had fortune not favored him with the system, he might very well have been the one lying unconscious on the ground. Hence, he believed that good fortune is, at times, an integral part of one's prowess. Perhaps. Lin replied, but will you continue to challenge those below you, or will you engage with me? She refrained from taking a definitive stance on Luo Xuan's words. The ethereal concept of luck may not be fittingly articulated by a proud Saiyan. Fight. Not today. I need to return and reflect upon the lessons learned from today's battles. Luo Xuan shook his head. Had his combat experience been sufficient, perhaps he would not have struggled as much in the recent battle. Moreover, that encounter prompted a re-evaluation of his own capabilities. If he were to rely solely on his genuine strength, he might not prevail. Very well, he concluded. You must be weary today. It would be best for you to return and rest. Lin pondered this for a moment and agreed. Recognizing that Luo Xuan had just engaged in a confrontation with an intermediate warrior who was indeed stronger than himself, which undoubtedly took a toll on him. Although Lin had never faced an opponent of a higher rank, having been born into greatness as a formidable advanced warrior, she surmised that battling a Saiyan of an elevated tier would prove more exhausting than contending with one slightly stronger than herself. So, may I return tomorrow? Luo Xuan inquired. Although he had triumphed over the intermediate warrior today, he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against someone of Lin's caliber. Thus, he harbored concerns about potentially disrupting her training. He was not a true Saiyan, at least, he had yet to fully embrace the mentality required to become one, leading to many considerations on his part. If someone chose to assist him, it was a gesture of goodwill. If they opted not to, it was their prerogative. There was no need to squander time engaging in sparring with him. It's all right, you may come. Lin discerned Luo Xuan's apprehension. While Saiyans relished combat, they were not fools. They were not merely muscle-bound simpletons. With a moment's reflection, she comprehended the essence of Luo Xuan's words. Were it any other Saiyan, Lin might have deliberated. But this low-level warrior, who had just bested an intermediate fighter, piqued her curiosity. She wondered if, after rigorous training, he might evolve to a level comparable to her own. Yet, she found it peculiar that someone with such prowess had previously suffered severe injuries. Was it possible he had feigned weakness to draw closer to her? Otherwise, how could he have sustained grave wounds from an intermediate warrior and, within just a day, appeared so lively? It was indeed suspicious. That is reassuring. Luo Xuan smiled faintly before descending from the gravity chamber, making his way home. The gathered Saiyans began their training, while the intermediate warrior remained sprawled on the ground, neglected by all. A warrior defeated by a low-level fighter hardly warranted any concern. His demise was merely deserved. Upon returning home, Luo Xuan clutched his arm, inhaling sharply. He had just forced his body to endure 30 times the normal gravity, an ordeal far beyond his physical limits, particularly after exchanging a powerful blow with that intermediate warrior. Now, he could only lament that his arm felt as though it were shattered. If his suspicions were correct, the bones within had likely fractured, possibly resulting in a comminuted fracture. However, to avoid raising suspicions, he had to feign indifference. If he were to reveal his injury today, it would provoke inquiries tomorrow, and such scrutiny was best avoided. In this era, the Saiyans had yet to develop advanced technology, rendering medical devices non-existent. Consequently, none of them comprehended that surviving the brink of death could significantly enhance one's strength. This time, Luo Xuan adeptly concealed his pain, and the other Saiyans remained oblivious to his predicament. Had it not been for his cunning, he might not have bested the intermediate warrior. As he pondered, he recalled the F1 interface, which indicated that the magical beans could be retrieved. With a mental command, the beans materialized and, instinctively, Luo Xuan caught one with his other hand. Had he been the Luo Xuan of Earth, he would have never managed to grasp the sudden apparition of the bean. After securing it, he promptly placed it in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Almost immediately, warmth coursed through his body, followed by a sense of lightness. All pain dissipated, and fatigue was swept away. These beans proved remarkably effective, though regrettably, they required a cool-down period. Otherwise, he would have prepared several more, for they might prove invaluable in the future. Luo Xuan smiled. The effects of this celestial bean were akin to what he had witnessed in the anime before, possessing remarkable powers capable of healing wounds. As long as there remained a breath of life, the mere act of swallowing this celestial bean would suffice. Phew. That was truly perilous just now. Had it not been for the shock experienced by that group of Saiyans, they might have uncovered something. It seems that everything hinges on the growth of my own strength. Luo Xuan shook his arm and unleashed a series of rapid punches, each accompanied by a distinct whoosh of wind. This was the extent of physical prowess he could currently achieve. However, unlike the previous occasion, This time his body did not become significantly stronger. If he had an ample supply of divine beans, he would not hesitate to endure several deaths to enhance his strength. Yet, at present, he could only rely on his own efforts to cultivate. In truth, Luo Xuan's earlier ability to harness gravity did not stem from gravity itself, but rather from manipulating its coefficient, specifically gravitational acceleration. The recent battle was so shocking that it disrupted the Saiyans' perception of reality, causing them to overlook the fact that when Luo Xuan executed his kicks, he actually lifted his legs upwards before striking downwards at an angle. During the downward kick, he amplified the gravity, accelerating his speed beyond the original, and increasing his momentum, augmented by the inherent speed and strength of a Saiyan. Thus, the sudden escalation was unmistakable, allowing him to send that intermediate warrior flying. Similarly, during his final punch, Luo Xuan did not merely throw a punch. Instead, he clenched his fist, pulled it back, and then swiftly struck forward. Due to gravitational acceleration, his force was directed downwards and forwards. All the energy was transferred to the intermediate warrior, propelling him backwards and downwards, resulting in a heavy crash to the ground. The increased gravity also bound Luo Xuan, preventing him from being thrown back. However, without being propelled backwards, he could not fully dissipate the force. Consequently, his arms suffered a shattering fracture from the recoil, and his body sustained some injuries. Thankfully, he had divine beans. Otherwise, he could not fathom how long his recovery would take. Indeed, these were mere shortcuts. Had his strength been formidable enough, he would not have encountered such difficulties. In this moment, Luo Xuan profoundly realized the significance of power. Without the essential tool of a transcendent being, he would have long since perished. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not rely solely on this extraordinary advantage. After all, this was the world of Dragon Ball, where many powerful beings eyed these planets. A moment's carelessness could reveal the system within his mind. If forcibly extracted, it would lead to an awkward situation. Perhaps someone had already noticed. But Luo Xuan's lack of strength had spared him from repercussions. Thus, everything depended on Luo Xuan's own efforts. Only genuine strength would provide the most robust assurance. Reflecting on this, Luo Xuan hesitated not at all. He recognized that after the recent battle, his body could withstand gravity up to 30 times its normal level. Should he exceed this threshold, it would be his own body that would suffer first. Hey, he acknowledged. Simple training, he understood, was akin to exercising with added weight, enhancing various facets of his physical strength. Luo Xuan, just as he was drenched in sweat, the door to his home swung open, and a familiar voice called out, "Lin, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training?" Luo Xuan was performing push-ups with one hand, his strength now sufficient for such a demanding exercise. This was something unimaginable on Earth. Even with both hands, he could scarcely manage a few. "Did you just sustain an injury?" Lin inquired as she entered. Having noticed something others had not, Luo Xuan's right hand appeared somewhat unnatural. "No, not at all. I'm not injured," he replied. Luo Xuan, speaking, performed several push-ups for Lin to observe. To his surprise, he was still discovered. Fortunately, he quickly utilized the magical beans for recovery. "How strange. I distinctly noticed your right hand appeared somewhat unnatural just moments ago." Lin observed Luo Xuan supporting himself with his right hand, showing no signs of injury. Although puzzled, she chose to trust him. It was merely a slight numbness from the recoil earlier. After a brief rest, "There is no issue. You approached me solely for this?" After casually offering an explanation, Luo Xuan forcefully shifted the topic. "It's nothing serious. I merely wish to inform you that while your strength is already formidable compared to ordinary low-level warriors, it still falls short when compared to intermediate warriors. Therefore, I would like to take you to a certain place." Having just witnessed Luo Xuan's combat prowess, Lin had gained a newfound understanding of this low-level warrior, realizing he was truly unlike the others of his kind. Where might that be? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that she was unwilling to allow him to utilize the gravity chamber? Although Luo Xuan did not require it, as he possessed an inherent gravity system, his true intention was merely to engage in combat with Lin. This was unexpected, despite their brief interaction. Luo Xuan understood that Lin was not the type to act in such a manner. If she were, she would have long since disregarded him, a mere low-tier warrior. "Having just observed your battle, your strength and speed are commendable, yet your combat experience remains insufficient," Lin remarked after a moment of analysis. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xuan nodded in agreement. Gaining combat experience was a journey he had to undertake himself. Although the original owner of this body had experience in battle, it was his own, not necessarily applicable to Luo Xuan. Therefore, in order to acquire combat experience, Luo Xuan realized he must accumulate it on his own, which was why he sought to spar with Lin. Luo Xuan concurred with Lin's assessment. As a native of Earth, he had never engaged in combat, rendering his lack of experience entirely reasonable. However, on planet Vegeta, an inexperienced Saiyan could find themselves facing dire consequences without understanding the peril. This urgency to bolster his strength and enhance his combat experience fueled Luo Xuan's desire to fight, as sparring with Lin was currently the only means available for him to improve his skills. Thus, he expressed, "I wish to battle with you, as it is the only way to elevate my combat experience." Luo Xuan remarked that this was indeed his objective. As for that so-called gravity field, It was lighter than the clothes he wore and held no significance whatsoever. What he truly sought was merely combat experience. He did not dwell on other matters, for he believed that given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly achieve improvement. It was precisely because he fought against me that your combat experience could not advance. Perhaps it could improve slightly, yet it would not contribute much to your growth. Lin stated that she had recognized this issue when she observed Luo Xuan battling the intermediate warrior. Initially, she presumed that Luo Xuan must possess some combat experience. Even if it were not extensive, it should not be lacking. After all, Saiyans are a warrior race engaged in combat daily, who among them lacks any battle experience. Yet, it was quite perplexing that Luo Xuan had absolutely no combat experience. It was evident from the recent skirmish that he was a novice in battle, utterly clueless. Although he was learning continuously during the fight, it still proved insufficient. Why? Lin, being an advanced warrior with considerable combat experience, should not have encountered any issues in their confrontation. Could it be that combat experience cannot be imparted to others? Because I am acquainted with you. Lin offered a succinct reply without elaboration, yet Luo Xuan grasped the implication. Because you know me? I understand now. You mean to say that by knowing me, you choose to suppress your own strength in our battles, thus preventing me from gaining any knowledge? Saiyans engage in combat with a simple philosophy: either they refrain from fighting, or they strike with lethal intent. They would not engage with acquaintances unless both parties were evenly matched, knowing that neither would easily dispatch the other, allowing for a fair fight until one side conceded. Well, there is indeed a place well suited for you, even if it lacks a gravity field. Luo Xuan's explanation is exceptionally insightful. Many Saiyans share this perspective. They tend to select opponents of comparable strength rather than ambitiously pursuing those who far exceed their capabilities. What does it matter? As long as I can enhance my combat experience, the absence of a gravity chamber is of no consequence. Luo Xuan smiled, realizing that what he truly valued was not the gravity field, but rather the opportunity to learn combat techniques and cultivation methods. He understood now that the Saiyans possessed no unique methods of cultivation. Their approach was singular and straightforward: to fight, regardless of gender or age. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, it invariably entailed engaging in battles, relentlessly striving to surpass one's opponents and thus challenging greater adversaries. Only through constant challenges and the survival of the fittest could one continue to thrive on this planet. Luo Xuan now comprehended why, in the future, Planet Vegeta would casually send away the infants of lower-class warriors. After all, keeping them was deemed futile. A low-class warrior could never surpass a high-class warrior, no matter how diligently they trained. Of course, this was the Saiyan perspective. Having watched Dragon Ball, Luo Xuan was skeptical of such notions. With relentless effort in training, even a high-class warrior could be surpassed. Perhaps Luo Xuan should feel fortunate that in this era, the Saiyans had yet to reach a technological civilization, and thus had not developed the habit of sending away low-class warriors, allowing him to survive on this planet. In the northern forest, it was the ideal location for Saiyans to accumulate combat experience. Within it lurked a creature known as the fang-toothed behemoth, whose damage potential was relatively low. Yet its combat prowess was formidable. Linton hesitated, seemingly having misspoken, and offered a clarification. The low damage referred to the fact that, with caution, one would not be easily killed. However, injuries were still a possibility, though death was unlikely, as this area was primarily for mid-class warriors, with few low-class warriors daring to venture there. For someone of her caliber, the fang-toothed behemoth posed no threat whatsoever. Yet, considering Luo Xuan's status as a low-class warrior, she felt compelled to issue a warning. The fang-toothed behemoth? That could indeed be suitable for me. After hearing Linton's description, Luo Xuan contemplated. Although this place was designated for mid-class warriors, he believed he could give it a try. Having returned from the brink of death, his strength was comparable to some mid-class warriors. While achieving instant victories akin to those on the gravity platform might be unlikely, defeating them was merely a matter of time. Yes, that location should be quite fitting for you. As for what lies ahead, I can guide you to places where high-class warriors train, until you can hold your own against me. A smile graced Linton's lips. For others, the notion of a low-class warrior defeating a high-class warrior was laughable. Yet, she felt inexplicably that this low-class warrior before her was different. Perhaps his words held a semblance of truth after all. Linton herself could not fathom why she entertained such naive thoughts, but the conviction was intense, compelling enough for her to voice the idea of training until he could match her skill. Indeed, I will strive diligently. Luo Xuan nodded. Even if Lin had not articulated it, he would strive towards that direction. Lin fell silent, as she had nothing further to convey, yet Luo Xuan had inquiries. Could you please tell me where the North Forest is? Upon hearing his question, Lin turned around in disbelief, exclaiming, You are a Saiyan, and you do not even know where the North Forest is? Are you truly a Saiyan? However, Luo Xuan was not a genuine Saiyan. He merely inhabited the body of one. As for memories, he possessed only fragmented recollections, with no indication of a place called the North Forest. Hee. Luo Xuan chuckled awkwardly at that moment. How about this? Shade is also training over there. Let him accompany you. Reluctantly. The question of whether this fellow was truly a Saiyan warranted further investigation. Naturally, the only viable option at that moment was to let Shate guide Luo Xuan. After all, Shate was an intermediate warrior who trained in the North Forest, making him an ideal companion. Subsequently, Lin led Luo Xuan to Shate. She then returned to the gravity chamber. For Scion, training predominantly revolves around combat. Thus, Scions in the gravity chamber constantly face challenges from one another. If they lose, they must step down from the chamber, which then becomes the domain of the victor. It is important to note that this is not a battle royale. Only the first 3 duels of the day count as challenges, while subsequent matches are deemed mere sparring sessions. As a combat-oriented race, Scions can only grow through battle. Due to the nature of the gravity chamber, many advanced warriors willingly serve as sparring partners, as combat within the chamber significantly enhances their strength. Therefore, even after the challenge quota has been filled for the day, advanced warriors still take to the stage to spar with those possessing gravity chambers. This is the spot, Shate declared. This vicinity is where we intermediate warriors train, and there are also several lower-tier warriors, albeit those with considerable strength. Shate guided Luo Xuan to a forest, which was indeed the North Forest Lin had mentioned. Luo Xuan glanced around, noticing the absence of any individuals. Is this truly the North Forest? Yet, why do I see not a single soul? Luo Xuan weakly inquired. Where are all the intermediate warriors who were supposed to train here? Ever since the gravity chamber was established, few had chosen to come here, a group of ambitious individuals. Shate glanced at the forest and sighed. There were many people here initially. However, since the construction of the gravity chamber, those who have passed through it could potentially train for an hour. Senior warriors are also human and require rest. During their downtime, other Scions can take their place. Of course, this is primarily among intermediate and some lower-tier warriors, engaging in mutual challenges and sparring until the senior warriors have finished their rest. As for how long one can stay, that depends on individual prowess. Those with greater skill naturally endure longer. After Shate's explanation, Luo Xuan began to comprehend that the intermediate warriors had all gone to the gravity chamber, while the lower-tier warriors occupied another location, resulting in the sparse population here. All right, you may enter. Just be cautious, and you shall not perish, Shate urged after clarifying. Are you not coming in with me? Luo Xuan asked, taken aback by the response. I shall not enter. I'm going to check the gravity chamber for any resting senior warriors. I might engage in some training, Shate replied, turning away without a backward glance, leaving Luo Xuan bewildered in the wind. Who was it that remarked on those ambitious individuals? Now he seemed more anxious than anyone else. Silently giving Shate a figurative middle finger, Luo Xuan ventured into the depths of the forest. The expanse of the forest was considerable, with sturdy trees that resembled a primordial wilderness. Did the legendary Tooth Beast truly inhabit this area? As he pressed forward, he encountered neither the Tooth Beast nor any Scions. Had they all migrated to the gravity chamber as well? Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, jarring his senses. What in the world was that? Could it possibly be the Tooth Beast? Based on the sound, Luo Xuan deduced that the Tooth Beast must be a colossal and ferocious creature. Otherwise, such a deafening roar would be unfathomable. At that moment, Luo Xuan heightened his vigilance, realizing that the source of the roar was nearby. The Tooth Beast must be lurking in close proximity. Another roar erupted, this time even closer than before. Luo Xuan could also hear the sound of footsteps approaching. Slow and steady. Perhaps due to its immense size, although it walked with great strength, its pace was significantly sluggish. This revelation offered Luo Xuan a modicum of reassurance. If the beast known as the Tooth Watcher was indeed slow, he might prevail through swiftness. He chuckled inwardly, eager to discover the true capabilities of this formidable creature. Confronted with the imminent arrival of the Tooth Watcher, Luo Xuan felt no fear. After all, he had already faced death once, and at this moment, apart from a flicker of excitement regarding the challenge ahead, he experienced little else in the realm of emotion. The heavy thud of footsteps resonated, and soon he beheld a dark silhouette. This must be the so-called Tooth Watcher. Observing the shadow, Luo Xuan recognized that this creature could undoubtedly be classified as a giant beast. With a resounding roar, the true form of the Tooth Watcher was finally revealed, and Luo Xuan found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood a creature resembling a pig-deer butterfly, adorned in shades of blue and purple, with 2 prominent tusks and antlers atop its head, and a pair of wings decorated in yellow and black spots upon its back. Was this truly the beast employed by the Scions for their training? The pig-deer butterfly before him was several times larger than its animated counterpart. Could it have traversed from planet Vegeta to Earth? As Luo Xuan scrutinized the Tooth Watcher, the colossal creature caught sight of him. Initially taken aback before a grin spread across its face, drool pooling at its maw, as if it had just encountered a delectable morsel. Did it perceive him as prey? In that case, he would regard it as a quarry. Let us see whose fate shall be sealed in this encounter. Luo Xuan let out a cold laugh as he gazed at the immense fang-toothed beast charging directly towards him. Without a hint of hesitation, he surged forward to meet it. If he was to cultivate his skills and amass combat experience, he could not afford to flee. He could only engage in battle. In an instant, Luo Xuan confronted the fang-toothed beast, entering the fray without any warm-up, and the collision between man and beast produced an indescribable sound. Luo Xuan landed a punch upon the formidable creature, only to realize the beast's body was exceedingly resilient. Though his strike bore some effect, it was minimal at best. Presently, Luo Xuan was subjected to a gravity 20 times that of normal, yet he refrained from employing the gravitational acceleration as he had in the gravity field. While such an approach could momentarily augment his strength, it posed a risk of inflicting harm upon himself. This self-destructive tactic of inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while sacrificing 800 of his own was clearly ill-suited for the current situation. With a tough exterior, he was prepared to strike again. In an instant, Luo Xuan felt a surge of combat fervor, as if the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling. The colossal beast opposite him seemed to sense Luo Xuan's fighting spirit and did not afford him even a moment's respite, charging towards him with great haste. Luo Xuan was taken aback to discover that the so-called behemoth of the Fong was, in fact, a relatively large species of pig-deer butterfly, akin to those he had previously encountered in anime. Its temperament was exceedingly irritable. Upon catching sight of him, it launched a direct assault. With a swift motion to the right, Luo Xuan deftly evaded the beast's charge, and as it barreled past him, he delivered a powerful kick to its abdominal region. Due to its considerable mass, the behemoth of the Fong lost its balance from his strike and collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xuan swiftly grasped one of the creature's legs. With a forceful heave, he flung the behemoth a good 10 meters away, where it crashed heavily against a sturdy tree. The impact was so great that the tree could not withstand it and toppled over with a resounding crash. Truly, this creature was remarkably heavy. Luo Xuan clapped his hands, now somewhat accustomed to the situation. That recent embrace was purely instinctive, a reflex born from combat. He had never fathomed that his strength could be so formidable. With ease, he had flung the monstrous creature aside, an action that would have been inconceivable to him in the past. He wouldn't have dared to imagine such power, for even a mere pig could have sent him flying. Roar. Just as Luo Xuan reveled in his newfound prowess, the monstrous beast rose once more. It let out a thunderous roar directed at Luo Xuan before charging at him again. This creature's physique was truly resilient. It had survived the fall unscathed. Luo Xuan said calmly, and then directly approached. It seemed he intended to engage in a physical confrontation with the formidable fog-toothed beast. Upon witnessing a human daring to challenge it, the fog-toothed beast was instantly enraged, its eyes filled with a human-like fury, perceiving this as a profound insult. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xuan collided with the fog-toothed beast, and thus began a fierce contest of strength between man and beast. Luo Xuan resolutely grasped the enormous fangs of the monstrous creature, remaining utterly unmoved despite its relentless struggle. Ah! Luo Xuan bellowed loudly. And then it became evident that the muscles in his arms swelled once more. The colossal beast with gaping jaws was forcefully pushed backward. With each step, the monstrous creature retreated further. "Heh, your strength is hardly impressive," he remarked. Luo Xuan chuckled softly. Although this fellow was of considerable size, his strength was rather limited. With a mere push from Luo Xuan, he staggered backward repeatedly. It puzzled him why Lin claimed that using them as objects for cultivation was the most advantageous. A mere brute relying solely on raw power, Suddenly, Luo Xuan sensed something amiss. He released his grip on the jaws of the colossal beast and executed a backflip. Just as he soared into the air, a shadow streaked past the spot where he had just stood. What was that? Luo Xuan was taken aback. The speed of that object was astonishing. Had he not sensed an approaching presence, he would undoubtedly have been struck. Could it be the other Saiyans present here? Luo Xuan was taken aback. This was a training ground for the Saiyans, so it was not unusual to encounter other Saiyans. Furthermore, given their combative nature, the presence of a lower-level warrior like himself might provoke a confrontation. Just as Luo Xuan turned his gaze, he noticed a monkey-like creature perched on a tree across from him, baring its teeth and screeching at him. A monkey? Luo Xuan was taken aback. What lay before him appeared to be a monkey. However, it was entirely covered in crimson fur, and its eyes glowed with a similar red hue. The creature's mouth bore 2 prominent fangs. Upon the monkey's arrival, the colossal beast, with its formidable teeth, seemed to exhibit a peculiar excitement. Its gaze towards Luo Xuan brimming with provocation. Could it be that this monkey was a close companion of the pig? Perhaps a senior brother? Or a second senior brother? Luo Xuan found it quite amusing. It was merely a pig and a monkey, neither of which appeared particularly formidable. However, the monstrous beast behind them, along with the approaching monkey, offered him no opportunity to react, charging directly towards him, seemingly intent on eliminating him. Come on then. As the pig and monkey advanced to attack, Luo Xuan did not underestimate them in the slightest. If Lin had mentioned that the monstrous beast could aid in his cultivation, then surely these two creatures, when coordinated, would not be lacking in strength. From what he observed, the monstrous beast seemed to be the primary attacker, while the monkey executed stealthy ambushes with remarkable speed. Indeed, as the monstrous beast charged, Luo Xuan prepared to evade, intending to topple the beast as he had done previously. Yet, at that moment, the monkey, which had been lurking in the trees, also launched its assault. As Luo Xuan dodged, the monkey struck from the position he had just vacated, extending its claws towards his head. having just evaded the monstrous beast. Luo Xuan found himself unable to escape the monkey's attack in time. He could only tilt his head away, narrowly avoiding the blow, yet the claws still grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Damn it. Wiping his face, Luo Xuan was taken aback by the precision of their coordination. They seemed to function as a single entity. However, if they were indeed a unified force, how could the monstrous beast allow him to escape so easily? Seeing that the monkey had failed to land its hit, it charged at him once more without a moment's hesitation. Bang. 3 consecutive attacks came without pause. Just as Luo Xuan evaded the first 2, the third struck him squarely, sending him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, finally understanding why Lin had deemed the monstrous beast a worthy opponent for cultivation. Separately, either the pig or monkey would have been easily manageable for him, even a trivial challenge. Yet, together, they achieved a remarkable synergy. The monstrous beast provided raw power and aggression, while the monkey contributed speed and cunning. Their collaboration had sent Luo Xuan sprawling. How intriguing, though he lay on the ground. Luo Xuan felt no anger. These 2 creatures were indeed perfect for his current training needs. He had almost forgotten to inform that boy. The monstrous beast was not a singular entity, but rather 2 ferocious creatures. Halfway through his thoughts, Shate suddenly recalled that he had neglected to tell Luo Xuan that the monstrous beasts in the northern forest came in pairs, not alone. As he turned back, he reflected on his previous confusion regarding Lin's assertion that the monstrous beasts in this forest could facilitate the cultivation of intermediate warriors. The beast's individual strength seemed inadequate, even for a low-level warrior like Luo Xuan. However, with the addition of the monkey, the dynamics shifted dramatically. How fascinating. Luo Xuan rose to his feet with a smile, while the fearsome beast and the monkey lunged towards him. However, all their attacks were deftly evaded by Luo Xuan. The initial surprise had caught him off guard, but this time, his evasive maneuvers were executed with relative ease. Hey, look over there, a low-level warrior. The battle involving Luo Xuan soon attracted the attention of several Saiyans, all of whom were intermediate warriors. Although their strength was not particularly formidable, they had at least ascended to the ranks of intermediate fighters, making them considerably stronger than a lowly warrior like Luo Xuan from the moment they were born. Indeed, a lowly warrior daring to venture into the North Forest, a sanctuary for intermediate warriors, was a testament to his audacity. One of the shorter Saiyans remarked, "Humph, he truly overestimates himself." Among the group, the only woman scoffed disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by Luo Xuan's audacity in entering a domain meant for those of greater prowess. "How long do you think that boy can hold out?" inquired a seemingly leader-like figure, observing Luo Xuan as he dodged attacks, occasionally getting struck. "I don't know. He probably won't last much longer," replied the last Saiyan, whose demeanor was somewhat more subdued. The last lowly warrior who stumbled in here managed to endure for 8 minutes before being torn asunder. The shorter Saiyan chuckled, noting that although the North Forest served as a training ground for intermediate warriors, many lowly fighters mistakenly believed they could survive here. This quartet had previously witnessed several lowly warriors enter, some perishing, others rendered incapacitated, with only a few managing to escape swiftly. Generally, those lowly warriors who ventured into this realm returned meekly to their designated training areas after a single encounter. "I reckon this one might last around 5 minutes. The imposing leader mused, sharing a laugh. These Saiyans were indifferent to the fate of their companions. How could they possibly care about the demise of a lowly stranger? The 4 stood by, observing Luo Xuan, as if they were spectators at a theatrical performance. "How about we place a wager?" the shorter Saiyan suggested with a grin, relishing the prospect of a bet. "What shall we wager on?" the leader inquired with mild interest, though he was not particularly fond of gambling. "I bet that lowly warrior will be torn into 4 pieces, the shorter Saiyan declared, pleased to have someone engage with him. "All right. I wager he will be shredded into fragments," the leader replied, glancing at the increasingly fatigued Luo Xuan with a smirk. Their wager was not about which side would triumph, but rather how many pieces Luo Xuan would be reduced to. To them, the notion of a lowly warrior defeating a behemoth was nothing short of fanciful delusion. "Boring," the woman remarked coolly, opting not to join their betting but instead focusing her attention on Luo Xuan amidst the fray. The other Saiyan remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. These 2 truly possess remarkable tenacity, he thought to himself. Luo Xuan narrowly evaded yet another attack. Panting slightly from the exertion of a prolonged struggle, he was undeniably fatigued after such an extensive bout. The 2 adversaries presented a formidable synergy, one relying on brute strength and bulk, while the other capitalized on remarkable speed. Despite Luo Xuan's repeated attempts to strike, his efforts were futile. He nearly landed a blow on the monkey-like creature, only to have it thwarted by the formidable beast known as the Tooth Watcher, whose thick hide proved impenetrable. With his speed insufficient to match the agile monkey and his strength inadequate to harm the Tooth Watcher, Luo Xuan found himself in a war of attrition against these 2 foes. However, it became increasingly clear that he was the one suffering greater depletion. The leader of the Saiyans, possessing keen insight, recognized Luo Xuan's dire state. It was evident that he was running low on stamina. Remarkably, this young warrior had outlasted several previous low-ranking fighters. A previously silent Saiyan, now speaking quietly, acknowledged that Luo Xuan had indeed reached his limits. Yet, Enduring for this long was no small feat for a lowly warrior. But what good is it? With such energy wasted on a futile battle. He believed he could truly defeat the Tooth Watcher. Now, attempting to flee would be too late, and he would likely meet his demise here. The woman spoke with an unwavering calmness, regarding Luo Xuan's actions as merely a reckless pursuit of death. This lad shows promise. Shall we rescue him and invite him to join our ranks? The Scion leader nodded in agreement. A low-ranking warrior who could endure this long certainly deserved a place among their group. Let it be, interjected the short Scion, resolutely opposing the idea of saving Luo Xuan. Everyone knows you are motivated by that wager. The previously silent Scion chimed in. Hee. Unperturbed by the revelation, the short Scion merely chuckled. In the arena? The situation must be resolved. Continuing on this path would inevitably lead to their exhaustion. Luo Xuan gasped for breath, having reached the utmost limit of his endurance. Should the battle persist, he was certain that he would be the one to face defeat. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, F20 times, and instantly he felt considerably lighter. Having previously been burdened by a weight of 20 times as he grappled with these two adversaries. With a low exclamation, the moment the monkey charged toward him, Luo Xuan met it head-on. The formidable beast, upon witnessing Luo Xuan's assault, hastily moved to counter it. Luo Xuan did not relent. Instead, he clenched his fist tighter and struck the rugged, thick-skinned beast with all his might. With a resounding thud, blood erupted forth as the creature collapsed to the ground with a heavy thump. Upon witnessing the demise of its companion, the monkey's eyes momentarily reflected a flicker of human-like panic, and without a trace of hesitation, it turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Luo Xuan chuckled, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. With the weight of gravity lifted, he felt an overwhelming lightness enveloping his entire being, as if a surge of untamed energy yearned to be unleashed. Perhaps it was due to the earlier oppression from the boar and the monkey, for now, Luo Xuan resembled a ferocious beast that had just been unleashed. He lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the monstrous creature, killing it instantly. Upon witnessing this scene, the companion of the colossal beast showed no hesitation and turned to flee. Trying to escape? The corners of Luo Xuan's mouth curled into a perilous arc. Just moments ago, this little creature had caused him considerable trouble. With its speed, Luo Xuan found himself at a disadvantage. However, that was merely a fleeting moment. Now, having relieved himself of 20 times the gravitational force, his body felt considerably lighter, and his speed was anything but sluggish, allowing him to vanish from sight in an instant. Although he had yet to master the art of leaving no trace, his velocity was undeniably swift. As the red-haired monkey fled, it occasionally glanced back, seemingly anxious about Luo Xuan's pursuit. With its diminutive intellect, it could hardly comprehend how that man's strength had surged so dramatically. Fortunately, its own speed was inadequate. And thus the monkey felt a semblance of relief. Are you searching for me? Just as the red-haired monkey thought it had eluded capture, a voice echoed in its ear. Turning around, it was met with a fist hurtling towards it, which collided with its body, shattering it into fragments. Luo Xuan gazed in astonishment at his own fist. Perplexed by the turn of events, he had merely intended to strike the creature down, yet it had shattered into fragments. How could this be? As he pondered, the four Saiyans who had just witnessed the encounter were equally dumbfounded. You two were spot on. It truly disintegrated into 4 pieces, remarked the typically reticent Scion, who finally broke his silence. Ah, indeed, chuckled the diminutive Scion, though his laughter held an awkward edge. He never anticipated that the opponent could annihilate the monstrous creature with a single blow. Is this fellow truly a low-level warrior? The leader of the Scions gulped nervously. When did low-level warriors become so formidable? Even we, as mid-level warriors, wouldn't dare to claim we could reduce it to mere dust. Luo Xuan's speed had also been astonishing, surpassing their own and erupting in an instant. Could it be that he had been deliberately suppressing his strength to engage in a sparring match with the creature? The only one who remained relatively composed was the female Scion, yet her face was etched with disbelief. This was the first time she had witnessed a low-level warrior defeat the monstrous beast with a single punch. What are you all doing here? Have you seen a low-level warrior? Just then, Shade arrived, having been training in the forest and familiar with the others. Seeing Shade, the group snapped back to reality and nodded in unison. Where? Shade inquired, his concern palpable. Any mishap involving a low-level warrior cannot be overlooked. This was particularly pressing since a high-level warrior named Lin had promised to allow Luo Xuan to take the lead during their next rest period. Shade understood that the high-level warrior had made that offer due to his connection with Luo Xuan. If Luo Xuan were to perish due to an oversight on his part, he would be fortunate to escape the wrath of his peers, let alone lead on the gravity platform. The others remained silent, simultaneously gesturing behind Shade. Although he was puzzled by their expressions, he turned to see Luo Xuan, his gaze fixed on his hands. Before him lay a pool of blood, and not far away, the lifeless form of the monstrous beast. Ah, thank you for saving him. Shade sighed in relief upon confirming Luo Xuan's safety. Realizing the slain beast before them, he quickly expressed his gratitude to Rigo and the others, believing it to be their intervention that had spared Luo Xuan. It was he who vanquished the beast, Rigo interjected, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. You know our nature, we would not interfere to assist another. This was the essence of Scion culture, aiding a stranger. especially a low-level warrior, held no merit in their eyes. It was preferable to witness their demise. Survival of the fittest was the prevailing rule in the Saiyan world, where they remained a minority. Thus, those deemed useless were unworthy of sharing resources. Are you saying Luo Xuan did it alone? The beast did not come? Shate was taken aback by Rigo's assertion, his voice barely above a whisper. It did come, spoke the shorter Saiyan, who had been silent until now. If the beast had not arrived, their astonishment would not have been so profound. It came? Why did I not see the body? Did it flee? Shate pressed on, skepticism lacing his words. If the monstrous beast had indeed approached, it would not have been so easily dispatched. It was obliterated by that young man in a single punch. Rigo replied, feeling a dryness in his throat. How could this be? A low-level warrior not only defeated the beast, but reduced it to mere fragments. You say it was obliterated in one punch? Shate clearly found this hard to believe. Even he, a high-level warrior, could not claim such prowess against the beast. Uncle Shate, what brings you back? Are you here to train with me? At that moment, Luo Xuan approached Shate, having noticed him earlier but refrained from speaking due to their unfamiliarity. Now, seeing Shate approach as if they were acquainted, he stepped forward. I'm here to inform you, Shate replied. I forgot to mention that the monstrous beast consists of two entities working in tandem, one resembling a red-haired monkey, called Wang Qi, and the other simply referred to as the beast. Although Luo Xuan was already aware that the monstrous beast was a pair, Shate felt it prudent to clarify. Oh, that explains their seamless cooperation earlier, Luo Xuan realized. Luo Xuan also nodded, then turned his gaze towards the others. The moment those individuals met his eyes, a sense of trepidation washed over them. Could it be that he would hold them accountable for their earlier inaction, merely observing from the sidelines? This fellow had effortlessly severed even a creature as formidable as the giant beast into 4 segments. One could only wonder what fate awaited them if he were to deliver a single blow. Allow me to introduce you. This is Rigo, who frequently trains in the northern forest. Do not hold it against him for not intervening earlier. You are well aware of the Saiyan temperament. Shate seemed to have recalled something, pointing to the leading man as he provided Luo Xuan with this introduction. Although Luo Xuan had vanquished the monstrous creature, he now faced 4 intermediate warriors, and dealing with them would prove no less challenging than confronting the giant beast. Luo Xuan also understood the meaning of the Saudi leader's nod towards the Saiyan in charge. Although he had no intention of forging alliances, he had keenly observed how this group had merely stood by, making bets as they watched. Luo Xuan held a grudge. He did not wish for anyone to come to his aid. However, the act of betting on how many pieces he would be torn into by the behemoth was quite irksome to him. Among them were Hake, Keith, and Mashi. These 3 represented the diminutive Saiyan, the taciturn youth, and the woman, respectively. This is Luo Xuan. Saudi introduced him after presenting the other 4. Upon hearing the name, they paused momentarily, as it did not seem typical of a Saiyan. However, they prioritized strength over names. It mattered not if one was called Dog Egg. Thus, they became acquainted. May I inquire, are you truly a low-level warrior? After a moment's hesitation, Rigo voiced his question, still reeling from the shock of Luo Xuan's single punch that had felled the behemoth. Yes, Luo Xuan confirmed with a slight nod. In truth, he himself was unclear about what had just transpired. He merely felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, which propelled his right arm forward in an instant, resulting in a single punch that dispatched the 2 beasts. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's admission, not only were Rigo and his companions astounded, but Saudi too wore a look of disbelief. Could it be that Luo Xuan had genuinely obliterated the behemoth with a single blow? Yet, reflecting on Luo Xuan's previous performance on the gravity platform, where he had easily defeated an intermediate warrior, it seemed plausible that his strength had indeed escalated, possibly surpassing any intermediate warrior present. Saudi was confident in his ability to easily slay the behemoth, but to pulverize it into fragments with a single punch was beyond his capability. Only a high-level warrior or a few nearing that rank could achieve such a feat. This implied that Luo Xuan's current punching power was already comparable to that of high-ranking warriors. Despite witnessing it firsthand, Rigo and the others found it hard to believe that a low-level warrior's strength could eclipse theirs, reaching the caliber of high-ranking warriors. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Previously, they had considered low-level warriors to be akin to ants. No matter how robust, they were merely slightly more formidable ants. While high-level warriors were like elephants, how could an ant possibly contend with an elephant? Now, they were being told that an ant had cultivated its strength to rival that of an elephant. How could they accept such a notion? That punch you delivered should rival that of a high-level warrior. Rigo refrained from saying more, but Mashi spoke up. Initially, she had thought a low-level warrior venturing here would bring about their own demise, yet she had not anticipated such strength from this low-level warrior. Comparable to high-level warriors? Isn't that the normal strength of a low-level warrior? Upon hearing Mashi's words, Luo Xuan turned to her. He had previously shown little interest in their discussions, but this assertion piqued his curiosity. Could his recent punch truly be on par with high-level warriors? In Luo Xuan's mind, high-level warriors were formidable beings, and he had assumed that his punch was merely a display of strength typical of a low-level warrior. After all, he had not exerted himself greatly, only marginally stronger than the average low-level warrior. The 5 intermediate warriors around him felt a sense of frustration upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. Was he doing this intentionally? If all low-level warriors were like this, what would become of the standing of intermediate warriors? Yet, they were unjustly accusing Luo Xuan. He was not of this world and had no knowledge of the strength of low-level, intermediate, or high-level warriors. In his eyes, they were all simply strong, very strong. And extraordinarily strong Super Saiyans were, of course, superlative. The power of your punch is something none among us can match. Whether Luo Xuan was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Saudi, considering Luo Xuan's earlier display, believed him to be somewhat mentally impaired, rendering him unaware of his own capabilities. Is that so? After Saudi's clarification, Luo Xuan began to grasp the situation. He had not anticipated that his punch would be so formidable. Would he become known as the One-Punch Saiyan? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed that a single blow could merely rival that of high-level warriors, and even some stronger intermediate warriors could achieve such prowess. Therefore, it may not be as impressive as he had first thought. Luo Xuan harbored the belief that he was not particularly formidable. However, to the ears of the intermediate warriors before him, his words came across as deeply ironic. He spoke of comparing himself to advanced warriors with an expression of exhilaration, while implying that none among them had reached such heights, which seemed to cast aspersions on their capabilities. Clearing his throat, Shate interjected, Luo Xuan, do you still wish to cultivate your skills here? Your abilities would be better suited to rigorous training at the gravity chamber. Initially, he had thought that Luo Xuan, as a low-level warrior, was well-placed in this environment. Yet, witnessing Luo Xian's current prowess, Shate suddenly realized that he was more appropriate for the gravity chamber. No, I wish to remain here a while longer, Luo Xuan replied, deeming the gravity chamber as somewhat superfluous. Conversely, he felt that the battles fought on the precipice of survival were far more fitting for his development. What he lacked was combat experience. During his recent encounter with the Fa-Tooth Beast, he had acutely sensed this deficiency. Had it not been for his inexperience, he would not have been delayed by the beast for such an extensive period, ultimately requiring the release of gravitational constraints to secure victory. Thus, for Luo Xuan, his strength was insufficient. He needed to seek out more Fang-Tooth beasts to challenge himself further. Very well, if you wish to train here, so be it, Shate conceded, nodding in understanding. Since Luo Xuan expressed a desire to remain, Shate felt no need for further discussion. You may proceed to the gravity chamber for your training. I shall manage here alone. Luo Xuan was aware that Shate had a penchant for training on the gravity platform. After all, not every Saiyan possesses an adjustable gravity field. All right, be cautious and refrain from venturing too deeply into the forest. It harbors not only the ordinary Fang-Tooth beasts but also some formidable predators. Before departing, Shate offered a word of caution, noting that the northern forest was home to numerous fierce beasts, with the Fang-Tooth beast being merely the most commonplace and suitable for training. Upon hearing Shate's warning, Luo Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. This was planet Vegeta, a realm with many differences from Earth. If there were indeed powerful creatures lurking here, Luo Xuan was inclined to believe it. Indeed, it is wise to avoid the depths of the forest. Recently, there have been peculiar occurrences therein. This statement came from Mashi, her expression tinged with seriousness. As a Saiyan, despite their self-proclaimed status as a warrior race, not all Saiyans are invincible. Thus, they remain wary of those with superior strength. Within the northern forest, there exist formidable beasts. While they may not match the combat prowess of Saiyans, they often travel in packs, making it prudent for even Saiyans to steer clear when encountered alone. What is the situation? During this time, Shade had been so immersed in the gravity platform that he was unaware of the happenings in the northern forest. Previously, they had heard rumors of fierce beasts leaving the forest in droves. Rigo took the opportunity to elaborate, stating that having trained in the northern forest for years, they were well informed about the local news. Such knowledge could serve as a precaution against danger. If matters escalated, they would have to vacate the northern forest. Though they were intermediate warriors, they occupied a mere median position, leaving them unable to partake in many affairs. Indeed, and there were also the 4 who perished, including Ghana. This remark came from the diminutive Saiyan, Hak, whose tone suggested a rift with the Saiyans named Ghana. Typically, Saiyans training in the northern forest formed groups of 4 or 5, allowing for mutual support, whether in encounters with powerful beasts or other Saiyans. They are dead. Luo Xuan was uncertain, yet Shate was well aware that the strength of the Ghana team surpassed that of Rigo and his companions. The leader, Ghana, was nearing the status of a high-level warrior. No one anticipated his demise. Could it be that a formidable beast had emerged from the northern forest? Indeed, he had perished. But the circumstances of his encounter remained a mystery. Consequently, they had been lingering around the forest's periphery, wary of potential dangers. Rigo expressed that this situation had imposed considerable pressure on them, as they were apprehensive about encountering trouble. Although Saiyans were known for their combative nature, they preferred to avoid confrontation with those who could easily overpower them. They would rather wait until their own strength had increased before challenging such adversaries. Saiyans were indeed fierce but not foolish. They understood the concept of danger and the value of restraint. Luo Xuan, perhaps you should accompany Rigo and his group for safety. The reason they refrained from engaging previously was that they were unfamiliar with you. Now that you are acquainted, forming a team would be entirely feasible. Shate was also concerned for Luo Xuan, fearing that if anything were to happen to him, he would lose his privilege of using the gravity chamber. Rigo, what are your thoughts? Although this lad is merely a low-level warrior, his prowess is formidable. He has even bested intermediate warriors. You witnessed him obliterate the Wanqi beast with a single punch. As you told me, allowing him to join your team would be advantageous, wouldn't you agree? Shate believed that regardless of Luo Xuan's strength, he remained a low-level warrior. Should he encounter a particularly fierce beast alone, he would likely struggle to defend himself, thus it was sensible for him to team up with Rigo and his companions. After addressing Luo Xuan, Shate turned his gaze toward Rigo and his 3 comrades, hoping they would look after Luo Xuan. No need. I prefer to work alone. My combat experience is insufficient, and I might hinder the team. Luo Xuan interjected just as Rigo was about to agree. His intention was to hone his skills in the northern forest, and joining others would undoubtedly impede his progress. Moreover, he harbored a secret that, while not immediately discernible, could eventually be revealed. If his strength were to suddenly surge, or if his previously slow pace were to accelerate dramatically, suspicion would inevitably arise after several instances. Luo Xuan understood that he was not yet strong enough to bear the weight of suspicion. Since Luo Xuan wished to train alone, they decided not to press the matter further. Rigo, initially ready to acquiesce, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Luo Xuan's refusal. Saiyans were inherently proud, and as a mid-level warrior, Rigo found it displeasing to be rejected by a low-level warrior, regardless of the latter's capabilities. Even if Luo Xuan's strength rivaled that of mid-level warriors or exceeded Rigo's own, the presence of 4 mid-level warriors on their side afforded them confidence in a potential confrontation. Thus, the rejection felt particularly galling to Rigo. Meanwhile, Hark seethed with anger at the audacity of a low-level warrior dismissing a mid-level warrior's offer. If he were able, he would have resorted to violence. Wondering when low-level warriors had become so brazen as to scorn their betters. Only Kiss and Mashi remained silent, observing the scene. Albeit they too sensed that Luo Xuan was overstepping his bounds. Well, if you wish to train alone, so be it, Shate responded, somewhat taken aback by Luo Xuan's assertion. However, recalling Rigo's sentiments, he found himself understanding. If their positions were reversed and someone were to bet on how they might meet their demise in a perilous situation, it would undoubtedly leave a bitter taste in their mouth. Henceforth, any notion of cooperation would be the least of their concerns. Lastly, let me remind you to be vigilant. The threats in this area are not limited to ferocious beasts, but also include many mid-level warriors, some of whom are far from benevolent, Hark warned. Aware that he could not overpower Luo Xuan and thus resorted to verbal intimidation. However, this threat bore no weight on Luo Xuan. Enough, Hark. There is no need for further discussion. We should leave. You ought to focus on your own training, lest you become a liability to the team, Rigo said, suppressing his anger as he turned to depart. What did you say? What is wrong with my strength? Hark retorted, his fury ignited further by Rigo's words, but his grievances went unacknowledged by the others. As they departed, Shate shook his head and exchanged a few parting words with Luo Xuan before leaving the northern forest. As Luo Xuan watched the group leave, a slight smile graced his lips, and a sudden thought flickered in his mind, causing his body to feel significantly heavier. After bidding farewell to the others, Luo Xuan increased the gravity of his clothing to 25 times its normal weight. The Saiyan physique was remarkable. The adjustment to such immense gravity felt seamless. Although he experienced a considerable increase in heaviness and a marked reduction in speed, overall, this level of gravity was just right for him. He understood that this adaptation was largely due to his Saiyan heritage, a race that thrived under adversity. Had it been his previous self, enduring even 2.5 times the gravity would have seemed an impossible feat. The Saiyan body, however, could acclimate to 20 times the gravity after just one battle, allowing him to push it to 25 times without much difficulty. This was primarily due to his earlier experience in the gravity chamber, where he had forcefully endured 30 times the gravity. Though that experience had inflicted considerable strain on his body, the subsequent healing allowed him to grasp the concept of such pressure. Thus, adapting to 20 times the gravity became a swift process. Adapting to 30 times, however, was beyond his current capacity. Even basic movement would prove challenging. Now, with 25 times the gravity, Luo Xuan found it comfortably manageable, neither too intense nor too lenient. Feeling the weight pressing down on him, he adjusted before setting off in the opposite direction of Rigo and his group. If Rigo and Shate were present, they would notice Luo Xuan's steps were notably heavy, leaving distinct impressions in the ground, indicative of his struggle to control his newfound strength. Mashi, are you still pondering that lad? Hark rambled on, boasting of his own prowess, yet everyone in the team was well aware of his limitations, rendering his claims unworthy of attention. As he noticed Mashi deep in thought, he approached him. What is so special about that kid? He asked, just a low-level warrior. Had Shate not been there, I would have dealt with him myself. Hark still felt a pang of dissatisfaction that lad actually looked down upon their team. The idea that Hark, a mid-level warrior, could be scorned by a mere low-level fighter was intolerable. Kill him? The outcome was uncertain. Who would slay whom? Moxie remained silent, while Rigo, standing nearby, was the first to speak up. Though he too felt disgruntled, he carefully weighed the situation. if a battle were to ensue. He was not entirely confident in his ability to subdue that low-level warrior. After all, Hark was a mid-level fighter. How could he possibly be vanquished by someone of lesser rank? His strength remained uncertain, but Hark would not concede verbally. The adversary was not present, and there was no means for them to engage in combat. Thus, he could say whatever he pleased. Can you shatter a colossal beast with a single blow? Can you reduce the fang-toothed beast to dust with one strike? This time, it was Kiss who spoke, though he was not one to talk much. Each of his words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Oh, no. Although Hark enjoyed boasting, this was a claim he could not substantiate. Should he exaggerate and then find himself unable to deliver, it would be quite embarrassing. The speed and power of that fellow seemed to erupt instantaneously. Had they not witnessed it? His prior battles had been arduous and far from feigned. Yet, suddenly, he appeared at ease and radiated newfound confidence. Finally, Moxie spoke up. Not to argue with the others, but to express her own perspective. Although she had previously dismissed the notion of a low-level warrior like Luo Xuan venturing into the northern forest, she had nonetheless observed his battles, especially given his remarkable endurance. Therefore, when he unleashed his power in the end, she distinctly noted the change in his demeanor. It must have been a desperate counterattack, after all. The Saiyan race is known for thriving in adversity. That lad's combat prowess was nearly on par with the fang-toothed beast. So it was hardly surprising that he could suddenly unleash formidable strength in a moment of peril. Rigo contemplated Moxie's words and realized her assessment was indeed accurate. At that time, he had been wagering with Hark and had observed the scene even more clearly than Moxie. Luo Xuan had, as Moxie stated, experienced a sudden outburst of power and instantly transformed into a being brimming with confidence. Yes, indeed. It must be so otherwise. How could a low-level warrior possibly exhibit strength exceeding that of a mid-level fighter? Next time he encounters the fang-toothed beast, he may not be so fortunate. This notion resonated deeply with Hark, who felt increasingly uneasy at the idea of being overshadowed by a low-level warrior. No, he displayed confidence before his sudden explosion of power. Moxie interjected, continuing her analysis. If it were a spontaneous eruption, he might have shown a confident smile, but he appeared to know the outcome beforehand. That individual surged forward without a hint of hesitation. Upon reflecting on Moxie's insights, the group found her assertions to be quite valid. If that were the case, Luo Xuan must have possessed an awareness of his own potential, perhaps revealing his true strength and effortlessly dispatching the fang-toothed beast. However, this did not explain the bewildered expression he bore afterward. That look of confusion, staring at his hands in disbelief, was something they had all witnessed. Why was that? Did he not wish to take responsibility? The truth was, no one expected him to be accountable for the incident. Moxie shook her head in response to this quandary. It was her most profound source of curiosity. What an intriguing individual, she mused with a smile, deciding not to dwell on this matter any longer. For no resolution would arise from further debate. The unexpected emergence of a low-level warrior stronger than herself placed significant pressure upon her as a high-level fighter. It seemed she would need to intensify her training regimen. Damn it. Hark was, of course, the most enraged. Having just been disdained by a low-level warrior and now feeling similarly belittled by his companions. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Spotting a stone on the ground, he kicked it away in frustration. A roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by the piercing gaze of his companions, as if they wished to devour him. With a sigh of relief following another successful defeat of the fang-toothed beast, Luo Xuan relaxed. It had been 3 days since he last departed, and during this time, he had relentlessly sought out the fang-toothed beasts in the northern forest. Whenever he found one, he would engage in combat. Initially, he struggled, often needing to release the gravitational force before he could emerge victorious. However, after 2 or 3 trials, he now found himself capable of defeating the fang-toothed beast even under 25 times the normal gravity. Of course, the results were not as impressive as during his first encounter. Having slain the fang-toothed beast multiple times, he had now conquered it 7 times, fully adapting to the 25 times gravity. Rowling gazed at the 2 lifeless bodies before her and spoke in a calm tone. Over the span of 3 days, coupled with the initial slay of 2 others, she had encountered the voracious behemoth 7 times. Throughout these 7 battles, despite sustaining minor injuries, she had vanquished the creature each time. She had now acclimatized to a gravity level 25 times greater than normal, yet this still felt insufficient. In her mind, 3 days of adaptation to such gravity was merely a modest beginning. After all, she had witnessed characters like Bardock, known also as Vegeta, pushing themselves under 500 times the gravity in their pursuit of becoming Super Saiyans. The increase in gravity made adaptation increasingly arduous as one progressed. If she were to face 500 times the gravity, she could scarcely fathom how long it would take to adjust. Contemplating this, she felt no hesitation in amplifying the gravity to 30 times. For her previous self, such a level would have rendered her immobile. However, the present was different. Even under 30 times the gravity, she was capable of combat, albeit with some hindrances. Just then, a sound echoed from a distance. Were there Saiyans nearby? Although this northern forest was a training ground for intermediate warriors, after the establishment of the gravity training platform, most had migrated there, leaving only a few to train in this area. During her 3 days here, she had only encountered Rigo and his companions with no sight of other Saiyans. Curiosity piqued. She decided to investigate. She had previously heard Shatter mention that other ferocious beasts roam these grounds. Yet in the past 3 days, she had only encountered the voracious behemoth and nothing else. The sound she just heard was clearly not that of the behemoth. Thus she felt compelled to discover what other beasts might be lurking. At that moment, she mused that the voracious behemoth no longer sufficed for her training. She yearned for a more formidable beast to hone her skills against. What should we do? Shall we confront them? Spoke the Scion Hark, who had parted ways with her 3 days prior. Their situation appeared dire. Confront them? We are all injured, and there are so many scorpion tigers. How can we fight? Replied Kiss, now covered in blood, some of it his own, some not. His body bore numerous wounds, with fresh blood still oozing from some. Damn Hark. If it weren't for you, would we have attracted this horde? Moshi glared at Hark, her expression filled with fury. Had eyes been lethal, Hark would have perished countless times over. Moshi, too, bore the marks of battle, her once graceful demeanor now tarnished by her disheveled appearance. I, Hark stammered, struggling to find words, for he bore the brunt of blame for their predicament. 3 days prior, in a fit of anger, he had carelessly kicked a stone, which tragically struck and killed a scorpion tiger cub. Saiyans were formidable beings. Even a small stone could prove lethal, let alone a larger one aimed at a newborn beast. Thus, they had been pursued by the scorpion tigers for 3 relentless days, while a solitary scorpion tiger posed little threat to an intermediate warrior. A pack became a different story. After enduring numerous battles, Rigo and his companions found their strength waning, their wounds accumulating. Cornered at last, they had nowhere to escape. Enough bickering. It serves no purpose. Since escape is futile, we must prepare for battle. Let us hope we can endure until another team passes by to assist us. Rigo said, his voice tinged with despair. He understood the nature of Saiyans well. It was unlikely they would lend a helping hand, preferring instead to spectate. With so many scorpion tigers around, even a few more intermediate warriors might not suffice to turn the tide, unless they were elite fighters or those of comparable strength. But such warriors were at the gravity platform, far from the northern forest. Let us fight, came the solemn agreement from the others. This was not the time for discord. Perhaps this would be their final stand together. In that moment, their Scion blood surged within them, ignited by the indignity of being hunted for 3 days. Resolved to abandon their desire for survival, their fighting spirit rekindled. Just as Rigo and his companions readied themselves for battle, a distinct sound of footsteps approached. They turned to see a figure slowly making its way toward them. It's a person, Kiss observed keenly, relieved that it was not another beast but a human. Even if they did not offer assistance, they would at least not pose a threat. However, as they discerned the identity of the approaching figure, their hopes dwindled. It's Rowan. Moshi murmured, recognizing the face of the individual who was heading in the opposite direction. What is he doing here? Others echoed the sentiment, with Hark feeling a twinge of unease. While other Scions might refrain from attacking, Rowan was an unknown variable. They had previously failed to assist him when he faced adversity, instead choosing to wager on his fate. Now, encircled by scorpion tigers, Rowan's arrival seemed ominous, and the prospect of conflict with him loomed large. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Rigo and his companions was extinguished. Having offended Rowan 3 days prior, they now found themselves confronted by the very embodiment of their misdeeds. Though they had once dismissed the notion of karma, they now faced its undeniable reality. Oh, came the collective realization. Luo Xuan was evidently taken aback to discover that the 4 individuals encircled before him were none other than the infamous Rigo and his companions. Truly, misfortune has a way of crossing paths. The surrounding scorpion tigers also surprised him. Although he was unfamiliar with these creatures, their formidable presence was unmistakable. It was no wonder that Rigo and his companions had found themselves cornered. Had they not been intermediate warriors, they would have surely been torn to shreds by now. Indeed, this was a land that birthed a warrior race like the Saiyans. Even other species here exhibited a remarkable ferocity. Reflecting on the previous encounter with the fang-toothed behemoth, Luo Xuan mused that in his homeland, it would scarcely be regarded as more than a common wild boar or monkey. Yet, on this planet, it possessed such strength. The creatures before him, though resembling tigers, were clearly formidable. Luo Xuan understood that if they were to engage in combat, they would undoubtedly match the fang-toothed behemoth in prowess. After all, if wild boars and monkeys could be so powerful, these wild tigers would not be lacking in strength either. As Luo Xuan took another step forward, a few scorpion tigers turned and roared at him. This was splendid. The scorpion tigers had noticed him, and now they could join the fray. Hark, witnessing this, grinned, relieved that Luo Xuan would not merely stand by but would likely be attacked alongside them. Perhaps they might even find a chance to escape. However, the next scene left them momentarily stunned. Luo Xuan halted, and the scorpion tigers, after a brief hesitation, ignored him, returning their fierce gazes towards the group. What was happening? Why did the scorpion tigers disregard him? Hark was equally bewildered. These creatures were supposed to be savage and bloodthirsty. Why did they merely roar at Luo Xuan before shifting their focus elsewhere? It was because the scorpion tigers sensed danger emanating from him, despite their seemingly low intelligence. They were instinctively aware of how to avoid peril. The others observed this as well. Rigo, after a moment's contemplation, voiced his thoughts, but the moment he did, the other three nearly choked on their own disbelief. The Scorpion Tigers were unafraid of their combined strength as intermediate warriors, yet they seemed wary of Luo Xuan, a mere low-level warrior. Did this imply that their collective might was insufficient against a single low-level fighter? It seemed indeed plausible, had Luo Xuan chosen to assist them. Perhaps their fates would not be so grim. Ma Shi nodded solemnly, directing a grave look at Luo Xuan. The Scorpion Tigers possessed a sharper sense than they did. If they perceived Luo Xuan as more dangerous than the four of them combined, it must be true. This man's strength must have reached an advanced warrior level, or at least be nearing such a degree. The prospect seemed almost unfathomable. Upon hearing Ma Shi's words, Rigo could only manage a bitter smile. Had he not been distracted by gambling earlier, and had he not met Luo Xuan through shade, he might have been inclined to assist. However, that was no longer an option. The Scorpion Tigers, unwilling to grant them any further time for discussion, charged forward. These humans had slain their future king. How could they not seek vengeance? Enough of this talk. Prepare for battle. Rigo urged, his expression grave as he readied himself for the confrontation. As the Scorpion Tigers lunged at them, the four intermediate warriors unleashed their formidable combat capabilities. Aware of the imminent danger, they held nothing back, pouring forth their full strength. Although they could contend with several Scorpion Tigers each, what would happen when faced with 4, 5, or even more? There were at least 30 Scorpion Tigers in the vicinity, with over 20 more remaining stationary. If they all attacked at once, each warrior would be overwhelmed with 7 or 8 Scorpion Tigers to fend off. How could they hope to prevail? They had already fled for 3 days, during which they had slain numerous Scorpion Tigers. Yet, even the mightiest of Saiyans could grow weary when faced with such overwhelming odds, just as they thought they had gained the upper hand. The tide began to turn with the continuous influx of Scorpion Tigers. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, the weakest among them, Hark, found himself ensnared by the jaws of a Scorpion Tiger. Fortunately, Rigo noticed and struck the creature, forcing it to release its grip. The Scorpion Tiger's hide proved remarkably resilient. Even a punch from an intermediate warrior merely made it flinch. However, Hark's right arm was grievously injured, rendering him unable to fight effectively. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan remained a bystander, still unsure of the Scorpion Tiger's true strength. Luo Xuan, could you lend us a hand? Can you call for help from outside the forest? Ma Shi shouted desperately. With Hark injured, their chances of survival dwindled even further. Please. In this life and death moment, any semblance of Saiyan pride was cast aside. Not every Saiyan possessed the same arrogance as Vegeta, the prince of their race and an advanced warrior. Rigo and his companions, being mere intermediate warriors, were solely focused on survival. Just then, Ma Shi's plea was met with a flash of black, as Luo Xuan appeared before them with astonishing speed. The sight of his swiftness made Ma Shi and the others gasp in awe. Such velocity was beyond even low-level warriors, and even intermediate warriors, let alone weaker advanced fighters, could not hope to match it. Initially, Ma Shi had reacted instinctively in her desperation, never expecting Luo Xuan to spring into action with such terrifying speed. Incredible! They marveled as they witnessed Luo Xuan's newfound agility, which had seemingly increased since their last encounter. Just 3 days had passed, and yet his power had escalated to such an alarming degree. Rigo nodded in agreement, pondering the true nature of this extraordinary being. A low-level warrior whose strength rivaled that of an intermediate warrior and whose speed was akin to that of an advanced warrior, how could such a phenomenon exist? Moreover, within the mere span of 3 days, his speed has astonishingly increased once more. This, Nahako found himself at a loss for words. Just 3 days prior, he had felt a modicum of confidence in facing Luo Xuan. Yet now, all vestiges of that confidence had evaporated. The speed displayed by Luo Xuan rendered him utterly outmatched. Should a confrontation arise, Luo Xuan's velocity would leave him unable to keep pace, relegating him to a mere target. As they stood in astonishment, Luo Xuan had already plunged into the midst of the tiger pack. He was unfamiliar with the species, yet through the recent battles involving Rigo and others, he had discerned that these tigers surpassed the formidable Wanchu beasts in terms of strength, speed, and defensive capabilities. While 2 or 3 of them might serve as worthy opponents for training, the presence of over 30 tigers posed a formidable challenge. Engaging them under 30-fold gravity would undoubtedly spell defeat for him. However, should he shed his constraints, the scenario would transform entirely. With the burden of 20-fold gravity lifted, he had effortlessly vanquished the Wanchu beast. These tigers, possessing only a marginal edge over the Wanchu beast, would therefore not deter Luo Xuan from engaging them in battle. With the arrival of Luo Xuan, the Scorpion Tigers quickly regained their composure. Previously, they had sensed a certain danger emanating from him. However, with Luo Xuan taking the initiative, they felt compelled to act. Several Scorpion Tigers lunged toward him, emboldened by their superior numbers, if one could not overpower him. Surely 2 or 3 could. Perhaps even 6 or 7 would suffice. Yet, they were gravely mistaken in their underestimation of Luo Xuan's prowess. In a swift motion, one Scorpion Tiger leaped to bite Luo Xuan, but he barely flinched. Instead, he clenched his right fist and delivered a devastating blow to the creature's head, obliterating it instantly. In that moment, Both Rigo and his companions, as well as the remaining scorpion tigers, were momentarily stunned. The few that had approached Luo Xuan halted in their tracks, bewildered by the sudden explosion of violence. Rigo watched in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. The strength of these scorpion tigers surpassed that of the giant-toothed beasts, with defenses even more formidable. While Luo Xuan had previously crushed a giant-toothed beast with a single punch, though it had only shattered into 4 pieces, these scorpion tigers, significantly more resilient, fell to his might with ease. It was a sight that defied reason, leaving even the most skeptical in awe. This boy is formidable. It seems we may yet be saved, Rigo thought, a smile breaking across his face. He realized that a person capable of dispatching a scorpion tiger with one blow could easily handle 30 of them in mere minutes. As they lingered in shock, the remaining scorpion tigers, fueled by rage over the loss of their comrade, charged at Luo Xuan. In that instant, a fire ignited within him. Spurred by the sight of the creature's blood, rather than retreat or defend, he met their charge head-on. With each scorpion tiger that approached, he struck either with his fists or feet, each impact rendering the beasts to nothingness. The relentless tide of scorpion tigers soon disregarded Rigo and his companions. Focusing solely on Luo Xuan, one by one, they hurled themselves at him, only to be met with a grim fate, their lifeless bodies crashing to the ground. Rigo and his friends stood frozen, witnessing Luo Xuan surrounded by the fallen, a veritable harbinger of death. Not a single scorpion tiger escaped his wrath. In their astonishment, they neglected to assist him, each nursing their own injuries, realizing that their involvement would be futile. Be careful, Mashi shouted, her voice tinged with alarm as 4 scorpion tigers lunged simultaneously. Yet, before her warning could fully register, those very beasts were sent flying. 2 dead upon impact and the others writhing helplessly on the ground. At this juncture, the remaining scorpion tigers acknowledged their defeat, despite their numbers. They could not contend with the human before them. They ceased their assault, retreating to a safe distance, howling their fury at Luo Xuan. Covered in blood, his own mingled with that of the scorpion tigers, he bore the marks of battle, having forsaken all defense against their onslaught. With a furious roar, the remaining scorpion tigers turned and fled. They're running, Hack exclaimed, his mind racing to comprehend the scene. In his experience, scorpion tigers fought to the death, relentless in their pursuit of vengeance. He had never witnessed them flee in terror before, yet here they were, retreating from the formidable youth. The others, equally stunned, grasped the gravity of the situation. It dawned on them that scorpion tigers could indeed feel fear. They simply had not encountered anything that instilled it in them until now. The sight of their fallen brethren and the bloodied young man before them confirmed their understanding. The scorpion tigers had been thoroughly cowed. Though they had always known of Luo Xuan's strength, they had not anticipated such overwhelming ferocity that could intimidate even the fiercest of beasts. Past encounters with elite warriors had seen scorpion tigers fall, yet they had never shown fear, charging relentlessly until vanquished. Today, however, Luo Xuan's displays shattered their preconceived notions. He was not merely a warrior but a primal force, unmatched in ferocity. With a sigh of relief, Luo Xuan watched the scorpion tigers retreat. Facing so many alone had been exhausting, but he felt a sense of accomplishment in having driven them away. "Thank you," he murmured, acknowledging the unspoken gratitude of those who had witnessed his prowess. The voice of Luo Xuan roused the Saiyans from their stupor. Moshi stepped forward and addressed Luo Xuan, expressing that without him, their group might have perished right there. "Indeed, thank you, Luo Xuan," he said. The 3 behind him, Rigo and the others, also came to their senses and approached Luo Xuan to convey their gratitude. "No need for thanks. I merely utilized them for my training. As luck would have it, I couldn't find others, so I decided to test my skills with them." Luo Xuan shook his head, feeling somewhat perturbed by the presence of these individuals. The reason he intervened was merely to extend a courtesy to Sate, and he found it impossible to remain as indifferent as the Saiyans, who would turn a blind eye to the plight of others. After all, he had lived as a human on Earth for over 20 years. "Indeed, you are formidable. When we encountered those scorpion tigers, our only option was to flee, yet you chose to make them your training targets." Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Rigo could only manage an awkward smile. He understood that Luo Xuan was still irked by the events of 3 days prior. However, such sentiments would weigh heavily on anyone, wouldn't they? Nevertheless, since Luo Xuan had come to their aid, regardless of their past grievances, they could not simply turn their backs on him. "May I inquire about something?" Although Luo Xuan held no favorable impressions of Rigo and his companions, he did not wish to sour their relationship, especially since he had matters to discuss with them. "What is it? As long as it is within our knowledge, we shall share it with you," Rigo responded promptly. He no longer dared to regard Luo Xuan as a mere low-level warrior, aware that attempting to eliminate them would be no more challenging than dispatching a dozen scorpion tigers. 3 days prior, they might have had the confidence to confront Luo Xuan, but that assurance had utterly dissipated. Not even 4 of them combined could hope to defeat the youth before them. Reflecting on this, Rigo's gaze drifted to Luo Xuan's right hand, which was most stained with blood. Just moments ago, that hand had shattered the skulls of no fewer than 7 scorpion tigers. Are there many of these scorpion tigers in the northern forest? During their earlier conversation, Luo Xuan had learned that these beasts were indeed called scorpion tigers, though he was uncertain why they bore such a name. As for their numbers, they were quite plentiful. However, they had previously remained deeper within the northern forest, and it was unclear why they had ventured to the outskirts. Having roamed these woods for many years, Rigo was well acquainted with numerous species within the northern forest. The outskirts were populated by relatively weaker beasts, comparable in strength to low-level warriors, the mightiest being the previously mentioned fang-toothed giant, which could easily dispatch low-level warriors. Thus, the northern forest was regarded as a training ground for intermediate warriors, as the fang-toothed giant's strength was akin to that of an intermediate warrior. However, it was not to say that the northern forest was solely inhabited by fang-toothed giants, nor were they the apex predators of this region. As one ventured further inward, even more formidable beasts roamed. The scorpion tiger, a ferocious creature dwelling deeper within the northern forest, preferred to live in packs, with as few as 10 and, at times, over 100 seen hunting together. Are there still many more? That would be splendid. Luo Xuan paid no heed to whether these scorpion tigers resided in the outskirts or the depths of the northern forest. All that mattered to him was that they could serve as a means for his cultivation. You wouldn't seriously intend to use these scorpion tigers as your training tools, would you? Remarked Emoshi, who stood nearby. They were barely managing to avoid the scorpion tigers, and here was this youth contemplating them as his subjects for training. Indeed. These scorpion tigers are precisely what I need for my cultivation. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. The formidable Wang's tooth beasts had ceased to provide him with sufficient training opportunities. This new breed, the scorpion tiger, appeared to be a promising alternative. Its prowess surpassed that of the Wang's tooth beast, and the population seemed plentiful, making it an ideal choice. These scorpion tigers are inherently social creatures, and this encounter was merely a fraction of their usual numbers. Otherwise, we would not have been able to endure for 3 days. Had we faced a more substantial horde, even the mightiest would tire. At that point, Emoshi contemplated the perilous possibility of falling victim to a tiger's maw due to a moment's carelessness. However, after a brief hesitation, he refrained from voicing his concerns. The youth before him exhibited remarkable strength, capable of dispatching over a dozen or even 20 scorpion tigers in one fell swoop. Yet, what if 50, 60, or even 100? I must flee. They cannot catch up to me. Luo Xuan spoke nonchalantly, asserting that without an increase in gravitational force, the scorpion tiger would never be able to catch up to him. However, Emoshi began to voice a counterargument, but upon reflection, he realized the truth in Luo Xuan's earlier display of speed. Even if the scorpion tiger exerted its full might in pursuit, should the young man desire to flee, he would undoubtedly succeed. The warrior race of the Saiyans, if they were to succumb to such fears, would merely become fodder in the face of formidable foes in the future. Luo Xuan rose to his feet, gazing at the similarly tall Mashi, and spoke with a hint of indifference. Although his soul belonged to earth, his body was that of a Saiyan, coursing with the combative blood of his warrior lineage. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that a conflict with the Zafurians loomed on the horizon. If he did not bolster his strength in time, he would inevitably find himself as mere fodder, charging to the front lines to shield the elite warriors from the onslaught of the Zafurians' artillery. He had no desire to squander his hard-won rebirth by becoming a pawn in this perilous game. After Luo Xuan finished speaking, he stood up. He now had a second objective, to venture into the heart of the northern forest in search of the scorpion tiger to serve as a worthy opponent for his training. Saiyans are inherently driven. They grow stronger by confronting formidable foes. Engaging in one-sided battles against weaker opponents holds little value and stunts growth. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they were a warrior race, born for combat, yet she wondered when they had become so fearful of death. Training against the watcher beasts in the periphery had ceased to be beneficial for her. It was merely a form of exercise, and she had not felt the thrill of becoming stronger for half a year. Mashi had always believed that she had reached her peak. After all, her birth had predetermined her potential, and she felt she had now reached her limit. She had never considered battling stronger opponents, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead to her demise. However, Luo Xuan was right. With her current strength, if enemies were to invade, she would likely be nothing more than cannon fodder. Yet, engaging in combat with stronger adversaries might enable her to grow. Previously, Mashi had never entertained the thought of becoming stronger, but now she found herself believing it, inspired by the young man before her. Though merely a low-level warrior, he had managed to cultivate his abilities to rival those of higher-ranked fighters. As a mid-level warrior, despite her potentially limited talent, it was impossible for this to be her ultimate limit. She could continue to fight and surpass her current self. I wish to explore the heart of the northern forest. Would any of you care to join me? Mashi smiled, feeling a sense of relief, and glanced at Rigo and the others behind her. Are you out of your mind? The heart is the territory of the scorpion tigers. With your strength, you wouldn't be able to handle even a few. You'd merely be walking to your death. Rigo was the first to oppose. Although Luo Xuan's words had given him pause for thought, he believed that Luo Xuan was unique. Not everyone could share his fortune. To him, luck was merely luck. Had Luo Xuan not encountered the scorpion tigers upon entering the forest, that would simply be a stroke of good fortune. Naturally, if Luo Xuan had heard this, he would have nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had been fortunate, possessing a system in his mind and enhanced strength due to the recovery from a previous fracture, though he did not fully understand the reasons behind it. It was still luck. Luo Xuan had once expressed his fondness for the saying that luck is also a part of strength. Therefore, he did not resent others attributing his success to mere luck, as it was indeed a facet of his strength. Just don't be like him. He's a madman. We should stick to battling those watcher beasts here, as that is appropriate for us. The dwarf Hake chimed in, also voicing his disapproval. After all, they had just encountered the scorpion tigers, and he was still nursing injuries, instilling a sense of fear regarding them, given his limited strength. Even fighting the watcher beast was challenging. Thus, he had no desire to venture into the heart of the northern forest. What about you? Mashi said little more, turning her gaze to Jis, the only one yet to voice an opinion. I think it's too dangerous. Jis hesitated before shaking his head. The heart of the forest was indeed perilous for them, and he did not support entering it. Had it not been for their recent encounter with the scorpion tigers, he might have considered it. However, having experienced that battle, he understood that without Luo Xuan, their survival within the forest would be short-lived. After listening to their concerns, Mashi merely glanced at them before turning away and heading in the direction Luo Xuan had just departed. Perhaps this would be a journey from which he would never return. Yet Mashi felt no fear. Mashi, you, Rigo, and the others were taken aback. Despite their unanimous opposition, Mashi resolutely marched towards the heart of the northern forest. What shall we do now? Jis inquired, as the four of them had formed a small team. He directed his question to the leader, Rigo. Let her go if she wants. Even if we follow, we wouldn't stand a chance against 30 scorpion tigers, Rigo replied calmly after some hesitation. Although they were a team, their bonds were not particularly deep. They would assist one another in times of danger, but Mashi was choosing to seek her own demise, and they felt no obligation to follow her. If it weren't for that Luo Xuan fellow, Mashi wouldn't be foolish enough to seek her death, Hake said indignantly, believing Luo Xuan was to blame for Mashi's reckless decision. Had it not been for Luo Xian's careless words, Mashi would not have considered venturing into the heart of the northern forest, and thus would not have faced such peril. To them, a mid-level warrior entering the heart of the northern forest was tantamount to a death sentence. Let us go. Hake is injured. We should return and rest for a few days, Rigo remarked, shaking his head. Understanding Mashi's character, he knew she would undoubtedly go, so he decided to move on without lingering. Their team was merely a temporary arrangement, lacking deep emotional ties. Luo Xuan, following the route he had previously inquired about from Rigo and his companions, ventured into the heart of the forest. He took out a celestial bean and consumed it, restoring himself to his peak condition. After all, the central area was not akin to the periphery, as they had mentioned. Only formidable mid-level warriors or substantial teams dared to enter this realm. This indicated the perilous nature of the central region. Over the past 3 days, he had also collected 2 celestial beans, yet Luo Xuan was still perplexed by the cooldown period of these beans. The first bean took a day and a half to replenish, while the second was ready in less than a day. Nonetheless, having any was better than none, after all. This system was inherently extraordinary, and perhaps there was a rationale behind its peculiarities. As he stepped into the northern forest core, he soon encountered the first wave of scorpion tigers. This group was less numerous than the previous one, comprising only 5 individuals, which was perfect for Luo Xuan's training under 30 times the normal gravity. Shortly after entering the central region, he came across the 5 scorpion tigers foraging together. Upon noticing them, they likewise spotted Luo Xuan, their eyes gleaming with menace. Although they sensed a degree of danger from Luo Xuan, they did not flee immediately. They would not retreat without a fight, much like the prior group of scorpion tigers. Had it not been for Luo Xuan's previous slaughter of many of their kin, they would not have considered retreat. 5? Excellent. Observing the 5 scorpion tigers before him, Luo Xuan nodded in approval. If there had been more, he would have first eliminated the excess. However, with only 5 present, they were just right for training under 30 times the gravity. Due to the increased gravitational force, Luo Xuan needed to exert a portion of his strength to counteract it, resulting in a slight reduction in both speed and power. Once he fully adapted, he would be able to move as effortlessly as a normal person without the need to divert his attention to resist the gravity. As Luo Xuan approached, the 5 scorpion tigers hesitated for a moment before charging directly at him. The scorpion tigers possessed no sophisticated combat techniques. They relied on the basic predatory methods common in the forest. However, their ferocity and robust defenses led many low-level and even mid-level warriors to meet their demise at their claws. Luo Xuan, unencumbered by the force of gravity, unleashed a powerful punch directly towards the head of the leading scorpion tiger. However, this time, he did not succeed in delivering a fatal blow. The creature merely toppled to the ground, only to rise again shortly thereafter, shaking its head. Heh, come again. Luo Xuan let out a low growl and charged forward. The scorpion tigers, seeing that their companion was unharmed, relaxed their danger signals and surged ahead. One scorpion tiger lunged at him, but Luo Xuan deftly evaded its attack, delivering a powerful upward kick that sent another scorpion tiger, which had just leapt, flying away. At that moment, 2 more scorpion tigers pounced from either side. Instead of confronting them head-on, Luo Xuan leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the assault from the left. However, he underestimated the 30-fold gravity and the height of the scorpion tiger's leap, resulting in him being knocked to the ground by the one on the right. With a ferocious roar, the scorpion tiger that had toppled Luo Xuan wasted no time and lunged at his neck, poised to bite down. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xuan delivered a right hook to the creature's jaw, shattering one of its fangs. Following this, he kicked the scorpion tiger in the abdomen, sending it soaring into the air. With a swift motion, he rolled and leaped upward, catching up to the flying scorpion tiger and struck its head with both hands. Akin to spiking a volleyball, the creature, reeling from the impact, changed direction and plummeted toward the ground. With a resounding thud, the scorpion tiger crashed into the earth, creating a substantial crater. That hurt, Luo Xuan muttered as he returned to the ground, his hands throbbing from the impact with the creature's skull, which he had not anticipated to be so resilient. He wondered why he had not noticed this before. Observing his companions fall from the sky, their fate uncertain, the remaining 4 scorpion tigers paused their assault, but only for a fleeting moment before they surged toward Luo Xuan once more. This time, Luo Xuan refrained from launching a fierce counterattack, opting instead for a few lighter strikes. While these blows inflicted some damage, they were insufficient to incapacitate the scorpion tigers. His intention was to refine his speed, as moving at 30 times the normal gravity had significantly slowed him down, requiring adaptation. Continuously dodging the scorpion tiger's attacks became an essential part of his training. Unless it was impossible to evade, he refrained from striking back, focusing solely on his agility. Time slipped away, second by second. It seems this is sufficient, he thought. Luo Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, for he felt somewhat fatigued at that moment. And the speed of the scorpions had significantly diminished. Even their swiftness no longer posed a threat to him. So let them perish. Luo Xuan harbored no intention of sparing them. He had never considered himself a virtuous individual. In this world, one could hardly traverse far without a touch of ruthlessness. If he could not even bring himself to confront a few scorpion tigers, how would he fare against humanity in the future? Was it merely a matter of defeating them and allowing their return to grow stronger, only for them to seek vengeance and ultimately best him? Luo Xuan harbored no such naive notions. The relentless law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, remains an immutable truth of this world. Thus, he acted decisively, swiftly dispatching the 4 scorpion tigers, which had already been weakened by his previous efforts, in a matter of moments. Once the final scorpion tiger was vanquished, he found himself somewhat fatigued and seated on the ground to recuperate. "I'm so hungry," he murmured. Luo Xuan now begins to comprehend why Sun Wukong often finds himself hungry. Such intense battles render even a miraculous bean insufficient to stave off hunger for an extended period. Indeed, not even 10 beans could quell the gnawing emptiness. He glanced at the pack he carried, recalling that he had roasted some meat from the fang-toothed behemoth, which he had been carrying with him. However, it was merely the flesh of the Zhu Lu Dai, as he still held reservations about consuming the meat of the red-haired monkey. Is this all that remains? As Luo Xuan gazed at the dwindling meat within the package, he realized there was scarcely enough left. In the past, this would have sufficed for several meals. Yet given the voracious appetite of the Saiyans, he pondered whether it would even fill him for a single sitting. He had previously carried a considerable amount, believing it ample for a few days. However, it had only lasted him 3 days. Now, he understood that the Saiyans truly required far more sustenance than he had anticipated. Despite the simplicity of the meat, merely roasted without any seasoning, Luo Xuan found it delectable. His hunger made everything taste delightful. Before long, he had consumed all the meat in the package. Still not enough, he sighed, feeling as though he had only satisfied half of his appetite. If this continued, he would certainly lack the strength for future battles, which was unacceptable. Unfortunately, there were no wild boars or deer in the vicinity. This was the central region of the northern forest, devoid of any formidable beasts. They dared not venture here. Even those foolhardy enough to enter had long since fallen prey to the scorpion tigers. Suddenly, Luo Xuan was struck by a thought as he glanced at the 5 scorpion tiger carcasses on the ground. He wondered how their meat would taste. Curiosity piqued. He decided to sample it. To his surprise, it was delicious. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to taste tiger meat, but here on planet Vegeta, with no other appetizing options available, he settled for roasting the scorpion tiger meat. Remarkably, it proved to be quite delightful even without any seasoning. Having learned his lesson, Luo Xuan packed a substantial amount of roasted scorpion tiger meat to take with him. Just then, a fierce roar erupted from his left. Turning to investigate, he spotted another scorpion tiger. "Are you hungry too?" he mused. Luo Xuan shook the piece of meat in his hand, which happened to be a leg, and then hurled it directly towards the scorpion tiger. The creature let out a fierce roar, yet remained motionless, merely directing its gaze skyward. In that moment, Luo Xuan was startled to hear the echoes of the scorpion tiger's roars resounding all around him, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Soon after, he observed a multitude of scorpion tigers racing towards him, each one drawn to the scene, their numbers steadily increasing. It dawned on Luo Xuan that the scorpion tiger was summoning its kin, enraged by the sight of one of its kind being roasted and consumed. Intent on avenging its fallen companion. A sudden thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind, prompting him to dash in another direction. Indeed, the sight he had just witnessed, a horde of scorpion tigers, had exceeded 50, far surpassing the number that had previously besieged Liege and his companions, and their ranks were still swelling. Engaging them directly would undoubtedly lead to his demise, thus, retreat was his only viable option, although he harbored no desire to become mere cannon fodder. He would rather embrace that fate than perish at the jaws of these beasts. What was happening? Those roars surely belonged to the scorpion tigers. Had some unfortunate soul ventured into their territory? At that moment, the Saiyans on the outskirts of the forest could also hear the thunderous roars of the scorpion tigers. After all, dozens of them roaring in unison would be audible even in the central region. How could there be so many scorpion tigers roaring simultaneously? Mashi had arrived at the central area as well, where the echoes of the scorpion tigers' roars were particularly clear, given their proximity to Luo Xuan. Though puzzled, Mashi showed no inclination to halt her progress. She sprinted in another direction. The cacophony of roars was nearby, and if she lingered, she risked being caught in the chaos. She swiftly climbed a tall tree, having mastered numerous survival techniques from her years in the northern forest. When faced with scorpion tigers, as long as she wasn't their target, finding a hiding place would ensure her safety. As Mashi ascended the tree, she spotted a shadow darting below. Is that him? Upon recognizing the shadow as Luo Xuan, surprise washed over her. Had he not just entered the central region? What misfortune had befallen him to encounter such a horde of scorpion tigers? Although she had followed Luo Xuan into this area, their paths had diverged, leaving her unaware of how long he had been there or how he had provoked the scorpion tigers. Yet, could he not contend with over 30 of them? Was he perhaps training, employing the scorpion tiger pack to hone his speed? Having previously witnessed Luo Xuan single-handedly face over 30 scorpion tigers, Mashi did not perceive him as fleeing. Rather, she believed this was his unique method of cultivation. No wonder a low-level warrior could exhibit such formidable strength. His approach to training was evidently unconventional. Suddenly, Mashi observed a swarm of scorpion tigers trailing closely behind Luo Xuan. The sheer number of creatures left her astounded. A rough estimate suggested at least 60 or 70 scorpion tigers, marking this as a significant onslaught. Had he lost his senses, provoking so many scorpion tigers for training? Mashi was taken aback. The simultaneous emergence of 60 or 70 scorpion tigers was exceedingly rare. She recalled an incident when a senior warrior, having slain several scorpion tiger cubs, found himself besieged by over 100 of them. Ultimately, that warrior did not emerge alive from the northern forest, and by the time other Saiyans arrived to rescue him, he had already succumbed. Though the combat prowess of scorpion tigers was not particularly high generally, an intermediate warrior could easily handle one or two. The overwhelming number of over 100 would pose a formidable challenge. Even the mightiest senior warrior could not withstand such numbers. He had been exhausted after slaying over 30 before meeting his end. As Mashi reflected on this, Luo Xuan dashed back in her direction, veering toward yet another path. With a throng of scorpion tigers relentlessly in pursuit, seemingly locked in a life-or-death chase with him, running aimlessly would not be a sustainable strategy. Although Luo Xuan still possessed some stamina after just having had a meal, being pursued by dozens of scorpion tigers was hardly a viable situation. Climbing a tree. Suddenly, it occurred to him that despite the formidable nature of these creatures, they lacked the ability to ascend trees like the Wanqi. Therefore, scaling a tree should pose no issue. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan sought out a robust tree and swiftly climbed up. After a few agile leaps, he found himself on another tree. Is that you? Upon reaching the branch, Luo Xuan was astonished to discover that someone was concealed among the foliage. Imo Shi, a member of Lei Ji's team. Aren't you supposed to be training your speed? How did you make it up here? Imo Shi was momentarily taken aback by Luo Xuan's sudden appearance. Wasn't this fellow audaciously racing the scorpion tigers? Am I mad to be playing a game of chase with so many scorpion tigers? Hearing Imo Shi's remark, Luo Xuan rolled his eyes. One did not simply play with such a multitude of scorpion tigers. Cough, cough. But how is it that so many scorpion tigers are pursuing you? If you haven't provoked them, it seems improbable that 60 or 70 would be chasing after you. Imo Shi's initial assumption stemmed from having observed Luo Xuan single-handedly confront over 30 scorpion tigers. However, upon reflection, it indeed seemed implausible. If that were the case, it would be an act of sheer folly. After all, he had merely dispatched 5 of their companions. Luo Xuan gazed down at the scorpions below, who had yet to notice his presence, and let out a sigh of relief. Was it truly that simple? Imo Shi clearly found this hard to believe. Having roamed the northern forest for quite some time, he knew that merely slaying a few scorpions would not provoke an assault from a horde. Unless those 5 were mere scorpion cubs. Feeling suddenly famished and lacking any palatable options, Luo Xuan resorted to roasting. At this moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Imo Shi was left speechless. After all, one had slain the companions of these creatures and was now roasting them on their territory. Who else would they pursue if not him? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Imo Shi was at a loss for words. Roasting the companions of these creatures at their doorstep. It was a miracle they weren't being hunted down. In that moment of hunger, he hadn't considered the implications. Luo Xuan ran his fingers through his hair, realizing that he had not given much thought to the situation earlier. After all, Hunger often eclipses all else. It was only after satisfying his appetite that he recognized they were in the heart of the northern forest, not the periphery, a territory dominated by the scorpion tigers. It was indeed a perplexing situation for him. Although this area was relatively closer to the periphery, it seemed unusual for such a multitude of scorpion tigers to congregate here. She shared his bewilderment, pondering how the scorpion tigers, the rulers of the central region, could possibly venture so close to the outskirts for leisurely wanderings. Moreover, recalling the group of scorpion tigers they had previously encountered, which had already made their way to the outskirts, only deepened the mystery. How should I know? Luo Xuan retorted, acknowledging his limited understanding of both the northern forest and this world at large, leaving him even more uncertain about the power dynamics within the forest. Just then, a loud roar echoed through the air, causing Emoshi to stagger slightly, almost losing her balance. They had been discovered. Luo Xuan gazed at the group of scorpions beneath the tree, who had now discovered his presence atop the great tree, relentlessly bumping against its trunk. How could one still find amusement in a situation such as this? Observing Luo Xian's beaming face, Emoshi could only manage a wry smile. He had been detected. And yet this fellow remained unfazed, encircled by so many scorpions. What was most exasperating was that he was entirely innocent in this predicament, concealed within the branches. He had done no one harm, yet it was Luo Xuan who had lured all these scorpions to their location, leaving him ensnared in this dire situation. Should he refrain from laughter? Would tears be the only alternative? You hold on to this bag for me. I shall divert their attention. Luo Xuan placed the burden he carried onto Emoshi's hands, then leapt down from the tree, directly charging into the encirclement of the scorpion tigers. With a swift kick, he sent two of the approaching scorpion tigers flying and dashed toward the gap he had created. After a moment of stunned silence, the scorpion tigers promptly pursued him. Emoshi, still in disbelief, watched as Luo Xuan darted away, only to see a significant portion of the scorpion tigers following him, leaving 5 still behind. Have they now deemed me a target as well? How intelligent these scorpion tigers have become. Emoshi sighed in resignation. She had just stepped into this forest and was confronted with such a multitude of scorpion tigers. Initially, she thought she would face no danger from the treetops. Yet Luo Xuan had unwittingly brought her this predicament. If there were 3 scorpion tigers, she would have the strength to handle them, for might be manageable. But with 5 now below her, she could only rely on luck. With this thought, she secured Luo Xuan's pack to herself and leapt down. Though she felt safe atop the great tree for the moment, it was only a matter of time before the scorpion tigers would topple it. To grow stronger, one must face formidable opponents, and these 5 scorpion tigers were just beyond her current limits. This place seems promising. It is time for some exercise. Finding a relatively open area, Luo Xuan halted, considering the chase by the scorpion tigers as a form of training. As he continuously accelerated, he had fully acclimated to 30 times the gravitational force, eager to test his combat prowess. With a sudden turn, he unleashed a punch that sent one nearby scorpion tiger flying, then plunged into the throng of his adversaries. Now that he had just adapted to the 30-fold gravity, he still needed to acclimate to fighting under such conditions. Though 30 times the gravity was substantial, it was merely 30 times Earth's gravity. It is known that Sun Wukong trained under 100 times Earth's gravity within a spaceship, and the distance to reach 100 times remained vast. Although this was already impressive for Luo Xuan, it was far from sufficient to attain the rank of a Super Saiyan. Even Vegeta, the Saiyan with the greatest potential, needed to train under 400 times Earth's gravity to achieve his ultimate breakthrough. Thus, both 30 and 100 times Earth's gravity were still inadequate. The training had only just begun. How could he possibly give up so soon? His body weaved through the scorpion tigers. Each punch he threw sent a scorpion tiger tumbling away. Despite battling under 30-fold gravity, his strength was sufficient to vanquish the scorpion tigers. Each strike varied in intensity. Some merely flew away, while others were knocked unconscious, and a few even met their demise. Under 30 times the gravitational force, Luo Xuan could still deliver a fatal blow to a scorpion tiger, a testament to the value of his current training. It was not in vain. Thus, the path of cultivation was indeed well-suited for him. Meanwhile, as Luo Xuan engaged in battle, Emoshi found herself embroiled in her own struggle. However, she lacked Luo Xian's strength, and dealing with 5 scorpion tigers proved exceedingly challenging. She could only curse him inwardly for leading her into such a predicament, lamenting that she should never have ventured into the depths of the northern forest. Phew, have they finally dispersed? Luo Xuan collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He had lost count of the number of punches he had thrown and kicks he had delivered. Nonetheless, dozens of scorpion tigers had all experienced his unrelenting assault. It was only after he had decisively slain half of them that the remainder chose to retreat, likely to flee at the mere sight of him in future encounters. After all, out of the original 60-odd scorpion tigers, only a little over 40 remained. This time, Luo Xuan did not diminish the gravitational force, it remained unchanged. Consequently, the time taken to vanquish this group was longer than the last. However, while his previous encounter had been to rescue others, this occasion was dedicated to his own cultivation. Thus, he opted for a more leisurely pace in his combat. Should he find himself at a disadvantage, he could always resort to fleeing. for his primary focus now was on personal growth, not on exterminating scorpion tigers. By the way, I wonder how things are faring with Mashi. At this moment, Luo Xuan recalled that while he was fleeing, several scorpion tigers had not pursued him, but instead were encircling the grand tree. Their target must be Mashi. Based on previous encounters, Mashi could only contend with 3 or 4 scorpion tigers at most. Luo Xuan had run swiftly and did not take note of how many had remained behind. If their numbers were excessive, it would surely endanger Mashi. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan promptly flipped himself over and dashed back in the direction he had come from. At this moment, Luo Xuan recalled that Moshi was still besieged by several scorpion tigers, and his satchel was still in her possession. He absolutely could not afford to lose that satchel. Luo Xuan shouted and then dashed towards the direction from which he had just come, pursued by the scorpion tigers, running far away. Damn Luo Xuan, had I known, I would never have entered this cursed place. It seems I am destined to perish here today. At this moment, Moshi was completely drenched in blood. Due to her limited strength, she could initially contend with a few scorpion tigers. However, as the battle wore on, her stamina waned, ultimately leading to her severe injuries. She found herself regretting her decision, pondering whether she should have ventured into the central region of the North Forest. After all, the number of scorpion tigers here was overwhelming. One could not hope to survive alone in such a perilous environment. Roar! Just as Moshi became distracted, one scorpion tiger lunged at her, its tail sweeping her off several meters. Immediately, another scorpion tiger leapt forth, aiming to sink its fangs into her neck. At this juncture, Moshi felt utterly drained, incapable of mounting a defense, and could only close her eyes, awaiting her demise. Bang! However, after a while, she heard a resounding crash, yet nothing transpired. Hey! How long are you going to pretend to be dead? At that moment, a voice reached her ears, one she recognized. It was none other than the infuriating Luo Xuan. She quickly opened her eyes and beheld the face of a young man, smiling down at her. You're not dead? She had assumed that with the multitude of scorpion tigers attacking him, he would have surely been slain. How could he possibly remain unscathed amidst such danger? If you're still alive, how could I possibly perish so easily? Luo Xuan chuckled softly, acknowledging the Saiyans' remarkable sense of honor, even in the face of imminent demise, clinging steadfastly to his belongings. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Had he not arrived in time, this unfortunate soul would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. In my current state, I am nearly at death's door. With such grievous wounds, survival seems futile. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi managed a wry smile. The medical prowess of the Saiyans paled in comparison to that of the Zafurians, leaving many Saiyans to await their inevitable end after sustaining severe injuries. If only we had the scientific advancements of the Zafurians, there might still be hope. Do you regret coming in here? Mashi inquired. Yet Luo Xuan appeared to disregard her question entirely. Regret? Had it not been for her misleading words, he might have lived for a while longer before becoming mere cannon fodder. Now, however, it seemed too late for regret. The authenticity of Mashi's remorse remained uncertain. Yet for Luo Xuan, it bore little significance. He was resolute in preventing Mashi's demise. A roar erupted from the surrounding scorpion tigers, who, upon witnessing their companion being sent flying, recognized the formidable strength of the newcomer. They lingered nearby, neither retreating nor attacking, occasionally emitting growls in Luo Xuan's direction. Perhaps you should deal with them first? Mashi suggested, understanding that these scorpion tigers posed little threat to Luo Xuan. A mere handful would hardly trouble him. This is not my concern. These 5 scorpion tigers are after you. I am merely here to retrieve my belongings, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head. His words nearly pushed Mashi to the brink of exasperation. Would they ever be able to enjoy themselves again, if it weren't for you? Would I have attracted the ire of these scorpion tigers and been gravely injured? She retorted. If you wish to fight, do so yourself. Thank you for safeguarding my package. As a token of my gratitude, I shall offer you a morsel of food. Luo Xuan directly took the package from Moshi's hands and retrieved a celestial bean from a small pouch. I'm on the brink of death. What use do I have for food? I am destined to become the prey of the scorpion tiger. Moshi was genuinely infuriated. Here she was, facing her own demise. And he had the audacity to suggest sharing his food. Even the finest sustenance could not revive her now. In a fit of emotion, Moshi coughed up blood once more. Look, it's a bean. Have you ever tasted one? Come, consume it. Consider it my reward to you. Ignoring Moshi's protests, Luo Xuan pried open her mouth and forcefully fed her the celestial bean. Although this bean was precious, it was the last one he possessed. However, he felt no regret in using it to save this Scion, who, despite her critical state, had upheld her word to protect his package. With no choice but to swallow the bean, Moshi pushed Luo Xuan's hand away and stood up. It had only been a reflex. Yet she had successfully shoved Luo Xuan aside and discovered she could stand again. Is it the bean? Moshi realized, having felt on the verge of death moments ago, that consuming the bean the young man had offered had instantly restored her vitality. If it weren't for the bean's effects, she would never have believed such a transformation. Thus, it seemed Luo Xuan had merely intended to heal her. Thank you. Although she was injured because of him, and he was the reason behind her severe wounds, She still expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that he had indeed aided in her recovery. Your opponents have yet to be dealt with. In response to Moshi's thanks, Luo Xuan merely gestured towards the 5 scorpion tigers, flashing a grin at her. I cannot defeat them. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Moshi recognized her own limitations. If she had been capable of overcoming them, she would not have found herself incapacitated on the ground. How can you know unless you try? I am here. You need not fear. Celestial beings, while not enhancing strength, were unique in that Saiyans, when teetering on the edge of death, often experienced a significant recovery. Therefore, Moshi should have indeed gained strength after her near demise. Otherwise, the bean would have been wasted. Moshi glanced at Luo Xuan, feeling a sense of discomfort at being reassured by a low-level warrior. Yet this seemingly low-level warrior possessed the strength of a high-level fighter. After a moment of hesitation, she charged towards the group of scorpion tigers. Bang! One of the scorpion tigers was sent flying by Moshi's kick. What? Just moments ago, she had not been this strong. How could she suddenly propel such a formidable creature? Could it be? Moshi turned to look at Luo Xuan, who was leaning against a tree, casually observing her. A thought struck her. She was well aware of her own capabilities. She had exerted all her strength against the 5 scorpion tigers previously and had failed to defeat them. However, now, with her injuries healed, she was able to effortlessly send one flying. This demonstrated a significant increase in her strength, undoubtedly linked to the celestial being Luo Xuan had given her. Look, you're about to be devoured. I do not possess a second celestial being. As Luo Xuan noticed she gazing at him, he couldn't help but offer a reminder. He spoke the truth. That divine being was indeed the last one. His system had yet to indicate that he could harvest any more divine beings. Should he sustain further injuries, recovery would not come swiftly, and he remained oblivious to the cooling period of the divine beings. Humph. At that moment, Moshi turned around and spotted a scorpion tiger lunging towards her. With a cold snort, she charged forward to confront it. After all, Moshi had spent a considerable amount of time cultivating in the northern forest. Thus, she possessed combat skills, and with her enhanced strength, these scorpion tigers were no match for her. With a single punch, she sent one scorpion tiger flying, crashing into a large tree. And it continued to slide for some distance before finally coming to a halt. Moshi was now convinced that her recent display of strength was no mere coincidence. It was a genuine surge in her power, irrefutably evidenced by her actions. Moreover, due to her newfound strength, she found herself struggling to fully control it. That punch had landed squarely on the scorpion tiger. Though formidable, scorpion tigers had their vulnerabilities, much like the Saiyan race, whose tails served as a weakness. Yet one must possess the skill to grasp such a tail. The scorpion tiger's Achilles' heel lay in their abdomen. However, due to their robust defenses, ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against them. Thus, even with knowledge of their weakness, if one could not grasp or strike it, any attempt would be futile. As their defenses were impenetrable, now that Moshi's strength had increased, combined with her intimate understanding of the scorpion tiger's weaknesses, her recent punch had proven lethal. With her hypothesis validated, Moshi did not wait for the remaining 4 scorpion tigers to attack. She charged straight at them. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact echoed as the 4 once mighty scorpion tigers fell, now lifeless. Hey, what exactly did you feed me? After dispatching the 5 scorpion tigers, Moshi approached Luo Xuan, eager to inquire about the earlier incident. What was that bean you gave me? It forcibly boosted my strength. How could such a wondrous item exist? Noting Luo Xuan's silence, she continued to bombard him with questions, her excitement palpable yet laced with confusion. Otherwise, given her nature, she would have typically suppressed her curiosity within the divine being, but it cannot enhance your strength. Luo Xuan took a sip from the water bottle before he spoke. As for the origin of this item, he preferred to remain silent. Had he not just witnessed Moshi on the brink of death, he would never have offered her the celestial bean. After all, consuming one of these beans meant uncertainty regarding when the next would materialize. Celestial bean? How did you come by such a thing? You mentioned that it wouldn't enhance my power, yet I feel undeniably stronger. Now, I am confident I could defeat Rigo, Moshi asserted, clenching her fist. Previously, among the 4 of them, Rigo had been the most formidable, effortlessly overpowering any 2 of them. Thus, they had acknowledged Rigo as their leader. Otherwise, their Saiyan pride would never allow them to follow someone of lesser strength. Is defeating Rigo truly remarkable? In response to Moshi's burgeoning confidence, Luo Xuan merely replied with indifference, deftly sidestepping the subject of the celestial being. Luo Xuan discerned that Moshi and his companions could only be regarded as having recently emerged from the ranks of low-level warriors, barely standing at the threshold of intermediate warriors, whereas Rigo was notably stronger. Had he just arrived in this world, Luo Xuan would have deemed Rigo formidable. Yet now, Rigo appeared no different from the others in his eyes. You're mistaken, Moshi attempted to retort, but then recalled that the individual before him had single-handedly faced more than 30 scorpion tigers. Even Rigo would struggle to defeat 5 or 6 of them. However, this person had slain over 10 while sustaining only minor injuries, and all this while being besieged by more than 30 foes. Under such circumstances, it would be remarkable if Rigo could merely survive, let alone vanquish 5 or 6. You claim that the bean cannot enhance my strength. Then why, pray tell? Has my power increased? While Emoshi could dismiss other concerns, the undeniable fact remained that his strength had indeed grown. Previously, he had struggled to prevail. Yet after consuming such a mystical bean, he found himself victorious, all while asserting that it was not due to the bean's influence. Although the mystical bean might not augment one's strength, it possessed extraordinary abilities to heal any injury, as long as life remained within. At this juncture, Luo Xuan paused momentarily, casting a glance at Emoshi before resuming his discourse. The reason for your enhanced prowess lies in your Saiyan heritage. This phenomenon is referred to as breaking through to establish oneself. Furthermore, exercise greater caution in the future, should you sustain another grave injury. I shall have no healing beans left. I possess but 2 in total, having consumed one myself and bestowed the other upon you. As Luo Xuan spoke, he retrieved his small pouch, shaking it gently with the opening facing downwards. At present, he found himself devoid of resources, although the system still held some. Nevertheless, his current strength was not formidable, adhering to the principle that wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. Well, initially, upon witnessing the miraculous nature of the celestial beings, Moshi had contemplated sustaining a few more injuries to experience the elusive rising from the ashes moment. However, it now appeared that such opportunities were scarce. Had Luo Xuan been privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly have raised a pair of middle fingers in response. If he possessed an abundance of celestial beings, would he not willingly subject himself to perilous situations to achieve that transformative state? The prospect of ascending to become a Super Saiyan was undeniably enticing. Yet, the cooling time for such items remained unpredictable, warranting their preservation for genuinely perilous moments. After all, in the face of imminent danger, what would one do if deprived of such resources and faced with the grim possibility of demise? Should one consider consuming something? Luo Xuan retrieved a piece of meat from the package and tossed it to Emoshi, observing her slight fatigue after recently vanquishing the scorpion tiger. What is this? It tastes quite delightful. Without hesitation, Emoshi took a bite and found the flavor agreeable. Scorpion tiger meat, Luo Xuan casually remarked, only to notice that Emoshi was regarding him with an unusual gaze. At that moment, Emoshi finally comprehended why the scorpion tiger had behaved so strangely and even attacked him. It turned out that the package he had been protecting for so long contained the flesh of its companions. Hey, you don't intend to follow me indefinitely, do you? As Luo Xuan walked, he conversed with Emoshi, who had been trailing closely behind him. Ever since she discovered that the package Luo Xuan had instructed her to carry contained scorpion tiger meat, which subsequently led to her being attacked by the creature, she had remained at his heels. Naturally, I must accompany you while cultivating in the heart of the northern forest. Otherwise, wouldn't I be placing myself in peril? Emoshi remarked, her tone imbued with a sense of certainty. In the depths of the northern forest, without protection. It was indeed true that her current abilities would not suffice for her survival. Your skills now should be adequate for you to fend for yourself within this northern forest. Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. Although he did not particularly mind having an additional companion, he harbored numerous secrets he preferred to keep hidden. It was manageable with 6 or 7 scorpion tigers, as he could evade them, but any more than that would render escape impossible. Though his own strength had increased, he was acutely aware that this enhancement was not substantial enough to ensure survival beyond the northern forest. If he wished to grow stronger, it was virtually unattainable. Then avoid provoking those in excess, target smaller groups instead, he considered. This seemed a prudent strategy, steering clear of the larger clusters of scorpion tigers and focusing on the lesser numbers should pose no significant issue. How can I predict if someone will request my assistance in safeguarding scorpion tiger meat? It appeared that Emoshi remained troubled by the earlier incident involving Luo Xuan. Did you not express regret about venturing into the central region of the northern forest? Perhaps I should escort you out? At this juncture, Luo Xuan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, it was indeed due to his actions that Emoshi had fallen into the scorpion tiger's ambush, nearly losing her life in the process. Although he had later used a miraculous being to restore her, he felt an undeniable debt of gratitude towards her. Such debts of human kindness are the most arduous to repay. Naturally, Luo Xuan preferred not to repay it, thus he contemplated returning Emoshi to safety. I no longer harbor regrets. In response to this topic, Emoshi exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, having only just entered the central region of the northern forest. Her strength had already surpassed that of Lego. With further training, she could ultimately defeat the combined efforts of the 3 of them. Very well, then. You may accompany me. Luo Xuan felt a sense of helplessness as Emoshi insisted on accompanying him, leaving him with no other option but to allow her to follow. In truth, he was somewhat uneasy about driving her away. As she had pointed out, the central region of the North Forest posed significant dangers for her. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded within the forest. A low-ranking warrior sauntered ahead, while a mid-tier warrior leisurely trailed behind. Why didn't Rigo and the others come with you? Luo Xuan inquired, attempting to alleviate the boredom that enveloped him. Previously, their group had consisted of 4 members. Logically, if Emoshi had entered, the 3 men should have accompanied her for protection. After all, Emoshi was quite attractive. They? A bunch of cowards who merely mock me for my overconfidence. How could a makeshift team possibly dare to venture into danger alongside me? Emoshi expressed her disdain for Rigo and his companions. Although she understood that Saiyans often behaved this way as a woman, she held no fondness for those who abandoned their comrades. It seems they do not recognize your strength at all, Luo Xuan remarked with a smile, questioning if Saiyans truly behaved in such a manner. He did not share that view. At least Lin and Shate were commendable Saiyans. Humph. Emoshi did not respond further, merely letting out a faint scoff. While Luo Xian's words held some truth, she was still quite sensitive about being abandoned by her companions due to her lower rank. Hey, remember my words. When you succeed, they will only be clowns. All you need to focus on is your own endeavors, Luo Xuan said, though he could not recall where he had encountered this wisdom. It struck him as quite profound. Clowns? What do you mean? Emoshi was perplexed by Luo Xian's phrase. It sounded intriguing, but she was entirely unfamiliar with the term. A kind of creature commonly found on planet Vegeta, Luo Xuan explained, recalling a rather ugly animal known for its comical antics. Huh, are you truly a Saiyan? Emoshi regarded the man before her, who was a low-ranking warrior yet possessed combat prowess akin to that of a higher-level warrior. He was undeniably a Saiyan. Yet his name was peculiar, and his manner of speaking bore a striking resemblance to that of the Zafurians. What do you think? Luo Xuan replied, offering no further clarification. He simply flicked his tail, having grown accustomed to its presence, and he could control it with ease, using it as a weapon when necessary. Well, it's your turn now. Luo Xuan gazed at the remaining 6 scorpion tigers before calling out to Emoshi. Emoshi nodded in response, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the battlefield strewn with the corpses of scorpion tigers. Without hesitation, he charged forward. It had been 2 days since Luo Xuan and Emoshi had embarked on their journey together, during which they had encountered several waves of scorpion tiger assaults. Each time, Luo Xuan would take the lead, engaging the creatures until only 5 or 6 remained, at which point he would allow Emoshi to step in. Luo Xuan was uncertain of his own limits, yet he was aware that his strength was steadily improving, even after exerting himself under 40 times the normal gravity. He faced no significant challenges. Meanwhile, Emoshi had progressed from battling 5 to now 6, showcasing a notable enhancement in his abilities. This was their training regimen. With Emoshi accompanying him, Luo Xuan was unperturbed by the few remaining scorpion tigers, deeming them perfectly suitable for Emoshi's practice. With a resounding thud, the last scorpion tiger fell, and Emoshi approached Luo Xian's side. How do you feel? Luo Xuan tossed the water bottle to Emoshi, inquiring with a smile. Indeed. Her strength has significantly increased compared to before. I once believed my combat prowess had reached its zenith, yet I never anticipated such a breakthrough. Emoshi accepted the water bottle, took a sip, and replied. Initially, she could effortlessly defeat 3 scorpion tigers in a one-on-one encounter. And while taking on 4 was somewhat challenging, she is now capable of vanquishing all 6, which clearly indicates a considerable enhancement in her combat abilities. Are you tired? Luo Xuan abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Emoshi momentarily astonished. A little, she replied honestly. What was going on with him? Why was he suddenly inquiring about her fatigue? Despite witnessing Luo Xuan battling multiple scorpion tigers alone without appearing winded, Emoshi pondered whether this was the distinction between them. She found his sudden concern somewhat disconcerting. What had caused this transformation in his demeanor? Well, I'm a bit tired, she admitted. After all, she had fought 6 scorpion tigers single-handedly. Achieving victory was no small feat, and fatigue was inevitable. You deserve to be exhausted. Luo Xuan merely glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, it's all right. But what did you say? Emoshi had anticipated that Luo Xuan would express some concern and had already prepared a response in her mind. However, before she could finish her words, she realized that Luo Xuan had actually stated that she deserved to be exhausted. I said you deserve to be exhausted. Luo Xuan reiterated emphatically that, after all, Emoshi is currently unable to defeat him. Luo Xuan, while your strength is formidable, do not presume that it grants you the right to speak to me with such disdain. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi gritted his teeth in frustration. How could this individual dare to utter such insults? Even if he cannot overcome Luo Xuan, this affront cannot go unchallenged. The dignity of a Saiyan may perish, but it shall never be subjected to such humiliation. Earlier, when he vanquished that scorpion tiger, he had the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to its abdomen. Yet, he chose instead to kick its head first, sending it airborne before striking its midsection with his fist. Was this merely for the sake of style? Though Luo Xuan had been observing from the sidelines, he perceived everything with clarity. He was uncertain whether this ability stemmed from the inherent capabilities of a Saiyan or if it was due to some other reason. In any case, every action Emoshi had taken was witnessed by Luo Xuan. Just now, Emoshi attempted to articulate further, but was abruptly interrupted by Luo Xuan. Moreover, you dealt it 6 successive blows, culminating in a final kick. In truth, only that last kick was of any consequence, rendering the preceding 6 attacks superfluous. Luo Xuan meticulously analyzed the situation for Emoshi, who initially wished to argue in defense of her habitual combat practices. However, as she listened, she began to perceive a certain validity in his words. Gradually, Emoshi came to realize that adhering to Luo Xuan's advice would undoubtedly yield superior results. She was astonished to discover that this individual, who appeared to be merely a low-ranking warrior, possessed an acute awareness of how to exert force and the extent of his efforts, an ability even advanced warriors often lacked. Could it be that this fellow surpassed the capabilities of a high-ranking warrior? It seemed implausible given the combat prowess he displayed. While it was comparable to that of an ordinary advanced warrior, it fell significantly short when juxtaposed with those who dominated the gravity chamber. Emoshi, possessing a discerning eye though not as sharp as Luo Xuan's, recognized that he could not compete with those who thrived under the extreme gravity conditions. This was understandable. For Luo Xuan had only acclimated to a gravity of 40 times that of Earth, whereas his opponents had adapted to the equivalent of 100 times. If one were to strip away the unnecessary embellishments, not only could one achieve remarkable efficiency, but, crucially, it would also minimize physical exertion. Luo Xuan spoke in a calm manner, and upon finishing his words, he felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that being a teacher could be so gratifying. However, he remained oblivious to how he had come to perceive these insights. All right, Mashi responded, captivated by the conversation, instinctively nodding in agreement. When he regained his senses, he realized he was standing beside this low-ranking warrior, akin to a child listening to an elder's teachings. Although he felt somewhat awkward, he found himself unable to refute Luo Xuan's assertions, for they were undeniably reasonable. Mashi understood that adhering to Luo Xuan's guidance would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Abandoning superfluous movements? He murmured softly, as if beginning to grasp the concept. It was no wonder that after battling 20 or 30 scorpion tigers alone, Luo Xuan showed no signs of fatigue. Enough resting. Let us proceed to the next location, Luo Xuan announced, rising to his feet and addressing Mashi. He then slung his pack over his shoulder and set off in a different direction. Hey, you're all rested while I'm still fatigued, Mashi exclaimed, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He had been standing there since their recent skirmish, failing to rest at all. While that fellow seemed completely rejuvenated. If you can handle it, then feel free to rest here as a horde of beasts will undoubtedly pass by shortly. Luo Xuan called out without looking back, casually waving his hand in the direction of Emoshi. Wait for me. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi glanced at the surrounding corpses of the scorpion tigers and realized that the stench would inevitably attract countless beasts. Although these beasts might not be as formidable as the scorpion tigers, their numbers would certainly be substantial. Moreover, if a new wave of scorpion tigers were to arrive, it would exacerbate the situation. With these thoughts in mind, she hastily followed Luo Xuan. In the days that followed, Luo Xuan and Emoshi traversed the central region of the northern forest, diligently seeking out scorpion tigers. Any group comprising fewer than 40 became Luo Xuan's target. After vanquishing these scorpion tigers, he would always leave a few for Emoshi, who utilized them as training partners to refine her combat skills. By eliminating the unnecessary embellishments that Luo Xuan had previously mentioned, her efficiency improved significantly, and she no longer felt as fatigued as before. Now, she was capable of fending off the assault of 10 scorpion tigers, a remarkable achievement in just a few days that even Emoshi found hard to believe. Consequently, her faith in Luo Xuan deepened. Despite being merely a low-level warrior, he had earned her genuine respect. Strangely, why had they not encountered any scorpion tigers today? Emoshi surveyed her surroundings, noting the unusual tranquility. In the heart of the northern forest, typically teeming with scorpion tigers, this silence was indeed perplexing. Usually, they would encounter at least 2 groups in a day, yet they had searched for quite some time without any sign of the creatures. Could it be that they had vanquished them all? Luo Xuan found it rather peculiar. What had happened to the scorpion tigers? Had they all gone into hiding? With the gravity at 50 times, they were on the verge of attempting 60 times, and without the scorpion tigers, how could one cultivate? The scorpion tigers in the central region of the northern forest far exceeded one's expectations. Their absence now surely hinted at something amiss. Mashi could only roll his eyes at Luo Xuan's words. If the scorpion tigers could be exterminated so swiftly, they would not be utilized for cultivation and would have long since faced extinction. However, despite this assertion, it was indeed strange that after such a lengthy search, not a single scorpion tiger had been encountered. Luo Xuan, look over there, Mashi suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a location not far away. Scorpion tigers? Luo Xuan was taken aback, realizing that someone had arrived before them. The sight of numerous scorpion tiger carcasses scattered across the ground indicated that Saiyans were training in this vicinity. It was no wonder there were no traces of scorpion tigers. They had likely been dealt with by these warriors. Indeed, I did not expect others to be here. Using the scorpion tigers for cultivation just like us, Mashi nodded. Although this area was the central part of the northern forest, where Saiyans were relatively scarce, it did not imply their complete absence, especially given the presence of some formidable mid-level warrior teams. Even high-level warriors could potentially be found here. Thus, the two paid little heed and proceeded forward. Before long, they encountered 4 Saiyans nearby, all appearing to be mid-level warriors. The scorpion tigers that lay slain were evidently the result of their handiwork, with an estimate of around 30 corpses. Nonetheless, Luo Xuan was indifferent to this, to him. The feat of 4 mid-level warriors slaying merely over 30 scorpion tigers was hardly impressive and bore little distinction from ineptitude. Luo Xuan was uncertain whether it was the influence of his Saiyan bloodline, but ever since his strength had surged, He regarded these individuals with a sense of disdain. Emoshi, too, had grown accustomed to this. Previously, the sight of 4 intermediate warriors dispatching so many scorpion tigers would have astonished her. After all, their team had once consisted of 4 intermediate warriors who were overwhelmed by a pack of over 30 scorpion tigers, unable to mount any resistance. However, since joining Luo Xuan, she had become accustomed to the fact that a single low-level warrior could handle such beasts, while she herself could manage at least a dozen. Thus, the 2 of them passed by the 4 intermediate warriors who seemed to be flaunting their prowess without even sparing them a glance. Hey, you two stop. The 4 intermediate warriors, eager to showcase their achievements and hoping to elicit expressions of astonishment from Luo Xuan and Emoshi, found themselves frustrated when the duo paid them no heed. To them, the spectacle of 4 intermediate warriors slaying over 30 scorpion tigers was indeed a grand and shocking scene. Luo Xuan and Emoshi's attitude, in the eyes of the warriors, appeared contemptuous, yet in reality, the 2 held them in genuine disdain. What is the matter? Hearing the call, Luo Xuan and Emoshi paused. Their interest peaked as they turned to face them. This territory is ours now. You should vacate to another location. One of the Saiyans, seemingly the leader, glared at Luo Xuan and Emoshi, the former barely qualifying as an intermediate warrior and the latter merely a low-level one. This only served to heighten their anger. How could they endure being looked down upon by a low-level warrior and an intermediate one? And if we refuse? Emoshi replied, while Luo Xuan simply crossed his arms, observing the exchange with amusement. Refuse? Just look at the scorpion tigers on the ground. That is your fate, barked another bald warrior, stepping on one of the slain creatures with a sneer. Heh. Emoshi could only respond with a dismissive chuckle, finding the display tiresome. The bald warrior was clearly boasting. It was indeed impressive for a group of intermediate warriors to have slain so many scorpion tigers. Balo, may I take this little girl as head? The bald warrior, enraged by Emoshi's mocking laughter, swore to claim her life. Do as you wish, but be swift. We have matters to attend to. Balo nodded, knowing full well that as Saiyans, only battle and blood could ignite their inner flames. The notion of toying with Emoshi for days was far too mundane for them. Huh, you think being an intermediate warrior means you can contend with us? I personally killed 7 of those 35 scorpion tigers, all in one go. The bald warrior pointed again at the slain beasts, eager to boast. Well, aren't you impressive? Luo Xuan replied, the words escaping him before he could comprehend why he said them. Once I've dispatched her, I'll come play with you, low-level warrior. Being scorned by an intermediate warrior was one thing, but being ridiculed by a low-level warrior was intolerable. Get on with it. We don't have all day. Emoshi, growing impatient, was baffled by how these individuals could stop them to prattle on endlessly. This exclamation thoroughly incited the bald warrior, who charged towards Emoshi. Once again, the shout turned into a cry of agony as the bald warrior was sent flying by a single kick from Emoshi. After absorbing Luo Xuan's guidance, she had diligently trained and eliminated unnecessary movements. Consequently, when the warrior charged, her straightforward kick unleashed tremendous force, sending him sprawling, aided by the vast disparity in their strengths. The other 3 Saiyans gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief at the display of power. Trash. Emoshi retracted her foot, delivering her verdict with a disinterested tone. Indeed, this intermediate warrior, who could only manage to kill 7 scorpion tigers, was nothing but refuse in her eyes. The remaining 2 intermediate warriors seethed with anger, as their strength was comparable to the one who had just been sent flying. To label him as trash was to insult them as well. And they were ready to charge. Wait. Balo stepped forward to restrain them, asserting his authority. Your strength is commendable. Would you consider joining us? He extended an invitation, recognizing Emoshi's potential. Not interested. Naturally, Emoshi chose to side with the low-level warrior over a band of intermediate warriors. Then perish. Just so you know, my strength is unlike theirs. I've slain 15 of the scorpion tigers here, understand? Balo chuckled, fully aware that Emoshi would likely reject his offer. After flaunting his accomplishments like the bald warrior, he charged at Emoshi. Upon hearing that number, both Luo Xuan and Emoshi felt a flicker of curiosity. Could this individual truly have killed 15 scorpion tigers alone? Yet their curiosity was fleeting. Given a few more days, Emoshi could undoubtedly achieve the same feat thus. She remained unperturbed as Balo approached, perceiving this as a moment to test her combat prowess. With a low-level warrior by her side, she felt emboldened. As Balo approached, Luo Xuan remained still, eager to gauge Emoshi's true capabilities. Though he had augmented the number of scorpion tigers for her practice, he had assigned her a conservative estimate. If Emoshi could defeat the Scion who had slain 15 scorpion tigers, he would ensure she received the bulk of the spoils in the future. Emoshi, understanding Luo Xuan's intention, regarded the charging Balo with a serious expression. Despite her earlier arrogance, she recognized that this opponent would not be easily vanquished. At the very least, she harbored doubts about her ability to triumph over 15 scorpion tigers. However, upon meeting Luo Xuan's reassuring nod, she felt a surge of confidence, knowing he would not remain passive should she find herself in peril. Focus on your own shortcomings, rather than worrying about that trash, Balo sneered. Misinterpreting Moxi's glance at Luo Xuan as concern for his safety, he quickly closed the distance, throwing a punch that Moxi narrowly avoided by tilting her body just in time. The force of his fist rushing past her and causing a sharp sting on her cheek. This warrior possessed considerable strength. It was no wonder he could defeat 15 scorpion tigers. Yet Moxi was far from helpless. In the instant the punch missed, she lunged for Beilo's arm, gripping it tightly and hurling him away. Seizing the opportunity, she charged forward, intent on delivering another blow. Beilo was taken aback. This woman, barely a novice intermediate warrior, could match him blow for blow. A smirk crept across his face as he regarded the advancing figure. How intriguing. Previously, I believed myself invincible among intermediate warriors. Yet to my astonishment, any random intermediate warrior could now match me evenly. This realization left Belair somewhat exhilarated, though predominantly incensed, as he refused to accept the notion that any intermediate warrior could surpass him, or even come close. Behind Belair stood a grand tree. He spun midair and propelled himself off it, soaring towards Moxi. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, and the force of their clash sent them both reeling backward. They quickly regained their footing, trading blows in a relentless exchange, each strike echoing with a dull thud, a true testament to the ferocity of their combat. How could this individual match Belair's prowess? The other two intermediate warriors exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the woman could contend with Belair to such a degree. They had anticipated she would falter quickly, yet victory remained uncertain. Damn it! The bald, muscular man who had been kicked away by Moxi climbed back to his feet, his anger intensifying upon witnessing Belair's struggle against the woman. He recalled how she seemed to care for the low-level warrior and devised a plan. If he could subdue that individual, she would be rendered powerless. Though he was physically imposing, he was not devoid of intellect. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that defeating a mere low-level warrior would pose no challenge, and capturing him would be effortless. With that thought, he charged towards Luo Xuan without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, Luo Xuan turned just in time to see the hulking figure rushing toward him, intent on grappling him. Ah! A shriek followed, emanating from the same man. Onlookers turned to witness the bald giant being hurled through the air, colliding violently with another tree, this impact shattering it. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. How many times would they witness such a spectacle today? It was astonishing. This man was an intermediate warrior, capable of slaying 7 scorpion tigers. To falter against Moxi was one thing, but to be bested by a low-level warrior? What a disgrace. Hey, focus. Just as Belair pondered this, a voice broke through his thoughts. He then saw the Scion woman's fist magnifying before him, and before he could react, he was sent flying. Damn it, you three. Apprehend that low-level warrior. Belair seethed, frustrated that he had yet to subdue the woman. He had initially anticipated an easy victory, but the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Understood. The other three acknowledged his frustration, their expressions grave. They had assumed they were merely facing 2 easy targets, only to discover they were confronting formidable opponents. The bald man and the other 2 warriors encircled Luo Xuan, unwilling to admit their inability to defeat a low-level warrior. Such a revelation would shatter their reputation among the Saiyans. Surely, with 3 intermediate warriors united, they could not fail against a single low-level warrior, after all. Even high-level warriors could contend for 2 to 3 minutes. Luo Xuan felt somewhat disinclined to engage with them. However, since they had already surrounded him, he could only compel them to realize their folly. Humph! Observing Luo Xuan's indifference, the bald man snorted coldly, exchanged glances with the other 2, and nodded. The trio then advanced to attack Luo Xuan. One struck with a punch from the left, another aimed a kick from the right, while the bald man charged directly at Luo Xuan's front. As the assault drew near, Luo Xuan finally sprang into action, seizing the incoming fist with his left hand and blocking the kick with his right. As for the imposing figure in front, Luo Xuan simply delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Witnessing Luo Xuan effortlessly thwart their assault and launch the large man away, they could not help but contemplate his formidable prowess. Their expressions turned grave, for this low-level warrior appeared far from ordinary. Consequently, the 2 hastened to continue their assault, convinced that the fierce onslaught from 2 intermediate warriors would be too much for him to withstand for long. Yet, they soon realized their misjudgment, as no matter how vigorously they attacked, this low-level warrior effortlessly countered their every move. How tedious, he remarked. Luo Xuan spoke softly, and then kicked to the left, sending that Scion flying. Following this, he executed a spinning kick. Although the Scion managed to react and block, he could not escape the fate of being sent flying. Initially, Luo Xuan had thought that these 3 intermediate warriors would be able to engage him for a while, but he was taken aback by their apparent weakness. In truth, Luo Xuan had somewhat overestimated their capabilities. The reason they had been able to slay so many scorpion tigers in the central region of the northern forest was due to the presence of Beilo, who was engaged in battle with Moxi. Otherwise, with their combined strength, they would barely surpass Rigo and would be insufficient to traverse the northern forest, having long been devoured by the scorpion tigers. While Luo Xuan felt boredom, the 3 Saiyans gaped in disbelief. Was this truly a low-level warrior? In the face of their combined efforts, they could not even approach him. Was that individual really just a low-level warrior? One of the Saiyans clutched his chest. Having just been struck by Luo Xuan's kick, which felt as if a heavy hammer had struck him, nearly leaving him breathless. It must be so. Another Saiyan chuckled bitterly, remarking that the opponent certainly appeared to be a low-level warrior. Yet, the humiliation of being sent flying by a low-level warrior would be unbearable if word got out. However, the truth remained. The three of them were intermediate warriors capable of slaying 7 scorpion tigers, and one of them could even take down 8. Together, they could contend with Bello. Yet, these 3 had been dispatched by a single low-level warrior with a mere kick. Could it be that this low-level warrior's strength surpassed even that of Bello? The woman who had just glanced at him was not concerned for his well-being, but was seeking his opinion. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. The way she looked at him was not one of worry but inquiry. This implied that the low-level warrior possessed strength greater than hers. And since she could contend with Bello, it suggested that the low-level warrior was indeed stronger than Bello. With this realization, the 3 Saiyans felt a bitter taste in their mouths. How could they possibly fight? If they could only contend with Bello as a trio and were unable to overcome him, then this individual, being stronger than Bello, would undoubtedly surpass them as well. Meanwhile, Bello, engaged in battle, witnessed the scene unfold as his 3 companions were sent flying. He was acutely aware of their strengths and was astonished that they could not defeat a low-level warrior. He had repeatedly cautioned them not to become distracted. While Bello was taken aback, Moshi seized upon a weakness and delivered a kick directly to Bello's abdomen. The impact sent Bello crashing to the ground. Rising and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt a profound sense of shame. He had anticipated easily subduing this woman, but found himself coughing up blood instead. The presence of a low-level warrior nearby only compounded his humiliation. "Are you not going to assist?" "We are at a loss," Bello said, glancing towards Luo Xuan, opting not to continue the assault. "You truly are useless if even a low-level warrior can best you." Just as Bello's words fell, another voice, cold and detached, echoed in response. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. He had been unaware of another presence. As the voice rang out, a figure swiftly approached, moving with remarkable speed, leaving Luo Xuan and Moshi only able to catch a glimpse of a dark silhouette before a middle-aged man appeared before them. "What is this?" At that moment, Moshi had reached Luo Xuan's side. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared middle-aged man, her pupils constricted in recognition. He appeared strikingly familiar. "Do you know him?" Luo Xuan inquired, feeling unfamiliar with this world and completely unaware of the man's identity. "Who is this person? His entrance is certainly unique. He is Teresa, reputed to be the intermediate warrior closest to the level of high warriors." Moshi's gaze turned solemn as she regarded the man. As an intermediate warrior, he ranked lower than high warriors. However, this Teresa was known to engage high warriors in battle. Although he often faced defeat, he had nonetheless earned a reputation. After all, he was the only one who had achieved any victories in the realm of intermediate warriors against high warriors. Thus, he was dubbed the one closest to high warriors among his peers. Closest to high warriors? Luo Xuan had not anticipated that the middle-aged man before him possessed the extraordinary talent for battling beyond his level. Indeed, one could not underestimate the Saiyans. It seemed that even the most unassuming among them could engage in such formidable combat. "Do you have confidence?" Moshi was also aware that this seemingly low-ranking warrior was far from ordinary. Although Teresa was reputed to be the closest to a high-ranking fighter, Moshi had spent enough time with Luo Xuan to gain some insight into his strength. While he might not rival high-ranking warriors, he was undoubtedly nearing invincibility among mid-ranking fighters. "Let us give it a try." Luo Xuan refrained from speaking too confidently, lest he be caught in a moment of embarrassment later. "Very well. I shall handle this intermediate warrior. You should have no trouble dealing with the lower-ranked one, right, Bello?" It was evident that Teresa had not been paying attention to the situation here. She had merely assumed that Bello could not contend with the intermediate warrior and called herself forth. "Ahem, may I choose the intermediate warrior? As for the lower-ranked one, I must request your assistance." Upon hearing Teresa's words, Bello coughed awkwardly. He had just witnessed his 3 companions being sent flying in an instant. "Bello, are you jesting with me?" Though Teresa was not an elite fighter, she was renowned as the one closest to attaining that status. It was indeed surprising that she would take it upon herself to confront a lower-ranked warrior. This lower-ranked warrior is not merely an ordinary one. He is likely capable of fighting above his rank, much like yourself. After a moment of hesitation, Bello articulated his thoughts. That lower-ranked warrior had effortlessly defeated 3 intermediate fighters, which constituted a significant leap in combat capability. Moreover, he had vanquished them in the blink of an eye. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he believed that the warrior could likely overpower him. "Oh." Upon hearing Bello's remarks, Teresa cast a curious glance at Luo Xuan. She did not presume that Luo Xuan could engage her in battle. Rather, she understood Bello's character. He would not have made such a statement unless he were genuinely unable to prevail. "Very well, leave it to me," Teresa nodded, her interest piqued by the lower-ranked warrior before her. Listening to Bello's words, Teresa regarded Luo Xuan with intrigue. Could this lower-ranked warrior also contend beyond his level? Teresa had the capability to fight above his rank, yet he engaged only with elite warriors. To him, the individual before him was merely a lower-ranked fighter. Even if he could fight above his rank, he could at most contend with intermediate fighters, but when it came to Teresa, there was a vast disparity in strength. Then I shall face him, and you will deal with Teresa? Mashi's expression grew serious upon encountering Teresa. He was well aware of her reputation among the Saiyans. It was said that when the gravity chamber was first established, she had defeated 3 elite fighters and remained there for 3 days. However, as more elite warriors took an interest in the gravity chamber, she ultimately faced defeat. Who would have imagined that she had ventured to the central region of the northern forest? Very well, just be cautious. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. The individual before him, named Teresa, exerted considerable pressure. Yet, what of it? If a battle were to ensue, he would gladly partake, using the opportunity to assess his own capabilities. Hey, are you ready? With Teresa present, there's no escape for you, Beilu remarked with a cold smirk, casting his gaze toward Luo Xuan and the other individual not far away. He had previously underestimated the lowly warrior, but fortunately, they had Teresa, the mightiest among the intermediate warriors, on their side. As long as she was there. Unless faced with a high-level warrior, there was little to fear. Escape? Who said we intend to flee? At this moment, Luo Xuan also spoke up. If you don't flee, then prepare to meet your demise. Bei Luo uttered in a low voice and then sprinted towards the position of Luo Xuan and his companion. However, his true target was not Luo Xuan, but rather the woman beside him, Mo Shi, though he was unwilling to admit it. The fact remained that Luo Xuan possessed superior strength, which deterred him from confronting him directly. Then I shall proceed. Mo Shi declared as she boldly advanced. She believed she could hold Bei Luo at bay. Defeating him would be a challenge, yet overpowering her would not be an easy task for him either. Luo Xuan and Teresa stood in silence, gazing intently at one another. After an indeterminate span of time, Teresa let out a low exclamation and sprinted towards Luo Xuan. Recognizing the formidable Saiyan who could rival advanced warriors, Luo Xuan harbored no underestimation of her prowess. The ability to engage in battles beyond one's rank was a clear testament to her strength. Consequently, as her attack approached, Luo Xuan sprang into action. In an instant, the two collided, exchanging blows without any extravagant maneuvers, each punch met with a punch, each kick countered with a kick. With a resounding thud, they separated after another exchange of punches. Though it transpired in mere moments, the duo had engaged in countless strikes. Not bad, young one, Teresa remarked, initially believing Luo Xuan could only fight beyond his rank. To her surprise, his combat prowess was exceedingly formidable. No wonder Barrow claimed he was unbeatable. With such strength, even among intermediate warriors, few could contend with him. Luo Xuan did not respond. He merely smiled slightly. The prowess of this intermediate warrior was indeed impressive. Yet he had not unleashed his full potential. Did you witness that? That individual managed to draw with Teresa. The 3 Saiyans observing nearby were equally astonished. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief. It is astonishing that we just fought against someone so formidable. In retrospect, it was evident that he had shown no interest in them. Otherwise, he would not have sent them flying with a mere kick. The bald man wore a bitter expression, realizing that he had attempted to seize such a powerful figure as a hostage, an act fraught with peril. However, when did low-level warriors become so formidable? There are few intermediate warriors capable of exchanging blows with Teresa, let alone someone of inferior rank. Nevertheless, the outcome would ultimately favor Teresa. He had yet to exert his full strength. One of them remarked, having some understanding of Teresa's capabilities. If he were to unleash his full power, the situation would be entirely different. Indeed, I have witnessed him battling advanced warriors on the gravity platform. His strength is remarkable, and by now, he must be significantly more powerful than back then, another Saiyan chimed in. He had been present during that encounter and had seen Teresa defeat an advanced warrior with his own eyes. The bald man said little more, merely nodding in a daze. Yet, deep down, he believed that regardless of how strong that low-level warrior was, Teresa would prevail. As the 3 conversed, the battle between Mashi and Beilu had escalated into a fierce clash, with each exchanging blows in a tight contest. Bring it on. Luo Xuan, stirred by the spirit of combat, let out a low growl and charged directly at Teresa. He seldom initiated an attack, but this time he craved a thrilling fight. How intriguing, Teresa chuckled, then advanced to meet him. This marked the first time he would exert his full strength against a low-level warrior. Their clash ignited with intensity, each striving for dominance. Teresa launched a kick, only for Luo Xuan to block it with his hand, subsequently seizing Teresa's foot and flinging him away, then pursued to deliver another kick. However, Teresa's combat experience far surpassed Luo Xuan's. As he was hurled away, he executed a backflip, landing without pause and swiftly moving to the left. At that moment, Luo Xuan reached the spot where Teresa had just landed. Without a moment's hesitation, Teresa delivered a flying kick aimed directly at Luo Xuan's head. This is bad. Luo Xuan realized he could not defend himself in time, and at that moment, Teresa's foot struck his face, sending him flying. In the instant he was airborne, Teresa pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Ultimately, with a powerful kick, she propelled Luo Xuan once more, causing him to crash through 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. Luo Xuan, Mashi shouted, witnessing this scene unfold. This is precisely what you just told me. Do not become distracted. While Belo could not match Luo Xuan's strength, he was evenly matched against Ma Shi. Seizing an opportunity, Ma Shi exposed a vulnerability, which could not be overlooked. With a swift kick to her chest, he sent her sprawling. Observing this, the three Saiyans erupted in ecstatic cheers. Victory was theirs. After Luo Xuan was sent flying by Teresa, Ma Shi also exposed a flaw and was subsequently struck down by Belo. The other three Saiyans wore expressions of ecstatic joy, having just believed that these two individuals were formidable. However, with Teresa's emergence, she effortlessly resolved the situation. Yet, amidst their exuberance, Teresa paid them no heed, her gaze fixated solely on the fallen Luo Xuan. Although he lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious, a nagging feeling lingered within him that this lowly warrior was not as simple as he appeared. Luo Xuan, are you alright? Ma Shi, having been knocked away, felt a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Nevertheless, she brushed it aside, directing her attention toward Luo Xuan. Could it be that Luo Xuan was so easily vanquished by Teresa? It's all right. This fellow truly is impressive. Luo Xuan rose directly from the ground, his attire slightly tattered. Yet he bore no other injuries. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's resurgence, the expressions of the onlookers varied significantly. Mo Shi beamed with joy, Teresa wore an intrigued countenance, while Belo furrowed his brow, and the three other Saiyans displayed discontent. How could he emerge unscathed from Teresa's swift assault? One Saiyan swallowed hard and spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. This individual possesses remarkable strength. Another nodded in agreement, recognizing the feat of holding his ground against Teresa, who was nearly an elite warrior. I didn't anticipate your prowess. This is quite intriguing, Teresa finally remarked, having previously looked down upon Luo Xuan. However, the display of strength he had just exhibited piqued her interest. You are formidable as well. It seems I must unleash my full potential. Luo Xuan glanced at his attire, noting its slight wear and tear. However, the damage was not extensive. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to procure new garments. Fortunately, he bore no injuries, despite the fierce blow from Teresa. For Luo Xuan, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Are you referring to your full strength? Teresa chuckled, perceiving the low-level warrior before him as merely posturing, a sentiment echoed by the other Saiyans present. Only Ma Shi was privy to the truth. She alone understood that Luo Xuan's capabilities were far beyond what he had displayed, as his earlier actions had been born of urgency. Was it merely a test? Ma Shi exhaled in relief upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. If he had yet to unleash his full potential, one could only wonder if, upon doing so, he might challenge Teresa on equal footing. I am eager to witness the extent of your true power. To Teresa, Luo Xuan's declaration seemed like a jest. It was already a remarkable feat for a low-level warrior to attain such prowess. Should he continue his training, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger. However, the notion that he could catch up to Teresa at this juncture was implausible. If a low-level warrior could wield strength comparable to that of a high-level warrior, it would render the latter rather unimpressive. Indeed, he affirmed, 20 times the power. Luo Xuan spoke softly, his words imbued with confidence. He was currently training under 40 times the normal gravity. Based on his estimates, the number of advanced warriors that Teresa could potentially defeat was rather limited. Perhaps only by chance. At present, should he engage in combat with Lin, he would likely be vanquished in an instant. Furthermore, against the Saiyans on the gravity platform, victory would be utterly unattainable. Such was the stark contrast between intermediate and advanced warriors. Now, Luo Xuan was eager to test whether he could achieve parity in a setting of 20 times the gravity. After all, he had only a vague understanding of his own capabilities and could only use this individual as a means to gauge his strength. Let us begin, he declared. Luo Xuan's lips curled into a faint arc as he spoke softly, and then he vanished from sight. Disappeared? The three intermediate warriors were momentarily taken aback by Luo Xuan's abrupt disappearance. What an astonishing speed. Only the one named Belo furrowed his brow slightly. Although he could not discern Luo Xuan's figure, he managed to catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. Interesting, Teresa chuckled. He could see Luo Xuan, yet at that moment, Luo Xuan moved with such swiftness that he remained still. Luo Xuan dashed forward with remarkable speed, his eyes sharpening as he observed Teresa, whose expression betrayed a hint of seriousness. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable opponent, and he dared not underestimate the situation. Seizing an opportunity, he materialized directly in front of Teresa and launched a punch towards her, only for his fist to pass straight through. An afterimage? Luo Xuan was no stranger to such phenomena. He had often seen it in anime. Once speed reached a certain threshold, one could leave behind an afterimage in their wake. Impressive speed, Ma Shi remarked, astonished by Teresa's ability to create an afterimage. Just how swift was she? At that moment, she and Belo refrained from further engagement, fully aware that they were not the pivotal players in this battle. Regardless of victory or defeat, it mattered little to them. The true protagonists were Luo Xuan and Teresa. Their confrontation was of utmost significance. As the afterimage faded, Teresa reappeared from another angle. You dare to challenge my speed? Prepare to perish, she sneered, lunging at Luo Xuan with a punch of her own. To his surprise, her fist also passed through his form, indicating that she had struck nothing but an afterimage of Luo Xuan. Hey! Luo Xuan refrained from idle chatter and unleashed a punch towards Teresa's head. For they were engaged in combat, not training. This strike connected not with an illusion, but with Teresa's true form. However, it did not land upon her head, as she deftly blocked it. Subsequently, the two vanished once more. Mashi and Bello could still track the duo's speed with their keen eyes. Yet the other three Saiyans appeared utterly bewildered. They could only hear the sporadic sounds of their bodies colliding, unable to catch a glimpse of either fighter. Such astonishing speed. This sentiment echoed in the minds of all present as Luo Xuan and Teresa battled at this extraordinary velocity. Not only could they not match their pace, but even their eyes struggled to keep up. With a resounding thud, both combatants reappeared before the onlookers. Luo Xuan's fist connected squarely with Teresa's face, while Teresa reciprocated with a punch of her own, striking Luo Xuan's face. Both were sent flying by the force of the blows. Yet they executed a somersault in midair and landed gracefully. In their eyes, a fierce flame of battle ignited, the Saiyan blood coursing through their veins boiling with fervor. They had exchanged numerous blows, with neither gaining a definitive advantage. Not bad, kid, Teresa remarked. Her previous disdain replaced by a newfound respect for Luo Xuan as a worthy opponent. Your fighting power is impressive as well. Luo Xuan spoke with an air of dignity, acknowledging that his recent encounter with Teresa had proven her combat prowess was indeed deserved of its reputation. Initially, he had presumed that this individual's victory over high-level warriors was merely a stroke of luck. However, it now appeared that her ability to contend with opponents beyond her rank was quite formidable. If Luo Xuan's instincts were correct, she was likely a prodigy in the art of combat, albeit constrained by her inherent bloodline, which had hindered her from reaching even greater heights. At this moment, the animosity that once colored their gazes had dissipated, replaced instead by a mutual yearning for battle. To encounter a rival of comparable skill, particularly one capable of engaging in battles beyond their rank, was indeed a rare occurrence. The fact that she could match Teresa blow for blow was astounding. Bellows, though maintaining a facade of calm, felt a tempest raging within. He had initially believed her to be merely a mid-level warrior with the ability to fight beyond her rank. Yet, it was revealed that she could contend with high-level warriors. After all, Teresa's strength was on par with high-level fighters. And the fact that this individual could stand against her indicated her formidable capabilities. A low-level warrior possessing the combat strength of a high-level fighter had completely shattered Bellows' worldview. When had low-level warriors become so powerful? The thoughts of the other three Saiyans mirrored his, as they could no longer afford to underestimate this low-level warrior. Furthermore, the female Saiyan by her side exuded strength as well. Who were these two formidable fighters, and from whence had they emerged? Such potent combat abilities were not something one typically heard of without accompanying renown. Yet, it appeared that these two were indeed obscure. The next move was a technique Luo Xuan had only recently comprehended. He had never executed it before and could assure that no other Saiyan had ever performed it. Initially, he had intended to vie for control of the gravity chamber, but it seemed prudent to allow her the opportunity to witness it first. Teresa addressed Luo Xuan, revealing that this was her ultimate technique, a move that no Saiyan had ever seen, let alone executed. Luo Xuan remained silent, aware that the Saiyan before him was incapable of deceit. However, his curiosity was piqued. What technique could this individual possibly employ that no other Saiyan could replicate? Hey! Teresa shouted, his right hand clawed upwards, while his left hand gripped his right wrist, the veins on his forehead prominently visible. What kind of technique was this? No one could decipher Teresa's intentions. Only Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether this posture hinted at something ominous. The mere thought of such a possibility cast a grave expression across Luo Xian's face. All eyes were fixed on Teresa, for he was reputed to possess a technique that no Saiyan had ever wielded. What could it be? Teresa remained undistracted by his surroundings, his focus unwavering as he stared intently at his palm, seemingly awaiting a moment of significance. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred through the previously still forest, rustling the leaves and shattering the eerie silence. This unexpected gust was decidedly unusual. Luo Xuan, be cautious, Mashi warned, recognizing that Teresa was no ordinary opponent. His ability to engage in battles beyond his level attested to that. Yet, she had never witnessed this particular technique. So all she could do was caution Luo Xuan to remain vigilant. Understood. Luo Xuan nodded, aware without the need for Moshi's reminder that this technique was unlikely to be straightforward. If his intuition served him correctly, it resembled something akin to a ki blast. However, the specifics would only reveal themselves in due time. At that moment, Teresa, who had been intently gathering energy, let out a chuckle, seemingly on the verge of success. Indeed, as his laughter echoed, the spectators beheld a glimmer of light materializing in the palm of Teresa's hand. What is this? The crowd expressed their astonishment, having never witnessed such a technique before. Amidst their surprise, Teresa shouted, and the small point of light in his hand began to intensify. It grew increasingly luminous until it ultimately formed a small spherical shape. What could this be? Bello was equally perplexed by the phenomenon. He had never seen Teresa wield such an ability, leaving him unaware of its potential. It was evident that this was no ordinary technique. Teresa, a natural-born combat prodigy, would not conjure something trivial. Not a ki blast, but merely an energy sphere. Observing the gathered energy, Luo Xuan felt a sense of relief. If it had indeed been a ki blast, he surmised he would have been unable to withstand it. An energy sphere, however, should be manageable. The primary distinction between a ki blast and an energy sphere lies in the former's requirement for energy accumulation, resulting in greater power, while the latter allows for direct, rapid attacks with lesser force. Yet, why was Teresa's energy sphere manifesting at such a sluggish pace? Moreover, he had stated that no Saiyan had yet mastered this technique, implying that Saiyans were currently incapable of generating such an energy sphere. It appeared that way. He had never witnessed a Saiyan employ such an ability. Was it truly not out of concern for harming their allies, but rather an inability to do so? Luo Xuan had never encountered such a situation in the anime he had watched. Could it be that his exposure to anime was insufficient? Perhaps that was the case. For he had not completely finished watching Dragon Ball. He had only seen a portion of it, leaving another segment absent from his memory. Luo Xuan now finds himself filled with a sense of regret. Had he known he would traverse into the world of Dragon Ball, he would have immersed himself in all the related anime. However, there exists a possibility that his arrival has instigated subtle changes in this realm. It seems he may need to rectify these alterations. A sly smile graces his lips as he contemplates a technique he has never before employed, uncertain of its potency. You still have time to reconsider, he quips. As the energy sphere completes its formation, Teresa exhales in relief and turns to Luo Xuan, speaking to him. Luo Xuan remained silent, adopting a stance as he prepared to confront the impending attack. He understood that he must withstand this move. Observing the energy sphere in Teresa's hand, a grave expression settled upon his face. It was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon in this world. Yet, why did this inaugural sighting manifest as an assault directed at him? Had he been familiar with it, he might have gauged the potency of the energy sphere. As it stood, he could only experience its might firsthand. Teresa had spent considerable time condensing this energy sphere, akin to a ki blast from an anime. However, what she wielded now was unmistakably merely an energy sphere. It appeared she intended to confront his attack head-on. Surprised by Luo Xuan's readiness, Teresa recognized the challenges of her own technique. She was acutely aware of its formidable power, despite having never tested it on a human before. Mashi, who stood nearby, felt a chill upon witnessing the energy sphere in Teresa's grasp. Although she could not discern its nature, she sensed an air of danger surrounding it. She wished to warn Luo Xuan but hesitated upon seeing his determined expression. After spending several days with him, she understood his character. He was not one to surrender easily. For it was this very tenacity that had brought him thus far. Beside them, Bello wore a heavy countenance, having once believed his strength to be formidable enough. Though he might not surpass Teresa, he assumed he could hold his ground. Today, however, he realized how naive his assumptions had been. He knew he could not withstand Teresa's new technique. Even facing a lower-level warrior would prove insurmountable, regardless of his hidden capabilities. The other three Saiyans stood in stunned silence. Unsure of what to say, their expressions blank. They understood that as long as that lower-level warrior survived, his name would be remembered among the Saiyans, regardless of the outcome of the battle. The fact that a lower-level warrior dared to engage with someone as powerful as Teresa was enough to etch his name in their memories. This time, Luo Xuan knew he had to prepare adequately. With no understanding of the energy sphere's might, he must brace himself. Very well, if you wish to test your limits, then I shall allow it. Should you truly withstand this, I shall reveal a secret to you. Teresa, appreciating Luo Xuan's unwavering spirit, felt a sense of camaraderie with him. Both hailed from humble beginnings. One was a low-level warrior, the other a mid-level. Reaching this level of cultivation was no small feat. Although she was older and found it increasingly difficult to advance, this young man still had the potential to grow. Perhaps, when he reached her age, he might indeed surpass the lofty high-level warriors. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival of her impending strike. Come forth. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. Displaying little interest in the so-called secret, his primary focus lay on the energy sphere, pondering whether he could successfully condense it. Prepare to receive. Teresa wasted no words and hurled the energy sphere towards Luo Xuan. As the sphere left Teresa's palm, it surged rapidly in Luo Xuan's direction. Hey! Observing the swift approach of the energy sphere, Luo Xuan crossed his arms before him and uttered a low exclamation, bracing himself to absorb the blow with his arms. Although he was uncertain of the force behind it, he believed that it wouldn't be powerful enough to obliterate his arms, as long as his body remained intact. The magical beams could restore him. At least in the anime he had seen, the aftermath often involved being blown away or killed. But he had never witnessed anyone losing limbs unless it was due to a cutting attack. Boom. The instant Luo Xuan shouted, the energy sphere collided with him, exploding on impact and sending a cloud of dust swirling around, enveloping him entirely. What now? Is he dead? The Saiyans, lacking any detectors or the ability to sense energy, were left in the dark regarding Luo Xuan's fate. Struck by such a powerful attack, it seemed improbable that he could have survived. They had never witnessed an assault of such magnitude before, leading them to believe Luo Xuan was either incapacitated or lifeless. Even Teresa shared this sentiment, as this was a strike fueled by all his might. If Luo Xuan emerged unscathed, it would suggest an extraordinary resilience for a lowly warrior. Only Mashi gazed towards Luo Xuan's direction, lost in thought. Having interacted with Luo Xuan for some time, he knew that the latter would not attempt something he deemed uncertain. Since he chose to withstand Teresa's blow, he must have had confidence in his ability to endure. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust and revealing Luo Xuan's figure. He remained standing, arms crossed in front of him, though his garments were even more tattered, reduced to mere strips of animal hide. He withstood it. As the crowd beheld Luo Xuan, their pupils constricted in disbelief, astonished that such a formidable attack had been absorbed by this lowly warrior. Impossible. Barrow's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that had he been in Luo Xuan's position, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. Yet, this lowly warrior had managed to endure. Barrow had always thought that while this warrior possessed impressive combat strength, his defense was likely still at a lowly warrior's level. He had not anticipated that this individual could boast such formidable defensive capabilities. Teresa, too, was taken aback, fully aware of the energy contained within the attack. Unable to believe that it had been successfully defended against. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Luo Xuan, distant yet audible, coughed, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Luo Xuan. Are you all right? Mashi hurried forward, noticing that Luo Xuan's condition was far from favorable. I'm fine. Luo Xuan smiled faintly, then crushed the mystical bean nestled in his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt the resurgence of power coursing through him. However, his exterior still appeared quite disheveled, leading others to believe he was on the brink of despair. Sensing the restoration of his energy, Luo Xuan felt a measure of relief. Initially, he had no intention of consuming the mystical bean in front of so many witnesses, but given that his opponent's strength was comparable to his own, he recognized the peril of a surprise attack at that moment. Thus, he resolved to ingest the mystical bean. Luo Xuan fixed his gaze upon Teresa across the way, uncertain whether she might unexpectedly strike. After all, this was within the realm of the Saiyans, where resorting to lethal force would pose no moral quandary. You have emerged victorious, Teresa declared, lowering her guard as she addressed Luo Xuan. Though reluctant to concede, she recognized that despite unleashing her most formidable techniques, she had failed to vanquish him. Teresa, often hailed as the individual closest to a high-level warrior, found herself bested by a mere low-level fighter, compelling her to withdraw from combat with whatever dignity she had left. You still possess strength, she remarked. Luo Xuan smiled faintly. In this battle, he had exerted all his strength. Without the use of the celestial beans, he would undoubtedly be unable to continue fighting. He initially believed that his power was sufficient to contend with high-ranking warriors. However, it now appeared that he still fell significantly short. Do you not still possess some energy? He pondered. Even if we were to continue battling, I would not emerge victorious against you. Teresa glanced at Luo Xuan. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled and fatigued, his words carried a certain weight. Thus, Teresa felt that if the battle were to persist, she too might not secure a victory. If you unleash the energy sphere once more, I will be unable to withstand it. Luo Xuan remarked that this was indeed true. Should another energy sphere manifest, he might find himself utterly unable to withstand it. An energy sphere? A commendable name. The execution of such a technique had already drained the majority of my strength, yet its potency was quite limited. Should it be unleashed once more, I would likely be rendered utterly exhausted. Teresa did not conceal the truth, admitting that this technique could only be employed once. If repeated, it would likely result in mutual destruction, or perhaps even his own defeat preceding that of his opponent. Thus, he was reluctant to resort to such a maneuver unless absolutely necessary. Extracting energy from the body? At Teresa's words, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this technique designed to draw energy from the surrounding environment? Could it possibly siphon energy from within oneself? Indeed, this notion was something I had gleaned from an ancient legend passed down through the ages. However, it was excessively taxing on one's vitality, making consecutive applications unfeasible. Teresa did not withhold any information from Luo Xuan. He had come to regard him as an equal, perhaps even superior. After all, he was merely a low-ranking warrior, still in the bloom of youth. To be able to contend with him now suggested that, in the future, Luo Xuan would undoubtedly surpass him. Given his current prowess, it was reasonable to anticipate even greater strength to come. A legend? Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This skill was derived from a legend? Indeed. It is a tale passed down through my family, recounting a scion from long ago who could unleash this very energy sphere repeatedly. He bequeathed this technique to posterity. However, none of my ancestors were able to grasp it, and it was only recently that I came to understand it myself. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's interest in the legend, Teresa eagerly recounted the details of the tale. Although merely a legend, now that he had succeeded, it meant he could continue to employ it in the future. Thus, this legend was not merely a figment of imagination. It spoke of a genuine scion powerhouse from antiquity capable of producing these energy spheres in succession, leaving behind a remarkable legacy. Can you teach me? Luo Xuan inquired, his curiosity piqued by the energy sphere. Presently, he found himself unable to utilize it, with Teresa being the sole scion capable of such a feat. Hence, he wished to give it a try. I can teach you, but given your current strength, it will take at least 3 to 5 years of rigorous training before you can condense it. Do not be deceived by my rapid accumulation of power. It came only after years of intense training, Teresa replied with a smile, having devoted over a decade to mastering this skill. It remains uncertain how long it would take Luo Xuan to achieve the same. Luo Xuan nodded. He merely wished to learn the method of cultivation. Whether he would succeed depended on his own aptitude for training. Very well, I shall share this with you. Come closer, if you truly manage to succeed. It will benefit you as well. Besides imparting knowledge to Luo Xuan, Teresa also intended to inform Bello and Mashi. As for the other 3 Saiyans, they could listen if they desired. Whether they succeeded was entirely up to them, though success would be challenging. The other Saiyans gathered around, and Teresa began his explanation. This was his experience in training, not to ensure their success, but at least to help them avoid some unnecessary detours. It was not out of generosity. He was aware of certain secrets. He knew why the Saiyans had paid a hefty price to acquire those gravity devices from the Zafurians. In fact, this was hardly a secret. Most Saiyans were already aware. Thus, empowering his companions slightly would enhance their odds in future confrontations. This was also the reason why advanced warriors would agree to allow intermediate fighters some practice time during their breaks. Although they were the main force, they still required the support of their comrades. Therefore, to enable these intermediate warriors to contribute in the impending battles, they needed to receive some assistance. As Teresa spoke, Luo Xuan and the other Saiyans listened attentively. Suddenly, the long-dormant system activated, downloading a new plugin, the cellular energy extraction system. Hearing this, Luo Xuan felt a surge of excitement. What could this be? He quickly closed his eyes. Upon shutting his eyes, Luo Xuan found himself once more within his mind. Indeed. In the previous location, a new shortcut appeared. F1, Spirit Bean System, Cooling, Spirit Beans. Consuming one allows for 10 days without food and can heal any injury, but does not cure ordinary illnesses. F2, Gravity System, 000, Gravity. Adjusts the clothing worn to increase gravity from 1 to 1000 G. F3, Universal Translation System, Universal Translation. Translates all languages of the races in the universe. F4, Cellular Energy Extraction System quickly extracts energy from cells, accelerating the condensation speed of energy spheres. A new shortcut, F4, related to the energy sphere that Luo Xuan was currently learning, allowing for rapid extraction of cellular energy, thereby hastening the condensation of energy spheres. This was precisely what Luo Xuan needed. The long quiet system had unveiled a new shortcut, one that aligned perfectly with his current needs. Just moments ago, he had been listening to Teresa explain how to extract energy from cells, and now he had access to a shortcut that could expedite this process. Upon seeing the shortcut, Luo Xuan was exhilarated. Did this mean he could condense energy spheres? Moreover, could he quickly produce several of them? Yet, he realized that the shortcut merely facilitated the rapid extraction of energy from his cells. If his cells contained only enough energy for a single energy sphere, then like Teresa, he would only be able to condense one. Furthermore, the implication of rapid extraction suggested that he must also understand the method. Reflecting on the description, Luo Xuan gradually comprehended that the amount of energy he could extract depended on his own capabilities. If he lacked strength, then the rapidly extracted energy would also be insufficient for condensation. Ultimately, he needed to cultivate his own abilities, rather than relying solely on the system. This system was merely a tool to ease his journey towards becoming stronger. Returning to reality, Luo Xuan, despite the likelihood of failure, was eager to try. He believed that his combat power was similar to Teresa's. If so, did that not imply that his cells could extract energy equivalent to an energy sphere? If he had 3 to 5 years. Teresa continued his explanation when he suddenly noticed Luo Xuan, eyes closed, extending his right hand with the palm facing up, seemingly attempting to condense an energy sphere. However, this gesture was somewhat different from his own. When Teresa condensed energy spheres, he curled his fingers like claws, grasping his right wrist with his left hand, while Luo Xuan simply spread his fingers, with no movement from his left hand. Luo Xuan, you are too hasty. I have just begun explaining how to condense energy. You cannot succeed like this. What I am about to discuss is crucial. How to comprehensively and swiftly extract energy from cells. Observing Luo Xuan's impatience, Teresa frowned. This individual possessed considerable strength. Yet his eagerness was a flaw. They were only midway through the explanation, and the most important points had yet to be covered. Rushing to experiment indicated a lack of proper mindset. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Bello and the other 3 Saiyans watched Luo Xuan, initially believing he would succeed. However, upon hearing Teresa's words, they stood by, waiting to see what would unfold. Only Mashi gazed at Luo Xuan in surprise, knowing he would not engage in reckless endeavors without assurance. Such behavior contradicted his nature. Thus, his current action suggested he held at least an 80% certainty. Yet, Teresa had just mentioned that the most vital information remained unspoken, leaving Mashi somewhat concerned that Luo Xuan might be acting too hastily. At this moment, Luo Xuan's consciousness had returned to his body, allowing him to hear Teresa's words. However, he no longer had the luxury of concern. His faith in the system was unwavering. Likewise, he held firm belief in his own capabilities. Thus, with a mere flicker of thought, he experienced a wave of exhaustion. As this thought passed through his mind, a glimmer of blue and white light began to emanate from his outstretched palm. The onlookers were astonished by this luminous spectacle. reminiscent of the energy sphere that Teresa had just conjured. Yet, only Teresa understood that this was not merely similar, it was indeed the very energy sphere he was in the process of forming, albeit not yet fully condensed. Given a little time, approximately a few months, he was confident it would crystallize successfully. Currently, he lacked the ability to swiftly extract energy from the cells, but with further cultivation, success was assured. He was undeniably a prodigy. Teresa, momentarily taken aback, had initially thought Luo Xuan was merely posturing for attention. But he was astonished to witness him actually coalescing energy. He had yet to hear the explanations below. Once he did, it would not be long before he could create an energy sphere himself. It's out. Just as Teresa was about to finish his thought, he saw the point of light in Luo Xuan's hand flicker brightly, rapidly coalescing into an energy sphere. The speed at which this occurred was astonishing. A Scion had intended to comment that this pace surpassed even Teresa's own, but upon glancing at Teresa, he refrained from speaking. This speed exceeded his own by more than double. Luo Xuan was a true genius, while he was simply an ordinary Scion, a mere mid-level warrior. The Scion's unspoken words were completed by Teresa's thoughts. Indeed, the ability to create an energy sphere in a mere instant after hearing the instructions was nothing short of genius-level talent. If he were to engage in battle with Luo Xuan now, he knew he would be utterly outmatched. Though he had previously believed he could contend with Luo Xuan, the prospect now seemed impossible. The speed at which Luo Xuan formed the energy sphere was more than twice his own. By the time he managed to condense his energy, Luo Xuan's sphere would likely have detonated upon him. Phew, finally succeeded. Luo Xuan opened his eyes, gazing at the energy sphere suspended in his palm, a smile gracing his lips. This sphere contained more than half of his energy, and if this technique failed to vanquish his opponent, he would surely be at their mercy. However, this was merely a temporary state. As he grew stronger, he would be capable of condensing more cellular energy, thus enabling him to form energy spheres more rapidly and in greater numbers. This energy sphere was a manifestation of his own power, and Luo Xuan could sense he had the ability to control it, which likely explained the capacity to manipulate energy. Of course, if he truly became powerful, he could even alter the trajectory of techniques like the Kamehameha. Presently, however, he could not control the energy wave. Should this small sphere escape his grasp, it would surely become unruly. With this thought, Luo Xuan clenched his fist, shattering the energy sphere. In an instant, it erupted into a cascade of blue and white light, subsequently vanishing. It had truly disappeared, for Luo Xuan felt that this energy could not return directly to his body. His display left the surrounding Scions in awe and admiration. The display of skill by Luo Xuan left even Teresa somewhat astonished. Even he himself would not dare to directly crush an energy sphere like that. Should it explode, he was uncertain if he could withstand the force. The prospect of being obliterated by his own energy was indeed unsettling. However, witnessing Luo Xuan's audacity sparked a bold notion within him. Indeed, you are a prodigy among the Scions, Teresa remarked, giving Luo Xuan a pat on the shoulder. Judging by the series of recent performances, Luo Xuan truly exemplified the epitome of Scion genius, capable of contending with higher-ranked warriors despite possessing the strength of a lower-tier fighter. The rapidity with which he could condense energy spheres was nothing short of extraordinary. Thank you, Luo Xuan replied. Luo Xuan said little, merely expressing his gratitude to Teresa. I'm not complimenting you. There's no need for thanks. Teresa assumed Luo Xuan was thanking him for his praise. I am grateful for your guidance in mastering the art of energy ball condensation. Luo Xuan smiled faintly, acknowledging that this achievement was indeed due to Teresa's guidance. Without him, he might have remained oblivious to when he could successfully condense the energy sphere. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that had Teresa not instructed him in the art of energy sphere condensation, he would likely never have triggered the system, thus missing out on the F4 shortcut key. Nevertheless, he believed that given time, one could grasp this skill. Teresa was confident in Luo Xuan's innate talent. Thus he trusted that with sufficient time, Luo Xuan would master this technique. His role in mentoring Luo Xuan was merely to impart some of his experiences, helping him avoid unnecessary detours. You all must also diligently practice, especially you, Balo, and that young girl. Both of you possess commendable talents. With the right training, you too can condense energy spheres, Teresa remarked, addressing the other 4 bystanders. In his view, any Scion could achieve success in training, particularly those capable of combat beyond their levels. With dedicated effort, it was entirely possible for them to condense energy spheres in the future. Understood, the group nodded in agreement. Witnessing Luo Xuan's remarkable ability to condense an energy sphere in an instant left them feeling a profound sense of defeat. However, the realization that even a low-level warrior like him could succeed kindled a competitive spirit within them. Their current limitations stemmed from insufficient power and energy contained within their cells. If they attempted to forcibly extract energy, it was likely they would exhaust themselves before achieving any success with the energy sphere. Yet now, with a method for training at hand, they merely needed to enhance their strength and familiarize themselves further with the skill to attain success. As Teresa had indicated, this endeavor was not insurmountable. With earnest practice, success was within reach, and every Scion had the potential to succeed. Luo Xuan held on to this belief. Characters like Krillin and Yamcha from the anime could condense energy spheres and even Kamehameha waves. As a Saiyan, how could he possibly fail to do the same? The truth was that the current Saiyans had yet to fully engage with these techniques, which accounted for their inability to condense energy spheres. Teresa, you previously mentioned that by withstanding your attack, I would uncover a secret. I presume it pertains to the Northern Forest? With the successful condensation of the energy sphere, Luo Xuan's curiosity regarding that secret had been piqued. Teresa had previously indicated that only by enduring his energy sphere would one gain insight into a hidden truth. Luo Xuan speculated that since they all resided within the Northern Forest, the secret must undoubtedly pertain to it. Recently, he had heard from Mo Shi that there seemed to be something amiss in the Northern Forest. A multitude of wild beasts had surged forth from within its depths, and the scorpion-tailed tigers, which typically thrived in the forest interior, had been driven to the edges, with some even venturing to the periphery of the Northern Forest. The creatures now inhabiting the central region were predominantly those that had emerged from the depths of the Northern Forest, leaving one to ponder what truly transpired within. Before him stood Teresa, reputed to be the closest individual to attaining the rank of a high warrior. At this moment, her decision to conceal herself and engage in cultivation rather than train in the designated high warrior area, while meandering through the central region with a few intermediate warriors, certainly suggested the presence of some underlying matter. Indeed, he was correct in his assumption that it was related to the Northern Forest. Rumor had it that a new beast had appeared within, preying upon the native wildlife, which had consequently fled. Teresa remarked that this was also a contributing factor to the recent unrest in the Northern Forest. As the internal creatures were forced outward, they encroached upon the central area, which in turn pushed the central inhabitants to the outskirts, with some potentially escaping the Northern Forest entirely. Thus, Teresa harbored the intention of venturing into the depths of the forest, hoping to either eliminate or drive away this new beast. What, then, was this new creature? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, astonished by the emergence of a new beast. What could this situation entail? Generally, beasts are known to migrate from other regions. However, what Teresa reported indicated a sudden appearance, implying that this creature manifested in the heart of the Northern Forest unbeknownst to anyone. Although many intermediate warriors are no longer training within the Northern Forest, a considerable number still remain. How could a creature capable of confronting the forest's inhabitants manage to infiltrate without detection? This remains unclear to me as well. Belo, perhaps you could elaborate. Belo and his companions are among the few who have witnessed this new beast firsthand. This is precisely why Teresa brought them along, to ascertain the truth of the matter. Indeed, we too noticed something peculiar about the Northern Forest that day and decided to venture in as a group, relying on our strength to explore the inner depths. To our astonishment, we discovered that the beasts, which should have been residing within the forest, had all emerged. The bald man pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, we then stealthily entered the deeper areas. Given our limited abilities, we chose to evade the beasts we encountered. It wasn't until we reached the innermost part that we witnessed something truly astonishing. Another Scion continued. We beheld a colossal serpent. Well, it appeared to be a serpent. Green in hue, though the specifics were hard to discern. We dared not approach too closely, only aware that it was exceedingly long, coiled as if resembling a snake. As Belo recounted this scene, he too furrowed his brow, feeling a tremendous pressure emanating from that creature. Upon hearing Belo's description, Luo Xuan also frowned. A green giant serpent, traversing from outside the forest to within, and yet no one detected its presence. Did it leave any trace upon its entry? Curiosity piqued, Luo Xuan inquired. If it truly is a colossal serpent, then surely, even if it remains unseen, it must have left traces of its passage. The absence of such evidence is indeed perplexing. The lack of any marks compels us to ponder, as it is precisely this absence that breeds our unease. Given the knowledge that Luo Xuan possesses capabilities far surpassing his own, the thought of being vanquished in mere moments is not lost on him. The energy sphere, though not directly experienced, radiated an undeniable potency. Should it be unleashed upon him, Belu acknowledges his inability to withstand it. Thus, his demeanor has shifted. The prior arrogance has dissipated. After all, Saiyans, irrespective of age or gender, are inherently formidable beings. They seldom yield unless confronted by someone of greater strength. The absence of any traces? That is indeed peculiar. A frown creased Luo Xuan's brow, as this matter instilled in him a sense of unease. A giant serpent, regardless of its prowess, could not possibly navigate the depths of the forest without leaving a mark. The only conceivable explanation for such stealth would be akin to a bird's flight into the canopy. At this juncture, Mashi, who had remained silent until now, interjected. How could a serpent possibly fly in? It is more plausible that it burrowed its way through, perhaps even making its way from the Zufu people. Another Scion voiced his thoughts, aware that serpents do not possess the ability to soar but acknowledging the possibility of subterranean passage. Indeed, there is merit to that theory. Hence, I am inclined to investigate further. However, our current strength is insufficient, which is why we must train here. Luo Xuan, would you care to join? Teresa nodded in agreement. Convinced that the likelihood of tunneling was substantial, and thus intended to delve deeper into the forest's embrace. He also wished to provide Belu and the others an opportunity to enhance their skills, for they had been under his tutelage for quite some time. Yes, if possible. I would like to accompany you, Luo Xuan replied. Mashi, would you also like to join? While Mashi currently followed Luo Xuan, she was not his subordinate. To Luo Xuan, Mashi was a friend, and he could not dictate her decisions, but merely extend the invitation. Observing this exchange, Teresa felt a twinge of curiosity. He had initially assumed that Mashi was akin to Beilu and the others, a subordinate of Luo Xuan, yet this was evidently not the case. I will certainly accompany you, Mashi affirmed without hesitation. In her view, despite her relatively short time by Luo Xuan's side, she had already gained the confidence to confront adversaries of innate superiority. Presently, Mashi felt assured of victory even against Reguo and his companions, a testament to the benefits of her association with Luo Xuan. Be aware that the interior of the forest is fraught with peril. I may not be able to safeguard you, Luo Xuan cautioned. For he had yet to traverse the depths of the North Forest, and was unaware of the dangers that lurked within. Should there indeed exist beasts that rival elite warriors? He could not guarantee Mashi's safety. I will follow you from the periphery. I never anticipated surviving this journey. Yet here I stand, thriving. In less than 10 days, I have transformed from barely managing to fend off 3 or 4 scorpion tigers to now being capable of vanquishing 15. Even if I were to perish now, I would consider my existence to have been well-lived. Mashi smiled softly, recognizing the miraculous nature of her journey thus far. Saiyans are inherently combative, and Mashi is no exception. Previously, as she roamed the outskirts, she thought herself incapable of venturing into the central region, convinced that entry would spell certain doom. Upon her arrival, she indeed felt that dread, though it was ultimately instigated by Luo Xuan. Yet, even without his presence, she might have encountered a vast horde of scorpion tigers. Conversely, having met Luo Xuan, she not only survived but thrived, significantly enhancing her prowess. The astonishment on Teresa and the others' faces was palpable as they processed her words. In less than 10 days, her transition from barely fending off 3 or 4 to now defeating 15 was remarkable. Was this rapid advancement attributed to the presence of this lower-tier warrior? How had she achieved such growth? Very well, I shall endeavor to further augment your abilities. The central region, aside from the scorpion tigers, seems to harbor entities of greater strength that have escaped from within, correct? Luo Xuan nodded. The scorpion tiger had ceased to be a worthy target for his cultivation. He yearned for a new ambition. The central region was once the dominion of the scorpion tiger. Yet due to issues within the northern forest, a more ferocious beast had emerged, one that surpassed the scorpion tiger in savagery. Luo Xuan aspired to hone his skills against this formidable creature. Are you referring to the jungle raptor? It was Teresa who spoke, possessing a deeper understanding of the northern forest than Luo Xuan himself. As soon as Luo Xuan mentioned it, Teresa recognized the beast in question. The jungle raptor, originally a resident of the northern forest, had recently been driven out in considerable numbers. Unlike the scorpion tigers, which tended to appear in large packs, the jungle raptors manifested in smaller groups of 2 or 3. However, the strength of the jungle raptor greatly eclipsed that of the scorpion tiger. A single jungle raptor could effortlessly eliminate around 20 scorpion tigers. Despite their considerable size, they possessed remarkable speed and formidable defense. Even when attacked by high-ranking warriors, they could withstand the blows, and it would require significant time and effort from these warriors to successfully vanquish them. Indeed, the scorpion tiger has lost its utility. I wish to test my mettle against the jungle raptors. When do you plan to venture into the depths of the forest? Luo Xuan nodded. It was indeed time to pursue a new objective. After all, he could easily vanquish the scorpion tiger now, and the jungle raptor, with its swiftness, formidable attack power, and robust defense, was precisely the target for his cultivation. In 7 days, we shall reconvene here and venture into the depths together, suggested Trissa after a moment of contemplation. The others, including Bello, also needed to enhance their strength to enter as a unified force. As for himself, it seemed he must also devise a means to grow even stronger. Very well, we shall meet in 7 days. Mashi, let us depart. Luo Xuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he led Mo-Shi in a different direction. Perhaps one day, he would indeed surpass the advanced warriors. Watching Luo Xuan's departing figure, Teresa sighed, initially believing she was quite close to that level, only to realize that there were others who were even nearer. Belo, are you 4 still training here? Teresa inquired, turning to Belo as Luo Xuan walked away. Among the 4, Belo's words carried considerable weight, and the other 3 were inclined to heed his counsel. Prompting Teresa to address him directly, Belo was capable of making decisions for the others. The jungle swift dragon is beyond the capabilities of the 3 of us. I could only manage to stall it for a while. Belo hesitated before responding slowly. What if I join you? Teresa asked. With your addition, we would undoubtedly prevail. This time, there was no trace of hesitation. If the 4 of us teamed up with Teresa, even 2 jungle swift dragons would stand a chance against them. Are you afraid of death? Teresa nodded, then posed a rather perplexing question. Saiyans fear not death, but rather the prospect of dying without a fight. Belo simply smiled at this notion. As Saiyans, none feared death. They merely wished to perish in battle rather than be consumed by these beasts. Very well. Let us venture deeper into the northern forest and challenge the jungle swift dragons, Teresa affirmed, her spirit ignited by Luo Xuan's encouragement. If a low-level warrior sought to confront the jungle swift dragons, then she, who prided herself on being the closest to an advanced warrior, could not fall behind. Indeed. Belo nodded, and the other 3 Saiyans, having overheard their conversation, wore expressions of excitement. After a brief gathering of their belongings, the 5 set forth into the depths of the forest. It was not only Teresa who felt inspired by Luo Xuan, the other Saiyans were equally motivated. If a low-level warrior could become so formidable, why could they not? Are you truly intent on seeking out those jungle swift dragons for training? Emoshi, walking beside Luo Xuan, hesitated before voicing his concern. Why? Are you afraid? Luo Xuan nodded. Indeed, he was determined to seek out the jungle raptors. After all, it was only such formidable beasts that could facilitate his growth. I am not fearful, yet with your speed, you may find it challenging to match those swift creatures. Their teeth, claws, and tails are potent weapons, and encounters with them may not be as manageable as with the scorpion tigers. As for Luo Xuan, Mashi had come to understand that this fellow was utterly unfamiliar with this planet, let alone with a species residing in the northern forest. Mashi speculated that Luo Xuan was likely engrossed in his cultivation, hence the need for a warning. Such matters are indeed remarkable. As anticipated by Mashi, Luo Xuan was aware that the jungle raptors possessed formidable attack, defense, and speed, but he remained oblivious to their true prowess. To venture forth in search of these jungle raptors for training without any knowledge is quite audacious. Mashi found Luo Xuan's approach amusing. Others typically undertook challenges only after thorough preparation. Yet Luo Xuan, in his ignorance, was ready to confront them head-on. It is worth noting that I, too, was unaware that the fat-toothed behemoth had 2 heads, nor did I know that scorpion tigers traveled in packs. Luo Xuan chuckled softly. He indeed knew nothing. Yet that could not serve as an excuse for his evasion. What he required was a formidable opponent to strengthen himself, rather than seeking those he could easily defeat. Well, it seems that safety is an elusive prospect when following you. Emoshi sighed, realizing that accompanying Luo Xuan would not lead to tranquil days. Now, a more pressing issue had arisen. Ignoring Emoshi's mild complaints, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow and inquired, what issue? What kind of problem could be deemed so serious that it unsettled Luo Xuan? This was rather uncharacteristic of him. Perhaps this matter truly warranted concern. For Emoshi's expression grew grave as he posed the question. Can you sew? My clothes have been torn to shreds during the recent battle. Luo Xuan gestured towards his attire, which, after the recent battle with Teresa, had barely managed to cover certain areas due to the impact of an energy orb. He felt a sense of discomfort about his appearance, reminiscent of modern sensibilities. When we encounter a scorpion tiger next time, I shall craft you a garment, he offered. The art of clothing creation seemed relatively simple to him, as their attire differed significantly from modern garments, consisting mainly of several pieces of animal hide stitched together. However, Luo Xuan had never attempted such a task. Even if provided with the hides, he would be at a loss. Thus, he would need to enlist Mashi's assistance. As for the scorpion tigers, how many shall I seek? Upon hearing that scorpion tigers could be used to craft garments, Luo Xuan was instantly intrigued. Is it not an easy task to hunt a scorpion tiger? One would suffice. How many more could one possibly desire? Emoshi felt speechless. For one scorpion tiger was indeed more than adequate. Besides, are you not already adorned in the very hide of a scorpion tiger? What need have you for such fervent interest? Very well, wait for me a moment. After Luo Xuan finished speaking, he rushed out without the slightest hesitation. Hey, do you really need to be in such a hurry? I couldn't comprehend why Luo Xuan was so anxious. It was merely a torn piece of clothing. However, by that time, Luo Xuan had already dashed quite a distance away, his speed remarkable, leaving Emoshi feeling somewhat powerless. If she attempted to catch up, she would undoubtedly fail, so she had no choice but to wait there. Roar. Shortly after Luo Xuan departed, a group of scorpion tigers happened upon Emoshi. They immediately launched an assault on her. Fortunately, the number of scorpion tigers was not overwhelming, just over 20. Emoshi was capable of defeating around 15 of them. So although she could not eliminate them entirely, stalling for time should not pose a problem. Being with him truly instilled a sense of insecurity. Emoshi shook her head helplessly and charged straight into the midst of the scorpion tigers. I'm back. What do you think of this scorpion tiger? Is it big enough? After more than 10 minutes, Luo Xuan returned. Quick, come help me. Emoshi, having slain a few scorpion tigers, was now struggling to hold her ground. She found herself at an impasse with the scorpion tigers. Neither could truly harm the other. Damn, with so many scorpion tigers, I should have known better than to run so far for help. Luo Xuan gazed at the cluster of scorpion tigers before him, feeling rather speechless. Had he foreseen this situation, he would have chosen to wait here instead of venturing so far. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely due to his absence that the scorpion tigers dared to attack Emoshi. Though the intelligence of these creatures was rather limited, they possessed an instinct for self-preservation. Fortunately, you returned rather swiftly. Otherwise, I might have met my demise, Emoshi said, slumped on the ground, having expended a considerable amount of energy in the recent skirmish. Come on, with your current strength, you can last another 10 minutes without a doubt. Observing the numerous scorpion tiger carcasses strewn across the area, Luo Xuan couldn't help but smile. Had this been before, she would have been swiftly overwhelmed. Yet now, she had demonstrated the capability to endure until his return, a testament to her continuous improvement. Look at all these scorpion tigers. Which one do you wish to fashion into clothing? She inquired, nudging the lifeless bodies beneath her feet. Previously, Luo Xuan had ventured out to capture scorpion tigers. And now he found himself surrounded by their remains. No, I just discovered one that had commendable defensive capabilities. I wonder if its hide can be removed. Luo Xuan shook his head. Just moments ago, when he ventured outside, he encountered a group of scorpion tigers. Initially, he contemplated slaying one to bring back. But he soon discovered that one among them possessed formidable defenses. When he kicked it, it seemed entirely unfazed. Defenses? Which one? Observing his surroundings, each scorpion tiger appeared identical. And Emoshi did not pay much heed. It's over there, Luo Xuan declared, promptly sprinting forward to retrieve a scorpion tiger that seemed somewhat smaller than the others. Is this the scorpion tiger king? He had not given it much thought, but upon bringing the creature closer, Emoshi's expression turned grave. The scorpion tiger king? No wonder this particular scorpion tiger exhibited such extraordinary strength. I wonder, is there a way to fashion clothing from its hide? Surely, its skin could withstand considerable assaults. Luo Xuan was quite satisfied. After all, this was the scorpion tiger king, which explained its formidable defensive capabilities. However, do you not fear retribution? By slaying the scorpion tiger king, the swarm of scorpion tigers will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Are you aware of this? The probability of encountering the scorpion tiger king is merely 1 in 100. Thus, the swarm must consist of over 100 individuals. If you wish to avoid being hunted, it would be prudent to craft garments from these ordinary scorpion tigers. Mashi offered a reminder. Having thoroughly familiarized herself with these statistics prior to entering the northern forest. 100? She mused, it should be 121, including this scorpion tiger king. I have dealt with them all. Luo Xuan smiled lightly and casually remarked, you killed 121 scorpion tigers. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi's face instantly filled with astonishment. 121. He struggled to deal with even 21, yet this individual had managed to vanquish a staggering 121. Initially, Emoshi believed that Luo Xuan had merely fortuitously slain the scorpion tiger king without drawing too much attention from the others. But it turned out that he had eradicated the entire nest of scorpion tigers. Could you transform this scorpion tiger king into clothing for me? That should be feasible, right? Given Emoshi's earlier comments, it was apparent he understood how to extract the remarkably resilient hide. As for how Luo Xuan managed to defeat over 100 scorpion tigers, he chose to remain silent, as that was a secret he preferred to keep, were it not for his capabilities. Luo Xuan would never have dared to provoke the jungle speed dragon. Only with such prowess could he challenge that formidable creature, once a dominant force within the northern forest. The azure serpent, as mentioned by Bello and the others, clearly possessed the strength to drive the jungle speed dragon from the depths of the northern forest, indicating that this sudden arrival was significantly more powerful than the jungle speed dragon. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to expel it from its territory. Now, if even the jungle speed dragon could not be defeated, a visit to the northern forest would merely be a sightseeing venture. Indeed, there is a way. Each scorpion tiger, regardless of its formidable defense, possesses a weakness. For ordinary scorpion tigers, the vulnerable spot lies in their abdomen. A targeted strike there can bypass their defenses. However, the scorpion tiger king is different. Its weakness is akin to that of a Saiyans. She grasped the tail of the scorpion tiger king and swiftly unsheathed a dagger from his waist. With a precise stroke, he made an incision near the tail, slicing downward through the abdomen and up towards the neck. Your skills are quite commendable. Observing Emoshi's deftness, Luo Xuan felt reassured. He had not anticipated that this intermediate warrior was also adept at crafting garments. Of course, among us Saiyans, you are probably the only one lacking this skill. Emoshi rolled his eyes, questioning whether this individual was even a Saiyan. With a name so different from theirs, how could he lack such basic proficiency? Oh, is that so? Ahem. Luo Xuan awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that this was indeed a fundamental skill of the Saiyans. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Saiyans were currently in a primitive society, yet to conquer the Zafurians and devoid of advanced technology. Naturally, there were no clothing stores or battle attire. Speaking of which, without battle gear akin to Vegetas, when these female Saiyans transformed into gorillas and then reverted to their original forms, wouldn't it be rather tumultuous? Just then, a tremendous roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble momentarily. What is happening? Luo Xuan warily surveyed his surroundings, pondering whether they were under attack by a horde of scorpion tigers. It was uncertain. Perhaps a formidable beast was lurking nearby. For such a cacophony could not arise from mere trivialities. In terms of understanding the northern forest and its myriad of ferocious creatures, Luo Xuan was undoubtedly less knowledgeable than Emoshi. Thus, upon hearing the sound, he assumed it to be the scorpion tigers. Especially since they had just annihilated a horde of them, could another wave be forthcoming? However, Emoshi was convinced that it was not the scorpion tigers, but rather some larger creature, for only a being of significant size could produce such a tremendous noise. Large beasts? Just as Luo Xuan and Emoshi were engulfed in confusion, the source of the sound raced towards them from the distance. To their dismay, it was a pair of jungle raptors. How could they possibly be here? They must have been drawn by the blood of the Scorpion Tiger King. Emoshi immediately recognized the two ferocious creatures in the distance as jungle raptors. So this is what a jungle raptor looks like. Observing the two large beings from afar, Luo Xuan was momentarily stunned. He had imagined the jungle raptors to be akin to the swift dragons from Dragon Ball, but they were indeed reminiscent of Spinosaurus. Rest assured and craft my garments. I shall test their strength. Luo Xuan spoke softly, initially believing he would have to wait to search for the jungle raptors. But to his surprise, they had come to him so swiftly. He was eager to test the strength of these jungle raptors. Curious about just how powerful they were and how fast such a massive creature could move, he had intended to wait until his attire was completed before seeking the raptors. Yet fate had led him to encounter them sooner than anticipated. Be cautious. These jungle raptors are significantly stronger than the scorpion tigers, he warned. Emoshi nodded, surprisingly placing her trust in Luo Xuan. Although he faced two jungle raptors, she believed in him. All right, he replied with a smile, eschewing further conversation as he charged towards the two raptors. He relished this direct style of combat, preferring to engage head-on rather than waste time with unnecessary chatter. As Luo Xuan approached, the raptors noticed him and found it utterly amusing that this small figure dared to challenge them. One of the raptors lifted its foot and aimed to stomp on Luo Xuan, intending to crush him beneath its weight. Emoshi, witnessing this scene from a distance, would typically have cried out, Luo Xuan, and rushed to his aid. However, she refrained, merely glancing over before returning to her sewing. She understood that if Luo Xuan were so easily defeated, she too would be in peril. Moreover, if he could be vanquished so effortlessly, she could not possibly believe in his strength, especially as they ventured deeper into the heart of the northern forest. At that moment, Luo Xuan's voice rang out, and the foot that had sought to crush him was lifted slightly, then further. With a surge of strength, he pushed the foot away. Meanwhile, the other jungle raptor had begun to sprint towards Emoshi's direction. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Xuan immediately accelerated to pursue, seizing the tail of the jungle swift dragon and bringing the colossal creature to a halt. Emoshi is crafting garments for me, and you must not disturb her, he declared, gripping the tail of the jungle swift dragon with both hands and pulling it back forcefully. With a vigorous toss, he flung the massive jungle swift dragon away, causing it to collide with two other jungle swift dragons. A roar erupted from the two startled beasts, who had not anticipated being obstructed by such a minuscule creature. They instantly developed a flicker of curiosity towards this so-called ant, with an intimidating roar directed at Luo Xuan. One of the dragons swung its tail towards him with remarkable speed. Yet, Luo Xuan was no slouch in agility. He leapt high into the air just as the tail whipped toward him. However, just when he believed he had evaded the attack of the jungle swift dragon, the tail of the other dragon struck where he had just been. Bang! Luo Xuan had no time to evade and could only brace himself. However, this impact sent him crashing to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Initially, he believed such exaggerated feats were merely the stuff of animation. Now, he realized that the formidable body of a Saiyan could indeed create a crater upon landing heavily. What he thought were merely two jungle raptors turned out to be a coordinated duo in their attack, which took him by surprise. It appeared that these raptors did not merely hunt in pairs. Their synergy was unexpected. Intrigued, he thought, bring it on. While facing a single jungle raptor might be manageable, confronting two was an entirely different matter, especially since they demonstrated such effective teamwork. Meanwhile, a commotion caught the attention of Beluo and his companions, who were initially headed in another direction. However, they had not ventured far when a loud crash echoed from the direction Luo Xuan had just departed. Could something have happened? One Scion speculated. They were headed that way. What if they encountered an ambush? This doesn't bode well. Such a loud noise must be caused by the jungle raptors. Let us investigate, Teresa remarked, her experience guiding her intuition. Recognizing the sound as characteristic of the jungle raptors, she urged the group forward. Beluo nodded in agreement, eager to witness how Luo Xuan fared against these formidable creatures known as the tyrants of the northern forest. As they approached, however, confusion washed over their faces. What on earth was happening? They saw the two jungle raptors unmistakably attacking Luo Xuan, yet the ground was littered with the corpses of scorpion tigers, and there sat Moshi, crafting garments from their hides. Their bewilderment deepened. What brings you here? Moshi inquired upon noticing them, puzzled. Didn't we agree to split up? We heard the commotion and came to check. It seems you really did encounter the jungle raptors, but what are you doing? Teresa asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Making clothes, of course. Luo Xuan's attire was torn during the skirmish, and since he can't sew, he asked me for help, Moshi replied, lifting a piece of scorpion tiger skin as if it were obvious. I meant, why aren't you assisting Luo Xuan? He is over there fighting, and you're just sitting here sewing. Teresa exclaimed, exasperated. Even if you can't defeat the raptors, you could at least distract one. With Luo Xuan's strength, it's just a matter of time before he overcomes a single jungle raptor. No need, Luo Xuan can handle it. He's merely using the jungle raptors for training. Once he tires, he will deal with them directly, Moshi reassured, having grown accustomed to Luo Xuan's training methods over the days. Initially, she had worried about his ability to manage the situation, but after witnessing him finish off his opponent swiftly without hesitation, she felt at ease. Training? Teresa and the others turned to watch Luo Xuan, who, though taking hits from the raptors, appeared to be managing quite well. He seemed to grow increasingly adept at anticipating their attacks. This was truly remarkable. Encountering the jungle raptors for the first time, he dared to suppress his own abilities, treating them as training targets. Luo and the others were astonished by the raptors' coordinated assaults and equally impressed by Luo Xuan, who remained composed and was steadily improving amidst the fray. Teresa nodded, acknowledging that even she would struggle to match his performance. Luo Xuan was indeed progressing rapidly. It was conceivable that soon he would surpass all elite warriors, including those who trained on gravity platforms. As they observed, Luo Xuan collided once more with the two jungle raptors and stumbled back several paces. This is insufficient. My strength pales compared to the elite warriors, let alone those on gravity platforms. Only through direct combat with the jungle raptors did Luo Xuan realize his power remained inadequate. Coming from a background as a lower-tier warrior, he felt the inherent disadvantages weighing upon him. Moreover, with minimal training over the past 17 years, he had squandered much time. It was evident that significant effort was necessary to catch up to the elite warriors. Engaging the jungle raptors had drained a considerable amount of Luo Xuan's stamina. Despite his apparent fatigue, the raptors still exhibited vigor. Teresa, perceptive, quickly noted his state of exhaustion. We should assist him, Luo agreed, recognizing that even Luo Xuan, no matter how strong, would find it challenging to contend with two raptors. You'd best refrain from intervening, or you may find yourselves battling him instead, Mashi cautioned, still focused on her task. He's nearly spent. If we don't help, he might be overwhelmed by the jungle raptors. Teresa frowned, glancing at Mashi incredulously. Can't you see he is in danger? He'll be fine, Mashi replied, noticing the smile at the corner of Luo Xuan's mouth, which reassured her. She returned to her work, unperturbed. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed in the distance, prompting Teresa to look up. She witnessed one of the jungle raptors collapse to the ground. What just happened? She asked Luo, who had not seen the event unfold. Just as she spoke, another tremendous noise erupted, and the second jungle raptor also fell. What is occurring? I thought Luo Xuan was out of stamina. Teresa felt a surge of frustration moments ago. She had clearly exhausted her strength, yet now she had inexplicably managed to bring down both jungle raptors. Roar. Just as Teresa grappled with her bewilderment, the two jungle raptors rose once more, letting out a fierce growl towards Luo Xuan before resuming their assault. Although Luo Xuan had previously knocked them to the ground with a swift kick, the resilient jungle raptors were not significantly harmed by the encounter. Naturally, Luo Xuan had not exerted his full power, merely testing the waters. He chuckled to himself, anticipating further engagement with his adversaries. Luo Xuan chuckled softly before dashing towards the jungle raptors. Freed from the constraints of gravity, he felt considerably lighter. Has his stamina been restored? Beilu observed Luo Xuan from a distance, suddenly finding the Saiyan incomprehensible. No, it seemed he had unleashed all his power. He had been suppressing himself during the previous encounter. Engaging with the jungle raptors in such a manner was undoubtedly perilous, yet it provided an excellent opportunity for training. Teresa, having watched Luo Xuan's attacks, discerned that he was indeed holding back his strength. However, it remained unclear to her how Luo Xuan managed to manipulate the gravity system, now unshackled from its influence. How had he lowered his own power? Beilu shook his head, finding it hard to believe. Such control over one's abilities was beyond his grasp. One could achieve this only by honing their mastery over their own strength, yet he never considered using it as a means of training. How intriguing. Could Luo Xuan, now employing his full strength, vanquish the two jungle raptors? It appeared he had indeed committed all his power. Would that suffice to defeat both foes? Only time would tell. And if necessary, they could lend a hand. Teresa shook his head, uncertain of Luo Xuan's true capabilities, and Beilu nodded in agreement, eager to witness the prowess of this lowly warrior. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan remained oblivious to their discussions, his focus entirely on the two jungle raptors before him. Yet, he felt his strength had not significantly increased. What could be the reason? He had fought under gravity's weight moments ago, but now, liberated from it, his combat effectiveness had not risen dramatically. No matter, he resolved to deal with these two beasts first. Pondering further was futile. He needed to dispatch them without delay. Hey, he said, stepping back before extending his right hand. F4, a swift energy extraction technique, was his intention. Beilu, witnessing Luo Xuan's motion, murmured in recognition. They were all well acquainted with this maneuver. However, the energy ball could only handle one jungle raptor, drawing energy from within its cells. This would complicate matters with the second raptor. Teresa was familiar with this energy ball, having essentially invented it. Thus he understood its pros and cons. Seeing Luo Xuan employ this tactic, concern crossed his brow. Although the energy ball could defeat one raptor, the other would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. After using the energy ball, Luo Xuan would be left with diminished energy, rendering him vulnerable to the second raptor's assault. The jungle raptors were not foolish. Their coordinated attacks indicated a high level of intelligence. Hence, Luo Xuan was at risk. I shall also gather an energy ball to assist Luo Xuan when the other raptor strikes, Teresa declared, extending his right hand in a claw-like fashion. Grasping his wrist with the left, preparing to concentrate energy. Wait, do not interfere, Moshi interjected, having remained silent thus far. She understood Teresa's intentions, but had unwavering faith in Luo Xuan's abilities. His silence indicated that all was well, and she would not permit Teresa to intervene. Can't you see? Luo Xuan is in a precarious position. Teresa frowned at Moshi's objections. Did she doubt his judgment? Precarious? He is fine. Just observe, Moshi countered, shaking her head. Given Luo Xuan's character, he would never place himself in danger. You, Teresa retorted, bewildered by her confidence. Were it not for Luo Xuan, he might have lost his temper. Look, Beilu interjected, his gaze fixed on Luo Xuan, an inkling of worry creeping in. What's wrong? Is Luo Xuan in trouble? Teresa's thoughts were interrupted by Beilu's comment. And he frowned, pondering whether Luo Xuan could truly be in peril. Raising his gaze, he saw Luo Xuan lifting his left hand. The sight momentarily stunned Teresa. And then a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Luo Xuan was considering? His unspoken words hung in the air. Yet Beilu and the others understood his implication. Luo Xuan's movements mirrored those of his right hand, exhibiting a calmness despite the chaos surrounding him. F4, the swift energy extraction, was about to be executed. Just as the thought crossed Teresa's mind, a flash of blue light ignited in Luo Xuan's palms, rapidly intensifying until 2 energy balls materialized within them. Go, he commanded, launching the energy ball at the approaching jungle raptor without hesitation. In an instant, the energy ball collided with the raptor, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The power is astonishing, Beilu exclaimed, watching the explosion unfold. Though he could not discern the specifics, the force was undoubtedly sufficient to obliterate both jungle raptors. As the dust began to settle, a figure emerged from the haze. It was none other than Luo Xuan. Oh, what are you all doing here? He inquired, bemused. Upon encountering Teresa and her companions, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, having not noticed their presence during the battle. It was only after the confrontation had concluded that he realized they were also here. How did you manage that? He pondered. As the dust in the distance began to dissipate, revealing the charred corpses of 2 jungle raptors, Teresa glanced at the lifeless bodies. Her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. What had transpired here? What? The energy spheres? I merely unleashed them from both hands simultaneously. It bears no distinction from what you taught me. After a brief pause, Luo Xuan grasped that she was referring to the simultaneous manifestation of energy spheres. He understood that as long as his stamina was sufficient, he would encounter little difficulty. Moreover, the rapid system allowed for the swift extraction of energy from within his cells, making it effortless for him to control the energy spheres with both hands. However, should Teresa attempt the same, it would likely require a considerable amount of time. Is that so? Teresa nodded, acknowledging that the method was indeed similar. Yet, it necessitated extracting an additional portion of energy from within the cells. While this notion was simple in theory, the reality was that without adequate energy to sustain it, one could easily collapse the moment the energy was fully extracted. In such a scenario, the energy sphere could detonate right before one's eyes, resulting in quite the spectacle. Luo Xuan, you retire. At that moment, Moshi approached, presenting Luo Xuan with his clothing. Luo Xuan took a glance at the item. Although rather rudimentary, it was merely woven from tiger skin and grass. Nevertheless, it was preferable to having nothing at all, despite the presence of some still damp bloodstains that required cleaning. Thank you, he expressed, fully appreciative of Moshi's assistance. After all, for the past few days, she had been the one aiding him in enhancing his strength. She felt a profound gratitude in return. Were it not for Luo Xuan, she would still merely be a mid-tier warrior training on the outskirts of the northern forest with the Wanchu beast. Consequently, Luo Xuan had become her guiding light. Who would have imagined that a lowly warrior she once looked down upon could possess such strength and become the catalyst for her own growth? Luo Xuan, may I accompany you in your training? Please teach me. At that moment, Teresa approached, whispering to Luo Xuan. Accompany me in training? Luo Xuan wore a peculiar expression. Was this fellow not renowned for being the closest to an advanced warrior? What had become of the Saiyan pride? Ahem. I believe your cultivation methods align quite well with my own, thus I wish to train alongside you. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's expression, Teresa felt a flush of embarrassment. What a bewildering look it was. Having lived for over half a lifetime, no one had ever instructed her, and despite her considerable innate talent, she had never regarded anyone as worthy of teaching her. Now in her 40s, she had already reached a level comparable to that of advanced warriors, possessing great strength and pride. Yet today, she encountered Luo Xuan, a mere junior warrior and a youth in his teens, who surpassed her in prowess and possessed even greater talent. Consequently, Teresa found herself genuinely admiring Luo Xuan, which inspired her desire to train with him. Upon hearing Teresa's words, those nearby cast astonished glances in her direction. This once haughty prodigy was now willing to allow a younger junior warrior to guide her in her training methods. If this were to spread, few would believe it. Do you truly wish to train with me? However, I possess no particular training techniques. I merely engage in relentless encounters with fierce beasts for specialized training. Luo Xuan spoke with a sense of resignation, admitting that he truly had no advanced training methods. His approach merely involved utilizing a gravity system to bear heavy burdens during his practice, which seemed hardly instructive. Let us proceed together. After all, having witnessed your combat skills, I am aware that should we encounter the jungle raptor, I might still stand a chance. However, for Barrow and his companions, their chances of escape appear slim. If we journey together, we can provide mutual support. Teresa pondered this suggestion, contemplating the simplicity of Luo Xuan's training technique. Perhaps it would be beneficial to accompany him for a few days and see if any insights could be gained. The others, including Barrow, nodded in agreement. Although the sentiment may have sounded unflattering, they recognized their own limitations in facing the jungle raptor. They had previously harbored confidence in their ability to collectively hold off one. But now it was evident that a single beast could eliminate all four of them with merely a trifling expenditure of time. Their defenses, speed, and offensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of the jungle raptor. Any attempt to delay its onslaught would surely be futile. Very well, let us proceed together. We need not return. Instead, we shall venture forth into the depths of the North Forest and discover the true prowess of that azure serpent. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that Teresa's words held truth. Ultimately, they would need to venture into the depths of the Northern Forest. And Bei Lu and his companions were already aware of the location of the green serpent. They certainly could not allow them to directly feed the jungle raptors. Moreover, Luo Xuan had found his recent encounters with the two jungle raptors somewhat cumbersome. Should they face 3 or 4, it might truly become an insurmountable challenge. However, with Teresa accompanying them, they would be better equipped to manage the situation. Although jungle raptors typically did not appear in groups exceeding 3, the current circumstances were rather different. Having been driven from the inner North Forest, who could say if the creatures had established new norms? Additionally, it was not impossible for them to appear in pairs, and encountering such misfortune was a distinct possibility. Very well, where shall we go now? Shall we seek out the jungle raptors directly? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's agreement, Teresa nodded in affirmation. As long as Luo Xuan was willing to allow her to accompany him, there were no objections. However, prior to that, there is a matter of greater urgency that requires my attention. Luo Xuan's statement piqued the vigilance of Teresa, Ma Shi, and the others. Was there yet another issue at hand? Had something transpired? The stench of blood on this garment is overwhelming. I cannot wear it. I need to find a place to wash it first. Once it is clean, we can set out, but as night is approaching, it would be prudent to find a place to rest for the night. Luo Xuan continued to grasp his soiled garment, the overwhelming stench of blood rendering it impossible for him to don it directly. Thus, he resolved to cleanse it first. All right, I shall heed your words. The group led by Teresa stumbled momentarily, nearly losing their footing, initially believing a significant event was unfolding, only to discover it was merely a matter of laundering clothes. However, as they had pledged to accompany Luo Xuan, they dutifully complied, perhaps viewing it as an opportunity to conserve their strength. Indeed, there is a river nearby. Let us proceed there to wash, and perhaps we can procure some sustenance, for after the recent battle, I find myself quite famished. As Luo Xuan passed by, he noticed a river nearby, which seemed a suitable place to spend the night. Very well, let us proceed. Teresa nodded in agreement. Consequently, the group made their way toward the river. Is this the lair of the scorpion tigers? Upon their arrival, Belo and the others were taken aback by the sight before them. Before their eyes lay a multitude of scorpion tiger corpses, numbering at least in the hundreds. It was evident that an entire pack had been annihilated. Is this where you captured the scorpion tiger king? Ma Shi, however, appeared unfazed, as she had been aware of the situation all along. After all, Luo Xuan had just slaughtered an entire pack of scorpion tigers before bringing the king out, which he subsequently fashioned into the garment he now possessed. Indeed, this is the spot. I initially intended to capture just one, but it seems I inadvertently attracted an entire horde. Luo Xuan nodded, then took his garment made from the scorpion tiger king to wash by the riverbank. Scorpion tiger king? Upon hearing Ma Shi's words, Bei Lu and the others turned their attention to the garment in Luo Xuan's hands, realizing that it was indeed crafted from a scorpion tiger. A single individual had slaughtered an entire pack of scorpion tigers, with hundreds of these fearsome beasts falling at his hands. How terrifying this person must be. It was no wonder he could single-handedly confront 2 jungle raptors. Previously, they had thought that the jungle raptors were merely slightly stronger than the scorpion tigers, beings they simply could not contend with. However, they did not perceive a significant gap in strength between themselves and Luo Xuan. Now, with the presence of the scorpion tiger, the disparity in power became glaringly evident. Belu, having slain 15 scorpion tigers, was already regarded as formidable among mid-tier warriors. Yet Luo Xuan's feat of vanquishing over 100 indicated a difference in power by a factor of 8. Now do you understand his terrifying prowess? Seeing the astonished expressions of Bei Lu and the others, Teresa remarked. He had long recognized Luo Xuan's extraordinary nature. After all, anyone capable of battling him and emerging unscathed from a direct hit by his energy sphere, composed of half his energy, must possess remarkable strength. Even a jungle raptor could be slain by such an energy sphere, yet that individual had merely appeared somewhat disheveled, sustaining no significant injury. And hardly expending any energy, he could gather energy spheres again in no time. If he were to learn that at that moment, Luo Xuan had consumed a miraculous bean to restore his stamina and heal his wounds instantaneously, what would his reaction be? Indeed, of course, they remained oblivious to the truth. Thus, after hearing Teresa's words, they deemed Luo Xuan immensely powerful, far beyond their capabilities. Fortunately, he had refrained from unleashing his full force, or else they would have perished long ago. In the future, as you follow him, you must learn diligently from him. A low-tier warrior wielding the strength of a high-tier warrior can impart valuable lessons that will enhance your own abilities, Teresa whispered, revealing his true motive for accompanying Luo Xuan. Meanwhile, Ma Shi, overhearing Teresa, struggled to suppress his laughter. As night fell, the group gathered around to roast scorpion tiger meat. Saiyans were never picky eaters, and Luo Xuan adhered to the traditional virtue of consuming whatever was available, turning what could not be eaten into medicinal concoctions. He also placed his garment by the fire to roast. Luo Xuan, with your innate talent, you should be able to surpass those high-tier warriors within a year. At that time, would you be interested in forming a combat team? You know the dangers that lie ahead in a year. If it were solely the Saiyans, they might face extinction. As they feasted, Teresa initiated a conversation to alleviate the awkwardness of their silence. A year from now? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. What Teresa spoke of must pertain to the impending conflict with the Zufu people. Indeed, while their combat prowess may not rival ours, their technological advancements far surpass ours. Thus it is those seeking demise who will rashly charge to the front lines. Nodding in agreement, it was evident that all Saiyans were acutely aware of the situation. Each individual was discreetly preparing, hoping to demonstrate their capabilities a year hence. Ideally, one would establish a personal team, a small collective, for true achievement is seldom attained alone. A solitary fighter is ultimately outmatched by a multitude. This notion resonated with Luo Xuan, who concurred with Teresa's sentiments. There are moments when a team proves far more advantageous than solitary efforts, much like Goku, who, in his youth, was surrounded by numerous companions, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha, and later joined by Vegeta and Piccolo. Although Goku ultimately resolved each challenge, he could not have done so without the support of his allies. Thus, Luo Xuan believed that having a few reliable companions would indeed be beneficial. I believe you should form your own group, he suggested. When the time for battle arrives, mutual support will be invaluable. Teresa continued, seemingly encouraging Luo Xuan. Your strength is on par with elite warriors. Why not establish your own team? Luo Xuan was somewhat curious. Before him stood Teresa, who was reputed to be the closest individual to a high-ranking warrior. If he desired, he could undoubtedly gather numerous intermediate warriors to form a group of his own. Do you think I haven't? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa replied with a hint of exasperation. You. Luo Xuan wished to articulate further, yet upon observing the somewhat unnatural expressions of Beilu and the others, he grasped the reality of the situation. Although Teresa was heralded as the one closest to becoming a high-level warrior, he merely approached that status. His prowess paled in comparison to those seasoned warriors on the gravity platforms. Consequently, he found himself accompanied only by Beilu and a few others, while the remaining intermediate warriors, like Shade, preferred to linger behind a high-level warrior. This arrangement might afford them some preferential access to the gravity platforms. Thus, the endeavor of assembling a team proved to be quite challenging. With a resigned shake of his head, Teresa acknowledged the stark truth of the matter. He had initially anticipated that upon voicing his intentions, many would rally to join him in the heart of the northern forest. Previously, there had indeed been a considerable number willing to follow, as their capabilities limited them to the forest periphery, where he could also lend a hand. However, ever since the advent of the gravity platforms, one by one, they had queued there, leaving only Beilu and a few others who were still inclined to traverse the heart of the northern forest alongside him. This situation was steeped in melancholy. His once promising small team had begun to flourish, only to disband upon the establishment of the gravity platform. Your expectations were simply too lofty, Ma Shi, who had been silently listening, interjected with a calm demeanor. We had intended to join you as well, but your disdain for those of us with lesser abilities deterred us. Ultimately, we, the less capable, chose not to pursue the gravity platform, preferring instead to hunt the fang-tooth beasts on the outskirts of the northern forest. As Teresa reflected on this, he too was aware of the underlying truth. Initially, he had sought individuals capable of independently defeating 3 scorpion tigers. At that time, Ma Shi lacked the requisite strength, rendering her unable to join him. It was for your own good, he replied. Without the ability to single-handedly vanquish 3 scorpion tigers, venturing into the heart of the northern forest would only lead to demise. Teresa had his own rationale for selecting candidates. He aimed to choose those who were stronger. In the perilous heart of the northern forest, survival was an exceedingly daunting task for the weak. Indeed, this was a fact that could not be disputed. Luo Xuan nodded. After traversing the central region of the northern forest for several days, he had encountered no fewer than hundreds of scorpion tigers, which had afforded him a profound understanding of their strength. Without the ability to individually vanquish 3 scorpion tigers, even his presence in the heart of the northern forest would spell doom. Upon hearing Luo Xuan speak, Mo Shi refrained from interjecting. Recently, She had genuinely felt the ferocity of the scorpion tiger pack in this part of the forest. She was acutely aware that had she accompanied them from the outset, she might well have become mere fertilizer for some tree by now. Yet, in her earlier pride, she had harbored some reservations about this matter. Beilo, along with his companions, had been with Luo Xuan during that time. He had been capable of slaying 5 scorpion tigers, placing him among the upper ranks of those who accompanied Luo Xuan. The other 3 could barely manage to kill 3, which was why they had been allowed to join the group. To this, Teresa felt a modicum of satisfaction. After all, the strongest among them, Beilo, had only been able to defeat 5 scorpion tigers at the time they entered. However, after 2 years of training, he had advanced to the point of slaying 15 independently. Just a few days prior, Luo Xuan had only been able to kill 4 scorpion tigers on his own. But now he could take down 15. As he spoke of this, he noticed Teresa wearing a smug expression, prompting Mo-shi to chime in with a note of skepticism. A mere few days? From 4 to 15? Upon hearing Mo-shi's words, Teresa and the others looked utterly astonished. They had believed Mo-shi had been accompanying Luo Xuan in the northern forest for a considerable time. The realization that it had only been a little over 10 days was quite shocking. There's nothing to be surprised about. Continue with your discussion of the team, Luo Xuan remarked, unfazed. In truth, Mo-shi had left out some crucial details. On that fateful day when she nearly perished, she had consumed a mystical being that had revived her. Saiyans experience a significant boost in power upon recovering from the brink of death. Thus, her leap from slaying 4 to now defeating 15 scorpion tigers was explicable. Now, Luo Xuan found himself increasingly intrigued by the prospect of forming a so-called small team. If he could indeed establish a group of his own, it would be a commendable choice. Regarding Teresa's suggestion of creating a small team, Luo Xuan felt a spark of interest. As Teresa had rightly said, in the impending war a year hence, an individual would pale in comparison to a cohesive team. Regardless of one's prowess, assistance would always be necessary to fend off opponents. What I truly desire is for you to assemble a team. After all, your strength still has room for enhancement. In any case, you are on the path to genuinely achieving the status of a high-level warrior. Teresa, observing Luo Xuan's interest, spoke up. He understood that he was merely on the cusp of becoming a high-level warrior. But he was confident that Luo Xuan's capabilities would ultimately surpass those of a high-level warrior, potentially earning him a position even on the gravity platform. My strength is still insufficient. Luo Xuan shook his head. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. At present, his strength was simply insufficient compared to those individuals on the gravity platform. Even against ordinary advanced warriors, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. Therefore, while Luo Xuan could consider forming a small group, establishing a proper team was beyond his current means. After all, those were all intermediate and advanced warriors, each possessing a haughty demeanor, unlikely to submit to a lowly warrior, unless one day he could seize control of a gravity platform. He would gain respect and possibly the opportunity to assemble a team. Indeed, his current strength posed a significant challenge. He merely proposed a vague direction. The specifics of the future were matters for another time. Teresa nodded in agreement. Presently, Luo Xuan's strength was such that, not to mention advanced warriors, even among intermediate warriors, few would genuinely yield to him. Was he not once in the same position, pridefully believing that everyone would follow his lead? Yet, the moment a gravity platform emerged, his team scattered, each finding excuses to depart. Teresa, still an intermediate warrior, faced such a fate. Thus, it was easy to imagine that even if someone was willing to follow Luo Xuan, when true combat commenced, few would remain. Yes, I shall consider this, Teresa replied. If you were to confront the advanced warriors on the gravity platform, how confident are you in securing a victory? This question held considerable weight. In a previous encounter with Lin, she had defeated him effortlessly while only exerting 30% of her strength. However, at that time, Luo Xuan had just arrived in this world and was unfamiliar with its intricacies. Having grown since, he pondered whether he could contend with the Saiyans on the gravity platform. If he were to assess his chances, they would be non-existent. Teresa shook her head, unashamed to admit, in facing ordinary advanced warriors, I have more losses than victories. How much less against the prodigies on the gravity platform? Thus, I have no chance whatsoever against them. None? Luo Xuan interjected, recalling that Mo-shi had previously claimed he could contend with advanced warriors on the gravity platform. Frowning at Teresa's words, he wondered if Mo-shi's information was flawed. Allow me to clarify, Teresa began. Initially, I could indeed engage advanced warriors on the gravity platform. However, as they adapted to the gravity, I gradually found myself unable to compete with them. The innate talent of advanced warriors is, indeed, superior to ours. Bellows, aware of Teresa's reluctance to delve into the matter, stepped in to provide clarification. Ah, so that is the case. Luo Xuan nodded, albeit with a tinge of concern. His current strength was comparable to that of Teresa. Even if he was strong, it was not by a significant margin, which implied that his chances of victory against Lin and her companions were virtually non-existent. Thus, he had retreated to the northern forest for training, wary of the ridicule he might face while waiting for the gravity platform outside. Teresa had also self-deprecatingly remarked on his earlier arrogance. After all, it was no small feat for a mid-level warrior to challenge a high-level one. Yet, Within just a few days, Teresa had faced 5 battles in a single day and lost them all. Consequently, he had led Beilu and the others into the heart of the northern forest for training. Hey, isn't this quite beneficial? Luo Xuan mused. At least it has tempered your resolve. Otherwise, you would never have grasped techniques like the energy sphere. As he spoke, an energy sphere formed in the palm of Luo Xuan's hand, only to be crushed moments later, erupting into a dazzling display of light. This display astonished Teresa and Beilu even further, deepening their respect for Luo Xuan. The ability to conjure such energy spheres was beyond the reach of anyone but Teresa. Yet Luo Xuan could summon them with ease, highlighting the disparity between them. Luo Xuan was acutely aware that his proficiency stemmed from the advantages provided by the system, allowing him to manifest the energy sphere so swiftly. However, the 2 energy spheres he had conjured had already consumed a substantial portion of his energy, indicating that his current strength was still insufficient. Naturally, he found Teresa's assertion that even high-level warriors were incapable of conjuring such spheres hard to believe. Teresa possessed remarkable talent, but he remained confined within the ranks of mid-level warriors. Among high-level warriors, there were certainly those with greater aptitude. It was implausible that none could summon an energy sphere. The energy sphere was merely a manifestation of one's own energy. Although Saiyans could not sense ki, fighters with power levels in the hundreds, like Yamcha and Tien, were capable of manifesting it. It was improbable that high-level warriors could not do the same. Even if the Saiyans were still in a semi-primitive state, their innate abilities would ensure that if one could succeed in conjuring the sphere, others could as well, unless Luo Xuan's arrival had disrupted some fundamental rules of this world. In that case, it would be inconceivable for only Teresa to possess such insight. This meant that if Luo Xuan were to confront a high-level warrior capable of summoning an energy sphere, his chances of victory would be utterly nullified. Thus, if he sought to form a team that could ensure self-preservation, he needed to possess the strength to secure a gravity platform, attaining a level of power that could effortlessly eliminate mid-level warriors, thereby preventing betrayal. It seemed that Teresa was quite preoccupied with the notion of betrayal, desiring to empower Luo Xuan with the means to deter it. Betraying someone capable of dispatching you with ease would indeed be the height of folly. In the past, Teresa lacked such strength, rendering him powerless against the treachery of others, which is why he hoped Luo Xuan would attain that power. Reflecting on Teresa's words, Luo Xuan recalled that Lin could seemingly dispatch a mid-level warrior effortlessly. Remembering what Shade had said, Luo Xuan was increasingly convinced that the ability to wield energy spheres was not limited to Teresa and himself. What are your thoughts on this matter, Luo Xuan? Teresa inquired. Noticing Luo Xuan lost in contemplation, and assuming he was pondering the prospect of forming a team. Let's discuss it later. Luo Xuan nodded. Although there remained more than a year until the once in 8 years full moon night on planet Vegeta, it would likely be too late to take action then. However, it was not the appropriate time to ponder what unforeseen events might arise, nor did he possess the strength to truly solidify the hearts of the people. Well, that is fine, he replied. Noticing Luo Xuan's lack of immediate intent, Teresa refrained from further discussion. In truth, Teresa's words were also motivated by a desire to establish a formidable support system for himself in the future, for he believed that Luo Xuan possessed considerable strength. Yet, Luo Xuan had no such plans at present, leaving Teresa with little recourse. According to Teresa, Luo Xuan currently could not contend with those advanced warriors. Despite having adapted to a significantly high level of gravity, he found himself perplexed as to why he was still unable to keep pace. At that moment, Luo Xuan had lost interest in Teresa's remarks. The latter's assertion that his chances of victory against the advanced warriors training on the gravity platform were zero implied that his own odds were equally dismal. What could be the reason behind this? After days of relentless training, he had drastically increased the gravity levels. Yet he ultimately discovered that he still could not match the pace of Lin and her companions. Was it truly a matter of bloodline and innate talent overshadowing his efforts? Was the notion that diligence could compensate for lack of skill merely a fallacy? Just as Luo Xuan was lost in contemplation, a sudden roar jolted him back to reality. What is happening? Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The sound bore a striking resemblance to that of a jungle raptor. It seemed they had encountered an attack. In this northern forest, safety diminishes after nightfall, Teresa remarked. Many ferocious beasts prefer to emerge during the night to hunt. Therefore, it is likely that we are facing an attack from such a creature. The sound was akin to that of the jungle raptors they had heard in the morning, suggesting it was indeed one of them, though the number remained uncertain. She also recognized the roar as that of a jungle raptor. However, she exhibited no signs of panic. After all, earlier in the day, Luo Xuan had single-handedly slain 2 jungle raptors with his prowess. Now, with 8 of them together, even a confrontation with 4 jungle raptors would not pose a significant challenge. Luo Xuan alone could manage to confront 2 adversaries, while Teresa was certainly capable of handling one. If it were Bello alongside the other 3 Saiyans, they might struggle to hold back the second opponent. However, with Mashi present, the outcome would be uncertain. A roar echoed through the air. Before long, Luo Xuan sensed that the velociraptor had arrived in their vicinity, seemingly drawn by the carcass of the scorpion tiger. It was likely attracted by the remains of the scorpion tiger. Are you feeling frightened? With a smile, Luo Xuan inquired, having just emerged from a state of gloom. Now presented with the opportunity to engage with the jungle raptors. What is there to fear? They are merely jungle raptors, even if they had not arrived. We would have sought them out. Their early arrival merely provides an opportunity to assess their strength. Teresa, too, felt no trepidation towards these unexpectedly appearing jungle raptors. He and Luo Xuan had initially intended to utilize them for training, making this moment fortuitous. Hiki, we are also eager to test the prowess of these jungle raptors. Belo chuckled, aware that while they might not be able to defeat them, they could certainly delay them long enough to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and Luo Xuan. Boom, boom. Just then, the jungle raptors materialized before them, 4 in total, each roaring at one another, seemingly asserting dominance or perhaps competing for sustenance. Luo Xuan, you handle 2. Mashi and Belo can occupy 1, and I shall take the remaining 1. How does that sound? Upon witnessing the 4 jungle raptors, Teresa smirked, recalling how Luo Xuan had managed to dispatch 2 on his own earlier, thus believing today should pose no significant challenge. A woo. Just as Teresa's words were spoken, Luo Xuan was about to nod in agreement when a sudden roar echoed nearby, followed by the sound of colossal footsteps. There are more than 4. Upon hearing this, Belo's countenance shifted. The noise did not emanate from the 4 jungle raptors before them, indicating that more were on the way. Indeed. No sooner had Belo's voice faded than 2 additional jungle raptors appeared before them. 6. What do we do now? Mashi's expression turned grave as they faced the 6 jungle raptors, which surpassed their capabilities. I can barely hold off 2. Mashi and the others can manage 1. Leaving you with 2, but that still leaves 1 unaccounted for. What now? The newfound jungle raptors extinguished the confidence and mirth from Teresa's face. His ability might allow him to contend with 2, but victory seemed improbable, presenting a formidable challenge. Perhaps I could attempt to single-handedly occupy 1. Luo Xuan. You should swiftly deal with the other 2, Mashi suggested, her faith in Luo Xian's strength unwavering, believing he could efficiently eliminate 2 jungle raptors. However, whether she could withstand 1 remained uncertain. That won't work. You won't be able to hold it off, even if you manage to. I can dispatch 2 quickly using my energy spheres, but I cannot sustain a 3rd energy sphere, so your efforts would be in vain. Luo Xuan shook his head, fully aware of his own circumstances. The 2 energy orbs had already pushed him to his limits. Should a 3rd one be summoned, he risked succumbing to exhaustion. What then? Shall we consider retreating for the time being? One Scion, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of concern if they could not find a solution. Would they not be courting death? There was no escape. Their opponents moved with astonishing speed. Mashi, Belo, you 2 must engage one of them and hold it back, while Tressa, with utmost swiftness, eliminate another. Surely, you can accomplish this, can you not? Luo Xuan remarked softly, there is no other way now. If I had some time. Eliminating a jungle raptor would pose no issue, but what shall we do about the remaining 4? Upon hearing Luo Xian's words, Teresa nodded in agreement. While he could indeed handle 1 jungle raptor, the challenge of the remaining 4 loomed large. I will hold them off, he assured. Luo Xian's tone remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any ripples. You? No, you cannot hold on. Upon hearing these words, Teresa shook her head. So, you might as well find a way to swiftly eliminate that head of yours. Luo Xuan smiled, and then dashed directly towards the 4 jungle raptors that had approached first. Upon witnessing Luo Xian's bold advance, Teresa initially intended to intervene. However, Luo Xuan had already engaged in combat with the quartet of jungle raptors. You handle 1 while I take care of the other. Once resolved, we shall assist Luo Xuan, Teresa directed, turning to Mashi and the others beside her. Understood. Mashi and Belo nodded in agreement, leading the remaining 3 Scions towards one of the 2 approaching jungle raptors. After casting a glance at Luo Xuan, Teresa also surged towards the other raptor. In an instant, 3 locations erupted into the cacophony of battle. Luo Xuan, fully aware of the formidable nature of these 4 jungle raptors, did not dare to underestimate them. He engaged them without augmenting gravity, entangled in a fierce struggle. The raptors, possessing a certain level of intelligence, were incensed by the audacity of this diminutive challenger. This was particularly troublesome for Luo Xuan. It seemed that everything emerging from the northern forest favored cooperative skills. The colossal toothbeast was one such example, and the jungle raptors followed suit. The only possible exception might be the scorpion tigers, as they acted in packs. Luo Xuan hesitated not, unburdened by any weight, his body light and agile. Thus, he was able to leap high, and as he approached the jungle raptor, one of them lunged at him with a powerful stomp. Having engaged in battle with the jungle raptors earlier that day, Luo Xuan had acquired some understanding of their attack patterns. He deftly leaped to the left, successfully evading the strike. At that moment, another jungle raptor swung its tail towards his position. Luo Xuan had anticipated this move. With a deft backflip, he evaded the attack, landing nimbly on the ground before leaping into the air, executing a half-twist, and delivering a powerful kick to the head of a nearby jungle raptor intent on striking him. The impact was thunderous, causing the jungle raptor to collide with another that was poised to attack, resulting in both creatures tumbling to the ground simultaneously. Not far away, Teresa and Mashi, along with a few others, witnessed this scene and felt a sense of relief. They were somewhat reassured by Luo Xuan's ability to contend with 2, or even 3, jungle raptors. However, the prospect of facing 4 was daunting. Nevertheless, witnessing Luo Xuan's initial triumph instilled a measure of confidence in them. Although Luo Xuan could delay the 4 jungle raptors, he was unable to vanquish them entirely, indicating that they needed to act swiftly. Teresa, possessing keen eyesight, recognized that while Luo Xuan had achieved a minor victory, he lacked the means to eliminate his foes outright. Even if he were to gather energy into a sphere capable of dispatching 2 of them, he would soon find himself exhausted and unable to withstand the remaining 2 jungle raptors' onslaught. Thus, the situation hinged on Teresa's performance. If he could swiftly dispatch his own adversary, he could then hasten to assist Luo Xuan. With a fierce shout, Teresa engaged the jungle raptor before him, showcasing formidable combat prowess. As he faced this solitary beast, he gradually gained the upper hand. After all, while 2 jungle raptors could coordinate their efforts, dealing with only one posed no significant challenge for him, as there was no second creature to distract him. Conversely, the situation for Ma Shi and the others was less promising. None of the 5 possessed the capability to individually slay a jungle raptor. Their only option was to delay the inevitable. Ma Shi and Bello fared somewhat better, but the remaining 3 Saiyans found themselves in a precarious position. Although their strength was commendable, they struggled against the dominance of the North Forest apex predators. Consequently, they were at a disadvantage, uncertain if they could withstand the onslaught. Failure to do so could lead to their defeat. Once again evading an attack from one jungle raptor, another immediately followed, leaving Luo Xuan no choice but to absorb the blow. The impact sent him hurtling 5 or 6 meters away. While the injury was not severe, his hands tingled with numbness. "Bring it on," he declared, ready for the next confrontation. Luo Xuan did not falter. He charged forward once more. Although his intention was to stall the 4 jungle raptors, the more he engaged in battle, the more exhilarated he became. It had been a long time since he fought with such fervor. His last experience was when he first entered the northern forest and faced the fang-toothed behemoth, which had been the most thrilling encounter until now. With a fierce roar, the 4 jungle raptors, enraged by Luo Xuan's audacity, retaliated with renewed aggression. For years, they had ruled this northern forest, and today, a mere insect dared to provoke them. They were determined to devour this audacious challenger. Initially, Luo Xuan aimed merely to delay the raptors, but now the situation had evolved. He confronted them head-on. The jungle raptors possessed formidable defenses, yet so did Luo Xuan. Thus, they clashed directly, neither side yielding an inch. One jungle raptor swung its tail at Luo Xuan, who, without hesitation, seized the tail and wielded it like a colossal hammer, striking another raptor with it. However, he was also struck by the foot of a 3rd jungle raptor, sending him flying. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, his resilience was considerable, and his current strength was formidable. Otherwise, that kick would have left him gravely injured. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Xuan acknowledged that, although he had not sustained severe injuries, the encounter had drawn blood. Meanwhile, Ma Shi and his companions struggled against one jungle raptor, primarily relying on Ma Shi and Bello. They found it exceedingly difficult to delay their adversary. The longer the fight continued, the more Ma Shi and Bello recognized the vast chasm between their capabilities and those of Luo Xuan and Teresa. They had initially thought Luo Xuan was only slightly stronger. However, he was effortlessly handling 4 jungle raptors on his own, while they could hardly manage to stall a single one. "Ma Shi, be careful." At that moment, the jungle raptor intended to strike Bello. As it approached, it suddenly pivoted and lunged toward Ma Shi. If that kick connected, he would likely suffer severe injuries. In an attempt to counter, Ma Shi had aimed to attack the raptor, but it swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick right at him. Before he could evade, Ma Shi was struck squarely by the jungle raptor, sent hurtling through the air, and upon landing, he coughed up blood. "Ma Shi!" Bello shouted, as Luo Xuan and Teresa also witnessed Ma Shi being launched away. The jungle raptor showed no signs of mercy. Instead of attacking Bello, it raced towards the fallen Ma Shi. Despicable. Seeing this unfold, Luo Xuan disregarded the 4 jungle raptors at his side and swiftly dashed towards Ma Shi, determined to rescue him before the raptor could reach. Though his time with Ma Shi had been brief, he had already come to regard him as a friend, and witnessing Ma Shi's injury ignited a fierce anger within him. As the jungle raptor approached Ma Shi, its limited intelligence dictated that eliminating this human would pave the way to consume the others. Its reasoning was sound. Without Ma Shi, Bello could not possibly restrain the raptor, and after dispatching Bello, it could assist its fellow raptors, while Teresa would be overwhelmed by 2 of them. Eventually, it would lead to a scenario where Luo Xuan faced 6 jungle raptors, and defeat would be inevitable. However, the raptor's intellect was evidently lacking, for it remained oblivious to the imminent danger. With a thunderous roar, the jungle raptor loomed over Ma Shi, raising its foot to stomp down upon him. At that moment, Luo Xuan sensed the surroundings. With a powerful push against the ground, he leaped into the air, his right hand forming a fist as he charged towards the velociraptor in the jungle. Bang! Ma Shi, Bello, and the others believed that Ma Shi was about to meet his demise beneath the claws of the velociraptor. However, contrary to their expectations, just as the velociraptor's foot was about to strike Ma Shi, Luo Xian's fist pierced through the creature's body, allowing him to pass cleanly through it. Boom. As Luo Xian descended, the jungle raptor collapsed immediately. A gaping wound marred its body, from which crimson blood flowed relentlessly. Teresa, having evaded the raptor's assault, noticed this scene and witnessed Luo Xian's fist piercing through the jungle raptor. Bellows and the others could scarcely believe their eyes. The jungle raptor, renowned as the strongest defender of the northern forest, had been pierced through by a single blow from Luo Xian. How immense must the force of that punch be? Those who had battled the jungle raptors were well aware of their remarkably tough skin, which could be likened to armor, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict harm upon them. Yet, Luo Xian had effortlessly penetrated the body of the jungle raptor with one punch. The magnitude of Luo Xian's strength was a question that lingered unanswered in their minds, as the moment of shock was fleeting, soon interrupted by a deafening roar. It was the jungle raptor, engaged in combat with Teresa, that had been driven to madness by the death of its companion at Luo Xian's hands. Launching a relentless assault against Teresa, who had previously held the upper hand, found herself struggling against the enraged jungle raptor. Observing this unfolding scene, Bellows and the others rushed to assist, determined to prevent any harm from befalling Teresa, for failure would spell disaster. In an instant, as one jungle raptor lay defeated, the fury of another surged forth, and the battle resumed once more. As Luo Xian dashed to rescue Emoshi, the other 4 jungle velociraptors followed suit. Although Luo Xian had dispatched one, he still faced 4 more. However, consumed by an overwhelming fury, he paid little heed to the numbers. The moment he landed, coinciding with the collapse of the jungle velociraptor, Luo Xian swiftly pivoted. In an instant, he unleashed a rapid strike. Unlike before, when he gathered energy with palms upward. This time, blue light coalesced in his palms, forming 2 energy orbs that shot forth like lasers toward the approaching velociraptors. With a thunderous crash, the 2 velociraptors struck by Luo Xian's energy orbs were sent flying. Although the rapidity of his gathering reduced the magnitude of the attack, it was still potent enough to slay the beasts. This blow was infused with Luo Xian's rage, and its impact was formidable. Without pausing, he charged toward the remaining 2 velociraptors. Due to their considerable height, Luo Xian leaped, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful punch to one velociraptor's head. While this strike did not obliterate its skull, it sent the creature crashing to the ground, seemingly rendered unconscious. As he landed, Luo Xian rolled forward, just in time to evade the tail of another velociraptor, which struck the spot where he had just touched down. In one fluid motion, he stood, turned, and seized the tail of the velociraptor, growling as he exerted his strength, swinging the creature around before hurling it against a massive rock. The impact shattered the stone, leaving it riddled with cracks, while the velociraptor lay on the ground, wailing in agony, struggling in vain to rise. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion erupted from where Teresa was battling. In the final moments, Teresa conjured an energy orb and hurled it at her velociraptor, swiftly dispatching the creature. Finally, relief washed over Teresa. The jungle velociraptors had proven to be quite formidable, and it had taken a significant toll on her stamina to eliminate just one. Emoshi. Luo Xian murmured as he reached Emoshi's side, observing the injured figure lying helplessly on the ground. It seemed that Emoshi stirred slightly in response to Luo Xian's call, his eyes glancing toward him. Emoshi appeared to want to speak, but every attempt resulted in a spout of blood. Thank goodness, you still breathe. Hold on, you'll have your chance to talk soon. Seeing that Emoshi was still alive, albeit gravely wounded, with eyes that could still move and a mouth that could still open, Luo Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, even though he still drew breath, it seemed futile. No technique of theirs could revive him. Unless they could transport him to the Zafurians, which was far away, there might not be enough time. Teresa, observing Luo Xian's demeanor, shook her head. Though Emoshi had not perished outright, his condition was akin to death, a mere struggle against the inevitable. In such circumstances, Zafurian science could potentially save him, yet those individuals would never treat a Scion. Luo Xian paid no heed to Teresa, as a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Fortunately, he possessed a celestial being for reaping rewards. Had it been earlier, there would have been no means to revive Mashi. Come, consume it. Surely it can be ingested. Can't it? With a flick of his hand, Luo Xian conjured a celestial being into his palm, taking care to shield it from the gaze of Teresa and the others. Gently lifting Mashi's head, he crushed the celestial being and fed it directly into her mouth. Take your time, just swallow it down, he encouraged. Luo Xian spoke tenderly, and it was hardly surprising. After all, he was a native of Earth, unable to bear witness to the demise of his companion without attempting to save her. He simply could not embody such indifference. Teresa and the others offered no further remarks, merely observing Luo Xian, perplexed by the purpose behind his actions. At that moment, they beheld a remarkable transformation. Mashi's eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, and her previously pallid complexion flushed with color once more. What could possibly account for this? Stunned, everyone registered the astonishing sight of Mashi, who had moments ago seemed on the brink of death, now seemingly revitalized. Phew, they had genuinely believed she was lost. Once she regained her composure, Mashi exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared for her life just moments prior. Luo Xuan had previously informed her that the special beans were no longer available, and she had not witnessed him using them since. Thus, it was unexpected to discover he still possessed one. Fortunately, although he had intended to keep it for himself, he ultimately chose to share it with her. Upon seeing Ma Xi restored, Luo Xuan gently set her down on the ground, his demeanor now devoid of the earlier anxiety and urgency, as if he were an entirely different person, showing no concern for her fate. Thank you. You have saved my life twice. The last time you endangered me. So I shall not repay that debt, but consider this my obligation to you. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Though Ma Xi had been on the verge of death, she had noticed the genuine concern in Luo Xuan's expression. Were it any other Saiyan, she would have scoffed at the notion of a Saiyan caring for others. It would have seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, experiencing this phenomenon firsthand left her with a strange, lingering sensation she could not quite comprehend. No need. Just rest well, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head as he settled beneath a tree. Despite the presence of two jungle raptors nearby, one incapacitated and the other severely injured, he felt no threat from them. Teresa and the others exchanged glances, now filled with trepidation towards this low-ranking warrior. One individual challenging 5 jungle raptors, slaying 3 and gravely wounding 2, could this truly be considered a low-ranking fighter? Just moments ago, they had claimed his strength paled in comparison to that of advanced warriors, yet few of those advanced warriors could achieve what Luo Xuan had done. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Moreover, he possessed the extraordinary ability to revive a near corpse in an instant, restoring her vitality. What sorcery was this? What just transpired? Why did Ma Xi? Ultimately, Teresa could no longer contain his curiosity, as the event had shattered the boundaries of his understanding. How could one on the brink of death suddenly come back to life? Hearing Teresa's question, Luo Xuan cast him a glance, his eyes tinged with bloodshot intensity. If a gaze could kill, Teresa would have perished numerous times over. If it cannot be discussed, then let it be as though I never asked. Seeing the intensity in Luo Xuan's eyes, Teresa's heart sank. He instinctively took a few steps back, wondering if he had overstepped by inquiring about something he ought not to. In the past, Teresa had believed himself capable of holding his own against Luo Xuan, but now he felt no inclination to fight. If Luo Xuan were to strike, he would certainly flee. After all, a single punch could easily pierce through a jungle raptor's body, and Teresa lacked the confidence to withstand such an assault, even if he were not impaled. Sustaining severe injury or death seemed a likely outcome. Yet, Luo Xuan merely regarded him for a moment before closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, the bloodshot hue had vanished, and the violent emotions that had previously enveloped him dissipated. I apologize. I was unable to rein in my emotions just now. Luo Xuan bestowed a smile upon Teresa, for he had indeed been somewhat tempestuous moments ago. Upon witnessing the raptor poised to slay Ma Xi, he had succumbed to a fit of rage that he found utterly beyond his control. It's all right. It's all right. Observing Luo Xuan return to his former demeanor, Teresa felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared that he did not harbor intentions of turning his wrath upon her. His earlier fury had merely been a fleeting moment, one he had yet to fully rein in. The sustenance I offered Ma Xi was an unintentional discovery of a peculiar being, which, when ingested, possesses the remarkable ability to heal one's wounds almost instantaneously. As you witnessed, much like Ma Xi, as long as one clings to life, revival is entirely possible. Luo Xuan also offered an explanation, followed by an additional remark. Unfortunately, when I found them, I only had 3 magical beans. I consumed 1, and the other 2 were devoured by Ma Xi. If any issues arise next time, I will be unable to assist you. The final statement was directed at Ma Xi, yet it was intended for the ears of Teresa and the others. Although he had now uncovered the secret of the celestial bean system, he remained wary of Teresa and her companions. He could not rescue them unless the situation became critical. After all, this could create a false sense of security, leading them to believe he would always be able to save them whenever they were injured. It was only when he extracted the beans that Luo Xuan suddenly grasped the secret of the celestial bean system. I understand. If those miraculous beans are absent next time, then let me perish. Ma Xi nodded in agreement, though she was beginning to doubt Luo Xuan's claim of lacking such extraordinary beans. After all, he had previously asserted their absence. Yet now they seemed to reappear. However, Ma Xi was no fool. She recognized that Luo Xuan's words were merely a ruse to keep others from discovering he still possessed them. Yes, I will, she replied. Hearing her words, Luo Xuan nodded, his tone somewhat detached. Nearby, Teresa remained oblivious to their exchange moments ago. When Ma Xi was on the brink of death, Luo Xuan had been furious. Now, their demeanor was perplexing, leaving her utterly bewildered. Yet, Teresa chose not to pursue the matter further and accepted Luo Xuan's words at face value. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind. Perhaps the gravity had been intensified. He wished to ascertain whether the sensation he experienced during the day had been a mere misinterpretation. At F240, the results of his test appeared to align with Luo Xuan's expectations, yielding minimal effects. Upon increasing the gravity to F250, he began to perceive a slight difference, though it remained rather subtle. At F260, Luo Xuan increased the gravity to 60 times, and at that moment, he could truly feel the weight intensifying. Ma Xi, Could you please fetch that piece of clothing for me? He glanced at Mashi, who was staring off into the distance, and inquired. Mashi said nothing more and proceeded to retrieve the Scorpion Tiger King leather armor that she had crafted for Luo Xuan earlier that day. Upon reaching Luo Xian's side, Mashi effortlessly draped the garment over him. Ah, indeed. It is because of this that I have been unable to keep pace with those elite warriors. The instant the armor enveloped him, Luo Xuan smiled, realizing that his previous hypothesis had proven true. What's the matter? Have you devised a way to surpass those elite warriors? Mashi, standing beside Luo Xuan, heard his words and asked with a hint of surprise. What is the extent of Luo Xian's abilities? To be frank, she is equally uncertain. At times, he perceives Luo Xuan as merely slightly stronger than himself. Yet, on other occasions, he feels that Luo Xuan has surpassed all intermediate warriors. Even when facing advanced warriors, he is capable of emerging victorious. After all, not every advanced warrior possesses the strength to pierce through the formidable defenses of a jungle velociraptor with a single blow. There is a thought that flits through his mind. Whether it can be resolved remains uncertain, and he decides to ponder it further. Shaking his head, Luo Xuan refrains from expressing his thoughts too definitively. He is aware of the reason, but currently lacks the means to address it. Upon hearing Luo Xian's words, Emoshi chooses to remain silent, simply sitting quietly beside him. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan closes his eyes, his thoughts retreating into the recesses of his mind. F20 in his mind. He contemplates two key functions. F1, the immortal bean system cooling down. Immortal bean. Consuming one allows 10 days without food, capable of healing any injury, but ineffective against ordinary illnesses. F2, gravity system, 0000, gravity, adjustable weight of 1's clothing, increasing from 1 to 1000 G. Seeing these two shortcuts in his mind, Luo Xuan smiles, having finally discerned the secrets they hold. However, the second shortcut no longer feels like a mystery. Luo Xuan intends to modify it. If successful, it might enable him to defeat those advanced warriors. System, could you alter this? Change the enhancement of clothing's gravity in F2 to an enhancement of my own gravity. Luo Xuan directly communicated with the system through his consciousness, harboring doubts about such an advanced system's ability to comprehend his intentions. He had just conducted an experiment. The weight added by the shortcut key corresponded to the weight of his clothing. In essence, the increase in burden depended on the weight of the attire he wore. For instance, if his clothing weighed 1 pound, an increase of 50 times gravity would merely result in an additional 50 pounds, a negligible amount. Even if his garments, crafted from the hide of a scorpion tiger, were significantly heavier, say 5 pounds, the total weight would only reach 250 pounds with the added gravity. While 250 pounds is considerable for an ordinary person, it poses only a minor challenge for a Saiyan, who would quickly adapt, rendering it inconsequential. Thus, after Luo Xuan's clothing was torn to shreds, even with the activation of dozens of times gravity, he did not experience a substantial enhancement in strength once it was deactivated. Although the current gravity was manageable for him, enabling an increase of 1,000 times weight, equivalent to 2.5 tons, it would undoubtedly be insufficient in the future. He could not simply seek out clothing weighing several hundred pounds to amplify gravity. Therefore, he aspired for the system to modify the F2 shortcut to augment his inherent gravity. This adjustment would essentially allow him to carry a gravitational field with him, facilitating continuous training. Was this request too much? After a brief wait, Luo Xuan sensed no immediate changes. The system, which was intended to aid in his empowerment, seemed to be malfunctioning. Was modification truly impossible? Or was it that the system was not as miraculous as he had envisioned, despite its potential to provide various means of enhancement? It appeared incapable of increasing his personal gravity, relegating him to training through his clothing alone. As he pondered, an update notification appeared. Dragon Ball World plugin updating. Update complete. F2, gravity system, 0000, gravity. Adjustable gravity increase for the host from 1 to 1000 G Earth gravity. At that moment, Luo Xuan felt a sense of relief, reminiscent of the initial excitement upon receiving the system. It was akin to the early stages of a game where certain imperfections exist, gradually refined through updates to achieve perfection. The Dragon Ball plugin was evolving. It initially increased the weight of clothing, but Luo Xuan, akin to a discerning gamer, was dissatisfied with the gravity system, prompting an update reflective of his actual needs. Of course, if Luo Xuan demanded that the Senzu Bean system operate without cooldown, such a request would be untenable. He could optimize the system for greater efficacy, but could not alter its fundamental design, just as gamers cannot request infinite stamina or limitless currency. Even uninstalling the game would not grant such modifications. Upon witnessing the successful update of the plugin, Luo Xuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Previously, while on the gravity platform, Lin had informed him that they trained under 1 times gravity. Thus, he was eager to ascertain the effects of doubling that gravity on his physical capabilities. As he re-engaged with his own consciousness, Luo Xuan activated the gravity system, now fully aware that this enhancement would build upon the existing gravitational force. Increasing it to 10 times Earth gravity was equivalent to doubling the gravity of planet Vegeta, a tolerable adjustment. Feeling the added weight, he moved his limbs slightly, finding it manageable. After all, he had previously experienced such conditions on the gravity platform. However, he recognized that the current tenfold Earth gravity was the limit. Any further increase would undoubtedly overwhelm him. For now, he resolved to acclimatize to this level before contemplating additional increments. Luo Xuan understood that the elite warriors were training under 1 times gravity. He intended to fully adapt to this new weight before gradually escalating the challenge. This was the distinction between Luo Xuan and those superior fighters. They could only increase gravity by 1 or 2 times that of planet Vegeta, while his system was based on Earth gravity. Thus, he could incrementally enhance it, adapting to 10 times Earth gravity, then 11, 12, and so forth, allowing for swift acclimatization. What is this? Have you found a solution? Mashi, seated beside Luo Xuan, noticed his sudden awakening and the slight upward curve of his lips. As if he had discovered a method to enhance his strength. Could it be that such a brief moment had led him to a means of surpassing the elite warriors? Nearby, Teresa, who had just passed Luo Xuan, overheard Mashi's words and became intrigued, approaching the threshold of elite status himself. He was eager to grow stronger and was curious whether Luo Xuan had indeed conceived a shortcut to power. Yet, there are no shortcuts to strength. It is only through relentless combat, continuous training, and surpassing one's own limits that one can truly progress. You may feel you have reached your pinnacle, but in reality, it is merely a checkpoint, a barrier. Only by persistently breaking through these barriers can one evolve and become stronger. Although Luo Xuan himself struggled to believe this sentiment. Voicing it filled him with a sense of motivation. Bottleneck? Surpassing oneself? Mashi fell into contemplation upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. She had once thought her training could only occur on the outskirts of the North Forest, battling the fang-toothed behemoths, with the hope that she might grow stronger. However, she had never considered the possibility of venturing into the heart of the North Forest to challenge the scorpion tigers, or even the formidable jungle raptor, renowned as the most powerful beast therein. Was this not precisely what Luo Xuan referred to as transcending oneself? Previously, she could defeat only 3 or 4 scorpion tigers, believing that would be her limit. Yet since joining Luo Xuan in the North Forest steppes, she had slain 15 scorpion tigers, and after her revival, she was uncertain of her current strength. Was this not what Luo Xuan described, encountering and overcoming one's limitations? Teresa, too, was deep in thought. Though he could not fully grasp Luo Xuan's insights, he was not dim-witted. He understood the essence of Luo Xuan's message. The reason for their stagnation at this level, still trailing behind the elite warriors, was due to a lack of opponents of equal caliber to surpass. Thus, the jungle raptor stood as the ideal training adversary. Only by continuously battling it, first 1, then 2, 3, and beyond, while teetering on the brink of death, could one hope to break free from their constraints. Thank you, Luo Xuan. No matter what happens from now on, I will stand by your side. Upon reflection, Mashi spoke to Luo Xuan, her expression inscrutable, yet her words conveyed profound gratitude. I, too, shall accompany you, regardless of the number of jungle raptors you choose to challenge, declared Talisa with a bold smile. In her eyes, continual confrontation with the jungle raptors was the only path to transcendence. Thus, no matter how many raptors Luo Xuan faced, Talisa would steadfastly join him. Observing the duo, Luo Xuan remained silent, merely nodding. Perhaps their interpretations diverged, leading to different expressions. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan understood they were all progressing along the path of self-improvement, and that sufficed. Not far away, Belo and his companions were momentarily taken aback by Mashi and Talisa's demeanor. What had transpired? Had Luo Xuan imparted some wisdom? Belo furrowed his brow, suspecting that whatever had stirred Talisa's excitement was a boon bestowed by Luo Xuan. Yet, Luo Xuan had not interacted with him, indicating that it was not a miraculous gift, but rather knowledge imparted. Could it be a method of gaining strength? A moment's contemplation led Belo to realize that such fervor could not stem from anything trivial, especially since Talisa had merely passed by recently. This suggested that it was not a clandestine secret. Coupling this with Luo Xuan's earlier display of prowess, piercing through a jungle raptor with a single punch and subsequently slaying 2 more, Belo surmised that Luo Xuan must have shared insights on how to grow stronger, perhaps casually offering a few words that proved immensely beneficial. Otherwise, Talisa would not exhibit such enthusiasm. Damn it, Belo lamented, feeling he had missed a significant opportunity. Although his strength was commendable, it was not overwhelming, and he yearned for greater power. Had he approached earlier, he might have gleaned Luo Xuan's advice on becoming stronger. Yet that opportunity had slipped away. Very well, let us rest a while longer before embarking. Dawn is fast approaching. Glancing at the sky, he noted its lightning hue. Initially, he had hoped for a proper respite, but the unexpected assault by the jungle raptors had disrupted that plan. Though they were now safe, morning had arrived. Time was of the essence as the clash between the Saiyans and the Zafurians loomed near, compelling Luo Xuan to remain vigilant. Resuming their journey, Luo Xuan followed Belo and his companions toward the area where the green serpent had last appeared. Are you all right? Mashi inquired, drawing alongside Luo Xuan, her concern evident. Since their departure, she had sensed something amiss. His footsteps seemed unusually heavy. Mashi suspected Luo Xuan had sustained injuries while rescuing her, though the last miraculous bean she consumed had eased her pain. leaving him to endure his wounds in silence. I am fine. Luo Xuan, taken aback by her concern, shook his head. His heaviness stemmed from the current gravitational pressure surrounding him. It was only natural to feel burdened. Yet, he reassured himself that once fully acclimated, he would face little difficulty. That is a relief. Though Mashi found his response dubious, she refrained from further inquiry. Their companionship had spanned considerable time, and she was well aware of his reticence. Even with persistent questioning, he would remain tight-lipped. His condition would not persist in such a manner. At the very least, he would not feel as though he were laden with immense weight. Luo Xuan wore only the garment crafted from scorpion tiger skin, devoid of any additional encumbrances. A roar pierced the air, interrupting their thoughts. The group had grown increasingly familiar with this sound, the unmistakable call of the jungle raptors. As they ventured deeper into the northern forest, the presence of these formidable creatures multiplied, necessitating greater caution. Hearing the roar, Talisa warned Luo Xuan as they continued their advance into the forest's depths, where the jungle raptors primarily resided. Although currently driven from their territory by the enigmatic green serpent, they still predominantly inhabited the surrounding areas of the northern forest. Thus, encountering jungle raptors here was entirely plausible. Indeed, if their numbers are manageable, we shall treat them as training targets. If they are too numerous, we will find a place to conceal ourselves. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. He now possessed the confidence to confront 4 jungle raptors. However, that was the limit of his capability. Should there be more, he would find himself overwhelmed. After the events of the previous night, Luo Xuan understood that while the jungle raptors might appear in pairs, there was a possibility that several pairs could emerge simultaneously, as had occurred the night before when 3 pairs surfaced at once. The sound of growls grew increasingly closer, prompting Luo Xuan and his companions to seek refuge behind a few trees. Soon, 4 jungle raptors materialized before them. 4? They could manage that. Upon seeing only 4 of the creatures, Luo Xuan exchanged glances with Teresa, then addressed the others. Mashi and the rest nodded in agreement. 4 jungle raptors fell well within their control, and with no other raptors in the vicinity, they decided to treat these 4 as their training targets. Hey, Teresa called softly, dashing towards one of the jungle raptors. The 4 raptors, noticing her, immediately launched an attack. Yet, Teresa paid them no heed, remaining focused on her objective. Following her lead, Luo Xuan and the others emerged. Mashi and Bello, accompanied by 3 other Saiyans, surrounded one, while Luo Xuan intercepted the other 2. Now, I entrust you all to help me acclimate to this increased gravity. Luo Xuan whispered softly to himself. He had yet to acclimate to this gravity. And now was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills against the 2 jungle raptors. As he spoke, the battle between Teresa and Mashi against the raptors was already fervent, with each participant engaged in their training. Initially, they refrained from launching energy spheres, for to do so would result in the immediate demise of the jungle raptors, rendering the exercise futile. Under the onslaught of the raptors, Luo Xuan did not confront them head-on. Instead, he relied on his speed to weave around them. The most effective method of adapting to the increased gravity. He would only endure a direct hit from the raptors when evasion was impossible. However, every time he absorbed a blow, it drained a significant amount of his stamina. After all, he was not only combating the jungle raptors but also exerting energy to withstand the augmented gravitational force. With a resounding thud, Luo Xuan staggered backward after another clash with the raptors. This scene caught Mashi's attention as he observed Luo Xuan's retreat, each step heavy and leaving imprints in the ground. The Luo Xuan of yesteryear would never have faltered in such a manner. It was evident that his injuries from battling numerous raptors the previous night had taken a toll. He must not want me to know, having given me the last bean, leaving himself without means for healing, Mashi mused, convinced of his assessment. Biting her lip, Mashi chose to remain silent, committing the scene to memory while redirecting her focus back to the jungle raptors before her. After halting his retreat, Luo Xuan offered a smile to the 2 jungle raptors and resumed his assault. Battling the raptors under double gravity was undoubtedly the optimal path to transcendence. Only through continuously surpassing his limits could he grow stronger. The raptors, frustrated by their inability to subdue this diminutive foe, intensified their attacks against Luo Xuan. At that moment, a roar echoed from a distance, signaling the approach of yet another jungle raptor. This is bad. Another raptor is heading our way. We must swiftly dispatch these beasts. Teresa shouted, prompting everyone to react. The raptors were incredibly swift, and if they did not resolve the current skirmish quickly, an even greater conflict loomed ahead. After issuing her command, Teresa began to evade the raptors' strikes while simultaneously gathering energy spheres. Luo Xuan also retreated, but under the weight of double gravity. He found his speed lagging slightly behind that of the raptors. The direst situation fell upon Mashi and the others, as they could only stall the jungle raptors, awaiting Luo Xuan or Teresa to eliminate the threats before they could aid them. Yet, after utilizing the energy spheres, how much strength would they have left? Bello, you all hold them off for now, Mashi instructed, taking a step back. Initially, he had hoped to train against these jungle raptors, but now, he had not anticipated the arrival of additional foes. Luo Xuan and his companions could only resolve the immediate threat posed by the jungle raptors. Otherwise, their numbers would inevitably swell, leading to greater complications. Utilizing the energy sphere was the most expedient solution. However, Emoshi's group faced a more arduous challenge, as none among them possessed the ability to wield the energy sphere. Reluctantly, Luo Xuan decided to eliminate the raptors first before assisting Emoshi and the others. As he retreated, he shook his head in resignation, having doubled the gravitational force, an adjustment that proved far from easy to acclimate to. Initially, he had no intention of alleviating the gravity, hoping to dispatch the two jungle raptors under such conditions, but it seemed there was no alternative, especially with Emoshi requiring assistance. Just as Luo Xuan prepared to deactivate the gravity system, he noticed Emoshi take a step back, her palm facing upward, mirroring the pose of Teresa as she held her wrist with her left hand. An energy sphere? Luo, closest to Emoshi, observed this spectacle with surprise. The resemblance to Teresa's stance was undeniable. Could it be that Emoshi had acquired this technique? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Without Emoshi's support, Luo struggled to fend off the jungle raptors, resorting to evasive maneuvers to draw their attacks. Teresa was the first to conjure an energy sphere, hurling it toward the jungle raptor. Although the time required for her to gather the energy was considerable, the resultant power was formidable. The energy sphere struck the raptor with a resounding explosion, sending dust soaring, followed by the unmistakable sound of the raptor collapsing. With the jungle raptor dealt with, Teresa turned her gaze toward Luo, intending to offer assistance, only to witness Emoshi's posture. Could she also conjure an energy sphere? Teresa was taken aback. She had invested significant time mastering this technique, and seeing Luo Xuan effortlessly wield it had already been a blow to her confidence. However, upon reflection, she recognized Luo Xuan's unparalleled talent, which she could not hope to match. Now, witnessing someone whose aptitude was evidently inferior to hers also managing to conjure an energy sphere struck her as a profound discouragement. Nonetheless, she hesitated not and rushed to aid Luo, realizing she could not summon another energy sphere. She had hoped to stall until Luo Xuan extricated himself, allowing them to vanquish the jungle raptors together. It appeared, however, that Luo Xuan would not resolve his predicament swiftly, leaving Emoshi to undertake the task. Standing steadfast, this was Emoshi's inaugural attempt, and she was uncertain of her success. Yet, she sensed the energy within her, convinced she could materialize it. Luo Xuan must have sustained injuries, otherwise, he would not be so slow. I must succeed. I cannot be a hindrance to him. Glancing at Luo Xuan, she observed him retreating, though he could not evade the raptor's striking range. If only he could create some distance, he might swiftly conjure an energy sphere. But it seemed he had not succeeded. Yeah, with a determined exclamation, she endeavored to channel the energy from every cell in her body to her palm. Gradually, a small blue luminescence began to coalesce at her palm center. This blue glow was all too familiar. It was the same hue as the energy spheres created by Luo Xuan and Teresa, igniting a spark of excitement within her. Just a bit more, and she would achieve success. Although elated, she remained focused, aware that until the energy sphere was fully formed, it could not be deployed. She needed to exert further effort. Am I close to success? Not far away, Luo Xuan evaded the jungle raptor's assaults while keeping a vigilant eye on Emoshi's progress. Initially astonished, he recalled the previous night when Emoshi had endured grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death, only to be revived by the miraculous beings. Given this aspect, her combat prowess should have vastly improved. Emoshi had likely surpassed Luo significantly and was approaching Teresa's level of strength. Observing the blue glow in her palm, he understood that she had indeed succeeded in conjuring the energy sphere. What a fortunate individual she was. Luo Xuan chuckled softly, shifting his focus away from Emoshi to the two jungle raptors before him. His gaze sharpened instantaneously as he deftly evaded one of the raptor's attacks, leaping gracefully to escape its reach. With Emoshi having grown stronger, there was no way Luo Xuan would remain stagnant. In a flash of inspiration, he swiftly harnessed energy between his hands, successfully condensing a sphere of power, which he hurled towards the oncoming jungle raptors. In an instant, it collided with them, resulting in a resounding explosion. Step back. As Luo Xuan dealt with the jungle raptors, Emoshi also managed to coalesce an energy sphere. Calling out to Teresa and the others, they quickly dodged, and Emoshi released his energy sphere, which detonated upon impact with the jungle raptors. Although its power paled in comparison to Luo Xuan's and Teresa's, it still achieved its intended effect. Well done, Teresa exclaimed, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Even though Emoshi was merely at the lowest tier of intermediate warriors, his ability to successfully condense an energy sphere was commendable. Bello regarded Emoshi with a serious expression. Initially, their strengths had been quite comparable, but now Emoshi had managed to condense an energy sphere while he could not. Bello began to understand Teresa's sentiments, recalling how their combat capabilities had once been similar, yet the gap between him and Luo Xuan continued to widen. Let us move. The jungle raptors are approaching. Luo Xuan shouted to the crowd, and without a moment's hesitation, several individuals followed him into the depths of the forest. Shortly after their departure, jungle raptors emerged in the area. Fortunately, they had moved swiftly. Otherwise, confronting 8 jungle raptors would have been beyond their capabilities. Upon the arrival of the 4 jungle raptors, they spotted 4 others lying motionless on the ground, clearly lifeless. A roar echoed through the air. After a considerable distance, Luo Xuan and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their physical strength had been nearly depleted, and continuing the battle would not be effortless. They regarded the jungle raptors merely as targets for training, rather than as prey, so they were not overly concerned. "How are you feeling?" Upon halting, Luo Xuan noticed the pallor on Mashi's face and inquired. She had forcibly summoned an energy sphere, and her inability to quickly gather energy had taken a toll on her. If she could summon energy swiftly, the expenditure would be minimal, and even with consecutive attacks, the consumption would be trifling. However, the prolonged time it took for Teresa and Mashi to form their energy spheres resulted in a cumulative drain of energy, leading to significant fatigue. "It's all right. A brief rest will suffice." Mashi, shaking her head, appeared fatigued as she gasped for breath, having forcibly gathered the energy sphere for the first time. She had struggled for quite some time before succeeding. With more practice, she would soon find herself in a state of ease. "I never expected Mashi would master this technique." "How impressive. Belo, you must strive to learn diligently," Teresa exclaimed with laughter, observing the panting Mashi. Although the energy sphere had nearly exhausted Mashi's reserves, her success in forming it signified that further attempts would yield even better results. It was merely a matter of time. Belo, on the other hand, had yet to successfully conjure an energy sphere, and it remained uncertain when he would achieve that milestone. If he did not grow stronger, he would undoubtedly struggle to manifest the energy sphere. "I wish I could, but without anyone to guide me in my cultivation, my abilities cannot improve," Belo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Witnessing Mashi's triumph in forming an energy sphere and defeating the jungle raptor only intensified his envy. Yet, he felt powerless given his lack of talent and guidance. Mashi had no one to instruct her either. She figured it out on her own. "It simply indicates her innate talent surpasses yours," Teresa replied, shaking her head. In the past, Belo's talent had seemed considerable to Teresa. Otherwise, she would not have continued to support him. However, after encountering Luo Xuan and Mashi, Teresa now viewed Belo's abilities as rather mediocre. "Is that so? Last night, I distinctly saw Luo Xuan teaching you and Mashi about cultivation. Otherwise, how could Mashi, who lacked such combat prowess yesterday, suddenly wield an energy sphere today?" Having reached this conclusion, Belo spoke candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Since discovering that Luo Xuan had been instructing Teresa and the others on their cultivation methods the previous night, Belo had felt increasingly uncomfortable. His talent was not insubstantial, but he felt he had missed an opportunity, particularly after observing Mashi, who had previously been unable to form an energy sphere, accomplish it today. The discomfort was palpable. "Last night, Luo Xuan didn't teach us anything." Teresa frowned, unable to recall any instruction from Luo Xuan. She turned to Mashi, who wore a similarly puzzled expression, and shook her head. "Just yesterday evening, Luo Xuan must have said something to you both." You and Mashi appeared quite excited afterward. Was it not about cultivation methods or accelerating energy sphere formation? Initially doubting whether Luo Xuan had imparted any cultivation techniques, Teresa began to suspect that he had indeed shared insights on rapidly gathering energy spheres, given Mashi's swift success. That matter? What Luo Xuan conveyed to us was neither a cultivation technique nor a method for quickly forming energy spheres. He merely shared some words, Teresa finally realized. Acknowledging that while Luo Xuan had spoken with them, it bore little relevance to their cultivation or energy spheres. "Words? Could you share them with me?" Belo asked, intrigued. He had spent over 2 years with Teresa and understood her well enough to know she would not deliberately conceal information. Was it possible that Luo Xuan's remarks had catalyzed significant growth in both of them? Was such a phenomenon conceivable? "Honestly, I cannot articulate it well. It's best if Luo Xuan explains it," Teresa replied. Not particularly well-versed in articulating complex concepts, she found it easier to listen than to recount. After all, Luo Xuan was nearby. They could simply ask him directly. Upon hearing Teresa's suggestion, Belo turned his gaze toward Luo Xuan, thinking that perhaps the original speaker could articulate the matter more effectively. "Do you believe Mashi's newfound strength is a result of my assistance? Do you think she took a shortcut to successfully gather her energy sphere?" Luo Xuan, having overheard the conversation, turned to Belo with a calm inquiry. "In truth, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. One must continuously engage in combat with those stronger than oneself to attain growth. This principle embodies the essence of the Saiyan race." Without allowing Belo to respond, Luo Xuan continued, "No shortcuts? That seems implausible. Mashi's situation could be considered a shortcut. She was revived from the brink of death by a Senzu bean, resulting in a significant boost to her power. Hence, she was able to successfully form an energy sphere today. Otherwise, she would have required more time to achieve that feat, however. For Belo to request Luo Xuan's guidance in cultivation, it would not be feasible for Luo Xuan to bring him to the brink of death and then revive him with a Senzu bean. While such a method could be considered a shortcut, Luo Xuan did not believe it could yield strength superior to that obtained through diligent training. After all, Goku and Vegeta had not repeatedly put themselves in peril only to consume Senzu beans. They engaged in arduous training for a reason. Moreover, The primary reason Luo Xuan deemed it wasteful to utilize Sinzabeans for Balo-esque training was the crux of the matter. Nevertheless, what Luo Xuan stated was not mere conjecture. The principle of becoming stronger through facing formidable opponents was intrinsic to the Saiyan nature. Thus, it served as a reminder for Balo. Whether he could comprehend it would depend on his own determination. In the ensuing days, Luo Xuan and his companions pressed onward into the depths of the northern forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous jungle raptors, which they utilized as training opportunities. Through their experiences with these creatures, their coordination improved significantly, and Luo Xuan fully acclimated to the doubled gravity. He now contemplated incrementally increasing the gravity further. They were on the verge of reaching the innermost part of the northern forest. What are your thoughts? In recent days, Mashi has gradually become acquainted with the energy sphere. Following her attacks, she no longer feels the debilitating fatigue that once overwhelmed her. As she approaches the heart of the northern forest, Luo Xuan remains uncertain about the dangers that lie ahead. However, she has significantly strengthened her abilities through her recent training. Should any peril arise, she possesses the confidence to escape. Mashi nodded, aware that the creatures dwelling within the northern forest are formidable enough to instill fear even in the jungle raptor. Currently, her capabilities allow her to contend with a single jungle raptor, but engaging multiple foes would be unwise. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable if she were unable to prevail. Nevertheless, should retreat become necessary, she is assured of her power. If she chooses to flee, even a high-ranking warrior would find it impossible to restrain her. It is best to resolve the current challenge, take a moment to rest, and then venture deeper into the northern forest. Luo Xuan nodded, observing the 8 jungle raptors encircling them, and remarked with a sense of ease, "Indeed." She chose not to elaborate further, simply returning the gesture with a nod. "All right. You two should cease your chatter. How shall we allocate our efforts? I can take down 2 of them." It was astonishing to witness the duo, seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency, engaging in conversation while surrounded by 8 jungle raptors, remaining so relaxed in the face of danger. Thanks to Luo Xuan's guidance, Teresa had learned to conserve her energy during combat, eliminating unnecessary exertion. Consequently, she was now fully capable of confronting 2 jungle raptors single-handedly without any issues. "I can handle one," She declared, glancing at a nearby jungle raptor. After numerous days of battle, she had gained the ability to engage a jungle raptor in direct combat without facing defeat. Utilizing an energy sphere, she could also vanquish one of the raptors. She was no longer the Saiyan who had nearly met her demise against 5 or 6 scorpion tigers. "I can also contend with one," Bello said through gritted teeth. His combat prowess having significantly increased. Although he still lacked the ability to wield energy spheres, he was capable of holding off one jungle raptor. "Very well. Then you should occupy one. I shall take on the remaining 4. Luo Xuan nodded, confident in his ability to confront the 4 jungle raptors. "What about us?" The other 3 Saiyans, witnessing the distribution of the raptors, expressed their frustration. Their combat prowess was not insignificant, yet in the presence of these individuals, they felt rather diminished. "Just observe and learn," they were advised. Initially, they had intended to engage the 4 raptors, but upon being questioned, Luo Xuan momentarily faltered. Had they remained silent, he might have entirely forgotten their existence. In the early stages, the trio had displayed commendable fighting capabilities, effectively collaborating with Barrow and Mashi. However, as the overall combat strength of the group escalated, their contributions had waned considerably. Thus, Luo Xuan had inadvertently overlooked their potential. As for what they could do now, he remained uncertain, deeming it best that they simply observe. "That works well," the 3 mused, recognizing the merit in watching closely. Perhaps they would glean insights into Luo Xuan's fighting techniques and subsequently improve their own skills. Nodding in agreement, Luo Xuan proceeded towards the 4 jungle raptors, while Teresa and the others advanced towards their objective. Boom! The air reverberated with the sound of explosions as the 8 jungle raptors were engaged. Except for the one belonging to Barrow, none remained unscathed. F4 swiftly extracted their targets. With his right palm facing forward, Luo Xuan unleashed an energy orb that soared towards Baloo, who was barely managing to sustain the battle. However, Luo Xuan's true target was not Baloo, but rather the jungle saurian engaged in combat with him. With a resounding boom, the jungle saurian met its inevitable fate, becoming a charred dragon. This marked the 5th energy orb he had unleashed. Witnessing Luo Xuan dispatch the jungle saurian with yet another energy orb left Teresa and the others in a state of astonishment. In merely a few days, Luo Xuan had managed to conjure 5 energy orbs in succession. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, Teresa would never have believed it. The amount of energy required for such feats was unfathomable. Just how powerful had Luo Xuan become? With a sigh of relief, Luo Xuan recalled his earlier assertion that as long as he could gather energy swiftly, he would not need to expend excessive amounts. The only remaining question was the extent of energy contained within his own body. "Let us take a moment to rest," he suggested. "Afterward, we shall venture into the northern forest to uncover the nature of that azure serpent." Luo Xuan remarked that the current team is predominantly centered around him, as his combat prowess surpasses that of his peers. "Luo Xuan, I wish to engage in battle with you." This was said as Teresa approached during a moment when Luo Xuan had allowed the others to rest. It was not a matter of overestimating his abilities, rather. Teresa was profoundly affected upon witnessing Luo Xuan's extraordinary feat of summoning 5 energy spheres consecutively. During their initial encounter, their fighting capabilities seemed relatively equal. But after just a few days of intensive training, it was evident that Luo Xuan had significantly outpaced him. Thus, he now sought to ascertain the extent of their disparity. Battle? Upon hearing Teresa's request, Luo Xuan momentarily paused, but soon realized that Teresa, having observed his continuous growth and strength, wished to test his own limits. Is that acceptable? Teresa now held a measure of respect for Luo Xuan, opting for a tone of inquiry rather than direct aggression, which clearly distinguished him from the Saiyans Luo Xuan had previously known. Could it be that his arrival had instigated shifts in the narrative, resulting in profound changes among the individuals here? Very well, let us commence. Luo Xuan nodded in acquiescence, recognizing that since Teresa had made such a request, it was only proper to oblige her. Moreover, he harbored a desire to ascertain the extent of his current prowess, a revelation that could only be gleaned through combat with Teresa, thus allowing him to gauge the disparity between himself and higher-ranking warriors. The absence of a data detector indeed posed considerable inconvenience. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Mashi and Bello were momentarily taken aback. A challenge to Luo Xuan? Was this not an act of self-inflicted hardship? However, they soon found solace in the understanding that Teresa's intent was not to vanquish Luo Xuan, but rather to comprehend the magnitude of the gap between their respective strengths. Luo Xuan shared this sentiment, equally eager to estimate his own combat abilities through the impending duel with Teresa. Consequently, he acquiesced to Teresa's request for a match. You must have expended considerable energy after casting the energy spheres 5 times, Mashi inquired with concern. Having previously employed energy spheres herself, she was acutely aware of the substantial toll they exacted on one's stamina, given that Luo Xuan had already condensed 5 spheres. Engaging in battle now might render the contest somewhat inequitable. I am perfectly fine, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head. Although he had just condensed 5 energy spheres, it posed no significant issue for his body. At the very least, it was sufficient to contend with Teresa. I had also condensed 2 energy spheres earlier, but Luo Xuan's strength far surpassed mine. If everyone were in perfect physical condition, I surmised that I would be defeated in a single blow. Thus, now was the opportune moment. Mashi spoke without lowering his voice, and Teresa was nearby, able to hear everything. Bello, would you care to test her combat prowess? Upon hearing Teresa's words, Mashi found himself at a loss for further comment and turned to Bello, inquiring. Me? I think not. Fighting Luo Xuan would be akin to courting death. After a moment of surprise, Bello had not anticipated that this matter would involve him. However, after a brief pause, he shook his head in refusal. Even though Luo Xuan had already expended considerable stamina, Bello was acutely aware that he stood no chance in a confrontation and preferred to abstain. Who said you had to fight him? I will battle you instead. A smirk played on Mashi's lips, his thoughts a mystery. With you? Bello hesitated, recalling that previously, his combat strength had been comparable to Mashi's. If provoked like this, he would have accepted without a second thought. However, the situation was different now. Mashi had already demonstrated the ability to condense energy spheres, and Bello did not believe he could withstand an attack from such spheres. Fear not, I am currently unable to condense another energy sphere. We can agree not to use them. Observing Bello's demeanor, Mashi recognized his concern regarding the energy spheres. After all, he was not Luo Xuan. Under Teresa's energy sphere assault, he had emerged unscathed, which even the highly resilient jungle raptor could not endure, let alone Bello, whose defenses were not superior to that of the jungle raptor. Very well. I shall challenge you and ascertain the extent of our strength disparity. Hearing Mashi's declaration, Bello no longer hesitated and agreed. To decline at this juncture would render him excessively timid. Even if he were to be outmatched, he felt compelled to proceed. It was a matter of his dignity. Let the battle commence. Without much preamble, Luo Xuan directly addressed Teresa, stating, Your combat prowess surpasses mine, so I shall make the first move. Teresa shouted, and in an instant arrived at Luo Xuan's side. His speed was commendable. Otherwise, he would not be able to contend with high-ranking warriors, and he must have been well-versed in combat techniques. Upon reaching Luo Xuan, Teresa exhibited no hesitation and swiftly launched a kick aimed at Luo Xuan's head. Even if Luo Xuan were to be struck by this kick, he would sustain no significant harm, allowing Teresa to engage in battle with complete assurance. Luo Xuan remained unmoved, merely raising his hand to block Teresa's kick. Teresa's foot struck Luo Xuan's arm, seemingly making no progress, as it was effortlessly deflected. However, Teresa, seasoned in combat, retreated without hesitation. Just as he withdrew, Luo Xuan's fist landed precisely where Teresa had been moments before. Although this blow missed, Teresa remained vigilant, aware of Luo Xuan's extensive battle experience and his tendency to conserve energy. Thus, he braced himself for the impending follow-up attack. As expected, when he assumed a defensive stance, Luo Xuan's strike came swiftly, delivering a powerful punch. Teresa quickly crossed his arms in front of him to block the blow, yet the force was overwhelming, causing him to stagger backward. Impressive, Teresa thought, observing the redness on his arm, realizing the stark disparity in their abilities. When he looked up, Luo Xuan's figure was nowhere to be found. Losing focus during battle was a grave error. Just as Teresa was caught in confusion, Luo Xuan's voice resonated behind him. He turned swiftly to find Luo Xuan standing right there. How could he move so quickly? Just moments ago, Luo Xuan had attacked him. Yet now he had appeared behind him in an instant. Before Teresa could process this, Luo Xuan struck him in the abdomen with another punch and withdrew his hand. Gasping, Teresa clutched his stomach, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. After effortlessly defeating Teresa, Luo Xuan reactivated the gravity system. During the fight, he had disabled it to assess his combat prowess, allowing him to dispatch Teresa with remarkable speed. Otherwise, the confrontation might have taken longer. The three Saiyans observing from a distance were utterly astonished. How had Luo Xuan managed to appear behind Teresa? I don't know. His speed was so rapid that I couldn't even see him, one Saiyan remarked, shaking his head. They had only witnessed Luo Xuan land a punch on Teresa before he seemingly vanished and then reappeared to strike again, resulting in Teresa's fall. Just then, a voice broke the stunned silence, and they turned to see Mashi withdrawing his foot while Barrow lay beneath a broken tree. The three Saiyans swallowed hard, astonished by the overwhelming power of Luo Xuan and Mashi. When they first encountered Teresa and Barrow, the two had been formidable opponents. Now, they had been dispatched with such swiftness. How had this transformation occurred? Let us take a moment to rest before we investigate the true strength of that green serpent. Luo Xuan suggested, assisting Teresa to a seated position against a tree. You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Teresa, having regained his composure, looked at Luo Xuan with a serious expression. His question drew the attention of those around them, who gazed at Luo Xuan in disbelief. How could he have so effortlessly defeated Teresa without exerting himself fully? Come now, don't deny it. A punch capable of piercing through a jungle raptor must possess more force than what you demonstrated. My defense may be slightly superior to that of the raptor, but not by much, Teresa continued. Although the revelation was disheartening, the truth remained. Luo Xuan had defeated him without fully unleashing his power. Well, I probably exerted about 70% of my strength. How do you think that compares to those elite warriors? Luo Xuan finally admitted, recognizing the futility of concealing the truth. His earlier punch had indeed been executed without total effort. He had yet to master controlling his strength, which seemed to amplify when he was emotionally charged. As for why only his right hand exhibited this increased power, Luo Xuan speculated it might be due to a previous severe fracture. Though he had no concrete evidence to support this theory, I should be capable of contending with those elite warriors on the gravity platform. As for whether I can win, that remains uncertain. I haven't trained there in quite some time and am unaware of how much they have progressed. Teresa hesitated before speaking. He hadn't faced elite warriors in a long while, and those who trained on the gravity platform achieved results far more efficiently, making them formidable opponents. However, when it came to innate talent, Teresa held a favorable view of Luo Xuan. After all, Luo Xuan was merely a low-level warrior who had grown so strong without the aid of a gravity platform. If he trained on one, defeating elite warriors would undoubtedly be within his grasp. If Luo Xuan were aware of Teresa's thoughts, he would certainly feel embarrassed, as he had been utilizing the gravity system all along, which had facilitated his rapid progress. In the past, the gravity system merely augmented weight on his clothing, limiting his advancement. The current system, however, bore similarities to a gravity platform, allowing for mobility and yielding significant results. While Lin and her companions trained on a fixed gravity platform, restricting them to combat in one location, Luo Xuan trained under increased gravity throughout his daily activities, whether eating, sleeping, or battling ferocious beasts. Although these beasts might not rival elite warriors in combat prowess, they fought without restraint. If they were to hold back, the elite warriors would face dire consequences. Yet, because of this unyielding nature, the elite warriors' growth was not as rapid as Luo Xuan's. They practiced with caution, while the beasts fought to the death. It was in this life-and-death struggle that Luo Xuan honed his skills, leading to his swift evolution. Victory and defeat remain uncertain. Luo Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially believed he could compete with the majority of the elite warriors. Yet it now appeared that he still fell short in certain aspects. You have performed admirably, considering you are merely a low-ranking warrior, and your inherent disadvantages are considerable. However, you have surpassed many of us mid-tier warriors. Moreover, you are still young. With continued training, defeating those elite warriors may not be beyond your reach. Noticing Luo Xuan's slight despondency, Teresa offered a word of encouragement. Yet, her words were sincere, as she had witnessed Luo Xuan's remarkable growth firsthand. In just half a month's time since their first encounter, he had made astonishing progress. Given a bit more time, surpassing the elite warriors would not be an insurmountable challenge for him. Indeed, Luo Xuan nodded slightly, though a tinge of frustration lingered within him. After all, he had devoted an entire month to relentless training, employing the most perilous methods, yet he still found himself lagging behind the senior warriors. The inherent advantages possessed by those advanced fighters far surpassed those of the lower-tier combatants. Their innate prowess in battle was evidently superior, rendering the situation somewhat unjust. Nevertheless, This inequity served a greater purpose, as it only fueled Luo Xuan's determination to strive even harder. Luo Xuan's ambitions extend far beyond the immediate challenges before him. He aspires not merely to conquer the jungle raptors or elite warriors, but to transcend into the realm of super Saiyans or even further. What say you? Shall we embark on our journey? Witnessing the resurgence of confidence upon Luo Xuan's visage, Mashi felt a sense of relief wash over her, although she remained silent. Both Teresa and the others had overheard the exchange between her and Luo Xuan. She harbored some concern that Teresa's words might weigh heavily on him. However, it was evident that Luo Xuan was not the type to crumble under minor setbacks. After all, having evolved from a lowly warrior to his current stature, such adversities were likely trifling to him. Indeed, let us proceed, he affirmed. Casting a glance at Teresa and Bello, who appeared untroubled, Luo Xuan nodded. Now set on venturing toward the depths of the northern forest, where the azure serpent awaited. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the creature's strength, which had evidently compelled numerous jungle raptors to vacate the area. Before long, they arrived at the spot where they had previously encountered the serpent. They are coiled in place. Lay the colossal azure serpent. Do you know the strength of that serpent? Mashi inquired. Only Bello and the three Saiyans had laid eyes upon it before, leaving uncertainty regarding its prowess. If it were exceedingly powerful, perhaps they should maintain a safe distance. I cannot say for certain. When we last saw it, we did not perceive it as particularly formidable, though its sheer size was impressive. However, its capacity to drive away the surrounding jungle raptors suggests it must possess greater strength. Bello replied. During their approach, they had not encountered any further attacks from the raptors, indicating that those within had been effectively routed. The ability to disperse so many jungle raptors was a testament to the serpent's might, and thus, Bello and his companions dared not venture too close. After all, should they provoke the azure beast, a single strike could spell their doom, given their inability to defeat even a solitary jungle raptor. At long last, they had traversed into the heart of the northern forest, with only a short distance remaining to the enigmatic azure serpent. Everyone, tread carefully. If anything arises, we shall retreat immediately, Teresa cautioned, recognizing the serpent's undeniable strength. Should a confrontation arise, they might find themselves outmatched. Thus, prudence was paramount. Understood. Bello and the others nodded in agreement. Though the serpent's exact capabilities remained unknown, the flight of the jungle raptors served as a clear indication of its ferocity. After all, animals possess instincts far more acute than those of humans. Let us move forward. Luo Xuan mused, although he was uncertain of the nature of the entity before him. His curiosity was piqued by the presence of such formidable power concealed within the northern forest. What could compel such a mighty being to hide away in this remote locale? Had it perhaps been driven from another place? Pressing forward, Luo Xuan and his companions tread cautiously, for although the vicinity was devoid of ferocious beasts, they were well aware of the lurking presence that even the fiercest creatures feared, necessitating utmost vigilance. Is it right here? Inquired Teresa softly, as Bello halted and gestured ahead. Bello nodded affirmatively, parting the branches before them, revealing a colossal serpent coiled quietly. This was no ordinary serpent. The sight left Teresa and her companions utterly astonished. With the body of a snake, the head of a crocodile, the limbs of a lizard, the talons of an eagle, the antlers of a deer, and scales reminiscent of fish, adorned with whiskers at its mouth. Was this a dragon? Although Luo Xuan was also taken aback, his astonishment differed from that of Teresa and the others. The azure dragon evoked a sense of familiarity within him. It embodied a divine dragon from the Dragon Ball universe. This was indeed the legendary dragon, capable of granting a single wish upon the collection of all 7 Dragon Balls. Contemplating this, Luo Xuan felt a surge of excitement and boldly stepped past the crowd toward the divine dragon, although he was unaware of how this dragon had come to be in this realm. The prospect of having his wish fulfilled, allowing him to return to the real world, spurred him on. This way, he would no longer need to endure the harrowing training and battles in the Dragon Ball universe. Luo Xuan acknowledged his fondness for this world, yet he harbored an even greater affection for his original realm. He had once aspired to return to Earth, hoping that the divine dragon residing there might assist him in his quest to return home. Little did he anticipate this chance encounter, a twist of fate. Luo Xuan. What are you doing? Upon witnessing Luo Xuan stride purposefully toward the colossal serpent, She instinctively grasped his arm. While she remained unaware of the serpent's true terror, it was prudent to exercise caution in the North Forest, where dangers lurked. It's all right, I am confident, he assured her, momentarily jolted back to reality by Shi's intervention. Luo Xuan realized he had momentarily succumbed to excitement. The appearance of the divine dragon held the promise of a potential return to his former world, and this notion exhilarated him. However, upon reflection, he recalled that this dragon was a creation of Earth's deities. It was unlikely that it had come into existence yet. And what circumstances could have led it to planet Vegeta? Nevertheless, having encountered the celestial being, Luo Xuan felt compelled to approach and seek clarity. Be careful, Shi cautioned, her gaze lingering on the confidence gleaming in his eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally released her grip. Luo Xuan nodded and continued his approach towards the divine dragon. As he drew nearer, the figure became increasingly discernible. Indeed, It was the divine dragon from the realm of Dragon Ball. Upon Luo Xuan's approach, the divine dragon noticed him and, after a brief glance, surprisingly began to speak. However, the words it uttered were incomprehensible to Luo Xuan, for they were neither the language of the Saiyans nor Mandarin. Luo Xuan activated the multiverse translation system within his mind, a system renowned for its ability to translate all languages in the universe. Luo Xuan, is that you? Just as he had initiated the translation system, he heard this inquiry. Do you know me? Luo Xuan found it rather peculiar that this dragon was astonishingly omniscient, even aware of his name. Originally, the Saiyan was known as Royster, but upon his reincarnation, he opted to reclaim his original name. Indeed, I am aware, the dragon's voice resonated with a magnetic quality, reminiscent of its animated counterpart. So, Dragon, what brings you to this realm? He decided to prioritize clarity, for the dragon's presence in this world was undeniably enigmatic. It is because of your wish that I have been summoned to this world to fulfill your desire, yet I find myself ensnared by an unfamiliar energy. The dragon's response deepened Luo Xuan's bewilderment. What could this possibly mean? I wish for you to bring me to this world? How could that be? I am entirely unaware of such a wish. It was evidently incongruous. Luo Xuan had only just arrived in this world and had never even encountered the Dragon Balls. More precisely, it was your future self who wished for me to bring you here. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's confusion, the dragon provided a direct reply. My future self wished for you to bring me to this world? But why? The more he listened, the more confounded Luo Xuan became. Was there any truth to what the dragon was saying? He longed to return to his previous reality. How could he have made such a wish in the future? Yes, the specific reason shall be revealed to you in due time. The dragon appeared disinclined to elaborate further on Luo Xuan's inquiry. Indeed, the dragon mirrored the prideful demeanor of its counterparts from the Dragon Ball universe. Will you perish if you disclose more? Who is it that has imprisoned you here? Is there truly no return for you? Luo Xuan continued to inquire, for the divine dragon was ensnared in this place, allowing for numerous questions to be posed. He contemplated whether he might one day return to the realm of reality. Despite the future Luo Xuan's wishes, he harbored an aversion to remaining here. The power binding him was formidable. He found himself unable to break free. However, he mused that once the future Dragon Balls were restored, he would vanish, returning to fulfill the desires of the one who sought the Dragon Balls. This energy could confine him, yet it could not restrain time and space. Luo Xuan found himself partially comprehending the dragon's response, which suggested that the divine dragon could indeed return to the future timeline and subsequently transform back into the Dragon Balls. Considering Luo Xuan's sojourn in this world had only spanned about a month, it meant the divine dragon might need to linger here for an additional 11 months. How did you manage to drive away the ferocious beasts in this vicinity? This was a pressing question. Although the divine dragon could grant many wishes, its combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Even the original Piccolo, with a combat power of approximately 260, could vanquish it, as it paled in comparison to the Saiyans. The jungle's speedy reptiles could contend with mid-tier warriors, raising the question of how the divine dragon had succeeded in repelling them. Upon seeing Luo Xuan approach, Mashi and the others felt a surge of anxiety. After all, that was a colossal serpent capable of driving away the jungle's swift creatures. Should Luo Xuan inadvertently provoke it? No one could ascertain whether he could handle the situation, for the serpent's combat capability remained a mystery, as did Luo Xuan's own. Nevertheless, they understood that should a conflict arise, they would be utterly powerless. Thus, they could only hide and watch the unfolding events with bated breath. Is Luo Xuan conversing with that massive serpent? After observing for a while, Bello could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Since Luo Xuan had approached, it seemed he was engaged in dialogue with the serpent. Could it be that Luo Xuan possessed the ability to communicate with it? It certainly appeared so, as the serpent had not attacked him, suggesting he was indeed speaking with it. Teresa nodded in agreement, affirming that Luo Xuan seemed to be conversing with the serpent, though the content of their exchange remained beyond their comprehension. Luo Xuan communicated with the divine dragon using the earthly language of this world. Not only Teresa and the others, but even Luo Xuan himself required the multiverse translation system to converse with the dragon. Their fear was not directed towards me, but rather towards the energy that confines me. In response to Luo Xuan's poignant inquiry, the divine dragon appeared unfazed, offering only a simple clarification. So it is, Luo Xuan murmured softly, pondering the origin of this energy and the reason behind confining the divine dragon in such a place. After being ensnared, the dragon remained in solitude, raising questions about the true significance of its captivity. Do you truly remain unaware of the identity of the one who has bound you within this temporal realm? Luo Xuan was perplexed. Was the dragon imprisoned here without any intention, merely to facilitate their encounter? The likelihood of such a scenario was evidently low. Had the dragon not manifested, Luo Xuan would have exerted himself even more in his cultivation. Now that the dragon had appeared, his desire to return to the realm of reality intensified. After all, this was an unfamiliar world, one that Luo Xuan did not particularly cherish. I do not know. The dragon replied, its words devoid of ambiguity, delivered with a clarity that left no room for pretense. Is there anything that future you wish to convey to me? Luo Xuan remained utterly bewildered, pondering why his future self would recklessly bring him into this world. Could it be that his future self no longer wished to return to the realm of reality? That seemed implausible. It must be an imposter posing as Luo Xuan. He had spoken of the necessity to strengthen oneself in order to safeguard what one holds dear. Indeed, the dragon's inquiries were of a nature that elicited no responses until one dared to ask. To protect what one wishes to protect, what could that possibly entail? Surely it could not mean embarking on a quest to save the world. That was the domain of Sun Wukong, was it not? No. It appeared there was no Sun Wukong in this time. The more questions he posed, the more perplexed Luo Xuan became. What was the true purpose behind this? Why did his future self insist on having the dragon bring him to this world? Was it a revelation that returning to reality was futile, and thus he sought to hinder Luo Xuan's peace? Dragon, could you return me to my original world? He implored. He wished to dwell less on these matters. There was little amusement to be found in this world, and Luo Xuan yearned for the dragon to transport him back, though his former world may not offer such adventures. It paled in comparison to the impending war on planet Vegeta. He longed to return to that peaceful existence. After all, his own aspiration was world peace. That was a simple enough wish. If the dragon possessed the power to bring Luo Xuan from the realm of reality to this two-dimensional world, it surely had the capacity to return him to reality as well. The dragon's strength was indeed considerable. Despite its lackluster combat prowess, such extraordinary powers were commendable. Now, send me back to my original world, he commanded. Upon hearing the dragon's response, it struck him as the quintessential reply one would expect when a wish is to be granted. Although his experience with anime was limited, Luo Xuan distinctly recalled the standard phrase uttered during wish fulfillment, "So easy. This is not feasible." Just as Luo Xuan eagerly anticipated his return to reality, the dragon interjected with another statement. Did you not just assert that it was no problem? Luo Xuan was in a state of despair. Was this dragon, confined and bored, merely seeking amusement at his expense? Your wish is simple, yet you lack the 7 Dragon Balls necessary for its fulfillment. The dragon's response nearly caused Luo Xuan to choke on his own blood. Is it not merely a matter of uttering a single phrase to bring it to fruition? Must it be orchestrated in such a manner to derive joy? At this moment, Luo Xuan had every reason to believe that the world of Dragon Balls he had entered was but a counterfeit, clearly designed to torment the loyal fans of the original narrative. Dragon, if you continue this farce, you may as well abandon your return and remain here indefinitely. Luo Xuan was engulfed in anger, with dire consequences looming ahead. Just as he began to doubt the authenticity of the dragon, it spoke once more. Farewell, wait a moment. Luo Xuan instinctively responded, but soon realized his mistake. However, it was already too late. The divine dragon had transformed into a radiant burst of golden light and vanished, seemingly returning to the world of the future. Wasn't it agreed upon that a year would pass? How could it disappear so swiftly? Could it be that the passage of time in the future world operates differently? Standing in a state of bewilderment, Luo Xuan pondered the unfolding situation. Was this divine dragon merely toying with him? Nevertheless, the dragon had imparted a wealth of knowledge, revealing how he had arrived in this realm and affirming the existence of the Dragon Balls, which could facilitate his return to the real world. If the Dragon Balls possessed the power to transport him back, why then did they grant a wish for him to traverse from reality to this two-dimensional world? Such questions left Luo Xuan utterly perplexed, pondering the thoughts and circumstances of his future self, which eluded his comprehension. Luo Xuan, are you all right? What about that colossal serpent? Were you conversing with it just now? As Luo Xuan contemplated these matters, Mo Shi and the others hurried over upon witnessing the disappearance of the giant snake. Initially, when they beheld the golden light, they feared it signified an impending attack on Luo Xuan. However, it now appeared that the serpent had fled, filling their hearts with a sense of bewilderment. What had Luo Xuan said to the giant serpent that compelled it to retreat? Roar. We must leave. The divine dragon has vanished, and the swift lizards of the forest, now without an adversary, are heading this way. Luo Xuan shouted aloud. In truth, the divine dragon had vanished, and with its disappearance, the energy that had ensnared it dissipated as well. The jungle raptors, keenly attuned to their surroundings, sensed this change and began to return. Upon hearing a roar, Luo Xuan swiftly realized that the disappearance of the energy would be acutely felt by the astute beasts, a natural instinct to seek fortune and evade peril, independent of sheer strength. Thus, at the moment the energy vanished, the nearby jungle raptors were drawn back, for their nests lay in this vicinity. They had previously been driven away, but now, with the energy that had expelled them gone, they were returning home. Let us depart from this place, Teresa said gravely, nodding in agreement. If the jungle raptors were indeed returning, they would find themselves ill-equipped to confront them. Although the group was filled with trepidation, they had no choice but to head towards the forest periphery. Along the way, they encountered several assaults from the jungle raptors, all of which Luo Xuan dispatched with remarkable speed. There was no room for delay. The longer they lingered, the more jungle raptors would converge upon their location. With a thunderous roar, after dispatching a wave of 10 jungle raptors, the group successfully escaped the depths of the northern forest and reached a more central area. Many of the jungle raptors had retreated back into the forest, rendering this central zone relatively safe. Here, it appears we are unlikely to be pursued by the jungle raptors. Let us rest for a moment, Luo Xuan suggested, surveying the surroundings for any unusual occurrences. Finding none, he deemed it appropriate to halt. As they were now in the central region, where danger was ostensibly minimal. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, the group nodded in agreement, now more centered around him. Just moments prior, Luo Xuan had single-handedly vanquished 7 of the 10 jungle raptors, earning the genuine admiration of Teresa and the others. This subtle shift in dynamics went unnoticed, and no one paid it any mind. Luo Xuan, what exactly was that enormous serpent? And what do you mean by divine dragon? After taking a moment to recuperate, Ma Shi inquired with curiosity. The others perked up, intrigued by her question. They, too, were eager for answers but had refrained from asking Luo Xuan until now. Given her relatively close rapport with him, Ma Shi hesitated only briefly before posing her query. That was not merely a serpent, it was a dragon. Albeit one somewhat different from the jungle raptors. I learned of such dragons from my grandfather during my childhood. Their power is formidable, yet they do not indiscriminately attack others. As long as one communicates effectively with them, they will depart peacefully. Luo Xuan was aware that the conversation he had with the dragon was incomprehensible to the Saiyans. Thus he fabricated a tale. If it were truly the case that the dragon could grant any wish, it is likely that after unifying planet Vegeta, the Saiyans would have set their sights directly on Earth, given that it was an object of desire even for Vegeta himself. Easily communicable? Ma Shi pondered, and indeed, the dragon instilled such fear that even the swift beasts of the jungle kept their distance. Yet, after Luo Xuan engaged in conversation with it, the dragon transformed into a beam of light and vanished. This attested to the dragon's formidable power and its communicative nature. Although the manner of communication was likely understood only by Luo Xuan, as Ma Shi and the others failed to comprehend what had been said. Luo Xuan, what are your plans next? After listening to Luo Xian's explanation, the others began to grasp the situation. The unfamiliarity of the entity, combined with Luo Xian's logical reasoning, made it relatively easy for them to be convinced. However, now that Luo Xuan had grown so powerful, continuing to train in the northern forest would only be a waste of time, as it no longer suited him. I wish to continue my training and grow stronger. Hence I intend to visit a place where advanced warriors train. Upon reflection, the most formidable creatures in the northern forest were the jungle swift dragons. Initially, Luo Xuan had expected to find something far more powerful within, only to discover the dragon instead. Thus, he felt compelled to seek out the training grounds for advanced warriors, where it was evident that even the weakest there would surpass the jungle swift dragons. Luo Xuan was now capable of enduring 15 times the gravity of Earth, equivalent to 5 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. While this was considerable strength, it was still insufficient. He was far from his goal. You wish to go to the southern desert? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa expressed some surprise. Just as there were training grounds for intermediate warriors, advanced warriors had their own as well, albeit in a different location. The training grounds for advanced warriors lay within a vast expanse of desert to the south. Although there were not many ferocious beasts there, it was teeming with venomous creatures, which were not only powerful in combat but also highly aggressive and resilient. Adept at concealing themselves within the sands, one could easily fall victim to their poison if not vigilant. The primary focus of training there was to hone the Saiyans' reflexes, attack power, and speed. It was unexpected that Luo Xuan intended to train in such a place. And what about you all? Luo Xuan nodded, for over there, his speed and reaction training were unparalleled, making it his best choice at present. I will accompany you, Emoshi declared without a hint of hesitation. It was alongside Luo Xuan that she had ventured into the heart of the northern forest, which had ultimately forged her current strength. Thus, wherever Luo Xuan chose to go, she would follow without a second thought. I shall join you as well, Teresa added after a moment's contemplation. Though she had often claimed that her prowess rivaled that of advanced warriors, she had never set foot in the southern desert. Hence, she resolved to accompany him this time. Despite having roamed the northern forest for an extended period, she felt her experiences paled in comparison to the few days spent with Luo Xuan. Previously, she had merely avoided encounters with formidable beasts whenever possible, unlike Luo Xuan, who boldly sought out such challenges. She too yearned to journey to the southern desert, hopeful of gaining further insight and growth. What about you, Bello? Luo Xuan nodded, casting a glance towards Beilu and the others, whose combat prowess was also commendable. He now wished to accompany them. Wherever Teresa goes, I shall follow. Beilu, without much hesitation, agreed. Ever since he began following Teresa, he had reaped considerable benefits. Although he felt inadequate in strength, he yearned to journey to the southern desert with her. The other 3 Saiyans, however, shook their heads. Despite their improved abilities, they lacked even the capacity to contend with the jungle raptor alone, making a venture to the southern desert tantamount to certain death. Thus, they preferred to remain in the northern forest to hone their skills. Luo Xuan respected their decision and simply nodded, acknowledging that each had their own aspirations. Though he valued their strength, it would be somewhat unreasonable to compel them to travel to the southern desert. Parting ways seemed inevitable. Shall we head directly to the southern desert? Teresa inquired, eager to depart swiftly now that the decision had been made. Indeed, but first, we must take Beilu to face a few jungle raptors, so he can successfully condense an energy sphere. Otherwise, he will be utterly unprepared for the southern desert. Reflecting on this, Luo Xuan realized that if Beilu truly intended to accompany them, he must learn to create the energy sphere. It would be absurd for a Saiyan to be incapable of doing so. In truth, it was merely a matter of time. Beilu, at this stage, could likely fire off energy spheres without difficulty. However, his energy expenditure during the condensation process was excessive, which hindered his success. Thus, two solutions presented themselves, either to enhance Beilu's energy further, akin to Mashi's, enabling him to squander it freely, or to provoke him into a surge of power. Once one successfully condenses the energy sphere, subsequent attempts become significantly easier. Luo Xuan had a method to fortify Beilu. He could push him to the brink of exhaustion and then offer him a Senza bean to facilitate his growth. However, given the rarity of Senza beans, he was reluctant to squander them. Although he had discovered a way to reduce their cooldown period, it would be imprudent to waste them. Thus, stimulating Beilu seemed the most viable option, and Luo Xuan devised a plan. Are you saying I too can condense an energy sphere? Beilu's face lit up with excitement at Luo Xuan's words. He had always felt that while others possessed the ability to condense energy spheres, he lacked the talent. However, hearing Luo Xuan's encouraging words rekindled his hope. Previously, Teresa could only condense the energy sphere once, but now she could do so twice. Mashi, who had also struggled, was now successful, all thanks to the young man before him. Thus, hearing that he too might have a chance to master the energy sphere filled Beilu with exhilaration. If my talent truly isn't the issue, then I should be able to do it. The reason Luo Xuan expressed such concerns was due to the apprehension that, should the energy sphere fail to coalesce successfully, all blame would inevitably be attributed to Beilu's lack of talent. Indeed, it is true that insufficient aptitude leads to subpar performance in any endeavor. Very well, when shall we commence? After some contemplation, it became evident that if the energy sphere could not materialize, it would undeniably indicate a deficiency in talent. Thus, Beilu harbored no hesitation whatsoever. As long as he could successfully condense the energy sphere without impeding others, that would suffice. There is no rush. Let us first seek out a jungle raptor. This endeavor promised excitement, particularly the thrill of combat, for the Saiyans were inherently a martial race, growing stronger with each encounter. Hence, Luo Xuan sought to incite Beilu's spirit through this challenge. Agreed, Beilu nodded, aware that his combat prowess was now sufficient to delay a jungle raptor single-handedly. However, he still needed more strength to secure victory. Yet, since Luo Xuan had consistently trained with jungle raptors, Beilu placed his trust in him. Subsequently, the four of them bid farewell to the trio of Saiyans, who, with their current combat capabilities, harbored no fear in the central region of the northern forest. Escaping a jungle raptor would pose no issue. Roar. Upon encountering 4 jungle raptors, a smile crept across Luo Xuan's lips. With a swift motion, he defeated 3 of them in an instant, leaving only 1 remaining. This last jungle raptor, witnessing the demise of its companions at Luo Xuan's hands, was not filled with fear, but rather ignited with fury. Beilu, this one is yours. Luo Xuan gently patted Bellow's shoulder and gestured towards the furious jungle raptor not far away. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Bellow did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly dashed towards the creature. All right, regardless of what happens next, refrain from intervening. We shall remain seated over there. After ensuring this, Luo Xuan addressed Mashi and Teresa, explaining that the jungle raptor was intended to provoke Bellow. If Teresa and the others intervened, the intended effect would be lost. Without any hesitation, Mashi nodded, as she was always inclined to heed Luo Xuan's counsel. Teresa, after a brief moment of contemplation, also nodded, trusting that Luo Xuan would not jeopardize Bellow. Thus, the trio sought refuge beneath a large, shady tree, indulging in scorpion tiger meat, while leisurely observing Bellow's skirmish. Bellow's combat prowess was indeed impressive, as he managed to gain the upper hand against the jungle raptor. Although he was unaware of Luo Xuan's motivations for pitting him against the creature, he instinctively trusted that there was a rationale behind it. As long as he could successfully condense an energy sphere, that would suffice. Bellow's fighting capabilities were commendable. Teresa, watching from the side, nodded in agreement, reflecting on how Bellow had accompanied him through the northern forest for many years. While his progress had been modest during that time, his advancement alongside Luo Xuan was indeed surprising. If only I had left him with a couple of jungle raptors, she mused. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that Bellow would prove to be far more formidable than he had imagined. Just as Teresa was about to respond, she witnessed Luo Xuan toss a piece of scorpion tiger meat, striking Bellow's foot as he lifted it to kick the jungle swift dragon. Bellow had initially aimed to land a blow on the swift dragon, but unexpectedly, the piece of meat thwarted his attack. At that moment, he could not discern the identity of his assailant, for the jungle swift dragon was already launching an attack, compelling him to evade. The scenario unfolded repeatedly. Luo Xuan would extract a piece of scorpion tiger meat, take a bite, and then hurl it just as Bellow attempted to strike the swift dragon. Bellow's frustration escalated with each instance. Was this individual deliberately obstructing him? Rather than aiding him, he was seemingly assisting the jungle swift dragon, regardless of Bellow's intentions. Luo Xuan persisted in his interference, and with each thwarted attack, Bellow found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Teresa, observing the unfolding chaos, contemplated intervening but recalled Luo Xian's assurance that he would not harm Beilo and his earlier admonition to refrain from interference, thus she remained still. Damn it, Beilo seethed, feeling the weight of his predicament. This was the first time he had encountered such a humiliating battle. Die. Seizing an opportunity, Beilo retreated momentarily, his anger clouding his judgment. The confrontation with the jungle swift dragon was already a formidable challenge, and with Luo Xian's incessant disruptions, Beilo felt increasingly suffocated. Eventually, consumed by his rage, he evaded an attack from the jungle swift dragon, extending his right hand while clasping his wrist with his left, channeling energy into a sphere. However, rather than directing this energy sphere at the swift dragon, he aimed it at Luo Xian, albeit unintentionally, as the earlier disturbances had originated from that direction. Luo Xian, be careful. As Beilo successfully formed the energy sphere, Mashi and Teresa exchanged brief smiles before their expressions shifted to alarm as the sphere hurtled towards them. They sprang to their feet, shouting a warning. If struck, it would be catastrophic. Yet, Luo Xian did not evade. Instead, he stood firm, fingers outstretched, and at that moment, the energy sphere detonated upon contact with his hand. Dust billowed forth, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of yellow earth. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust to reveal Luo Xian unscathed, his fingers still spread wide, having absorbed the energy sphere. Boom. This time, the energy sphere was not of Beilo's making, but rather Luo Xian's. After catching Beilo's sphere, he conjured one of his own. No. Teresa cried out, though she believed Beilo had not intended to attack Luo Xian. Witnessing Luo Xian's energy gathering, she feared he was enraged and intent on retaliating against Beilo. It was understandable, after all. One would be infuriated if their goodwill was met with aggression. However, Teresa's warning came too late, for Luo Xian's speed was astonishing, and the explosion resonated almost instantaneously towards Beilo. Beilo had certainly not acted with malice. There was no justification for Luo Xian's lethal intent towards him. The explosion was so powerful that even Teresa knew she would not survive in its wake. Luo Xian's strength was overwhelmingly potent. Yet, there was no necessity for him to eliminate Beilo, having spent considerable time together. Luo Xian was not one to engage in indiscriminate violence. As Teresa grappled with despair, Mashi's voice broke through her thoughts. Having spent the most time with Luo Xian, Mashi understood his character better than anyone else and was certain that Luo Xian had no intention of killing Beilo. Teresa lifted her gaze at Mashi's words. Recognizing the truth in them, Luo Xian's temperament was not so volatile. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Beilo emerging from the cloud of dust. Beilo, are you all right? Thank goodness. Having shared 2 years of camaraderie with Beilo, their bond was strong. Should Luo Xian have harmed him, Teresa would have been at a loss for vengeance. Thank you. I was reckless earlier. I couldn't control my emotions, Beilo said sincerely, ignoring Teresa and addressing Luo Xian. It's nothing, came Luo Xian's reply. Luo Xian shook his head, fully aware that the recent events were intentional on his part. His aim was to provoke Beilo into a fit of rage, thereby enabling him to harness the energy orb. He understood well that a Saiyans' combat prowess exponentially increases when fueled by anger. Thus, even if some energy was expended in the process, it was a natural consequence of the uncontrollable fury that surged forth, ultimately culminating in the successful formation of the orb. As for the subsequent attack unleashed by Luo Xian, are you all right? Teresa inquired, glancing at Beilo. It was evident that Beilo had just endured an assault from Luo Xian. How could he possibly be unscathed? While Beilo did possess formidable defensive capabilities, they were not sufficient to withstand Luo Xian's onslaught. Beilo clarified, Luo Xian did not target me. His strike was directed at the jungle raptor. After forming the energy orb, I lacked the strength to fend off the jungle raptor, which then launched an immediate attack on me, resulting in its swift demise at Luo Xian's hands. With this explanation, Teresa began to comprehend the situation. Luo Xian's attack had indeed been aimed at the jungle raptor. Now that Beilo had also learned to condense the energy orb, with a bit of practice, he would become increasingly adept. It was time for them to venture into the South Desert. Luo Xian remained unfazed and spoke directly. The others nodded in agreement and followed suit. It was time to depart from the northern forest, where they had lingered for over a month, yielding commendable progress in their cultivation. On their way out, they encountered a familiar group. How was it possible to meet so many scorpion tigers on the outskirts of the northern forest? Hark gazed despairingly at the 50 or so scorpion tigers surrounding them, swearing he had not harmed any of their young this time, yet these creatures seemed intent on following them. Who could have known? It appeared they might truly meet their end here. Lego shook his head in resignation, having entirely relinquished any hope. 50 scorpion tigers were more than enough to annihilate them. Even a mere 15 could pose a lethal threat. Thus, he harbored no thoughts of resistance, save for Keys, whose combat prowess was hardly formidable. With a fierce roar, a scorpion tiger lunged at him, and there was no time to defend. He could only resign himself to fate. However, in the next instant, the scorpion tiger was sent flying. Mashi, upon seeing the familiar figure before them, Lego and the others were taken aback. Had she survived? Had she chosen to forego entering the central region? Yet, it seemed she would now accompany them. To perish together could indeed be considered a twist of fate. Lego felt a flicker of joy upon spotting Mashi, but the dire situation quickly extinguished any semblance of happiness. With over 50 scorpion tigers to contend with, what hope did they have? Unless Luo Xuan were to appear. Yet, in the next moment, the three stood speechless. Mashi charged into the throng of scorpion tigers, mirroring Luo Xian's earlier ferocity, dispatching one creature with each powerful punch. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of more than 50 scorpion tigers. How had she achieved this? Lego swallowed hard. When they had been together, Mashi could barely defeat 5 scorpion tigers, yet now she had faced tenfold that number. How was this possible? After vanquishing the scorpion tigers, Mashi paid them no heed and began to depart. Mashi, where are you going? Keys could not restrain himself from calling out. Mashi paused momentarily. To the southern desert. Then she continued on her way without glancing back, leaving Lego and the others in a state of astonishment. Mashi did not turn back. When she had sought to enter the central region of the northern forest, Lego and the others had not intended to accompany her. Now that her strength had grown, there was no reason for her to linger. She had merely passed by and, in a sense, repaid a debt of gratitude by saving them. Is it resolved? As Luo Xuan noticed Moshi's return, he inquired casually. During his battle against the fang-toothed behemoth, he had already developed a disinclination towards Rigo and the others, who were merely wagering and spectating rather than lending assistance. Well, we may take our leave, he remarked, nodding slightly. It was evident that Moshi preferred not to dwell on the subject of Rigo. Perhaps due to disappointment in them or possibly because, having grown stronger, he deemed it beneath him to associate with them. Luo Xuan remained silent, merely turning to walk towards the outer reaches of the northern forest, with Teresa, Barrow, and Mashi following closely behind. Was that truly Mashi they had just encountered? Rigo gazed at the lifeless bodies of the 50 scorpion tigers strewn across the ground, still reeling in shock. 50 scorpion tigers. Not merely 5, how could they have been dispatched so effortlessly? I don't know, Hake stammered, swallowing hard before shaking his head. Is it possible that Mashi's combat prowess has grown so formidable during our time apart? At her current level, even 10 Hakes would stand no chance against her. Indeed. That was Mashi. It appeared her decision to venture into the heart of the northern forest alongside Luo Xuan had been astute, for it had facilitated her rapid growth. Keys had witnessed Mashi saving him, thus confirming her identity. Initially, when Mashi and Luo Xuan had entered the central region of the northern forest, he had assumed they had fallen prey to the scorpion tigers, never imagining they would emerge stronger, possibly reaching the zenith of intermediate warrior status, perhaps even rivaling advanced warriors. However, Keys had perhaps overestimated Mashi. While advanced warriors indeed possessed such strength, not every warrior of comparable might could be deemed an advanced warrior. Mashi's ability to vanquish so many scorpion tigers was largely due to their dispersed combat strength, though they might have been stronger in unison than the jungle raptors. When isolated, they could be dealt with one by one, a lesson Mashi had learned from following Luo Xuan. When faced with the jungle raptors, she had dismissed the scorpion tigers entirely. Hake, upon hearing Keys' words, felt a bitter pang of regret. Had he chosen to accompany Mashi into the heart of the northern forest, perhaps he too could have attained such strength. Yet, it was too late for regrets. They would forever be unable to match Mashi's pace. She mentioned heading to the southern desert, didn't she? Rigo suddenly recalled Mashi's words. The southern desert was a realm where only advanced warriors could survive, and even some of them perished within its confines. Indeed, she must be going with Luo Xuan. They surely remain unaware of the dangers that lie therein. Hake had caught on to this remark. In his view, Mashi would not be foolhardy enough to venture into such perilous territory without Luo Xuan's influence. Perhaps they were aware of the risks, he suggested, believing it was they who were foolish while Mashi, in following Luo Xuan, had made a wise choice. If they weren't fools, they would undoubtedly confront those jungle raptors instead. Hake retorted irritably, convinced that Luo Xuan and his companions could not endure in this place and, unable to defeat the jungle raptors, had chosen to flee to the southern desert. Did they think the southern desert was divided into outer, central, and inner regions like the northern forest? How naive. Hake added, the southern desert is hardly akin to the northern forest. Its toxins roam freely without territorial bounds, making encounters with predators commonplace. Advanced warriors entering the southern desert may meet the most fearsome of creatures and could easily fall victim to them. Keys and Rigo remained silent in the face of Hake's scorn. Had they not seen Mashi's current strength, they might have retorted. It was only upon encountering 3 intermediate warriors emerging from the heart of the northern forest that they grasped the magnitude of Luo Xuan and Mashi's exploits there. After 2 days of travel, they finally reached the southern desert. As they gazed upon the gradually yellowing horizon, Luo Xuan nodded, sensing a distinct atmosphere here. Unlike that of the northern forest, the southern desert was devoid of any hierarchical divisions. Whether strong or weak, solitary or communal, one could encounter any creature within. Teresa explained, revealing her familiarity with the southern desert. Upon entering, we may encounter formidable beings immediately or go for a while without seeing anything but smaller creatures. Regardless of what we encounter, we must proceed with caution. The creatures in the southern desert are predominantly venomous. Indeed, the southern desert was renowned for its toxins. Virtually all creatures were poisonous. Should one suffer an attack without timely treatment, death was a likely consequence. Moreover, due to the Saiyans' limited technological advancements, many who fell victim to poisoning had no means of cure, leading to a barter system. The Zoflu people supplied antidotes to the Saiyans, who, in return, provided a specific metal found within the desert. You seem quite knowledgeable about the southern desert, Luo Xuan remarked. Luo Xuan casually remarked that had it not been for Teresa, he might have ventured in without hesitation. In the past, bolstered by his formidable strength, he had also traversed the South Sand Desert, albeit for merely a day before departing. Upon recounting this, Teresa exhibited no sign of embarrassment. Although the creatures within the South Sand Desert lack formidable combat prowess, their speed and defensive capabilities are remarkably swift, and they possess the cunning to conceal themselves amidst the yellow sands, rendering them exceedingly difficult to detect. They stealthily approach, delivering a swift bite. If their venom is potent enough, it can swiftly paralyze the nervous system, potentially incapacitating even a Saiyan. Thus, after Teresa entered the South Sand Desert, he encountered several creatures, and, upon witnessing the demise of 3 elite warriors the following day, he hastily retreated. So it was, let us proceed. Luo Xuan nodded, realizing that once inside, vigilance was paramount. Despite the inherent dangers of the South Desert, he recognized that to grow stronger, one must confront peril head-on. After all, this was the world of Dragon Ball, and he had no desire to be a mere weakling with a power level of 5. Similarly, Teresa and the others felt the surge of their own strength. Retreating in the face of danger was simply not in the Saiyan nature. Without hesitation, they followed Luo Xuan into the South Desert. As they journeyed onward, they encountered no immediate threats. The South Desert appeared eerily quieter than the northern forest. Yet, beneath this tranquility lurked far greater dangers. Thus, they remained cautious, aware that often the calm conceals the most perilous of situations. What could it be? A sandstorm? At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed a swirling column of yellow sand rising from the earth, reminiscent of a tornado. Fortunately, it was not heading their way. In this desert, they needed to remain alert not only to the unseen creatures lurking in the shadows but also to the natural phenomena like sandstorms. Mashi explained that their distance provided some safety, but for Saiyans, this was hardly a significant challenge. Their keen eyesight and swift speed allowed them to detect threats from afar and react accordingly. Soon after, the sandstorm dissipated, unveiling numerous rocks that had been concealed beneath the sands, for they were merely on the periphery of the desert. After the winds had passed, Luo Xuan noticed something unusual on the ground nearby. It appeared to be 2 figures. Teresa and the others also observed what seemed to be 2 individuals lying on the desert floor, likely lifeless given the harsh midday sun. They did not resemble Saiyans. Mashi nodded in agreement. The physiques of the 2 figures bore no resemblance to that of Saiyans. Could they be Zafurians? Let us investigate, Luo Xuan suggested. Having arrived in this world, he had yet to encounter the fabled, highly intelligent Zafurians. Although they might indeed be 2 corpses, Luo Xuan felt compelled to take a closer look. The others remained silent, showing little interest in whether the bodies were Saiyans or Zafurians. However, since Luo Xuan was curious, they decided to accompany him without any reservations. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed the presence of 2 corpses sprawled across the desert sands, their faces obscured. They were diminutive in stature, approximately half the size of Luo Xuan, and their attire was decidedly not the fur garments typical of Saiyans. Rather, they wore tattered clothing. It was evident that these individuals had been deceased for some time, and their smaller frames confirmed their identity as Zafurians. Observing the bodies, Luo Xuan remarked that their size clearly distinguished them from Saiyans, and their garments were unmistakably not of Saiyan origin. Luo Xuan nodded and reached out to turn the corpse over, seeking something specific. Be careful, he was warned. Just as Luo Xuan extended his hand, a snake lunged towards it, eliciting a gasp from Moshi. Luo Xuan reacted swiftly when the serpent emerged. He did not retract his outstretched hand, but instead struck directly at the creature's vital point. The serpent was immediately cast aside by Luo Xuan, and after writhing briefly upon the desert sands, it succumbed to its injuries. Although Luo Xuan's strike was casual, its strength was not to be underestimated. It was unexpected that the venomous serpent could writhe for a few moments before succumbing to its fate. It appears that the creatures inhabiting this desert possess a resilience that is far from feeble. Luo Xuan murmured softly before directly flipping the corpse over. Indeed, he discovered a detector affixed to the corpse's eyes, precisely the object he sought. Although its utility was limited, it possessed the capability to gauge another's combat power. And Luo Xuan was eager to ascertain the disparity between himself and those elite warriors. As he reached down to remove the detector, a frown creased his brow. The device appeared intact, yet the button on its side was irreparably damaged. He also retrieved the detector from another corpse, but shook his head in dismay. Its condition was even worse, the surface marred by numerous cracks. Clearly, it too was beyond salvage, which meant Luo Xuan's plans were destined to falter. As he engaged the installation process, the plugin was successfully installed. The detector system activated, assigning the shortcut key to F5. Just as disappointment began to settle in, the system within his mind unexpectedly commenced the download of a plugin Precisely what Luo Xuan required, a detector? Luo Xuan, what is that? Teresa inquired with curiosity upon witnessing him discard the devices he had removed from the Zafu people. It seemed the Saiyans were still unaware of the purpose of these detectors. Although they had interacted with the Zafu, these devices had yet to gain popularity, and these two individuals did not appear to be ordinary Zafu, or they would not have ventured into the southern desert. I don't know. I was merely curious to take a look. It seems to be some sort of machine, though it appears damaged. Since Teresa was unfamiliar with the device, Luo Xuan naturally refrained from divulging any information, as there was no need to enlighten her. After all, it would likely be a considerable time, at least a year, before the Saiyans encountered such technology. Let us proceed. Luo Xuan shook his head. For the system had already provided him with a detector. Therefore, he no longer required these devices. However, setting a detector as a shortcut felt somewhat frivolous. After voicing this thought, Luo Xuan stood up and, accompanied by Teresa and the others, continued onward. As they walked, he deliberately crushed the two detectors underfoot, rendering them inoperative. It was evident that these two Zafurians had met their demise after an ambush in the desert, with no other Saiyans having encountered them. Thus, Luo Xuan preferred that no one else lay eyes on the detectors, for the Saiyans were not fools. Teresa and her companions paid them no mind, as they harbored no interest in such trivial matters, which could not enhance their strength. Witnessing Luo Xuan destroy the devices only solidified their belief that the machines were indeed dubious, for why else would he obliterate them? As the group advanced, Luo Xuan's consciousness turned toward the newly added shortcut in his mind. He had always considered the shortcut for the detector somewhat wasteful. After all, such devices should be readily available among the Zafurians. Even if he could not obtain one, it would suffice to wait until a year later, post-victory in the Great Battle, to acquire a detector. Yet, now that it had been downloaded, Luo Xuan had no choice but to accept what he deemed a waste. Although he could request improvements from the system, he could not demand a complete alteration. If only he could forego these devices in exchange for a shortcut that directly enabled him to transform into a Super Saiyan. F1 for Super Saiyan, F2 for Beyond Super Saiyan, F3 for Super Saiyan 3. How simple that would be. However, this remained a mere fantasy, for the system could only provide shortcuts to enhance Luo Xuan's strength, not forcibly elevate his power. At most, it offered some assistance. It was akin to the Senza Bean system, without cooldown periods. Luo Xuan could recklessly injure himself, and then consume a Senza Bean to rapidly increase his strength. However, ever since he uncovered the secret of the Senza Beans, he had ceased to covet such reckless methods of power enhancement. As his consciousness delved into his mind, Luo Xuan eagerly focused on the F5 shortcut, his excitement palpable. The F5 detector appeared to diverge from his expectations. F5, detection system active, capable of detecting all biological combat power data. Passive, can sense the energy of all living beings, with range increasing with ability enhancement. The ability to sense energy? Moreover, it was a passive skill, indicating that this device could indeed allow Luo Xuan to perceive the presence of energy. It is worth noting that, aside from Goku, the Saiyans in Dragon Ball were incapable of sensing energy, with Vegeta acquiring the skill only later. This implied that Saiyans lacked such an ability after defeating the Zafurians. They began to rely on detectors. Luo Xuan, however, was different. By being able to sense energy, he could control his own, thus avoiding detection by others' devices and enabling him to play the role of the underestimated. Over-reliance on the data provided by detectors was not prudent. Now that Luo Xuan could perceive the energy of living beings, it also meant he could master his own energy. Consequently, this shortcut was far from wasted. Instead, it conferred significant advantages upon him. Luo Xuan, are you alright? You seemed lost in thought, Moshi remarked, observing the fluctuations of Luo Xuan's expression, which shifted from grave to jovial, leading her to suspect he had been bitten by a venomous snake. I'm fine, just pondering some matters that I find perplexing. Luo Xuan shook his head. Matters concerning the system must remain undisclosed to anyone. Otherwise, given his current capabilities, he would be unable to safeguard himself. Although he possesses considerable strength, it is merely relative. Without delving into distant comparisons, even at present, he feels he would not stand a chance against Lin and her companions on the gravity platform. Thus, he recognizes the necessity of further diligent training. Otherwise, on this planet Vegeta, there are indeed individuals capable of bringing about his demise. F5 detection. A fleeting thought crossed Luo Xuan's mind as he resolved to first test the efficacy of the detector while simultaneously assessing the combat prowess of Moshi and his companions. The initial analysis focused on Moshi's battle strength, which registered an impressive 3407. This was significantly superior to Raditz' power level upon his arrival on Earth, which stood at a mere 1500. However, it is worth noting that Raditz was a low-level warrior, whereas Moshi, classified as a mid-tier fighter, boasting a power level exceeding 3000, was not particularly surprising. In comparison to the renowned Naba, who was slightly weaker, Naba's power level upon arriving on Earth had reached 4000. Nevertheless, when juxtaposed with Vegeta's power at that time, it was relatively negligible. Subsequently, Luo Xuan proceeded to examine Teresa's battle strength, which astonishingly peaked at 5100, surpassing that of Naba. It is no wonder that her combat power is said to rival that of high-level warriors. This level of strength is indeed formidable. Lastly, he assessed Luo, whose battle power was lower than Mashi's, registering at only 2,333. Despite being a mid-tier warrior, he still exhibited considerable strength compared to Raditz, who hailed from a low-tier background. Luo Xuan pondered whether the detector could measure his own combat power. Having observed the battle strengths of his companions, he gained a rough understanding that allowed him to estimate the power levels of high-level warriors, albeit with some uncertainty. It would be illogical to infer Rigo's strength based on Mashi and the others, as the latter likely fell below a power level of 2,000. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan had no alternative but to glance at himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that his own battle power was indeed present in his mind, an impressive 7,329. Luo Xuan found it somewhat astonishing that his combat power had reached over 7,000. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of understanding, as he had been training under more than double the gravity of planet Vegeta, which facilitated such an increase in strength. In contrast, Sun Wukong had only trained on King Kai's planet, where the gravity was merely equivalent to that of planet Vegeta, yet upon his return, his combat power had soared to 8,000. By utilizing the Kaioken technique multiplied by 4, he achieved an astounding combat power of 32,000, ultimately defeating Vegeta. Therefore, Luo Xuan's current combat power exceeding 7,000 did not seem excessively high. He pondered about Lin's combat power. He recalled that during their last encounter on the gravity training platform, Lin had effortlessly defeated him with merely 30% of her strength. Although he had significantly improved since then, so had Lin, who was consistently engaged in combat training with elite warriors. While she might not have the luxury of training daily under more than double gravity like Luo Xuan, elite warriors inherently possessed formidable talents. He wondered just how much their combat power would increase after a month of training. It seemed he needed to strive even harder, otherwise, when faced with those formidable opponents, victory would likely elude him. Upon realizing his combat power, Luo Xuan did not allow himself to relax. Rather, he felt an even stronger yearning for power. After all, his current strength was insufficient, not only for venturing into the universe, but also to surpass the numerous Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan, do you truly have nothing to do today? Mashi observed Luo Xuan's fluctuating emotions, from worry to elation, and now brimming with determination, which struck her as quite peculiar. Be cautious. There may be an ambush lurking nearby. Luo Xuan shook his head as the detector suddenly revealed a combat value not far away. Initially, he was unable to perceive it, but the detector within his mind astonishingly indicated the presence of a combat power nearby. Despite Luo Xuan not seeing anyone in the vicinity, it suggested that this power was concealed in the shadows. What could be lurking in the darkness? Upon hearing Luo Xian's words, Moshi paused momentarily. Nevertheless, she held a deep trust in Luo Xuan. She would believe whatever he said. After all, were it not for Luo Xuan, she might still be like Rigo and his companions, merely slaying the fang-toothed beasts on the outskirts of the northern forest, lacking the qualification to cultivate in the southern desert. Everyone, exercise caution beneath this expanse of sand. Luo Xuan nodded. The entity lay concealed beneath the desert, entirely invisible to the naked eye. However, the detector had successfully identified its presence, revealing that this creature lurked beneath the sands, possessing a combat power of merely 170. Yet, Luo Xuan did not underestimate this seemingly insignificant power. Hidden within the desert, a sudden attack from this creature could catch even a Saiyan off guard. Moreover, Frieza had mentioned that the majority of the beings inhabiting this desert were venomous. A bite from one of them could lead to paralysis of the nerves in an instant, even if it did not result in death. Hence, the southern desert proved to be more perilous than the northern forest. The danger did not stem from the combat prowess of these creatures, but rather from their sudden assaults, which rendered one defenseless. With a detector, one could ascertain the existence of these creatures. However, in the absence of such a tool, a sudden attack could leave one vulnerable and unprepared. Even with a detector indicating the presence and location of these beings, overwhelming numbers or a lack of swift reaction could still result in a bite. After all, these entities were adept at concealing themselves within the desert. Everyone should exercise caution. While the strength of these creatures may be low, they often strike in numbers. If one is spotted, it is likely that others are nearby. Frieza, with his wealth of experience, was clearly more knowledgeable than Luo Xuan and his companions. Although he had not spent an extensive period in the southern desert, he was well acquainted with the habits of its denizens, having frequently heard tales from seasoned warriors. Frieza had once been regarded as the one closest to the elite warriors. It was improbable that he had not crossed paths with several of them. Thus, Frieza often listened to the accounts of elite warriors who had ventured into this region, sharing insights about the various creatures and their behaviors. Frieza harbored aspirations of training in the southern desert, believing it to be an excellent venue for honing a Saiyon's reflexes and speed. Previously, he considered his combat power and defense to be quite commendable, prompting his desire to enhance his agility and responsiveness in this challenging environment. However, after spending a day there, he prudently returned to the northern forest for training. Though the creatures here generally boasted low combat capabilities, they could easily overpower a Saiyan, proving to be far simpler than the swift lizards of the jungle. No matter how powerful one may be, Fatigue is an inevitable reality, and it is precisely during these moments that the creatures seize the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. If one remains alert and responsive, they may escape unscathed. Otherwise, a bite could swiftly lead to becoming prey. Therefore, it is prudent for everyone to remain vigilant. Luo Xuan also nodded, surprised to discover that there were hidden entities nearby. However, the detector only indicated the presence of a creature not far away and showed no signs of anything else. Could it be that these beings possessed an ability to elude detection entirely? Nevertheless, Luo Xuan and his companions paid little heed to such matters. After all, they had come to the South Sand Desert for cultivation, not for leisure. Thus, regardless of the strength of the hidden entities or whether they posed a lethal threat, it was of little concern to them. Only creatures concealed deep within the desert could facilitate their continuous growth, and so they felt no fear. Rather, they gravitated towards such mysteries. It was in the very nature of Saiyans to be combative, and retreating in the face of danger without first testing their mettle was not the way of a Saiyan. Suddenly, as the group cautiously approached the location where Luo Xuan had detected a hidden creature, a snake darted towards them with remarkable speed. Indeed, it was a swift strike, rivaling that of a jungle raptor, and it quickly lunged at Mashi. Yet, this diminutive serpent posed no threat to Mashi, who effortlessly dispatched it with a swift kick. "Be cautious," Mashi murmured, sensing something amiss. The snake seemed rather too small. Just as her words lingered in the air, a swarm of dark figures emerged around them. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a multitude of the very snakes Mashi had just sent flying, now appearing in overwhelming numbers, swarming towards Luo Xuan and his companions. The small snakes moved with astonishing speed, encroaching upon them in an instant. Despite their diminutive size, the sheer volume of serpents was astonishing. Luo Xuan and his companions regarded the situation with utmost seriousness. Even if they wished to eliminate them, they pondered how long it might take. "Look over there," Luo suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a spot not far away. The group turned their gazes in the direction indicated and beheld a small snake writhing on the ground. After a few moments, it lifted its head and, fixing its gaze upon Luo Xuan and his companions, flicked its tongue. This was the very snake Mashi had kicked away, seemingly unscathed, now approaching them at the same rapid pace as before. What was happening? Mashi, bewildered, recalled that her kick, though not delivered with full force, should have been sufficient to incapacitate such a small creature. How could it still be alive? Staring at the snake, she felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. She was well aware of the power behind her kick, and even a scorpion-tailed tiger would not have survived such an impact. How could this little serpent possess such formidable resilience? Luo Xuan and his companions discovered that the small snake, after being kicked by Mashi, appeared to be unharmed. It merely twisted its body and slithered toward them. "Did you not exert your full strength?" asked Belo, glancing at Mashi as the small snake approached. If she had indeed held back, that would be a different matter. Even without full force, a kick should have incapacitated a scorpion-tailed lizard. It was surprising how astonishingly resilient this little snake was. Mashi shook her head, clarifying that it was not her kick that lacked power, but rather the snake's formidable defense. Thus, her earlier strike had not succeeded in killing it. "We must exercise caution. These snakes possess both remarkable speed and potential toxicity. Everyone, be vigilant," warned Teresa. His expression grave. He had previously ventured into the South Desert, but had never encountered such a situation. His prior experience had been limited to battling a giant snake with relatively low combat prowess, which he ultimately defeated. However, he later witnessed several elite warriors being overwhelmed by a pack of wolves, illustrating the perils lurking within the South Desert. As for these highly defensive small snakes, he had never encountered such creatures before and wondered what other dangers might reside in the desert. "Let us resolve this quickly. If necessary, we shall resort to energy orbs," said Luo Xuan, undeterred by the small snakes. Yet, he sensed that these serpents were not their true adversaries, and something far more perilous might be concealed within the desert sands. The group nodded in agreement, but at that moment, they found themselves encircled by numerous small snakes. Although their combat strength was not overwhelming, the primary threat lay in their venom. As long as they remained cautious and avoided bites, they should be able to manage. The snakes displayed remarkable speed, yet Luo Xuan and his companions were not slow either. Drawing lessons from Mashi's earlier experience, they engaged these small snakes with their full strength. Upon direct confrontation, they realized just how formidable these snakes' defenses were, even when they attacked with all their might. Some of the snakes did not perish but instead revived to continue their assault. "Why have we been battling for so long without an end in sight?" Mashi questioned, puzzled by the seemingly endless stream of snakes. "There must be a nest nearby. These creatures are continuously emerging from beneath the sands," Luo Xuan speculated, his expression now serious. Initially, he had thought that while the number of snakes was daunting, they could swiftly overcome them in combat. However, it seemed otherwise. After eliminating one batch, another would emerge, as if they were inexhaustible. If this continued, Luo Xuan felt he could endure, but Mashi and the others might struggle to keep up their stamina. Even if they attempted to flee, they likely could not outrun the snakes. Engaging in direct combat was preferable. Turning their backs to these swift creatures would not be wise. Endless. Damn it, could we be facing the offspring snakes? Teresa, connecting Luo Xuan's conversation with the current circumstances, felt a name emerge in his mind. Offspring snakes. What are those? He inquired, his tone heavy with concern. Moshi recognized that these snakes were likely not to be trifled with. Otherwise, Teresa would not be so solemn. Upon hearing the term, particularly from Moshi, Luo Xuan felt a bit awkward. Ah, you Saiyans certainly know how to have fun. I had heard of a type of snake dwelling in this desert, small in size and not particularly formidable in combat. However, what is terrifying is their seemingly endless reproduction. For every one that is slain, another emerges, exhausting you until you are ultimately overwhelmed. Moreover, due to their combat habits, these snakes have a remarkably short growth cycle. Within just 7 days, a mature snake can appear, reproducing rapidly, hence the name offspring snake. Teresa possessed considerable knowledge on the subject, thus he could shed some light on Moshi's inquiry. But how did those Saiyans who escaped manage to flee? Belo was particularly concerned about this question. If some had encountered the snakes and escaped, surely there must be a way out. I do not know. No one has managed to evade the offspring snake's attacks. Those who are aware of them have only seen them from afar. The details regarding their habits and growth cycles were researched by the Zafurian people. They likely shared this information due to their need for the iron mines in this desert, Teresa replied, shaking his head. If anyone had indeed escaped, his demeanor would not be so grave. It was precisely because no one had succeeded that he wore such a solemn expression. No one has ever escaped? How is that possible? Even if these small snakes are strong, elite warriors are not weak. Surely, someone must have managed to flee, Moshi retorted. If we middle-tier warriors cannot escape, is it true that elite warriors are also unable to? I cannot say. Perhaps these snakes possess an innate sensitivity, perceiving us as easy prey. After all, it is rare to hear of elite warriors encountering offspring snakes, Teresa shook his head, affirming that encounters with these offspring snakes were indeed scarce. If they were prevalent, the ground would be littered with their carcasses and the bones of Saiyans. Yet, such occurrences are seldom reported. Typically, only 1 or 2 Saiyans are encountered at a time. I have never heard of 3 Saiyans being attacked by offspring snakes. Thus, it seems these snakes can sense the strength of their foes. If an opponent is too powerful, they simply avoid confrontation. With only 3 middle-tier warriors and 1 Luo Xuan present, even if both Luo Xuan and Teresa could rival elite warriors, in Teresa's eyes, they merely matched their strength and could not surpass it. Therefore, it was plausible that in the eyes of the offspring snakes, their combat prowess did not seem particularly formidable, which was why they were targeted. The group reasoned that this might explain why they were under attack. The offspring snakes could detect their strength, prompting them to initiate an assault. Regardless, we must devise a means of escape. Otherwise, these snakes are impossible to eliminate, Teresa acknowledged, having heard of the offspring snake's notorious reputation. It was said that they could not be completely eradicated, which was why they roamed freely in the desert, leading to the demise of many elite warriors at their fangs. Yet, encounters were infrequent, so there was little concern. They had not anticipated such misfortune, encountering offspring snakes shortly after entering the South Desert. Indeed. And there may be even more lurking within. Everyone, remain cautious, Luo Xuan urged. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Luo Xuan understood that beneath this desert, there must be other creatures concealed, biding their time for the opportune moment. Furthermore, Luo Xuan recognized why their party seemed relatively feeble. According to Teresa, the Yin Serpent would not engage with more than 2 advanced warriors. In their group, both Luo Xuan and Teresa have attained a level comparable to that of advanced warriors, complemented by the formidable presence of Moshi and Belo. Logically, it could be asserted that they collectively embody the strength equivalent to at least 3 advanced warriors. However, the serpentine creatures, known as Yin Serpents, appeared undeterred, revealing to Luo Xuan an intriguing notion. These Yin Serpents seem to possess a sensory capacity akin to the ability to perceive energy. After acquiring the shortcut key, Luo Xuan managed to suppress his energy, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary low-level warrior. This may have contributed to the Yin Serpent's misjudgment. Of course, Luo Xuan refrained from augmenting his energy further, as he wished to observe the concealed entities lurking beneath the desert. If these Yin Serpents were capable of overpowering an advanced warrior, he found it utterly implausible. He was certain that something significant lay hidden in the shadows of the desert, poised to strike. If they did not eliminate this concealed threat, they risked becoming the Saiyans spoken of in hushed tones, claimed to have been slain by the Yin Serpents. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the others became increasingly vigilant. Although they had not sensed anything amiss, they trusted Luo Xuan's instincts, which had never led them astray. They believed that a more powerful presence lay in ambush beneath the sands. Time passed, and fatigue began to set in among the group. Yet they perceived that the number of Yin Serpents was steadily diminishing, prompting them to intensify their assaults. However, the formidable entity Luo Xuan had alluded to had yet to reveal itself, leaving Teresa somewhat perplexed. Perhaps Luo Xuan had miscalculated. The Yin Serpents did not seem as formidable as the legend suggested, and it was likely they had underestimated the adversary's strength. After all, how could a force rivaling 3 advanced warriors be unable to withstand these minor serpents? Hey! Moshi exclaimed as he delivered the final blow to the last Yin Serpent. The area was strewn with the carcasses of hundreds of these serpents that had attacked them, and it appeared no more would emerge. Had they truly exterminated an entire nest? With a sigh of relief, Belo remarked that these yen serpents did not pose a significant threat after all. Their ferocity had likely been exaggerated to instill fear in mid-level warriors like themselves. After vanquishing all the yen serpents, Belo felt a sense of ease. Although the combat prowess of these creatures was not particularly high, their defensive capabilities were astonishing. Had they been any stronger, escaping would have been a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, it was evident that these diminutive foes were not overly formidable, making their confrontation relatively manageable. Let us move quickly. There may be another wave of attacks on the horizon. Teresa urged, disregarding Belo's comments and turning to Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement. Although he remained somewhat concerned, there was little time for hesitation. It was prudent to proceed. Scanning the surroundings, he noted an unsettling stillness, a silence that was almost eerie. Without further delay, Luo Xuan and his companions ventured in a different direction. They had come to this desert for cultivation, and it was inconceivable to abandon their quest over such trivial matters. To surrender in the face of adversity would condemn them to a life of stagnation. True strength could only be attained through relentless adventure and combat against formidable opponents. Growing stronger in the face of challenge. Just as Luo Xuan turned, a set of data materialized in his mind's eye. A readout of combat power indicating the approach of a person or creature. Be cautious, he warned. Luo Xuan let out a low exclamation, realizing there was no time to assess the combat prowess. However, as his words escaped his lips, a cry pierced the air. Ah, it was Teresa's voice. Luo Xuan and the others turned to see Teresa ensnared by a colossal python, its form reminiscent of a yen serpent, yet adorned with something that resembled a horn atop its head. The F4 swiftly gathered their focus. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan conjured an energy sphere and hurled it towards the enormous serpent's head. Hiss! The serpent, struck by the attack, emitted a cry of pain. Teresa, possessing considerable combat experience, sensed a slight loosening of the binds that restrained her as the serpent was distracted by Luo Xuan's assault. With a determined struggle, she broke free and swiftly darted in the direction of Luo Xuan and the others. Hiss! The serpent shook its head, and upon realizing that its prey was fleeing, it wasted no time in pursuing Teresa. The serpent's speed far surpassed that of the smaller variant, allowing it to quickly close the gap and open its maw, poised to swallow the petite figure whole. F4 swiftly coalesced. Without hesitation, Luo Xuan gathered an orb of energy and launched it directly into the mouth of the serpent. The orb erupted explosively within the creature's maw, while Teresa hurriedly moved to Luo Xuan's side. What on earth is this creature? Teresa gazed at the being that had ensnared him, a sense of lingering fear washing over him. Had it not been for Luo Xuan's timely intervention, he surely would have become a meal for that monster. It must be the serpent, yet this entity represents the true harbinger of death for high-ranking warriors. Luo Xuan gazed at the enormous serpent before him, which had endured 2 assaults from his energy sphere without sustaining any apparent harm, his expression turning somewhat grave. According to the readings from the detector, this colossal serpent possessed a combat power of merely 1024. Yet, its formidable defensive capabilities rendered it rather challenging to contend with. Luo Xuan gazed upon the colossal serpent before him, furrowing his brow. The energy sphere he had just unleashed could have obliterated even the swiftest of jungle dragons. Yet it appeared to have little effect on this formidable snake. According to the readings from the scanner, this serpent possessed a combat power of only 1024, a remarkable feat for its kind, were it not for the fact that they were on planet Vegeta rather than Earth. It was unlikely any creature could reach such a level of growth. Nonetheless, despite Luo Xuan's own combat power exceeding 7,000, he found himself unable to penetrate the creature's defenses, which struck him as peculiar. This beast's combat prowess seemed considerably higher than that of the smaller snakes encountered earlier. Although deprived of a scanner and unable to sense energy, Teresa was keenly aware that this creature's strength was likely formidable, as its appearance suggested. Indeed, its combat power surpassed that of other wild beasts. However, any one of them could easily deal with it. The primary obstacle lay in its extraordinarily robust defenses, rendering energy spheres ineffective against it. Luo Xuan nodded, appreciating the remarkable prowess of the Yanshi. Indeed, its combat strength was formidable, and he pondered how it had evolved to such capabilities. Could it be that these Yanshi understood the art of cultivation, striving to enhance their physical forms? According to the principle of natural selection, survival of the fittest dictates that these creatures must continuously grow stronger to endure the harsh deserts of planet Vegeta. Those unable to adapt would inevitably face extinction. However, the notion of animals engaging in cultivation seems implausible. They can only evolve to better harmonize with nature. If they cannot cultivate, they must fortify their scales, enhancing their defenses to become more resilient. It was evident that in this southern desert, weakness was a rarity. Upon entering, they encountered such a powerful entity, and Luo Xuan felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of what other adversaries lay ahead. When he had been ensnared earlier, he distinctly sensed the hardness of its scales. Despite exerting his full strength, he left no mark upon them. Teresa nodded in agreement. Recalling his own attempts to attack the massive yen she when it coiled around him, only to find his strikes seemingly ineffective. If we combine our efforts, might we be able to subdue this beast? Bello inquired, aware that their combat abilities were considerable. Luo Xuan had asserted that their strength surpassed that of the Yin Shi. If they coordinated their attacks, surely they could prevail. Initially, there had been a degree of skepticism regarding Luo Xuan's claims, yet now their trust in him was absolute. They had felt no presence of the colossal Yin Shi, whereas Luo Xuan had sensed it. When they dispatched the smaller Yin Shi, they had doubted his judgment, believing there to be no formidable foes beneath the Saiyans. However, the emergence of this great serpent had altered their perspective. They now fully acknowledged Luo Xuan's insights. No. You and Mashi can only coalesce your energy once, and you've already expended considerable stamina against those smaller Yin Shi. Luo Xuan replied thoughtfully, shaking his head. Should we attempt to fight now, the repercussions would likely fall upon you. He reflected on Bello's concerns and recognized the truth in them. They were still recovering from the prior skirmishes and would be ill-prepared for another confrontation. They had come to understand the strategy behind the Yin Shi's deployment of numerous smaller serpents. It was a tactic to deplete their strength. Moreover, they realized that the Yin Shi refrained from attacking more than 2 advanced warriors simultaneously. If 3 advanced warriors engaged, even the Yin Shi's tactics of attrition would fail to exhaust them effectively, rendering it vulnerable to a combined assault. The intelligence of this massive creature was astonishing. It knew how to secure its own safety while procuring sustenance. This might also explain its reluctance to engage the nearby Saiyans, as it sought to avoid attracting excessive adversaries. As long as it had enough food, it was content. The Saiyans who witnessed the confrontation with the smaller Yin Shi were unlikely to intervene, fearing for their own safety. As for the imposing Yin Shi before them, they had yet to witness it in action, and all the advanced warriors they had seen had been vanquished by it. This truly posed a significant challenge, given that this creature could eliminate even advanced warriors. While Luo Xuan and his companions collectively might rival 3 advanced fighters, they were not a cohesive unit, and their stamina had already been severely taxed. The Yin Shi was cunning, biding its time to exhaust its foes before revealing itself. Had it emerged alongside the smaller Yin Shi, 2 advanced warriors could have easily handled the situation, one dealing with the smaller serpent while the other confronted the larger one. What shall we do now? Mashi furrowed his brow, astonished by the Yin Shi's capabilities. Leave it to me. Every creature has its vulnerabilities. Once we identify its weakness, overcoming it will be no issue. Luo Xuan remarked that every living being possesses vulnerabilities. Even the Saiyans have their tails as a point of weakness. Although the serpent's defenses are formidable, identifying its Achilles heel would render it considerably more manageable. Thus, exercise caution. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi and the others did not intervene. Indeed, as Luo Xuan indicated, their current assaults were mere exercises in futility. They could only await Luo Xuan's discovery of its weakness. When the time comes, a coordinated attack would undoubtedly yield far more effective results. Luo Xuan nodded, and then adjusted the gravity system to 0, effectively negating the increase in gravitational force. The speed of the serpentine creature was formidable, and Luo Xuan had already expended a considerable amount of stamina. Without resorting to the magical beans for rejuvenation, he had no choice but to reduce the gravitational force. After all, compared to the precious beans, they were too valuable to consume unless absolutely necessary. With a swift motion, Luo Xuan disengaged the gravity system, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow towards the colossal serpent. The creature, having just endured 2 of Luo Xuan's assaults, remained wary. Although the attacks had not breached its defenses, they had certainly inflicted pain, causing it to refrain from retaliating as it sought an opportune moment. Yet, with Luo Xuan launching a direct attack, fear was no longer a factor. The serpentine beast had encountered its fair share of such diminutive adversaries before, and their flavor had proven quite delectable. Thus, upon witnessing Luo Xuan's audacity to strike, it seethed with rage. How dare a morsel resist? Hey! Luo Xuan leapt into the air and swiftly delivered a punch to the head of the yin snake. His speed so remarkable that even the serpent did not have time to react before being struck. However, despite the impact, the yin snake seemed largely unfazed. It retaliated with a powerful whip of its tail, leaving Luo Xuan unable to evade in midair, and he could only brace himself to absorb the force of the attack. Bang! Luo Xuan was abruptly cast into the desert, raising clouds of yellow sand. Luo Xuan, Teresa exclaimed, astonished that their encounter had ended in defeat so swiftly. As the sand settled, Luo Xuan's figure was nowhere to be seen, causing Teresa and her companions to narrow their eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, Luo Xuan appeared at the tail of the serpent, clasping it firmly with both hands, and effortlessly hurled the creature into the air, where it crashed heavily onto the desert floor. His speed was astonishing. Had anyone truly glimpsed Luo Xuan's form? The battle transpired in the blink of an eye. Bello, having witnessed Luo Xuan being flung into the desert, could no longer spot him, only to see him launch the massive serpent away moments later. No. Teresa and Moshi both shook their heads, for Luo Xuan's movements were too swift. Even their keen eyes failed to keep pace with his extraordinary speed. What level of cultivation had Luo Xuan attained to possess such remarkable swiftness, far surpassing that displayed during his battle with Teresa in the northern forest? Luo Xian's speed was remarkable, yet the serpent's swiftness was equally impressive. Mere moments after tumbling onto the desert sands, it had already materialized before Luo Xian. Its jaws agape as it lunged towards him. F4 swiftly coalesced. Luo Xian extended his palm forward, directly facing the gaping maw of the serpent. An energy sphere soared into its mouth, detonating violently within. Seizing this moment, Luo Xian deftly evaded the serpent's attack, fully aware that this strike would not wound the creature. After all, he had already tested its resilience. Although this energy sphere was more potent, it was not excessively so. Upon contact and subsequent separation, Luo Xian gained a clearer understanding of the serpent's formidable defenses, which proved to be quite complex. After being struck again, the serpent regarded Luo Xian with a wary gaze, refraining from launching another assault, as it seemed to recognize his prowess. Truly remarkable was Luo Xian's combat experience. He had skillfully dodged the serpent's onslaught. Beilo remarked on this, acknowledging Luo Xian's considerable experience. It was evident that he would not have so swiftly conjured an energy sphere to strike the serpent's mouth without it. Most would instinctively choose to evade, given the immense toll that conjuring such an orb exacted on one's stamina. However, evasion required ensuring one's speed was sufficient to escape the serpent's attack, for failing to do so would lead to dire consequences. A bite from this colossal serpent would likely spell doom, as no creature capable of traversing the desert was easily subdued. Moreover, Luo Xian's strength was vital. Without it, even if he could conjure an energy sphere, he would be unable to do so in such a brief span. Only he possessed the capacity to execute such a maneuver. Teresa nodded in agreement, acknowledging that not everyone could summon an energy sphere with such rapidity as Luo Xian. Meanwhile, Mashi remained silent, though she was taken aback. When she first encountered Luo Xian, he was merely honing his combat skills against the formidable behemoth. Yet, in just over a month, his combat acumen had flourished remarkably. However, only Mashi understood that this wealth of experience was garnered through perilous training, employing the behemoth, scorpion tigers, and jungle swift dragons, creatures that others sought to eliminate swiftly, as tools for his development. Through countless battles, Luo Xian had attained a combat prowess that now rivaled advanced warriors. A feat achieved through an effort that far surpassed that of his peers. Otherwise, if a low-ranking warrior could so easily catch up to an advanced one, the distinction between the two would be rendered moot. The two adversaries locked eyes for an extended moment before the serpent could no longer contain itself and initiated an attack. However, it did not directly confront Luo Xian. Instead, it burrowed into the sands. The serpent is retreating? Beilo furrowed his brow, questioning whether Luo Xian had driven it away. Yet, the serpent was native to the desert, where it thrived in its subterranean domain, making it adept at combat from concealment. Once hidden beneath the sands, it would be nearly impossible to detect, poised to strike at the opportune moment, a scenario that even Luo Xian could scarcely withstand. Teresa shook her head, elaborating that if the serpent could be so easily vanquished, it would not have garnered such a fearsome reputation in the southern desert. That creature possesses considerable intelligence. Should we assist Luo Xian? If it attacks him from behind, he will need support, Beilo inquired, concerned for Luo Xian's unawareness of the serpent's whereabouts. It would be futile. We cannot match the serpent's speed. Should it attack from behind, we would merely be consumed, unable to defend ourselves. Only Luo Xian can keep pace with it. Mashi interjected before Teresa could respond. If we could match the serpent's speed, each of us would surpass its combat capability. We would not merely stand by. Our inability to keep up compels us to remain spectators, she concluded. On the battlefield, Luo Xian observed the massive serpent plunging into the sands, vanishing from sight, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, while others perceived its disappearance as an opportunity for a lethal ambush. For Luo Xian, equipped with a detector, the situation posed little challenge. As time passed, the serpent lay in wait. Over here. At that moment, a series of data flashed in Luo Xian's mind from the detector, similar to those in Dragon Ball, complete with a small triangle indicating its location. Without hesitation, he vanished from his position. In the instant he disappeared, the serpent's gaping maw materialized beneath his feet, and Luo Xian delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature soaring. With remarkable swiftness, he struck without a moment's hesitation. What astonishing speed, Teresa marveled, astonished by Luo Xian's remarkable quickness. How did he know the serpent would emerge from that direction? Beilo, watching the serpent propelled away by a single kick, reflected on how he had been oblivious to its imminent reappearance. The serpent's speed was formidable, had he not been forewarned. Evasion would have been impossible, much like himself, who would have had no inkling of the serpent's emergence from beneath him. Yet, Luo Xian had clearly known to evade beforehand, immediately following up with an attack, indicating his prior awareness of the serpent's movements. However, no one could provide an answer to his question, as both Teresa and Mashi were equally astonished, unsure of how Luo Xian had achieved such a feat after being kicked away. The massive serpent twisted a few times before burrowing back into the sands, re-emerging behind Luo Xian. With not a moment's hesitation, Luo Xian pivoted swiftly, his toes barely grazing the ground as he launched a powerful kick at the underside of the great serpent's head. The creature hissed in anger, feeling the impact, although the damage was minimal. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of the desert, the serpent's pride was wounded. it was accustomed to lurking undetected. And today it had been discovered by a mere morsel not once, but twice, a humiliation that its low intelligence could barely comprehend. The trio of onlookers, Mashi and her companions, were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom how Luo Xuan had achieved such an extraordinary feat. His prowess had always been impressive, but this transcended their previous understanding of his abilities. His speed had surged, and his reflexes were nothing short of remarkable. This was no longer the Luo Xuan they had initially encountered. Unbeknownst to them, he had liberated himself from the constraints of gravity before the battle, and his mind had acquired a new shortcut, a detector. With this device, he could pinpoint the serpent's location the moment it moved, allowing him to evade its strikes and counterattack with equal swiftness. Yet, amid their astonishment, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. Though he appeared to have the upper hand, he understood that such combat demanded intense concentration of mental fortitude. A momentary lapse could result in a grievous bite from the serpent. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and if the battle dragged on, defeat was inevitable. He needed to uncover the serpent's weakness, for its formidable defenses suggested that it could not be invulnerable. The great serpent, realizing that hiding was futile against Luo Xuan, opted for a direct assault. This aggressive approach aligned with Luo Xuan's strategy, as locating its position in the sand yielded no insight into its vulnerabilities. A frontal attack would provide the opportunity he sought. However, this also placed him at a disadvantage, as Treza, observing from a distance, believed that the serpent's concealment had favored Luo Xuan, allowing him to strike effectively. Yet, if the serpent attacked head-on, Luo Xuan might struggle to withstand such rapid strikes. What shall we do? Treza's words resonated with Bello, who acknowledged the potential peril Luo Xuan faced. They were powerless to match his speed, relegated to mere spectators. Mashi, however, remained confident in Luo Xuan's capabilities, choosing to observe silently, aware that intervening would only complicate matters further. Bello concurred. The battle between Luo Xuan and the serpent was beyond their capabilities. As the serpent lunged, Luo Xuan met its charge. Despite its swift movements, its size rendered it cumbersome, allowing Luo Xuan to exploit his agility. Although smaller, he could maneuver deftly, unlike the serpent, which was hindered by its own bulk. Taking advantage of his advantages, Luo Xuan struck relentlessly, seeking any opportunity to land a blow. Yet, despite his fervor, he could not discern the serpent's weakness, as if it were truly impervious to harm. How is this possible? Luo Xuan, now fatigued, was acutely aware that every living creature possessed a vulnerability. It was implausible for the serpent to lack one entirely. As he evaded another of its strikes, he replayed the previous encounters in his mind, sensing that he had overlooked something critical. He launched another punch, but this time the serpent seemed to anticipate his move, its tail flinging him aside as it darted away. Luo Xuan, Treza and the others gasped in surprise as they witnessed the serpent's preemptive strike. They, the observers, had failed to perceive Luo Xuan's intent, yet the serpent had reacted instinctively. A realization washed over Luo Xuan. The serpent's reaction was not an act of foresight but a natural defense mechanism. It did not know where he would strike but instinctively shielded its vulnerable area. In that moment of clarity, Luo Xuan recognized the serpent's weakness lay beneath its abdomen. The realization struck him during their previous engagement. Had the serpent extended its reach just a fraction more, it could have bitten him. Its hesitation stemmed from a fear of exposing its underbelly, vulnerable to attack. Luo Xuan, are you all right? Mashi and her companions rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being after the serpent's fierce blow. Fear not, I am well, he replied with a grin. Did you see where I struck? That is the giant serpent's weakness. I will find a way to expose it further. You must attack when the opportunity arises. Luo Xuan wiped the corner of his mouth, noticing a hint of blood, yet he paid it no mind as he addressed Mo Shi and the others. The three of them exchanged glances at the approaching Yin Shi and nodded in acknowledgement. They had observed the earlier position and initially thought it was a preemptive awareness of Luo Xuan's intent to strike there. However, it now appeared to be an instinctive act of protection. Indeed, upon finishing his words, Luo Xuan swiftly darted towards the yin snake once more. At this moment, he was the only one capable of matching the speed of the serpent. Therefore, it fell upon him to devise a strategy that would compel the yin snake to reveal its vulnerabilities. They merely needed to target those weak points and launch their assault at the opportune moment. Bang! Luo Xuan engaged in battle once more with the yin snake, employing his fists and feet, while the yin snake retaliated with its tail and bites. The duel between man and serpent unfolded in a relentless exchange. Luo Xuan found himself unable to breach the defenses of the serpent, yet the creature was equally incapable of mounting an effective assault against him. Even when a few strikes managed to connect, Luo Xuan successfully deflected them. How he wished for a weapon. Once again, his fist struck against the serpent's scales, leaving him at a loss. His attacks had little effect, yet the recoil caused his hand to throb with pain. However, it seemed that Saiyans had never truly been witnessed wielding weapons. They relied solely on the power of their fists to convey their might. As Luo Xuan steadied himself, the great yin serpent swiftly lashed out with its tail. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to catch it with his hands. Thud! Although he successfully grasped it, his legs sank deeply into the desert sands. Should the serpent strike again, he would undoubtedly be crushed. Aware of this peril, Luo Xuan clutched the serpent's tail tightly. As the serpent attempted to withdraw its tail, he was lifted along with it. Naturally, had the serpent chosen to release its tail outright, Luo Xuan would have been thrown off. And indeed, the serpent did just that. Hey! As the serpent discarded its tail, Luo Xuan, still gripping it, managed to slide around half a circle before landing firmly on the ground, yet he did not relinquish his hold. He executed a shoulder throw, propelling the serpent away with great force. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xuan hurled an energy sphere towards the serpentine creature, striking it precisely in its vulnerable abdomen. The creature emitted a sound akin to a wretched cry as its weakness was exploited, before the echoes of its lament faded. The energy spheres from Mo Shi and his companions swiftly followed suit. They had been preparing while Luo Xuan engaged in battle, and their attacks synchronized perfectly with his. 3 energy spheres struck the creature's weak point, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Finally, it was vanquished. Beilu exhaled deeply, relieved. Although the creature's combat prowess was lacking, its defensive capabilities were formidable. Had the battle continued, Luo Xuan's stamina would have undoubtedly been insufficient. Not yet, Teresa replied gravely, shaking her head. Despite their successful assault on the creature's weak spot, it had not perished, indicating that the matter was far from resolved. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Beilu turned his gaze towards the serpentine creature, which, though diminished in vitality, was still writhing, alive yet weakened. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan resolved that this snake could not be allowed to recover, for that would render all efforts futile. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon his approach, the snake burrowed swiftly into the desert, seemingly attempting to escape. Naturally, Luo Xuan could not permit this to come to fruition. The fact that the snake was capable of employing the lesser snakes to exhaust their stamina indicated that it possessed a degree of intelligence. Should it succeed in evading capture, it could very well lie in wait within the desert, poised to exact revenge. In the treacherous expanse of the South Desert, already rife with peril, the presence of a vengeful snake would be no trifling matter. If one were not vigilant, the consequences could indeed be fatal. Observing the snake burrowing into the sands, Luo Xuan promptly lunged forward, seizing its tail in an effort to pull it back. Luo Xuan possessed immense strength, and at this critical moment, he gradually pulled the serpent out. Hiss! Realizing escape was futile, the serpent swiftly turned and lunged at Luo Xuan. However, he managed to evade the attack, only to be violently flung into the air by the creature's powerful tail. This was dire, suspended in the sky. Luo Xuan found himself immobilized and his reflexes sluggish, making him vulnerable to the serpent's assault. Teresa, witnessing this scene, cried out in alarm. Indeed, as Teresa had predicted, upon unexpectedly launching Luo Xuan into the air, the serpent wasted no time and opened its jaws wide, aiming to strike him. Luo Xuan managed to suppress his urge to soar into the sky, only to find himself plummeting downwards. Alas, when would he ever take flight? Luo Xuan muttered his complaints. Yet there was little he could do, as he had yet to master the art of flight. Meanwhile, the serpentine creature below was advancing towards him, elongating its body to an astonishing length. The F-force swiftly extracted itself. Luo Xuan launched an energy sphere directly at the snake, and his body was propelled slightly upward, before descending once more in the direction of the snake. Ah! Luo Xuan let out a low shout, his fist clenched tightly and extended before him. Harnessing the force of his downward momentum, he swiftly lunged towards the snake. In an instant, Luo Xuan was engulfed by the creature's maw. Luo Xuan! Mo Shi exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Luo Xuan being swallowed whole. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Xuan emerged once more, his fist having pierced through the snake's mouth. With remarkable agility, he quickly aimed another energy sphere towards the ground. However, this orb lacked considerable power, as Luo Xuan's stamina was nearly depleted. Utilizing the energy sphere's cushioning effect, he landed gracefully. As he touched down, the head of the snake crashed heavily against the ground. At that moment, Luo Xuan was drenched in blood from the enormous snake. This was not the first time he found himself in such a state. He had previously emerged similarly from his encounter with the jungle raptor. Taking a moment to glance at the incapacitated snake, Luo Xuan let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary upon entering the South Sand Desert. Although its combat prowess was lacking, the creature's scaly defenses had allowed it to endure far longer than expected. Luo Xuan, are you alright? Upon seeing Luo Xuan dispatch the snake, Mo Shi and the others approached with concern. The battle they had just witnessed was truly perilous. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head, uncertain of the reason, yet aware that each increase in the power of his punches extracted a substantial amount of his energy. Initially, it was manageable. But as the force behind his strikes intensified, he sensed a corresponding depletion of his vitality. If he did not become stronger soon, there might not be enough energy left within him for future endeavors. Thus, Luo Xuan recognized the pressing necessity to augment his strength. The Yanqi was indeed a formidable opponent, and he pondered how many of these creatures lurked within the South Desert. Teresa, observing the Yanqi bleeding profusely and seeping into the sands, shook her head in resignation. Having just stepped into the South Desert, encountering such a creature was disheartening. One could only speculate how many more Yinshi resided within this arid expanse. Should they encounter additional adversaries, the situation could swiftly become dire. Let us depart from this place, Luo Xuan advised, glancing at the nearby Yeshi. While it is undeniably powerful, it is not the most formidable being in the South Desert. The scent of blood is potent and may attract other ferocious beasts. It is prudent for us to leave now. Otherwise, we may inadvertently summon an enemy that I may not be able to confront. Indeed, agreed Mashi and the others, recognizing the wisdom in his words. The Yinshi, though resilient, was not the apex predator of the South Desert. After Luo Xuan tidied up a bit, they set off together, heading in another direction. A short while after their departure, a large bird began to circle above the very spot where they had just battled, then swooped down to seize the enormous serpent and flew off in a different direction. Oddly, although he had felt an abundance of strength in his right hand moments ago, he now found it felt no different from his left. As Luo Xuan ambled along, he reflected upon his right hand, which seemed to possess an extraordinary strength in moments of peril, far surpassing that of his left. It would be more accurate to describe it as a force rather than mere strength. Yet, during peaceful times, his right hand felt no different from usual, rendering its latent power nearly imperceptible. He lamented the inability to employ a detector to gauge the remarkable combat prowess he exhibited during those critical moments. Luo Xuan expressed a tinge of regret, stating that had he been able to detect his power at that moment, he would have known the extent of his combat strength during the surge of his right hand. Based on his own perceptions, the increase in power was undoubtedly significant. Whether facing the fang-toothed behemoth, the jungle raptor, or during his recent battle with the yen snake, Luo Xuan distinctly sensed the formidable strength bestowed upon his right hand. Yet, the precise magnitude of this enhancement remained elusive to him. Tresha, I noticed that you always unleash your power at the final moment during combat. Why not release it earlier? Tresha observed Luo Xuan's peculiar behavior. He was capable of piercing the jungle raptor with a single punch. Yet he chose to wait until Mashi was gravely injured before unleashing his might. The same pattern repeated during the encounter with the yen snake, where he could have shattered its defenses much sooner. Although she sensed something amiss, she was uncertain, prompting her to inquire in hopes of gleaning some insight. He must be cultivating using the yen snake, Mashi interjected before Luo Xuan could find a response. Cultivating? Tresha turned to Mashi, furrowing her brow. Mashi had known Luo Xuan for a considerable time and might possess some understanding of his actions. However, was Luo Xuan truly cultivating with the yen snake? During their first encounter, he had fought the fang-toothed behemoth similarly, withholding his full strength and suppressing his abilities until he was nearly exhausted before delivering the final blow. The subsequent scorpion tiger and the jungle raptor battles followed the same pattern. He always seemed to defeat his opponents only at the last moment. Mashi offered an explanation, albeit she too was puzzled by Luo Xuan's tendency to wait until the end to unleash his power, aware that Luo Xuan preferred to keep his motives private. She spoke up. Is that so? Tresha pondered, recalling that the pattern had indeed been consistent. Yet, during this battle with the yen snake, Luo Xuan was clearly engaged in combat. Indeed, Luo Xuan reluctantly nodded, feeling somewhat perplexed himself by the sudden eruption of power in his right hand. His instincts urged him to keep this matter discreet, so he decided to maintain the facade of simply cultivating. Very well, Tresha relented, though a hint of skepticism lingered. However, since Luo Xuan had asserted this explanation, she refrained from pressing further. Perhaps he was merely engaged in cultivation, and it was she who had overthought the situation. Luo Xuan immediately activated 16 times the gravity, equivalent to 1/6 times that of planet Vegeta. After all, if he wished to become significantly stronger, he needed to endure greater gravitational pressure. Furthermore, Luo Xuan resolved that he would not release this gravity unless absolutely necessary. He had just expressed his gratitude. Luo Xuan and Mo Shi trailed behind, while Teresa and her companion walked ahead. Luo Xuan leaned closer to Mo Shi and spoke in a hushed tone. If it weren't for Mo Shi's timely intervention, he would have been at a loss for how to handle the situation, so he felt compelled to express his gratitude. It's nothing, but I am curious as to why you always wait until the last moment to unleash your full strength, Mo Shi remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips as her gaze remained fixed on Luo Xuan. She, too, was intrigued by why Luo Xuan consistently reserved his formidable combat prowess until the very end to decisively vanquish his opponents. I'm simply honing my skills, he replied. Luo Xuan returned a smile and softly remarked, since no words were exchanged earlier, how could he possibly divulge anything now? It remains a secret. The training in the desert proved to be rather monotonous. Had Luo Xuan been alone amidst the Saiyans, it was uncertain how long he could endure. Fortunately, he now had Mashi and a few others to accompany him, which alleviated the tedium of solitary training, allowing for conversation and camaraderie. How have you been lately? After their recent battle, Luo Xuan noticed that Mashi's combat experience had significantly matured, rendering her a vastly different individual compared to their first encounter in the northern forest. She was now capable of successfully condensing energy spheres twice, a feat that, oddly enough, seemed somewhat laborious for them at this stage, despite its inherent simplicity. Overall, My combat abilities have noticeably improved, he mused. Indeed, training in the southern desert proved far more effective than in the northern forest. Mashi nodded in agreement. Apart from her concern for Luo Xuan, she maintained her typically frosty demeanor, much like when they first met, revealing little emotion. Yet, she would smile in Luo Xuan's presence. That's good. Let us continue our training for a while longer before we return. Luo Xuan nodded. Reflecting on the 2 months that had elapsed since his entry into the northern forest, he had become adept at navigating the 20-fold gravity with ease. Akin to training under the double gravity of planet Vegeta, this rigorous regimen had expedited his progress significantly. However, he understood that such training alone was insufficient for true strength. Previously, he had assessed his combat power to be 873, slightly surpassing the Goku who had just returned from King Kai's planet, who was at 8000, while Vegeta stood at 18000, a considerable disparity. Nonetheless, Luo Xuan was aware of the importance of balance between work and rest. The high-intensity battles, while enhancing his prowess, imposed a substantial burden on his body. The only regret he harbored was the thought of returning home. He had been away from it for too long. Mashi nodded in agreement, as prolonged training often stirred a yearning to revisit familiar grounds. In contrast, Teresa and Bello were indifferent. Having spent over a year outside without returning home, having integrated training into their way of life. Yet, with Luo Xuan expressing his desire to return, they agreed it would be nice to take a glimpse of home. How infuriating. That guy was incredibly strong, a Saiyan, marked by numerous scars. Exclaimed as he approached with his companions. They had recently discovered a metal mine, intending to trade the minerals with the Zafurians for essential medicinal supplies in the desert. These healing substances were crucial for the battle-hardened Saiyans, who often found themselves wounded. Unfortunately, as they attempted to transport the ore, they encountered another group of Saiyans who brazenly seized their find. Unable to match their strength, they had no choice but to concede. Let us search for other mines. With those potions, we could endure in the southern desert for a while longer. Then, we can improve our abilities and settle the score, the tall, lean Saiyan suggested. Appearing somewhat disheveled yet less battered than his more vocal companion, the 4 high-ranking warriors were a formidable assembly, yet they found themselves outmatched by 6 others of equal rank, forcing them to relinquish their hard-earned bounty. Is someone over there? One of the previously silent Saiyans remarked, spotting Luo Xuan and his companions from a distance. His tone tinged with caution. In the southern desert, skirmishes were commonplace, but given their injuries, engaging in further conflict would be unwise, particularly if their adversaries were significantly stronger. That individual looks familiar, the lean Saiyan noted, recognizing Teresa. Just as he spoke, a voice from the side dripped with malice, suggesting a personal vendetta against Teresa. Teresa? The one who defeated you, a mid-tier warrior? Another Saiyan chimed in, recalling how his comrade had been bested by Teresa, confirming the rumor. If not for my oversight and the rules of the gravity platform, where falling equates to defeat, I would never have lost to that guy. The Saiyan, once defeated by Teresa, gritted his teeth in frustration. Though he had indeed faced an unfortunate mishap, defeat was defeat, irrespective of the circumstances. The knowledge that many were aware of his loss to a mid-tier warrior was a source of humiliation. Calm down. This isn't the gravity platform. There aren't any rules here, the battered Saiyan chuckled, still irked about losing their discovered iron ore. Encountering weaker opponents was a welcome relief. Let us not stir up trouble. We should continue our search for another iron mine, the lean Saiyan insisted, wishing to avoid conflict. Don't worry. We'll just deal with them, another battle-hungry Saiyan said, prompting the trio to advance towards Luo Xuan's group, with the reluctant lean Saiyan trailing behind. As the group of Saiyans approached, Luo Xuan noticed them but chose not to dwell on the encounter, as it was common for high-ranking warriors to cross paths in such a training ground. However, he soon realized they were indeed heading in his direction. Should the narrative follow its predictable course, a confrontation was imminent. What are you staring at? The battered Saiyan snapped at Bello, who had been scrutinizing his face with evident curiosity. What is it to you? Bello retorted, taken aback by the Saiyan's aggressive demeanor. Initially intrigued by the Saiyan's wounds, he now pondered why he hadn't retaliated more fiercely. If it had been him, the opponent would have been left speechless. Teresa, it's been a while. But this isn't a place for mid-tier warriors, or for lowly trash. The Saiyan who had previously been defeated by Teresa spat venomously. Teresa, having recognized the Saiyan, recalled their past encounter. Though he had bested this high-ranking warrior, he was aware that luck had played a role in that victory. The battle against this adversary had propelled Teresa's reputation to new heights. I see it's you, Titus, Teresa acknowledged, recognizing him. The encounters he had with high-ranking Saiyans were few, and while he struggled against most, he remembered this one distinctly. Winning against Titus had been a stroke of fortune, earning Teresa his title as a near high-ranking warrior. South Desert isn't for mid-tier warriors or lowly trash like you, Titus scoffed, believing Teresa's victory was merely a fluke. In this unforgiving desert, fate dictated their survival, and rules held no sway. What? After being defeated by me, you still have the audacity to show up here? A high-ranking warrior who has fallen to a mid-tier warrior? Teresa remained unperturbed, recognizing Titus as merely an erstwhile rival. Aware that luck had favored him in their previous encounter, he no longer felt any trepidation, because he knew that his strength was now sufficient to completely overpower Titus. He chuckled, stating that Titus had merely won by luck and challenged him to fight again. Titus, upon hearing this from Teresa, was instantly infuriated. It was a scar that he bore for life. Ever since his defeat to Teresa, he had been the subject of ridicule, even in the gravity chamber. He often faced disdain. Though Titus was not particularly formidable, he was still a high-ranking warrior, but ultimately had no choice but to retreat to the southern desert to cultivate his skills. He never anticipated that he would encounter Teresa today. It was a case of fateful enemies crossing paths. Forget it, I do not wish to fight a defeated foe, Titus replied. However, Teresa shook his head in response, as he truly did not wish to engage in combat. At that moment, he sensed no danger from Titus, which indicated that Titus was no longer his match. What? It seems you are afraid, Titus mocked, believing that Teresa was reluctant to fight. Yet, Teresa paid him no mind, casting a glance at Luo Xuan, who appeared unresponsive, merely bored as he played with the sand. Enough, you are not my opponent, Teresa ultimately declared, still shaking his head, convinced that Titus posed no threat. However, he did feel a hint of danger emanating from the tall, slender Saiyan, signifying that this individual was indeed the strongest present. If he were to strike, Teresa felt he would not be able to withstand it. Seeing that words could not provoke Teresa into action, Titus decided to strike first, launching a punch at Teresa. Nevertheless, Teresa made no unnecessary movements. He merely shifted his body and effortlessly evaded Titus's blow. Since you are so eager to fight, let us proceed, Teresa said, feeling provoked. Especially with Luo Xuan nearby. If the tall Saiyan were to intervene, Luo Xuan would certainly not remain passive. At this point, they had completely centered their focus around Luo Xuan, who possessed considerable strength himself. Huh, I'm looking for someone to spar with. I choose you, kid. Be sure to keep your eyes open, said the Saiyan, who had just been beaten and was now resentful, setting his sights on Bello. Without hesitation, Bello approached. Having long been displeased with this Saiyan, leave the woman to me. I have no desire to play with low-ranking warriors, he declared. The Saiyans, being naturally combative, eyed Moshi and Bello before one of them headed towards Moshi as well. It seems I have also become a target, Moshi remarked, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he quietly spoke to Luo Xuan. No need to hold back. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. He had just utilized a detector to assess the combat prowess of these individuals. The one named Titus possessed a battle power of 4,892, significantly weaker than the current Teresa, whose strength had notably increased, making her defeat a feasible endeavor. As for the Saiyan engaged in combat with Bello, his battle power was a mere 2871, which left Luo Xuan somewhat skeptical. Was this individual truly a high-ranking warrior? The one aspiring to challenge Moshi had a battle power of only 3,000, presenting no challenge whatsoever to Moshi, whose strength was now closely trailing that of Teresa. However, the sole source of astonishment for Luo Xuan was the tall, slender high-ranking warrior, whose battle power reached an astounding 6165, marking him as the strongest Saiyan Luo Xuan had ever encountered. Logically, such formidable strength should be competing at the gravity training facilities. It was peculiar to find him honing his skills in the southern desert. Moreover, the companions he brought along exhibited relatively low combat powers. Was it possible that a battle power exceeding 6,000 was still deemed unworthy of the gravity training apparatus? Now, it seems. Only you and I remain. Shall we engage in combat? Luo Xuan rose to his feet, brushing off the sand clinging to his attire, and then turned his gaze towards the elite warrior, speaking in a calm tone. He was eager to engage in combat with these seasoned fighters to ascertain the extent of his own capabilities. Elite warriors possessed not only formidable combat strength but also extensive battle experience, which surpassed that of many intermediate warriors. However, when confronted with Luo Xuan and his companions, the situation was quite different. This group had honed their skills throughout their arduous journey from the northern forest, in terms of both strength and experience. They far outclassed other intermediate warriors and were scarcely inferior to elite warriors. Do you wish to fight me? The tall, slender Saiyan regarded Luo Xuan with a scrutinizing glance. His brow furrowed. He did not underestimate Luo Xuan. Rather, he sensed something distinctly unusual about this individual. Despite being a low-level warrior, Luo Xuan emanated an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of those formidable opponents he had encountered on the gravity training platforms. How could a low-level warrior instill such a feeling within him? The tall Saiyan contemplated, recognizing that this low-level warrior should not be taken lightly. Nevertheless, he had no intention of retreating. He would not shy away from a challenge, be it from a low-level warrior or even an elite one. Luo Xuan nodded, harboring little to say. He merely wished to test the limits of his own prowess. Thus, even if the senior warrior declined, he would still take action. Such audacity. The tall and slender Saiyan chuckled in acknowledgement. While he did not hold Luo Xuan in contempt, it was undeniable that Luo Xuan was a low-level warrior. In his eyes, it required immense courage for a low-level warrior to challenge a high-level one. Indeed, this might be a manifestation of the superiority complex possessed by high-level warriors. They were born with greater talents and found the path to strength more accessible than others. Consequently, to them, it seemed that a low-level warrior daring to confront a high-level warrior, someone who had always overshadowed them since childhood, was an act of considerable bravery. However, Luo Xuan was not of this world and thus did not share such notions. With his current strength in mind, he resolved to proceed with the challenge. Let us begin. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Xuan charged directly towards the formidable warrior. He had no intention of wasting time in this place. He merely sought to gauge the extent of the Saiyans' strength on the gravity platform. Boom. Luo Xuan's punch was effortlessly intercepted by the advanced warrior. After all, this was neither a ferocious beast nor one of Teresa's ilk. The figure before him was a genuine advanced warrior. In terms of combat prowess and experience, this opponent was formidable. Thus, treating such an individual as a rival compelled Luo Xuan to exercise caution. Hey, not bad in terms of strength, the advanced warrior chuckled. Lifting his leg to deliver a kick towards Luo Xuan, Luo Xuan executed a backflip, deftly evading the impending strike, and then stood firmly, gazing at the advanced warrior before him. I shall not hold back, he declared. Without a moment's hesitation, the advanced warrior propelled himself forward, his toes barely grazing the ground. He had initially believed that a low-level warrior, no matter how formidable, could never rival an advanced warrior. However, his perspective shifted dramatically as he recognized that this low-level warrior's combat prowess was likely on par with his own. In other words, the low-level warrior before him had astonishingly attained the level of an advanced warrior. When did it become so effortless to surpass an advanced warrior? Although his mind was tempestuous with disbelief, his expression remained unchanged. After all, while this low-level warrior might be capable of contending with an advanced warrior, it did not necessarily imply victory. He longed to convey to Luo Xuan that transcending an advanced warrior was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, the intrinsic sense of superiority would be rendered obsolete. An advanced warrior, indeed? Luo Xuan merely murmured softly, realizing that the combat experience of this elite warrior surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Consequently, he became vigilant, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for personal growth. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Having already gauged their strengths, neither of them intended to test the waters any further. They immediately erupted into a fierce confrontation. The elite warrior landed a punch on Luo Xuan, who retaliated by delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent flying. As Luo Xuan pursued, he was thrown to the ground by a shoulder throw from the elite warrior. Undeterred, he swiftly kicked both feet into the warrior's abdomen, propelling him upwards. With a firm push against the ground, Luo Xuan also ascended into the air. As he soared halfway, the elite warrior began to plummet downwards. Luo Xuan swiftly steadied himself and soared towards the ground. The moment the elite warrior touched down, he deftly evaded in another direction. Just as Luo Xuan was about to land, the warrior launched a kick directly towards him. Ah! Luo Xuan let out a loud shout, remarkably stabilizing his body momentarily in midair. The advanced warrior's kick grazed his face, and only then did Luo Xuan descend to the ground. At the instant he landed, he supported himself with one hand and swiftly stood upright. Was he truly a low-level warrior? The trio who had battled alongside Teresa, Titus, and his companions were equally astonished, having realized during Luo Xuan's challenge to the advanced warrior. However, they had dismissed it in their minds, believing that a low-level warrior could never challenge an advanced one. Now, they recognized their grave misjudgment. This low-level warrior was indeed capable of engaging in combat with an advanced warrior. Furthermore, the three intermediate warriors before them seemed to possess the strength to contend with advanced warriors as well. What sort of team was this? Come again, the advanced warrior bellowed, seemingly exhilarated as he launched another assault on Luo Xuan. At that moment, Luo Xuan felt the blood within him surging. This exhilarating combat was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Neither his previous encounters with Teresa nor the jungle raptor or the yin snake had evoked such a thrill in him. Thus, with each exchange, Luo Xuan felt increasingly invigorated. Although his soul belonged to Earth, his body was that of a Saiyan. Consequently, his yearning for battle remained unaltered. Only through combat did he find true exhilaration. Bang! Bang! The intensity of their confrontation escalated rapidly. Despite the brief passage of time, both warriors exhibited formidable strength, making it increasingly challenging to determine the victor. Even though Luo Xuan had been fighting the advanced warrior under conditions of increased gravity, his combat prowess alone could have easily overwhelmed the advanced warrior, rendering the fight less enjoyable. As Luo Xuan continued to engage in battle, he felt an increasing exhilaration, while the high-ranking warrior, having experienced this thrill, became even more astonished. He realized something significant. This low-ranking warrior was using him as a training partner, constantly enhancing his combat experience. The high-ranking warrior finally acknowledged that this low-ranking fighter was indeed treating him as a sparring partner. Upon this realization, he felt a mix of anger and helplessness, never expecting that such a formidable low-ranking warrior could utilize a high-ranking warrior as a practice opponent. What was even more frustrating was the discovery that he was unable to best Luo Xuan. Hey, you truly are impressive, but let me show you my special move, the high-ranking warrior declared to Luo Xuan as they momentarily separated. He conceded that Luo Xuan was indeed strong, Managing to push a high-ranking warrior to such an extent as a low-ranking fighter was no small feat. Was he finally ready to unleash his trump card? Nearby, Titus overheard the tall, slender Scion's words and was taken aback by the strength of the low-ranking warrior. However, after his initial astonishment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Once that special move was executed, even if the low-ranking warrior survived, he would likely be gravely injured. Luo Xuan gazed at the formidable warrior before him, a scene that felt strikingly familiar, reminiscent of his previous battle with Teresa. Could it be that Saiyans prefer to reserve their most potent techniques until the very end? It stands to reason. If one could secure victory without resorting to their ultimate move, it would be a wise choice. Thus, this most powerful technique is often wielded only when one finds themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, what struck Luo Xuan as familiar was not merely the warrior's words, but rather his stance. Could it be that he too was conjuring an energy sphere? Not far away, Mashi and the others also observed the advanced warrior's posture, unmistakably indicative of energy sphere formation. However, this realization left Teresa feeling somewhat awkward, as he had previously claimed that this technique was the result of his prolonged contemplation and mastery. To his surprise, the tall Scion was also capable of summoning such a sphere. Indeed, it wasn't long before a similar orb materialized in the hands of the advanced Scion, seemingly far more powerful than the one Teresa had conjured. Yet, in comparison to Luo Xuan, it still fell short. Be cautious, the lean warrior cautioned. This orb may not claim your life, but should you choose to confront it, it could very well deplete your stamina. He believed this technique possessed formidable strength, though it appeared insufficient against the youth before him, who was capable of contending with advanced warriors. This move would not harm an advanced fighter, and thus, it seemed ineffective against the individual before him. However, it could indeed wear down the opponent's endurance, paving the way for a subsequent assault that would assuredly vanquish this lower-tier warrior. Then I shall put it to the test, Luo Xuan replied resolutely. Luo Xuan uttered with a hint of indifference that perhaps in the past, he indeed expended considerable physical energy, much like when he first encountered Teresa employing this technique. However, after mastering the ability to condense energy spheres, he now possessed a profound understanding of them. Such constructs posed no threat to him whatsoever. Teresa, your friend, is rather foolish. If he loses, don't blame us, stated Titus while engaging Teresa in combat. Although he was astonished by Teresa's newfound strength, his extensive combat experience allowed him to hold his ground, thus enabling him to make light of the situation. Oh, is that so? Teresa refrained from engaging in excessive banter. Had Luo Xuan been vulnerable to such an attack, he would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately for Titus, Luo Xuan had already demonstrated the capability to withstand energy spheres while contending with intermediate warriors, rendering the current scenario trivial. You might not comprehend what that is, but you will shortly. Just don't regret it then, Titus remarked, feeling a flicker of anger at Teresa's apparent lack of concern, before parting ways to observe the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, the others ceased their efforts, eager to witness the downfall of the low-ranking warrior. Mashi and his companions also refrained from further action, as they awaited the moment when this group would be humbled, having suffered their share of Luo Xuan's prowess. They had harbored hopes of catching up to him, only to find he had already ventured far beyond their reach. All right, brace yourself, the tall, lean Scion nodded. Hurling the energy sphere from his hand, the sphere soared towards Luo Xuan at an astonishing speed, leaving a luminous trail in its wake. Observing the approaching energy sphere, Luo Xuan made no move to evade. He simply gazed at it, not going to block. Titus and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Even Teresa found it curious that Luo Xuan did not attempt to defend himself. Just as their astonishment peaked, the energy sphere reached Luo Xuan's side. Ah! Luo Xuan let out a thunderous shout, and in that instant, the energy sphere struck him directly, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent waves of dust swirling into the air. Was he killed? How tragic. Titus shook his head and remarked that had he attempted to defend himself, he might have survived. However, given the lack of defense, it was undoubtedly a fatal blow. But wait, he had not perished. Another Scion, observing the billowing sands, saw a figure emerge. His pupils contracted in astonishment. It was Luo Xuan. At that moment, Luo Xuan not only remained unscathed but appeared to be just as he was moments before. How could this be? The tall, slender Scion was taken aback by this spectacle. His attack, even when defended against, might not have been mitigated. Yet, this seemingly inferior warrior had managed to fend it off merely by shouting. Impressive strength, he acknowledged. Luo Xuan chuckled softly. The power of that energy sphere was indeed impressive, yet it posed no real threat to him. You, exclaimed the tall, slender Scion, taken aback, yet rendered speechless. His most formidable technique had been effortlessly countered by a mere shout from the lowly warrior before him, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Since you have unleashed your ultimate move, I shall also reveal mine. Luo Xuan smiled gently and extended his hand, instantly forming a sphere of energy within his grasp. How can you also do this? The tall, slender Scion was momentarily taken aback. This low-ranking warrior was capable of performing such a technique. Once they finish over there, let us continue our battle, Titus. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan execute this move, Teresa and her companions realized that the fight was nearing its conclusion. Very well. Titus had initially intended to engage in another round with Teresa, but upon turning around, he spotted her holding an energy sphere as well. Glancing at the other two, he noted that the woman, alongside another intermediate warrior, also possessed a similar energy sphere. The scene before them did not go unnoticed by the high-ranking warrior, whose astonishment had morphed into sheer disbelief. Though this low-ranking warrior displayed formidable strength, the other three, all intermediate fighters, did not seem particularly impressive in his eyes. Yet, he was utterly astonished to see them successfully condensing their energy spheres, which appeared to possess power comparable to his own. What manner of individuals are these? At that moment, both Titus and the battered Scion, whose face was now a tapestry of bruises, felt a twinge of regret. Had they known, they would have refrained from battling this group. The manner in which this team of 4 trained was nothing short of perplexing. 1 low-ranking warrior and 3 intermediate warriors, all capable of contending with high-ranking fighters. Moreover, they seemed to surpass the average high-ranking warriors in strength. When had it become so easy to surpass them? I surrender, I surrender. Realizing the formidable power of the energy sphere in Luo Xuan's hand, he saw no other option. Initially, he had thought that after unleashing his ultimate technique, this low-ranking warrior would surely be defeated. However, he had not anticipated that his strongest move would be thwarted by a mere shout from his opponent. Subsequently, the same technique was employed against him, and while he could not ascertain its full power, he understood that it was unlikely to be inferior to his own. We too surrender. Following the tall Scion's capitulation, the other 3 Scions quickly followed suit. After all, they had yet to master the energy sphere technique and felt utterly powerless in the face of it. Upon hearing their surrender, Luo Xuan felt a sense of resignation and retracted his energy sphere. With the opponents conceding, continuing the fight would only lead to discontent. It was a pity that he had hoped to test the power of his energy sphere against a high-ranking warrior, only to have them surrender so prematurely. Had the tall Scion been aware of Luo Xuan's thoughts, he would have surely spat blood in indignation. Why should he be an unwilling instrument for gauging the power of techniques? Luo Xuan possesses the ability to effortlessly crush that energy sphere. However, Teresa and her companions dare not attempt such a feat. They can only hurl the energy sphere away, allowing it to detonate amidst the desert sands. The Scions, witnessing the formidable power of the energy sphere, swallowed hard, relieved that they had not foolishly tried to intercept it. Were they truly incapable of harnessing such an entity? Luo Xuan observed the expressions of several individuals with a hint of perplexity. Could it be that those esteemed warriors were incapable of successfully manifesting an energy sphere? This should be a fundamental skill, after all. Even individuals with merely a few hundred combat power could accomplish it. Were they truly unable? They had been bested by Luo Xuan, and he had not even made another move. The tall, slender Scion appeared to harbor a favorable impression of him. Now, upon Luo Xuan's inquiry, he responded candidly. For this was hardly a matter worth concealing. How very strange, he remarked. Luo Xuan found it quite peculiar that the bellows were capable of condensing energy spheres. This implied that with just a modicum of study, success in condensation was achievable. Yet, why were those few Scions unable to accomplish it? Could it be that the tall, slender Scion before him had not imparted the technique to them? Are you truly a low-level warrior? The high-ranking warrior hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Although the individual before him appeared to be a low-level warrior, he could hardly believe that such a being possessed such formidable combat prowess. Perhaps, he replied. Luo Xuan smiled. Indeed, he was a low-ranking warrior. Yet, who claimed that a low-ranking warrior could not possess formidable combat prowess? Although he might have been born with lesser talents and progressed more slowly than others, he firmly believed in the adage that diligence can compensate for a lack of natural ability. Your combat strength is quite impressive. Why have you not ventured to the gravity training platform? Is it true that the advanced warriors there are truly that formidable? Luo Xuan contemplated for a moment, feeling compelled to inquire further. He was unfamiliar with other elite warriors, and, having encountered one now, he seized the opportunity to gauge his strength against that of the individuals on the gravity platform. Could it be that, after such an extended period of training, he still fell short? Not at all. It was merely that he preferred the rigors of training in the wild. While honing his skills in that environment might indeed render him stronger, he found little enjoyment in it, despite the formidable prowess of its practitioners. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the tall, slender Scion shook his head. Were he to venture there, he too could seize a gravity platform. However, he detested the notion of being confined to such a space, thus he harbored no desire to go. Training in the wild suited him far better. As he had been accustomed to it since childhood, a sudden shift would be rather disconcerting for him. So it was thus. Luo Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Although he had not gleaned any particularly useful information, he discerned that the Scions on the gravity platform possessed combat abilities comparable to that of the individual before him, albeit with some being stronger, though the exact extent of that superiority remained uncertain. If you venture to that gravity platform, you should be able to triumph over most. Aside from a few of the more formidable ones, he remarked. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the tall, slender Scion assumed that Luo Xuan held an interest in the gravity platform, and thus felt compelled to offer a word of caution. During their recent skirmish, He had realized that Luo Xuan's combat prowess exceeded his own. Therefore, it was likely that he would also surpass the other Saiyans on the platform. However, those who had never been defeated there would pose a significant challenge, as prolonged training on that platform invariably enhanced one's combat abilities. Well, I shall make time to give it a try, he concluded. Luo Xuan nodded, deciding to postpone the matter for another time. After all, he was currently immersed in his training within the gravity system, rendering the gravity chamber unnecessary. His desire to challenge the gravity chamber stemmed primarily from the usage by Mashi and the others. It was only within the gravity chamber that their combat abilities could truly flourish. You all came here in search of iron, or did you not? We just discovered a vein over there, but it was seized by someone, the very individual who just descended from the gravity chamber. If you wish to confront him, you may go and try your luck. This time, it was Titus who spoke, his frustration evident as he had just witnessed the iron ore being taken. He urged Luo Xuan to take action, believing that even if the ore did not ultimately belong to them, it should not be handed over so easily to that group. Titus, refrained from speaking recklessly, interjected the tall, slender Saiyan, who was keen to dissuade him. The individual who had just come down from the gravity chamber was indeed formidable, and he had merely sought to relax in this desert. After all, training in the gravity chamber was no trifling task. Shabak, were you not also dissatisfied after your recent defeat? We share in that dissatisfaction. We're not particularly interested in the iron ore, however. If he wishes to find someone to challenge, you would be the most suitable candidate, Titus declared, unabashedly revealing his motives. Oh? So he has just emerged from the gravity chamber? Luo Xuan mused, intrigued. This was indeed a genuine Saiyan who had recently descended from the gravity chamber. A challenge would certainly be an enticing prospect. Yes, he just came down yesterday and is currently resting. He plans to return for a challenge in a few days. Shabak nodded, acknowledging that the individual's combat prowess far surpassed his own. However, I doubt you could overcome him. I was unable to withstand his strength for long. He added, reflecting on their previous encounters and recognizing the disparity in their abilities. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan's interest was piqued. If this individual truly had just come down from the gravity chamber and was merely taking a break, it suggested that he had spent considerable time honing his skills there. Engaging him in battle would provide a clearer insight into the true strength of those Saiyans who trained in the gravity chamber. Are you interested? Mashi inquired. Noticing the smile curling at the corners of Luo Xuan's lips, she had become somewhat familiar with him, although he often appeared gentle. How could a Saiyan ever be truly mild? It was merely that nothing had yet sparked his interest. Mashi could discern that Luo Xuan was indeed intrigued by the prospect. I find it somewhat intriguing. Luo Xuan nodded, harboring a profound interest in formidable individuals. The mere prospect of combat exhilarated him, particularly when it involved battling the strong. However, one might inquire about the number of adversaries, for they were not feeble. Indeed, they had been repelled. Mashi interjected, noting that the 4 individuals before them possessed considerable combat prowess. Yet, this arrangement had been vanquished, indicating that their opponents were not only powerful, but possibly enjoyed a numerical advantage as well. Mashi understood this clearly. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. The opposing force comprised 6 individuals. Upon hearing Mashi's words, without needing to ask Luo Xuan, Shabak spoke first. Originally, they would not have succumbed so swiftly. But the presence of 6 adversaries had decisively led to their downfall, and the defeat was rather severe. 6 individuals? What is their strength like? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow as he contemplated the situation. 6 individuals had managed to inflict such damage upon the group led by Shabak. If they were to confront each other, the odds of victory would be slim. This was not a contest, after all, and one-on-one combat was not to be expected. Among the 6, 5 possessed relatively weak combat capabilities, yet the remaining 2 were considerably formidable. One was the advanced warrior who had descended from the gravity platform, possessing strength that surpassed his own, while the other was of a similar caliber to Luo Xuan. It was said that these 2 had been adversaries on the gravity platform for years, with Il being the one left in such a state of disarray. Shabak gestured towards the Saiyan, who was visibly more bruised than before, indicating that during the recent skirmish with Barrow, the latter had shown no mercy. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing that none of the 4 possessed an advanced warrior among them, yet their strength was undeniably impressive. Were they naturally advanced warriors? Their combat prowess would likely dwarf that of those training on the gravity platform. Advanced warriors inherently possessed remarkable combat talent, followed by intermediate warriors, while low-level warriors were seen as inferior. Yet, the fact that a low-level warrior could exhibit such power stripped any sense of superiority from the advanced warriors. Nonetheless, Shabak understood that low-level warriors inherently faced significant challenges to achieve such prowess, likely enduring hardships 100-fold or 1,000-fold greater than others. Indeed, Luo Xuan had not ceased his rigorous training since entering the North Forest, consistently battling in a gravity-laden environment, while those on the gravity platform took breaks when fatigued. This relentless pursuit allowed him to gradually catch up. Another warrior with strength comparable to yours? Luo Xuan hesitated, realizing that their strongest ally, Teresa, had a combat power of just over 5,000, which meant that this opponent must possess strength exceeding 6,000. although the difference seemed minor. The disparity of mere hundreds in combat power could turn the tide of battle in an instant. Thus, even if Teresa were to engage, the outcome remained uncertain. What do you think, Teresa? After a moment's reflection, Luo Xuan decided to seek Teresa's opinion, hoping she might possess some confidence. However, upon hearing his query, Teresa shook her head. Although I have not faced such an individual directly, having observed your confrontation, I hold no confidence in besting him. If he is as powerful as he appears, I would surely falter. To be honest, I sensed a palpable danger emanating from him. Teresa spoke the truth. From their initial encounter, she had felt an unsettling aura surrounding Shabark. Thus, if the opponent shared that level of strength, victory would elude her. Then there is no alternative. We must bide our time, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head in resignation. Despite his desire to engage with the powerful adversary, he had to consider the safety of those around him. If the opponent sought them out, Luo Xuan would not shy away, but initiating trouble could jeopardize his companions. If you truly wish to pursue this, I can assist you in dealing with him, Shabark interjected. Although he had initially contemplated dissuading Luo Xuan, he found himself in agreement with Titus. He felt a surge of frustration. After all, they had painstakingly discovered the iron mine only to have it compromised. And witnessing his companions in such a state was not something Shabark could ignore. You would aid me? Luo Xuan felt a tinge of curiosity. It was quite surprising that Shabark had offered to assist him in fending off a Saiyan. Instead of I will help you, it seemed more like you will assist me. In response to Luo Xuan's statement, Shabark merely shook his head, for this matter was inherently his own. Now that Luo Xuan sought to confront that individual, it could be interpreted as providing assistance to him, thus making it Luo Xuan who was aiding Shabark. I too can withstand the challenge, he declared. Titus, already in a foul mood, was agitated. Otherwise, he would not have encountered Teresa at this moment with the intent to engage in a brawl. In truth, he was still irked from a recent defeat and, upon seeing an old adversary, he felt compelled to approach directly. However, he now recognized that he could no longer contend with Teresa. His previous victory over this intermediate warrior had been a mere stroke of luck. But now Teresa possessed the strength to defeat him with sheer prowess. What shall we do? Luo Xuan glanced at the others and inquired. His desire to engage in battle palpable. However, he remained attentive to the opinions of his companions. He did not believe that Shabark intended to deceive them. After all, there was no need to risk serious injury just to mislead a few mid-level warriors and a low-level one. Even if their two teams were to be lured together to observe a conflict from a distance, Luo Xuan was indifferent, as his energy sphere could be deployed more than once. I'll follow your lead. Mashi was the first to express her agreement. Having completely placed her trust in Luo Xuan, whatever decision he made, she would abide by. The others, Talisa and Bello, nodded in affirmation as well. They had never feared confrontation, and their faith in Luo Xuan remained steadfast. A smile graced Luo Xuan's lips. The prospect of battle excited him. Shabark was taken aback by the evident trust that Talisa and the others placed in Luo Xuan. It was unusual for three mid-level warriors to exhibit such confidence in a low-level warrior. He recalled having mentioned that the low-level fighter stood little chance against the opponent. Yet these three seemed unwavering in their belief. A thought crossed Shabark's mind. Could it be that the low-level warrior had not exerted his full strength during their earlier encounter? That seemed improbable. During the fight, it was clear to him that the low-level warrior had given it his all. In truth, Luo Xuan had indeed fought with all his might, albeit under the duress of double gravity. The outcome might have been different had that weight been removed. Mashi and the others, however, were not concerned with such complexities. As long as Luo Xuan exuded confidence in victory, that was sufficient for them. Then let us proceed. Shabark, if you would be so kind as to lead the way, Luo Xuan said, acknowledging the absence of dissent from Talisa and the others. He had learned the name of his companion during their dialogue. Very well, Shabark replied, recognizing Luo Xuan's determination and choosing not to press further. To do so would betray a lack of courage, a sentiment unbecoming of him. He would not shy away from seeking assistance and reclaiming his dignity. The group of 8 advanced resolutely towards the so-called iron mine, during which Shabark shared various insights about the mine with Luo Xuan. In the treacherous desert, Saiyans inevitably faced dangers and injuries were commonplace. However, the medical capabilities among Saiyans were rather limited. Severe injuries often went untreated. Consequently, they sought the iron ore needed by the Zufu people in exchange for medicine or assistance with healing. Shabark's wife had become paralyzed following a battle. While many Saiyans did not place much value on emotional bonds, Shabark was not among them. He longed for her recovery. Thus, he scoured the desert for iron ore, hoping to trade it for Zufu medical aid. In Luo Xuan's recollection, the Zufu people were a peaceful race, known to honor their agreements as long as Saiyans provided iron ore. Little did they know that the Saiyans were secretly plotting to eliminate the Zufu people. Luo Xuan, however, wished to remain uninvolved in such matters. His sole desire was to survive in this world of Dragon Balls, regardless of what the future held. He had no intention of entangling himself in the affairs between the Zufu and Saiyans. His goal was merely self-preservation. Does that mean the iron ore is of great significance to you? Luo Xuan inquired after listening to Shabark's words. According to Shabaku, if the search were to continue much longer, his wife's condition might never fully recover. This urgency drove him to relentlessly seek iron ore in the desert, only to have a substantial find snatched away from him. Luo Xuan has come to understand that the so-called iron ore does not refer to an entire mineral deposit, but rather to a type of rock that contains iron buried deep beneath the desert sands. Consequently, the search for it poses certain challenges. The Zafurians, lacking the self-defense capabilities of the Saiyans, have chosen to engage and trade with them. Such an arrangement fosters a peaceful coexistence, thereby fulfilling the Zafurians' intentions. Rest assured, if I am indeed able to vanquish that adversary, I shall not contend with you over the iron ore. I will seek it out myself in due course. Shabak, misinterpreting Luo Xuan's concerns as anxiety over potential theft of the iron ore, felt compelled to clarify his position. Although he indeed has a pressing need for the iron ore, should Luo Xuan procure it, it would rightfully belong to him, and Shabak would harbor no covetous thoughts towards it. Luo Xuan remained silent, advancing resolutely. The iron mine held little significance for him, for he possessed celestial beings that could heal any wound. However, ailments were an entirely different matter. Such maladies could not be remedied by celestial beings and would necessitate seeking the assistance of the Zofuru people, specifically, the group of individuals ahead. After a brief interval, Shabak gestured toward a small cluster of individuals seated not far away. These were the Saiyans who had recently vanquished them. Upon hearing Shabak's words, Luo Xuan turned his gaze in that direction, simultaneously activating his detector within his mind. The 6 adversaries before him exhibited formidable combat prowess. Even Luo Xuan and his companions could not contend with such a formidable lineup. As Luo Xuan scrutinized them, the group became aware of their presence. Who do we have here? Are you still unwilling to accept defeat and seek to reclaim this iron mine? Have you brought along some reinforcements? One man seated on the ground sneered at Shabak, disregarding Luo Xuan entirely, as he merely considered him a lowly warrior. Ignaz, you would be wise not to be overly confident. Even if we cannot defeat you, returning with Luo Xuan to reclaim the iron mine must not diminish our morale. Shabak retorted. Very well, come and take it then. Ignaz replied with a smirk, gesturing toward a large boulder behind him as he addressed Shabak. Luo Xuan cast a glance at the rock, which appeared rather ordinary, albeit with a notably dark hue. It seemed that this stone was indeed the iron ore mentioned by Shabak. As long as you can defeat me, this iron ore shall be yours. After Ignaz uttered these words, he rose to his feet. Upon witnessing his ascent, Luo Xuan's pupils constricted, and a thought flashed through his mind. F20 gravity. As Luo Xuan released the gravity, Ignaz's figure became ethereal, subsequently appearing before Shabak, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Shabak's face. Such astonishing speed. Teresa and the others also found their pupils narrowing, astonished by Ignaz's swiftness, as he had traversed the distance to Shabak in an instant. Your opponent is me. Just when everyone assumed that Shabak was about to be struck, a voice resonated through the air. The onlookers then beheld a young man intercepting Ignaz's punch. The figure that had just stood in the boy's place slowly began to fade, eventually vanishing from sight. Observing the youth who had grasped his fist and thwarted his attack, Ignaz's face gradually revealed a hint of astonishment. No one, not even Shabak, had anticipated that Ignaz's blow would be caught by this lowly warrior. In fact, he had barely registered the punch's arrival. Such remarkable speed. At that moment, every spectator entertained the thought that this lowly warrior's speed was on par with Ignaz's. What could possibly explain this? Ignaz's expression mirrored their surprise. He had initially perceived Shabak's arrival with companions as a bid to reclaim the iron ore, and had intended to teach Shabak a lesson. Hence he had held nothing back. Yet, a punch devoid of restraint had been intercepted by a mere lowly warrior. What could this possibly mean? It seems your strength is commendable. Although he was taken aback by having his punch caught, Ignaz feigned indifference. Very well, can we reclaim the iron ore? Luo Xuan spoke softly, revealing that his true intention was not to acquire iron ore, but rather to engage in combat. The allure of iron ore paled in comparison to the thrill of fighting. However, to state his desire for battle outright seemed somewhat inappropriate, thus he sought a more palatable explanation. In Luo Xuan's view, if such an arrogant individual could be dissuaded from pursuing iron ore by mere words, then there would be no need for a confrontation at all. Very well. As previously stated, the iron ore is yours for the taking, provided you possess the strength to claim it. Ignaz nodded. Although this low-level warrior could withstand a punch from him, it did not imply that he could contend with him in battle. If a fight were to ensue, Ignaz was confident he could dispatch this insignificant foe with just a few moves. Consequently, he dismissed Luo Xuan's claim of coming for the iron ore entirely. Indeed, my companions cannot be made to suffer for naught, Luo Xuan replied, relishing the prospect of battle. Over time, he had developed a profound passion for the sport of fighting. Haha, you may fight me, but your companions may find themselves in a bit of trouble, as mine do not enjoy merely spectating. In Ignaz's estimation, the only formidable adversaries among them were the low-level warrior before him and Shabak, while he had previously encountered the other 3 high-level warriors, who were rather mediocre. As for the recently introduced mid-level warrior, were they merely a source of amusement? How could 3 mid-level warriors hope to triumph against those of high caliber? Let us put that to the test, Luo Xuan responded, observing the 5 high-level warriors behind him, who were eager for action. From the data he had gathered, Ignaz possessed the highest combat prowess among them. Beside him stood another high-level warrior with a combat power of 6,243, slightly surpassing Shabak. While the others were rather unimpressive, one had a power of 5,644, which Teresa could easily handle, another at 5037, which Titus could manage with difficulty, and 2 others at 3,933, whom Mashi could easily overwhelm, while Bello would likely hold his own. Yet, the outcome remained uncertain, as the experience of high-level warriors typically surpassed that of Bello. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan had several high-level warriors on his side, without adversaries to contend with. When the time came, he could assist those who faltered. Despite Luo Xian's numerical advantage, Ignaz remained oblivious to the fact that the 3 mid-level warriors possessed strength comparable to that of high-level warriors. Had he been aware, he would have reconsidered his strategy. However, Ignaz was unaware, leading him to believe that even with a mid-level warrior interfering in their battles, his side was assured victory. Without hesitation, he launched a kick toward Luo Xuan. Recognizing that they were not in a gravity chamber and that there were no rules to adhere to, even if he were to kill, it would bear no consequence. After all, he was merely dealing with a low-level warrior. Although this was a crucial moment, he aimed to avoid harming the Saiyans as much as possible, even in combat. His intention was to defeat, not to kill. This principle applied to high-level and select mid-level warriors. As for low-level warriors, their lives were expendable, as they were merely fodder. Bang! However, his attack was effortlessly blocked by Luo Xuan, who retaliated with a punch aimed at Ignaz's face. Since Ignaz showed no restraint, Luo Xuan felt no need to hold back either. He cared not for Ignaz's status as a high-level warrior. He was not a Saiyan and thus had no concept of such distinctions. Of course, Ignaz was not easily dispatched, as his strength was on par with Luo Xian's. Thus, Luo Xian's punch was also intercepted. If this is all the strength you possess, then prepare to meet your end. After catching Luo Xian's punch, Ignaz smirked, driving his knee toward Luo Xian's abdomen. Bang! Luo Xuan countered with his own knee, returning the sentiment. No need for unnecessary probing. Let us skip to the real fight. With that, Luo Xuan retracted his fist, as their earlier exchanges had merely been a test. The true battle was just beginning. As you wish, Ignaz said, a sly smile gracing his lips, before vanishing from sight. What astonishing speed! Shabak and the others were unable to perceive Ignaz's figure as he seemed to have disappeared. However, Luo Xuan remained unfazed. Regardless of how swift Ignaz might be, he could sense the presence of energy, as long as Ignaz did not genuinely vanish. Such rapid movement held little significance for Luo Xuan. Of course, should he fail to keep pace, he would face defeat. Yet, Luo Xian's speed was more than a match for Ignaz. Just as everyone was taken aback, Ignaz reappeared behind Luo Xuan, his fist poised to strike. Yet, just as he believed he had landed a hit, he realized his fist had passed straight through Luo Xian's form. I'm right here. Luo Xian's voice echoed in his ears, followed by a swift kick that sent him hurtling away. Moments earlier, Luo Xuan had deftly evaded Ignaz's assault with remarkable speed, leaving behind merely an afterimage. This technique, reminiscent of the afterimage technique from Dragon Ball, was once employed by a young Son Goku. However, it became less effective against formidable opponents. Yet now, Luo Xian's maneuver proved remarkably effective against the Saiyans, who lacked both scouters and the ability to sense energy. Of course, such effectiveness may only be fleeting. The sight of Ignaz being sent flying by Luo Xuan left the surrounding Saiyans in sheer astonishment. Could it be that Ignaz, a warrior of higher caliber, was bested by a low-level fighter? Another elite warrior charged forward, intent on aiding Ignaz, but was promptly intercepted by Shabak. Your opponent is me, Shabak stated calmly, having just witnessed Luo Xian's prowess. Though taken aback, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He had never anticipated that Luo Xuan could contend with Ignaz, initially. He believed their strengths were comparable. It seemed that Luo Xuan had been holding back during their earlier skirmish. Impressive indeed, to deceive with such swiftness. Ignaz, after regaining his footing, uttered a word before vanishing from sight. Luo Xuan also smiled before disappearing from the spot. Subsequently, the air resonated with a series of collision sounds, reminding others that the two were engaged in a fierce battle at high speed. Seemingly influenced by Luo Xuan and Ignaz, the other Saiyans immediately joined the fray, and a grand melee erupted instantaneously. Saiyans seldom rely on weapons, primarily utilizing their hands, feet, and even their bodies in combat. Thus, the continuous sounds of clashing bodies filled the atmosphere. Upon re-engaging, Luo Xuan felt a slight pressure. Despite the fact that this higher-tier warrior possessed somewhat lesser combat power than him, his wealth of battle experience proved formidable. During his confrontation with Ignaz, Luo Xuan had also sensed some pressure, hindering his ability to unleash his full potential in the fight. Your combat prowess indeed exceeds my expectations. However, your battle experience appears rather lacking, which constitutes your Achilles heel. As Luo Xuan felt the weight of pressure, Ignaz discerned this flaw. several times. The lower-tier warrior had the opportunity to strike him, yet successfully evaded each attempt. Initially concerned, Ignaz now felt no apprehension whatsoever. In response to Ignaz's remarks, Luo Xuan paid no heed. Though it was true that his combat experience was somewhat deficient, this was merely due to his infrequent encounters with equally matched opponents. He had always targeted ferocious beasts for training, which allowed for swift accumulation of combat experience. However, at a certain level, such beasts became utterly ineffective. Once Luo Xuan's power could easily overpower them, any battle experience gleaned from such encounters became irrelevant. Therefore, what Luo Xuan truly required was a rival of comparable strength. Previously, Shabak had served as such an opponent, and now Ignaz exemplified this even more so. As long as the battle continued, Luo Xuan's combat experience would steadily grow. Given sufficient time, his lack of experience could not possibly remain a fatal flaw. Bang! Crash! Luo Xuan and Ignaz engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows without either gaining a clear advantage. Luo Xuan bore visible injuries, while Ignaz suffered even more. Infuriated, Ignaz pondered how a mere low-level warrior could exhibit such strength, as he, a high-level warrior, found it disgraceful to be bested by someone he deemed inferior. It was a source of humiliation for him that he had been unable to defeat Luo Xuan after such a prolonged struggle. He realized that the stalemate could not continue. With a resounding impact, Ignaz struck Luo Xuan's face with a powerful punch, while Luo Xuan retaliated with a kick to Ignaz's chest. Both warriors sent sprawling backward. Die! Ignaz shouted as he landed, immediately launching an energy ball towards Luo Xuan. Sensing the surge of energy from Ignaz, Luo Xuan prepared to counter with his own energy ball as he touched the ground. A tremendous explosion ensued as their energy balls collided and subsequently neutralized each other. Nearby combatants paused to witness the spectacle, astonished at the sight of a low-level warrior wielding such formidable power, rivaling even Ignaz. Shabak watched in disbelief, relieved that Luo Xuan had not unleashed this technique earlier, for he surely would have been unable to withstand its might. How infuriating, Ignaz thought, having anticipated that this low-level warrior would employ such a tactic. Yet, he was taken aback by the revelation that Luo Xuan could summon energy equal to his own. Without hesitation, Ignaz charged towards Luo Xuan, concentrating energy to hurl yet another attack. Luo Xuan, undeterred, utilized his swift system to conjure the most potent energy ball with minimal expenditure. In this exchange, he was not at a disadvantage in terms of energy output, as he held a slight upper hand over Ignaz and was adept at conserving energy. The two became embroiled in a relentless barrage of energy balls, each refusing to yield. The other Saiyans watched in astonishment, unable to fathom how Luo Xuan could generate energy balls with such frequency. Shabak and his compatriots were equally stunned. While they could also create multiple energy balls, none could match Luo Xuan's speed or quantity. In the hearts of both Luo Xuan and Ignaz, the stakes of their conflict had escalated significantly. The notion of energy balls being expendable in their relentless bombardment made them question the necessity of continued combat. To both warriors, energy balls seemed inexhaustible, and their fighting prowess had reached impressive heights, rendering energy expenditure negligible. After a series of exchanges, they found little satisfaction in the outcome and resumed their hand-to-hand combat. The other Saiyans, recognizing the pivotal nature of Luo Xuan and Ignaz's clash, refrained from further engagement, understanding that the victor of their duel would determine the overall outcome of the battle. As their struggle persisted, onlookers were left in awe, witnessing a low-level warrior contend with Ignaz on such equal footing, even appearing to dominate him at times. Who was this low-level warrior with such extraordinary combat capabilities? Why had they never heard of him before? A Saiyan of comparable strength to Shabak furrowed his brow in confusion. A low-level warrior of this caliber should not have remained unnoticed. The collective bewilderment deepened as it dawned on them that this once derided low-level warrior could stand against a high-level warrior with such prowess. Did this not render the so-called high-level warriors, who were far inferior to Luo Xuan, less than garbage? With each exchange, both warriors bore the marks of battle. Though they fought without weapons, their fists served as the most effective instruments of combat. How infuriating, Ignaz seethed, frustrated by his inability to overcome this low-level warrior. The longer the fight continued, the more astonished he became. This low-level warrior was honing his skills in their duel. Despite his initial advantages, Ignaz found himself increasingly challenged. Luo Xuan had absorbed numerous combat techniques during their encounter, now capable of steadily overpowering Ignaz. With determination, he charged at Ignaz, vanishing from sight just as he approached. Appearing behind Ignaz, he struck him in the back with an elbow, catching Ignaz off guard and causing him to stagger. In a flash, Luo Xuan reappeared before Ignaz, delivering a forceful knee strike to his abdomen, leaving Ignaz clutching his midsection in pain. Without pausing for breath, Luo Xuan unleashed a right hook that connected with Ignaz's face, following up with a rapid succession of punches that rained down like bullets upon his opponent. Finally, a powerful kick sent Ignaz flying. The fluidity of Luo Xuan's movements was mesmerizing. By the time the other Saiyans comprehended the situation, Ignaz had already been launched backward. Luo Xuan had no intention of halting, knowing that if he allowed Ignaz a moment to recover, the enraged warrior would prove a formidable challenge. The last thing he feared was a furious Saiyan, for that was when they were at their strongest. Others attempted to intervene, but Shabak and his allies held them back. I concede, as Luo Xuan pursued. He heard Ignatz concede, fully aware that he could not overpower Luo Xuan, thus surrendering outright. Surrender? Very well. Initially eager for a rematch, upon hearing Ignatz's admission of defeat, Luo Xuan ceased his assault. After all, with the opponent having conceded, any further action on his part would be deemed inappropriate. Meanwhile, Shabak and the others, upon hearing Ignatz's concession, exhibited expressions of exhilaration. Luo Xuan had triumphed, and with such ease. Splendid. Shabak felt a sense of vindication, having previously been unable to retaliate against Ignatz's earlier onslaught. Now, witnessing Luo Xuan force Ignatz to surrender was undeniably impressive. Their excitement was palpable. And Teresa and the others wore smiles. Though they had anticipated Luo Xuan's victory, they had not expected it to be so decisive. I have won. Does this mean the iron mine is now mine? Luo Xuan gazed at Ignatz with a sly smile. He was still craving for more action. However, with his opponent's immediate surrender, he found himself at a loss. Well, it's yours, I concede, Ignatz declared decisively. Moments ago, he had been thoroughly bested by Luo Xuan, leaving him devoid of the strength to retaliate. Now, his energy was nearly depleted, and continuing the fight would lead to certain defeat. I have emerged victorious. Luo Xuan turned to Teresa and the others, revealing a smile. He had learned a great deal from this battle. Meanwhile, Ignatz, noticing Luo Xuan's movement, cast a sinister glance before swiftly approaching and seizing Luo Xuan's tail. Be careful, Shabak exclaimed, recognizing Ignatz's intent, but it seemed he was too late. The moment Luo Xuan felt his tail being grasped, he realized something was amiss. However, at that instant, all his strength had vanished. What are you doing, Ignatz? Saiyans never grasp tails during combat, and you have already lost. Shabak, witnessing Luo Xuan's sudden weakness, understood the gravity of the situation. The tail was indeed a Saiyans' vulnerability, a fact well known among them. Yet, during battle, regardless of the enmity, no Saiyan would stoop to seizing an opponent's tail. They held their pride dearly. Victory was victory, and defeat was defeat. It was unexpected that Ignatz would resort to such a despicable tactic even after conceding defeat. The Saiyan engaged in combat with Shabak furrowed his brow at this scene, shocked by Ignatz's underhanded methods. Nevertheless, he chose not to voice his thoughts, for they were allies in this moment. How contemptible. Luo Xuan yearned to break free, yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. This was his inaugural experience of being ensnared by his own tail, and he realized that such a sensation was profoundly unpleasant. He felt as though every ounce of his power had evaporated. It was not that he had failed to take precautions, but rather that he had simply forgotten the existence of his own tail amidst the chaos of battle. Although he was not a Saiyan, and was aware that his tail represented a vulnerability, he had not given it much thought and had gradually allowed the awareness of its presence to fade away. Luo Xuan was utterly taken aback by Ignatz's despicable nature. After conceding defeat, Ignatz seized upon his vulnerabilities. Regrettably, in this lifetime, he had forgotten to conceal his tail, exposing it to his adversary. Despicable? This was merely a lapse in judgment. There was nothing inherently vile in this combat. In true battle, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? It was a matter of survival. Either he perished, or Ignatz did. This was not a mere training ground. Grasping Luo Xuan's tail, Ignatz sneered, dismissing notions of treachery. His only desire was to eliminate this lowly warrior. Regardless of the consequences, no one would care once the deed was done. However, if he were to be vanquished by a mere low-level fighter, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, he resorted to this method to dispose of his opponent. Ignatz, you better not act recklessly. If word of this gets out, it will not bode well for you, shouted Shabak, witnessing Ignatz's actions. The spectacle of Ignatz being bested by a lowly warrior would surely tarnish his image. Then I shall render you all speechless, Ignatz chuckled, unfazed by Shabak's warning, as he conjured energy orbs to hurl at Luo Xuan. With no means to defend himself, Luo Xuan's strength had waned. He could only rely on his resilience to endure the assault. The energy orbs detonated upon contact, inflicting considerable pain. Roar. Ignatz reveled in Luo Xuan's anguish cries, a thrill coursing through him as he savored the torment he inflicted upon this lowly warrior. One energy orb after another bombarded Luo Xuan mercilessly. Luo Xuan, Mashi cried out, desperately attempting to rush to his side, only to be intercepted. Although her opponent's combat prowess paled in comparison to hers, their practical fighting skills were formidable, preventing her from overcoming him swiftly. Teresa and Shabak faced similar challenges. Even with the combined efforts of two warriors, they could not swiftly defeat their adversaries, for their opponents were powerful Saiyans. As the battle raged on, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded nearby. Ignatz held Luo Xuan's tail with one hand while relentlessly bombarding him with energy orbs. Initially, Luo Xuan managed to vocalize his suffering, but soon silence enveloped him, as if he had succumbed to death. Once more, as Ignatz attempted to gather energy for another attack, he found himself unable to do so. Curse it. I expended far too much stamina during our earlier confrontation. He glared menacingly at Luo Xuan, who lay motionless, his back charred, seemingly devoid of life. Is this how you meet your end? Truly useless, Ignatz scoffed, delivering several kicks to Luo Xuan's inert form. satisfied only when he confirmed Luo Xuan's immobility. Based on Ignat's calculations, such an assault would easily penetrate the defenses of any low-level warrior, let alone a high-level one. Thus, this lowly fighter was doomed. After ensuring Luo Xuan's demise, Ignat shifted his gaze toward Shabak, where fierce combat continued without resolution. Angus, are you still unable to handle it? Allow me to assist you. He called out to the Scion battling Shabak. No need. Have you taken care of your side? We should depart. With your injuries, encountering another high-level warrior would spell disaster. Replied Angus coolly, retreating from Shabak. That makes sense. Heh, Shabak, I hope our paths do not cross again. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you just as I did this lowly warrior, Ignat mused, considering Angus's words. His own injuries were significant, and he had many enemies. So lingering here was unwise. After issuing a warning to Shabak, he departed with his comrades. Mashi and the others felt helpless. They could not triumph over Ignat's group. Even if they pursued, they would ultimately be the ones to suffer. They resolved to check on Luo Xuan's condition. Luo Xuan, Mashi knelt beside him, her eyes welling with tears upon seeing his scorched back. Although a Scion, often perceived as emotionless, her heart ached at the sight of Luo Xuan's suffering. I'm not dead yet. Just as everyone assumed he had perished, Luo Xuan's finger twitched, and with great effort, he managed to speak. His voice was faint, strained, and weak. There is still life in you. If we seek out the Zafurians for aid, you may yet survive. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's feeble voice, which signified he had not entirely succumbed, Mashi felt a glimmer of hope. Yes, we shall take you to the Zafurians, Shabak affirmed, while Teresa nodded in agreement. During their time together, Luo Xuan had saved them countless times, and this was his most grievous injury yet. Ignatz used such vile methods to inflict such harm upon Luo Xuan, she lamented. No, it's unnecessary, Shabak. Take the oar and go, Luo Xuan insisted, shaking his head at the notion of seeking Zafurian treatment. Just allow us to escort you to the Zafurians, and then we shall depart. Ignatz may very well be waiting outside. My strength could prove advantageous, Shabak urged, taken aback by Luo Xuan's refusal to seek help. Do not let them leave. Luo Xuan had exhausted his strength for debate and could only address Emoshi. Luo Xuan urges you to leave swiftly. Emoshi, fully aware of Luo Xuan's intentions, promptly expelled Shabak who, without a moment's hesitation. Very well, we shall depart for now. I am grateful. As long as you recover, my life belongs to you. Luo Xuan. Despite his confusion over Luo Xuan's insistence, Shabak had no choice but to retreat, taking with him the other 3 Saiyans, yet leaving behind the iron oar. Luo Xuan, what has happened to you? Emoshi inquired, initially filled with concern. But her worries dissipated upon noticing the faint smile gracing Luo Xuan's lips. Could you please assist me in retrieving the items in my hands? Luo Xuan, feeling utterly drained, had no choice but to rely on Emoshi. Without uttering a word, Emoshi pried open Luo Xuan's hand, revealing a miraculous celestial bean. Upon sighting the bean, Emoshi's face lit up with a smile. She was well aware of its extraordinary effects, having consumed it twice before. This singular bean assured her that Luo Xuan would be just fine this time. Without a moment's hesitation, she fed the celestial bean to Luo Xuan, though she knew this bean possessed incredible power capable of representing a life, reviving one as long as they were not beyond salvation. She also understood that as long as she remained by Luo Xuan's side, her own life was secure. Despite his frequent claims of exhausting his supply, Luo Xuan always seemed to have another bean hidden away, perhaps to avoid attracting unwanted attention during his weaker days when he could scarcely defend himself. Yet now, Luo Xuan had grown formidable enough to contend with high-level warriors, even surpassing them in strength. Any potential adversaries targeting him now would find themselves in dire straits. With a crunch, Luo Xuan consumed the celestial bean handed to him by Emoshi, and a warm sensation coursed through his body, instantly erasing all his injuries. Although they had witnessed this spectacle before, Teresa and the others were still astonished at the bean's remarkable properties. Phew, thankfully, I wasn't struck down. This tail is quite a nuisance, he remarked. Luo Xuan brushed his tail behind him. Had he been more vigilant, he wouldn't have been so severely beaten by that scoundrel. That wretch is truly despicable. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi also expressed disdain for that individual. Among the Saiyans, seizing an opponent's tail during battle is regarded as the most contemptible act. Nevertheless, go ahead and consume these beans. Luo Xuan opened his hands, revealing 3 celestial beans nestled within. The recent battle had taken a considerable toll on him and his companions, Emoshi and the others, as they had fought fiercely on 2 consecutive occasions, and their bodies bore the marks of injury. These celestial beans were renowned for their unparalleled ability to restore both vitality and strength. However, consuming them at this moment felt somewhat extravagant. After all, they were merely injured, not on the brink of death. Observing the celestial beans in Luo Xuan's grasp, Emoshi hesitated, pondering the extraordinary nature of these beans. It seemed more prudent to reserve their use for a dire moment when their effectiveness would be maximized. Go ahead and eat. I have more, Luo Xuan urged. Luo Xuan smiled. This item was originally intended for restoring stamina and healing injuries. If one were to wait until the brink of death to consume it, there might come a day when it could no longer be obtained. Saiyans, when engaged in battle, rarely find themselves so fortunate as to be on the verge of death yet remain alive. Luo Xuan was indeed exceptionally lucky this time. Furthermore, he had already discerned how to shorten the cooldown period for the magical beans. Thus, for him, these beans no longer seemed a luxury. Presently, in his quick access system, after accounting for the beans given to Mashi and the others, he still possessed 9 beans, which was more than sufficient. Reflecting on this, although he was uncertain whether Luo Xuan spoke the truth, his body undeniably felt fatigued. Thus, he heeded Luo Xuan's advice and consumed one immediately. This sensation, after ingesting the magical bean, Teresa and the others felt all their weariness dissipate, their injuries healing instantaneously. How wondrous this item proved to be. As they sensed the transformation within their bodies, Teresa became increasingly fascinated by these miraculous beans. How could such extraordinary beans exist? Fortunately, as long as one was not dead, recovery was possible, though they had no effect on illnesses. Luo Xuan did not conceal anything. After all, this item, as long as it remained in his possession, could not be wrested from him. At least on this planet Vegeta, no one had the capability to seize the heavenly beans from his grasp. Furthermore, he had fought alongside Teresa and the others, and through their shared tribulations, he had come to understand their character quite well. The cold-bloodedness typically associated with Saiyans was absent, at least among the trio in this team. None were the type to abandon their comrades or cower in fear of death. Mashi said nothing, merely glancing at Luo Xuan. She was aware of the miraculous properties of the beans, recognizing that their efficacy extended beyond mere healing. Previously, when she was on the brink of death and consumed one of these beans, her strength had surged significantly. However, now, consuming one did not yield substantial effects. This indicated that the beans were most potent when one was nearing death. Of course, Mashi was unaware that this phenomenon was linked to the Saiyan physiology. She assumed it was merely the nature of the heavenly beans. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that Luo Xuan had recently sustained severe injuries and was close to death, which should imply that his strength had notably increased. If that were indeed the case, then encountering Ignaz again would likely result in an effortless victory. Had Ignaz not unexpectedly seized Luo Xian's tail at the last moment, he would have already faced defeat. However, given Luo Xian's current strength, he should be capable of easily overpowering him. Luo Xuan was cognizant of this and promptly utilized his scouter to assess his battle power. To his dismay, it read only 16,762. After scrutinizing the reading, he furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his battle power had only increased by such a meager amount. Luo Xuan recalled that when Sun Wukong arrived on Namek, his battle power was 90,000. After exchanging bodies with Captain Jinyu, and following a severe injury and subsequent recovery, his battle power soared to 3 million, a remarkable increase of 33 times. Why, then, did his own battle power increase by such a modest amount? Could it be that my injuries were not severe enough? Luo Xuan pondered deeply, concluding that there might only be one reason for his current state, despite appearing gravely injured. He had not lost consciousness and was still able to consume the magical beans, indicating that his combat power had not significantly increased. Although there was a slight enhancement in his strength, it was insufficient to render him considerably more formidable. It seemed that utilizing the beans would not lead to any substantial growth in his capabilities. However, Luo Xuan had no intention of relying on these external substances for strength. True power comes from relentless training and self-discipline. In the past, Sun Wukong and his companions had access to plenty of these magical beans, and they were aware that Saiyans often experienced a boost in power when recovering from near-death situations. Yet, they chose not to adopt such methods for enhancement. Perhaps there were inherent drawbacks to this approach, or perhaps they simply looked down upon it. Luo Xuan could not ascertain. What he did know was that genuine strength must be cultivated through one's own efforts. Though his combat power had indeed seen some improvement, it was still not substantial enough to boast about. His strength barely exceeded 10,000, still less than Vegeta's power level upon arriving on Earth, leaving Luo Xuan with little reason for pride. What were his next steps? Should he seek out Ignaz? To Mashi's perspective, Luo Xuan was certainly not the type to bear grudges without resolution. While he appeared amiable, provoking him could lead to dire consequences. For the time being, there was no urgency to confront him. It was unnecessary to seek him out immediately. He would inevitably return to the gravity training chamber, and at that point, Luo Xuan could approach him directly. For now, he desired to venture into the northern forest. Luo Xuan shook his head. Ignaz was, after all, a master at the gravity platform. Although he had been defeated, once his injuries healed, it was certain he would return to the gravity platform, and thus, Luo Xuan harbored no concerns in that regard. As for returning to the northern forest, he had his own thoughts. Through this battle, he realized that no matter how advanced his cultivation became, the tail would always remain a vulnerability. Previously, he had never been caught by the tail, and thus could not fathom the sensation of being ensnared. However, now enlightened, he understood the necessity of dedicating time to strengthen his tail. In this desert, however, accomplishing that was impossible. To cultivate his tail, he needed to venture to the northern forest. The northern forest? Hadn't he already traversed that area? Training there seemed futile, as it would merely squander time without enhancing Luo Xuan's strength. I wish to go there to cultivate my tail. There is nothing here in the southern desert that can aid in my training. Luo Xuan did not conceal his intentions, if possible. He wished to accompany Ma Shi and the others. After all, this was a vulnerability of the Saiyans, though a vulnerability that could indeed be surmounted. Some individuals aspire to overcome such weaknesses, while others do not. For instance, Vegeta has managed to conquer this flaw, while Goku's brother still finds his tail to be a source of weakness. Training the tail? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Ma Shi was momentarily taken aback, touching her own tail. She had never heard of Saiyans training their tails. For countless years, the tail had been regarded as a weakness among Saiyans. Yet no one had ever considered overcoming this shortcoming. Within Saiyan culture, there exists an unwritten rule. During battle, one must not grasp the tail of an opponent, as doing so would be deemed contemptible. However, not all Saiyans adhere to this rule. After all, there are no consequences for defiance. Just like Ignaz earlier, who seized Luo Xuan's tail in an attempt to eliminate him, such occurrences are not unprecedented. Yet, no one had ever thought to confront this weakness until Luo Xuan brought it to light. Indeed, if it is a weakness, it must be trained, otherwise, in future battles, it will remain a burden. Better to remove it altogether. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that although the extraction was quite direct, it would undoubtedly be painful. However, it was essential to undergo this trial, for once the transformation was undone, the opportunity to become a formidable creature would be lost, and that would certainly diminish the excitement. Indeed, this is an undeniable truth. Since it is a weakness, one must devise a means to overcome it. Although no one had attempted it before, I believe it is worth a try. After contemplating Luo Xuan's words, Teresa found them to be quite reasonable. Every Saiyan possesses this particular vulnerability, and in genuine combat, it would not be overlooked. Thus, it is imperative to confront and conquer this weakness. Very well, I shall accompany you, Moshi concurred, recognizing the logic in the assertion. If this weakness remained unaddressed, it could be exploited in future battles, potentially leading to dire consequences. Therefore, if a method to surmount this flaw indeed exists, Moshi felt it was worth attempting. I, too, shall join you, Bello mused, reflecting that aligning himself with Luo Xuan was a sound decision. Previously, he believed his combat prowess was already considerable, making further advancement seem daunting. Yet, since joining Luo Xuan, his strength had escalated dramatically. Hence, he was convinced that whatever Luo Xuan deemed achievable was indeed possible, and he would follow him without hesitation. All right, let us embark together. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement. Since these individuals were now considered allies, it was naturally preferable for them to grow stronger. At the very least, they shouldn't become a hindrance in the future. What about the iron ore? Teresa reminded him as Luo Xuan prepared to depart. When Sabek left earlier, he hadn't taken the iron ore with him. Now that they were about to leave as well, transporting the heavy and cumbersome ore was impractical. Leave it be. Initially, Luo Xuan had no intention of abandoning it. Though he possessed magical beans capable of healing injuries, they were useless against illnesses. However, carrying the iron ore during training seemed inconvenient. So he had no choice but to discard it. Whoosh. At that moment, an aircraft-like object descended from the sky. Luo Xuan froze momentarily. After living a primitive existence for so long, the sudden sight of advanced technology left him momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure. Could this be the technology of the Namekians? Did you discover the iron ore? As Luo Xuan pondered, two Namekians disembarked from the aircraft, or rather, the flying vessel, their eyes equipped with detection devices. When the vessel had approached earlier, Luo Xuan had suppressed his energy. Though he knew the Namekians were a peaceful race, he preferred not to reveal his full strength, especially to them. We found it, Teresa replied on their behalf. Though not entirely accurate, it was close enough. The Namekians had likely been alerted by Ignaz and his group, given that elite warriors often scouted for iron ore in these regions and possessed means to contact the Namekians. Very well. What would you like in exchange? Medicine or equipment? Anything within reasonable value. The Namekian glanced at Luo Xuan and the others, noting Teresa's combat power of over 5,000, and nodded in approval. Luo Xuan, what would you like to trade for? Since the iron ore technically belonged to him, the decision rested with him. Equipment is acceptable as well? Luo Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that one could exchange not only for medicinal items but also for other goods? Indeed. As long as it falls within the value range of the iron ore, exchanges are permissible. Although it was peculiar for a Saiyan with a mere combat power of 300 to appear in the southern desert. They were merely here to collect the iron ore and did not inquire further. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that this iron mine could facilitate exchanges. However, he was uncertain whether it could be used to trade for weaponry. As someone who had traversed from Earth, Luo Xuan held a particular fondness for cold weapons. After all, relying solely on his bare hands felt rather unexciting. Although weapons might prove to be of little utility during combat, possessing one instilled a sense of grandeur. I wish to exchange for a weapon. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment and decided that exchanging the iron ore for weapons was a more pragmatic choice. Weapons? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the two Zafula people regarded him with suspicion. Their technological advancements served as their safeguard. If the Saiyan were to acquire weapons and subsequently master their use, how would they defend themselves against such an adversary? while it was indeed possible to exchange items. No Scion had ever opted to trade for weapons before. Was it truly impossible to exchange for weapons? Luo Xuan felt a surge of curiosity. Is it truly impossible to exchange for a weapon? It is not that it cannot be done, but given the formidable combat prowess of your Scions. What need do you have for laser weaponry? Such items hold no value for you. It would be far more practical to exchange for some medicinal supplies or sustenance. In response to Luo Xuan's inquiry, the Zafurian explained, although it is not entirely impossible to exchange for weapons, even if one were acquired, it would hardly benefit the Scions. Moreover, as a precaution, it would be prudent to advise the Scion accordingly, and upon returning, to report to the higher authorities regarding the Scion's desire to exchange for a weapon. Laser weaponry? I believe there has been a misunderstanding. What I wish to exchange for are melee weapons. Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. The Zafurian individuals mistakenly assumed he sought to exchange for modern firearms, specifically laser weaponry or firearms. Cold weapons? This time, the two Zafurian were left in a state of bewilderment. How could this Scion exhibit such courtesy, in stark contrast to the brash demeanor of Scions from before? Previous transactions had been characterized by a lack of decorum, yet this one seemed to resonate more closely with the Zafurian. Nevertheless, the fact that a Scion wished to exchange for cold weapons was indeed intriguing, as such items held little utility in the present day. They served no purpose for the Zafurian and were equally inconsequential to the Scions. Indeed, I wish to exchange for a sword. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment and resolved to utilize a sword, as it was quite commonplace in the realm of his previous existence. Although this choice may not yield significant advantages, it was a preference he held dear. Very well, I shall have someone deliver it. We must first assess the iron content of this, or to determine the quality of the item you wish to exchange, he stated. Upon hearing that Luo Xuan merely sought to trade for a sword, the Zafurian tribesman exhaled in relief and instructed his companion to evaluate the iron content of the ore. If Luo Xuan's intuition was correct, this was likely no ordinary iron, or it was probably meteorite iron. Otherwise, it would not be so simply presented as a mere fragment. Genuine iron ore would typically be found in a mining site. The iron content appears satisfactory, remarked another Zafurian as he adjusted the apparatus, soon producing a set of data which he handed to the tribesman who had previously conversed with Luo Xuan. The tribesman glanced at the information, nodded in acknowledgement, and then retrieved a device that seemed to be a communication tool. Is that memory metal? Luo Xuan observed as the Scion extracted a device that had been effortlessly inserted into the iron ore. Although he was uncertain of the device's nature, he marveled at the fact that the iron ore had seemingly returned to its original state. Upon its removal, there was not a trace left behind, as if nothing had transpired at all. This phenomenon reminded him of a term, memory metal. Suddenly, while Luo Xuan was contemplating the iron ore, another flying vessel approached and hovered beside him and his companions. However, this craft was devoid of Zafurians. The Zafurian who had just utilized the communicator boarded the vessel and emerged with a box, which he handed to Luo Xuan. This is the melee weapon you wish to exchange for. Its sharpness and rigidity will surely meet your expectations, the Zafurian stated courteously, assisting Luo Xuan in opening the box. Inside lay a sword, which deviated considerably from Luo Xuan's initial imagination. He had anticipated a smaller blade. Instead, this sword was robust, with a broad edge and an elongated hilt, perfect for wielding with both hands. Why does the sword seem familiar? The moment he laid eyes on it, Luo Xuan felt a sense of recognition, as if he had encountered this sword somewhere before, yet he kept this thought to himself. Well, our transaction is complete. Should you discover more iron or in the future, feel free to reach out to us. Iron ore can be exchanged for various medicines and daily necessities. Wishing you a safe journey through the desert. Indeed, safety was paramount in the southern desert, a realm rife with peril. Even Zafurians had met their demise within its bounds. Despite their advanced flying vessels, danger lurked at every corner. Luo Xuan recalled the two Zafurian corpses he had previously encountered. They had likely fallen victim to a Yanqi attack while pausing, ultimately leading to their demise. After delivering these words, the two Zafurians departed with the iron ore. Though diminutive in stature, they possessed formidable technological prowess, making the transport of the ore a simple task. Watching them fade into the distance, Luo Xuan turned his gaze back to the sword in his hand. While it may not have conformed to his ideal shape, possessing a weapon was undoubtedly advantageous. How did you come to acquire this? Ma Shi inquired, glancing at the sword held by Luo Xuan. Throughout the transaction, they had remained silent, respecting Luo Xuan's autonomy over his iron ore in the choice of exchange. Now that the trade was concluded, curiosity piqued. What purpose did Luo Xuan intend for this weapon? Was it due to the inadequacy of his fists or a lack of strength? This item serves a purpose for me. Luo Xuan did not respond to the question. Although he too was uncertain as to why he sought to exchange for this sword, it seemed to carry some emotional significance. Well, if there is nothing else to discuss, let us proceed directly to the northern forest. Glancing at the three companions around him, it appeared there was nothing more to be addressed. Thus, Luo Xuan prepared to set off once again towards the northern forest. Are you truly going to carry that box? Observing Luo Xuan clutching the box, it felt rather awkward. he would prefer to hold onto a piece of, or instead. Luo Xuan found it reasonable and unsheathed the sword, slinging it across his back. Discarding the box without a second thought, had he been able to see his current appearance, he would have recognized that this sword was identical to the one frequently wielded by Trunks. However, at this moment, Luo Xuan remained unaware as the four of them ventured towards the northern forest to cultivate and strengthen his weakness regarding his tail. Luo Xuan and the three others departed from the southern desert, once more heading towards the northern forest. Initially, they had presumed that Ignatz might dispatch guards to monitor the desert, but they encountered none. Given Luo Xuan's current combat prowess, he could have easily vanquished anyone who dared confront them. After all, his battle strength now exceeded half that of Ignatz. Thus, the four of them proceeded towards the northern forest without any hindrance. A howl echoed through the air. This is truly disastrous. Who told me that there were no jungle raptors in the heart of the northern forest? Hark lamented, his face drawn as he surveyed the four jungle raptors surrounding them. Despair etched upon him. After witnessing Mashi's significant boost in strength upon entering the heart of the northern forest, they had become envious and resolved to venture there as well for training. Initially, things seemed manageable as many scorpion tigers had retreated deeper into the forest, leaving only a few on the outskirts. However, they soon encountered three formidable mid-level warriors who were also training in this area. Thanks to the prowess of these three warriors, they continually battled scorpion tigers, thus enhancing their own abilities. Just as they were reveling in their newfound strength, they encountered the dreaded jungle raptors. Previously, the jungle raptors had seemingly vanished from the heart of the northern forest, supposedly retreating into its depths. Who would have thought they would reappear here? And with four of them at that, they found themselves encircled, and Rigo, along with the others, had no desire to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the three mid-level warriors were eager to confront the jungle raptors. One against one Scion proposed to another. Yes, we could try, at least to buy ourselves some time. We Scions won't just sit idly and await our demise, replied the second Scion, casting a glance at Hark, who had already collapsed onto the ground. But what about the fourth? The third Scion queried. They could delay one raptor, but defeating it was another matter entirely. Their intention was merely to stall, hoping that other Scions might pass by to assist them. However, if another raptor entered the fray, their chances would dwindle significantly. I'll take on the last one. At that moment, he stepped forward, addressing the three warriors. Though he had never battled a jungle raptor, he preferred to fight rather than wait for death. You? The three Scions regarded Keys with surprise. While they were taken aback by his boldness, they still held little hope for his combat capabilities. Though my strength may not match yours, I wish to fight rather than await my fate, Keys asserted, wanting to shield Mashi from witnessing his trepidation in the face of the jungle raptors. He was acutely aware that she would likely never see him again, as she had already departed for the southern desert. Keys had initially aimed to follow in her footsteps, but it now seemed improbable, as he might perish here today. All right. The three Scions exchanged glances, suddenly regarding this typically reticent individual with newfound respect. Together, the four of them charged towards the four jungle raptors. Although their chances of victory were slim, they resolved to prolong the fight for as long as possible. Rigo was taken aback to see Keys truly engaging with the jungle raptors. Keys, fully aware of his inferiority, still dared to confront them, which was no trivial matter. Hark, however, merely shot a glance in their direction, dismissing it altogether. To him, Keys was merely courting disaster. It would be wiser to find a way to escape. With a resounding thud, Keys was flung aside shortly after the battle commenced. So this is the might of the jungle raptors? Indeed, they are far stronger than I anticipated. Mashi could contend with them. It seems I can no longer keep pace with her. Only by engaging in actual combat did Keys grasp the true strength of the jungle raptors, realizing how naive he had been to consider them merely a slight step above the scorpion tigers. However, he felt no fear. After all, death awaited him regardless. It was better to fight the jungle raptors than to wait passively. Perhaps in doing so, the others might find an opportunity to escape. Rigo, shall we flee now? At that moment, Hark, still seated on the ground, had a sudden epiphany and spoke to the seemingly dazed Rigo. Is that wise? Rigo frowned, perplexed. Keys and the others were fighting, and he was considering abandoning them? What's the issue? He's brought this upon himself. We shouldn't accompany him. If they can hold off the jungle raptors, we can simply leave. At most, we could find a high-level warrior outside to come back and rescue them, Hark suggested, his primary desire being to escape. Well, that is a feasible plan. Rigo pondered and found some merit in it. As long as they could escape and then return with assistance, it would suffice. Then let us depart, Hark declared, rising to leave with Rigo. Was it truly acceptable to abandon their companions in such a manner? Just as they turned to leave, a voice rang in their ears. Luo Xuan? Mashi? Rigo turned to find that the voice belonged to none other than Luo Xuan. Hadn't Luo Xuan and Emoshi already departed from the North Forest? Emoshi? The warriors engaged in battle, upon hearing Rigo's exclamation, turned their gazes towards him, while Keith gasped in surprise. He had not anticipated Emoshi's return. At that moment, a jungle raptor seized the opportunity, launching a powerful stomp towards Keith, who, realizing he could not evade the attack, resigned himself to closing his eyes. Was it truly wise to await his demise with eyes shut? Just then, a voice resonated in his ear. Keith opened his eyes to behold Luo Xuan, his hand firmly blocking the raptor's foot. Luo Xuan, witnessing this scene, left Keith in awe. Here was someone single-handedly halting the advance of a jungle raptor. Was this truly a Saiyan? As he watched Luo Xuan effortlessly restrain the creature, he marveled at the newfound strength Luo Xuan had acquired. Without lingering, Luo Xuan embraced the raptor's foot and hurled it aside, drawing the sword from his back. He was eager to test the sharpness of the blade, pondering how embarrassing it would be if the Zafurians had forgotten to hone it. Hey! Luo Xuan leaped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, and struck down upon the jungle raptor with unimpeded ferocity, cleaving it in two with a single blow. What a fine sword, he mused, though the thought struck him as peculiar. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed horizontal and diagonal slashes, akin to slicing through fruit, reducing the jungle raptor into several pieces. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy sphere that obliterated the remnants of the raptor's flesh into dust. Though it may seem lengthy in recounting, Luo Xuan completed these actions in a mere instant. Time seemed to fly. By the time the jungle raptor was reduced to mere fragments, Casus and Rigo were still in disbelief, while Luo Xuan had already set his sights on the second jungle raptor. In no time at all, the 4 jungle raptors that had besieged them were annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Ah, truly an extraordinary sword, Luo Xuan exhaled in relief. After dispatching the 4 raptors, he felt a sense of ease. He had initially doubted the sword's potency, having acquired it rather casually. To his surprise, it had proven capable of breaching the defenses of the jungle raptors. Renowned for their formidable resilience in the northern forest, an impressive feat indeed. Meanwhile, Rigo and his companions stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Luo Xuan had effortlessly vanquished the 4 jungle raptors in the blink of an eye. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed it. Moreover, what was that final burst of blue light? It seemed unlike anything they had encountered before. I never anticipated that the item you exchanged would possess such sharpness, Mashi remarked, disregarding Rigo and the others, viewing them as mere bystanders, even harboring a hint of disdain. While a Saiyan could be cold-blooded, she found it utterly unacceptable to falter in the face of battle. Not too shabby, she added. Luo Xuan sheathed the sword with a decisive motion. Luo Xuan, how have you returned? The 3 Saiyans approached, individuals who had not accompanied the others to the southern desert. Their combat prowess was commendable within the northern forest. However, venturing into the southern desert would likely lead to their swift demise. For even seasoned warriors succumbed in that perilous realm. Indeed, the emergence of formidable entities often heralded the presence of even greater threats. We had some matters to attend to, so we returned here for a brief respite, Luo Xuan remarked, without elaboration, and the 3 mid-level warriors did not inquire further. They understood Luo Xuan's character well enough. What he wished to express would undoubtedly be articulated, while matters he preferred to keep unspoken would remain so. Mashi, the realization dawned upon Jissi as he glanced at her, momentarily at a loss for words. He had presumed he would never encounter Mashi again in this lifetime, yet here they were, reunited. Well done, unlike some others, Mashi acknowledged. Slightly surprised by Jissi's courage, a trait not often exhibited by the typically reticent individual. Although he lacked sufficient strength, he did not flee, which impressed Mashi more than the 2 who had shown no fighting spirit whatsoever. There was simply no alternative. At that juncture, fleeing would have equated to certain death. Jissi shook his head, not out of a lack of fear, but because he believed that running would lead to a swifter demise. Thus he resolved to stay and fight. If the 3 of you could unite, perhaps you could delay the inevitable for a while, Mashi noted, yet currently, they did not dare to do so. She nodded, recognizing their predicament in the face of the jungle raptor. If they turned and fled outright, they would likely be slaughtered, for the speed of the jungle raptor was formidable. I wish to train alongside you, may I? Jissi inquired upon hearing Mashi's words. He regretted not having accompanied Luo Xuan into the central region of the North Forest earlier and wondered if it was too late to join now. You cannot keep pace with us, Mashi replied, shaking her head. It was not a matter of disdain. Jissi simply could not match their current speed. They faced opponents of at least the jungle raptor's caliber, and Jissi was unable to keep up. Upon hearing Mashi's words, Jissi fell silent, fully aware that he had indeed fallen behind. If they encountered a stronger adversary, he would only hinder their efforts, unable to contribute to the fight. When will I be able to train with you? Despite realizing the challenge, Jissi remained resolute, refusing to yield. He believed that with diligent practice, he could certainly grow stronger. After all, he and Mashi had once been evenly matched in combat prowess, yet she had ascended to such heights. Wait until you can condense an energy sphere, Mashi suggested, contemplating briefly before extending her hand to conjure an energy sphere. The 2 nearby, Rigo and another, gazed at Mashi in astonishment. Initially thinking only Luo Xuan possessed such capability, yet now it seemed Mashi could as well. Furthermore, it implied that the 2 mid-level warriors following Luo Xuan might also be able to condense this energy sphere. Just how formidable were these 4 individuals? All right, I understand. Observing the energy sphere in Mashi's hand, Jissi nodded resolutely, although he was unsure how to condense it himself. He had faith that one day he could achieve a similar feat. Mashi acknowledged him with a nod. regardless of whether Jissi would ever reach that level. At least he had a goal to strive towards and could continue to grow stronger. Jissi, you won't be able to keep up with Mashi. Better to stay with us. We know how to condense the energy sphere and will teach you in due course, one of the other 3 Saiyans called out to him. Despite his relatively weak strength, Jissi had dared to confront the jungle raptor, earning their respect as a potential companion. All right, sounds good, Jissi replied, nodding. The 3 had previously fought alongside Luo Xuan and were indeed formidable, making it a wise choice to join them. With matters settled, they prepared to depart. Luo Xuan approached Moshi, extending his hand to grasp the energy sphere. He then spoke in a calm tone. Until now, he had remained silent. As it was Moshi's affair, now that it had been resolved, it was time to depart. The unexpected display of skill from Luo Xuan took Keith by surprise. Just moments ago, he sensed the peril emanating from the energy sphere in Moshi's grasp. Although he had not witnessed its full power, he instinctively felt that it could easily annihilate a jungle raptor. Yet, Luo Xuan casually seized the energy sphere and continued conversing with Moshi as if nothing were amiss. Moshi nodded, fully aware of Luo Xuan's formidable strength, thus her astonishment was minimal. Let us proceed. Luo Xuan nodded, and then led Moshi and Teresa towards the heart of the northern forest. He harbored no fondness for Rigo and his companions, thus refraining from engaging in conversation with them. As they departed, he exchanged greetings with the other 3 Saiyans, while Kiss merely offered a nod. It was commendable for someone with modest combat prowess to muster the courage to confront the jungle velociraptors, and Luo Xuan acknowledged this. Let us depart as well, Kiss, remarked one Saiyan, observing Luo Xuan's retreating figure. Indeed, Kiss replied with a nod, promptly following the 3 Saiyans in a different direction. This left only Rigo and Huck, who had remained silent during Luo Xuan's presence and now dared not utter a word, instead sharing a wry smile. After exchanging glances, the 2 made their way towards the outskirts of the northern forest, realizing they could no longer linger in the center. If they were to be discovered by the scorpion tigers, they would undoubtedly stand no chance. Perhaps their fate was to battle the colossal beasts only at the periphery for the rest of their lives. Luo Xuan, what method do you intend to employ to cultivate your tail? Moshi inquired, intrigued, as no Saiyan had ever attempted to train their tail before. It seemed quite challenging for Luo Xuan to pursue this endeavor. Perhaps I could capture some monkeys by their tails. Or you might allow me to grasp yours while I engage in combat with Teresa, or even bind a colossal stone to my tail to fight the jungle velociraptors. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps there are many approaches available. However, these several methods are quite commendable. Indeed, all these suggestions are feasible. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa also nodded in agreement. Binding the boulder could strengthen the tail, while grasping the tail is another viable option. Some of these methods are simpler, while others are slightly more challenging. Well, as for the specifics of the methods, you may decide accordingly. Luo Xuan nodded. These methods were relatively straightforward. When the tail was seized, it would render the entire body powerless. However, with diligent cultivation, the tail could potentially evolve into an additional limb. Thus, it was imperative for Luo Xuan to refine this tail. Otherwise, it would become a source of trouble. I believe enlisting a monkey to capture the tail is a commendable idea, Moshi remarked, nodding in agreement. It seemed that this approach was indeed quite practical, especially since it appeared to be the only viable option at present. Once the tail was grasped, there would be no strength left whatsoever. If she were to engage in combat with a jungle velociraptor, the likelihood of being devoured would significantly increase. Moreover, being a woman, the notion of having a man grasp her tail from behind felt rather disconcerting. Very well, let us proceed to find a monkey. Luo Xuan held no objections. Indeed, this method seemed most suitable at present. However, where could they possibly find the monkeys? In the ensuing days, Luo Xuan and his companions tirelessly scoured the northern forest in search of monkey troops. Along the way, they effortlessly dealt with any jungle raptors that crossed their path. Given their current capabilities, overcoming the jungle raptors was a mere trifle. Eventually, after several days, they stumbled upon a group of monkeys in a secluded part of the forest. To their delight, they quickly formed a friendship with these creatures, perhaps due to their shared characteristic of having tails, which facilitated a harmonious interaction. During this period, Luo Xuan and his companions engaged in playful tail grabbing with the monkeys. Initially, it was rather painful. However, after a few days, they discovered that being caught by the tail was not as tormenting as they had initially believed. How does it feel? Luo Xuan playfully suspended a small monkey by his tail, while the monkey clung tightly to the tail, reveling in the joyous amusement. This method appeared to be quite effective. Compared to 3 days prior, Moshi felt that the current sensation was truly delightful, at least now. Even when the tail was caught, there was the capability to resist. Unlike before when a mere grasp rendered it utterly limp. Indeed, this newfound feeling was significantly stronger than before. In future battles, there would be less concern regarding the tail. Teresa nodded in agreement. Initially, he had harbored doubts about whether this technique could genuinely strengthen the tail. However, the answer had manifested itself. This method indeed enhanced the tail's prowess. Teresa's tail was now robust enough to lift several small monkeys effortlessly. Even if it were to be seized, it mattered not in the slightest. It was worth noting that on the first day, when the monkey seized the tail, it felt as though he had sustained severe injuries, rendering him utterly powerless. Yet, Witnessing Luo Xuan endure the same predicament, he gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately discovering that the results were quite commendable. In combat, we ought to regard the tail as our weapon. While it may be perceived as a vulnerability by others, we must wield it as our strength. Luo Xuan smiled. Although the tail was not particularly powerful, it was nonetheless an integral part of their being. If it could be utilized as adeptly as their limbs, their combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. However, elevating the tail to a level comparable to that of their hands and feet appeared to be quite challenging. Using the tail as a weapon? Shi furrowed his brow. Overcoming this inherent weakness was already a considerable feat. To wield it as effectively as a weapon would necessitate training that surpasses even that required for their limbs. Is it truly feasible? Indeed. If the tail could be employed with the same proficiency as their arms and legs, one's combat capabilities would certainly be augmented. It would be akin to engaging in battle with other Saiyans, where they must divert their attention to protect their own tails. Whereas you would not have that concern and could even launch attacks with your tail, thereby significantly increasing your chances of victory. Luo Xuan offered an explanation. Though it was merely a spontaneous utterance, he himself was uncertain of its efficacy. A weakness remains a weakness, and even if one overcomes it, it is still a weakness. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan aspired to transform this weakness into a weapon, a challenging endeavor indeed. Very well, I shall heed your words. Shi nodded. For she was always inclined to follow Luo Xuan's guidance, as were her companions, Teresa and Bello, who also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, during Luo Xuan's training, the gravity platform outside underwent a slight alteration. With a resounding crash, the area around the gravity platform fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into chaos. Hiss! Was that truly a mid-tier warrior? This individual was previously bested by a low-tier warrior. How had he grown so powerful? What had transpired? Observers were momentarily stunned by the sight of this formidable warrior dominating the gravity platform. Had Luo Xuan been present, he would have recognized this individual as the mid-tier warrior he had nearly defeated in their last encounter. I shall kill you. The high-tier warrior rose from the ground, preparing to ascend the gravity platform once more, but was restrained by those around him. Calm down, Ignaz, you cannot defeat him. The defeated high-tier warrior was indeed Ignaz. Returning from the South Desert, he had merely exhausted his energy without sustaining significant injuries. After a few days of rest, he intended to continue his training on the gravity platform, driven by the dissatisfaction of his previous defeat at the hands of a low-tier warrior. Upon witnessing a mid-tier warrior flaunting his strength, he felt compelled to challenge him on the platform. However, after exchanging a few blows with the mid-tier warrior, Ignaz was swiftly thrown off the stage. This humiliation was unbearable for him, having been defeated by both a low-tier and a mid-tier warrior in just a few days. Yet, Ignaz understood that he had no real chance of victory. He had been thoroughly dominated in the fight. Even his previous battle with the low-tier warrior had not felt as overwhelming. Hey, Lin, won't you tell me where that low-tier warrior is gone? The mid-tier warrior ignored Ignaz and turned his gaze towards Lin, who stood at the back of the gravity platform. He could never forget the low-tier warrior who had nearly brought him to death, but it was also that very warrior who had enabled his current strength. After his recovery from severe injuries, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. After much contemplation, he concluded that this transformation stemmed from being healed while in a critically injured state. He subsequently tested this theory and found it to be true, leading him to repeatedly inflict injuries upon himself to heal, depleting all his savings in the process, ultimately resulting in his newfound power. If you wish to know where he has gone, challenge me, and I shall reveal it to you. Lin spoke with a calm demeanor. Though she remained unaware of the mid-tier warrior's sudden strength, she was not one to be easily defeated. Hiki, I will challenge you. The mid-tier warrior chuckled and proceeded towards another gravity platform, having already challenged several others. He dispatched each with relative ease before moving on to the next. The gravity platforms became increasingly challenging the further one progressed. Thus, reaching Lin's position would require some time. If any of you are afraid, simply send them my way. Lin addressed her fellow Saiyans. We Saiyans do not retreat without a fight, declared a high-tier warrior, although the mid-tier warrior's strength was formidable. They were eager to test their limits. Indeed, affirmed another high-tier warrior, a female, nodding in agreement. Despite the mid-tier warrior's prowess, they were not to be underestimated and felt compelled to engage in battle. Very well, Lin nodded, pondering the reasons behind this individual's extraordinary strength. Since you all wish to fight, I shall engage as well. After effortlessly dispatching another high-tier warrior, the mid-tier warrior nodded and advanced towards a different gravity platform. In the crowd, Shade observed this scene with furrowed brows and then left for the North Forest. Unbeknownst to Luo Xuan and his companions, they continued their training in the North Forest. Rigo, it is fortunate to encounter you. Have you seen Luo Xuan? Upon arriving in the North Forest, Shade encountered Rigo and Hark, who were preparing to leave. Luo Xuan? He should be deeper within the North Forest, Rigo replied, fatigue evident in his voice. Deeper? That area is the domain of the jungle raptors. Why did you not stop him? Shade exclaimed, momentarily taken aback and filled with agitation. He was well aware that the jungle raptors would pose a significant threat. Stop him? With his current strength, who could possibly hinder him? Hark interjected, his tone revealing a gravity that was unusual for him. What do you mean? Shade asked, bewildered. Hark, who typically boasted of his invincibility, now spoke with a sense of caution, suggesting a profound shift in Luo Xuan's capabilities. Luo Xuan had grown exponentially stronger than before, having single-handedly slain over 100 scorpion tigers and dispatching 4 jungle raptors in mere minutes. He had returned from the South Desert safe and sound, having matters to attend to in the North Forest. Can you contact Luo Xuan, or tell me how to find him? I have urgent business, Shade inquired, hesitating momentarily before expressing his urgency. Initially, he had intended to warn Luo Xuan to keep his distance, but now he sensed a change in Luo Xuan's strength and felt the need to locate him. We do not know his exact whereabouts within the North Forest, Rigo replied, shaking his head. They only had a general idea of his location. Then I shall venture in and search for him myself, Shade resolved, recognizing that his luck might determine whether he found Luo Xuan, all the while remaining cautious of the scorpion tigers he might encounter. Though he had made some progress on the gravity platform over the past month, he was still far from formidable. As for the jungle raptors, he could only hope to confront one at a time. Encountering 2 would necessitate a hasty retreat. He had presumed Luo Xuan was still engaged in battle on the outskirts of the North Forest, only to discover he had ventured deep within. Unbeknownst to Luo Xuan and his companions, events were unfolding outside. In the heart of the Northern Forest, they engaged in a fierce battle against the jungle raptor, dragging heavy burdens with their tails. With a resounding crash, the final jungle raptor fell to the ground. Phew, this battle proved to be far from easy. Next. It's your turn, Luo Xuan. They fought in this manner, with one individual battling while the other 2, unencumbered by heavy loads, stood guard nearby to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Luo Xuan had initially intended to engage in battle, but was suddenly struck by the sensation of 5 distinct auras approaching his direction. Among them, one felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Kes and his companions. What is the matter, Luo Xuan? Ma Shi inquired as she approached, oblivious to the presence of any auras. Yet, Luo Xuan's demeanor revealed that something was amiss. Someone is coming our way. It appears to be Kes and his group. Luo Xuan did not conceal his thoughts. Although he refrained from expressing his anger, he had no intention of hiding anything. After all, there was little to gain from such concealment. As for Keith and his companions, would they truly venture into the depths of the Northern Forest? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi was momentarily taken aback. While Keith and his group might manage in the central region of the Northern Forest, the inner depths were hardly suitable for them. There should be 5 individuals. The identity of the 5th remains a mystery. Regardless, I shall first deal with this jungle raptor. As Luo Xuan spoke, he effortlessly coiled his tail around a wooden stump and swiftly made his way toward the jungle raptors. Meanwhile, as Luo Xuan engaged in combat with the raptors, Keisai and his companions also arrived in the vicinity. One Scion, noticing Luo Xuan in the midst of battle, recognized him despite the large tree obstructing his view. Could it truly be Luo Xuan? Shade, observing the one who was mercilessly overpowering the jungle raptors, found it hard to reconcile this formidable warrior with the lowly fighter he once knew. In the Northern Forest, there was no one else capable of so thoroughly dominating the jungle raptors aside from Luo Xuan. Let us approach him. With him here, we need not fear the raptors. Their journey into the Northern Forest was fraught with challenges, having encountered numerous jungle raptors along the way. However, they made a point to avoid provoking them, ultimately taking over a day to reach this location. Upon their arrival, Mashi and his group immediately became vigilant, only relaxing their guard upon recognizing Keisai and his companions. What brings you here? Beilu inquired, glancing at the 3 Saiyans who had previously accompanied him. It was evident that there must be a significant reason for their venture into the depths of the Northern Forest, otherwise they would not have dared to enter. It is because this individual seeks Luo Xuan. He claims that Luo Xuan's woman is in danger. The speaker glanced at Shade, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Although he was skeptical about this man's words, he noted the familiarity between him and Keisai, which prompted Keisai to agree to lead him here, resulting in their Group S assembly. Luo Xuan's woman? Mashi's expression turned slightly odd as he cast a glance at Luo Xuan. This fellow has a woman? How come I have never heard him mention it? Luo Xuan, stop fighting. Lin may be in danger. Shade shouted towards Luo Xuan, disregarding Mashi and the others. In that instant, a massive tree trunk fell from behind Luo Xuan, and he propelled himself like an arrow shot from a bow toward the jungle raptors. His speed was astonishing, and with a single leap, the jungle raptor fell to the ground, incapacitated. Luo Xuan vanished from his previous position, only to reappear right in front of Shade. Uncle Shade? What happened to Lin? Upon encountering Shate, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that this final surge of energy would originate from Shate. Nevertheless, he dismissed his surprise and inquired directly, with Lin's formidable strength. How could there possibly be any danger? Do you recall the intermediate warrior you previously vanquished? For reasons unknown, his power has surged dramatically, and he is now challenging the gravity platform, demanding Lin reveal her whereabouts. Shate provided a brief explanation. A dramatic surge in power? Luo Xuan murmured softly, then exchanged a fleeting glance with Emoshi. Both were acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. The Saiyans' inexplicable surge in power suggested a brush with death, followed by miraculous revival. It seemed that the intermediate warrior had undergone a similar fate, and it remained uncertain how many times he had been brought back to life. What, then, had become of Lin? Had she been vanquished? Luo Xuan was quite concerned about the matter. Had Lin been defeated? I cannot ascertain this. When I arrived, he had just vanquished Ignatz, a formidable warrior in his own right, yet he was effortlessly subdued. Shate shook his head. He had merely glimpsed the situation before seeking out Luo Xuan, initially intending to facilitate Luo Xuan's escape. However, upon witnessing Luo Xuan's prowess, he found himself in a state of hesitation. Ignatz, that despicable scoundrel, has been defeated? Trissa expressed a measure of astonishment, for Ignatz's combat capabilities undoubtedly surpassed his own. He had not anticipated that Ignatz would be so easily bested. A despicable scoundrel? Have you encountered him before? If so, you should be aware of his strength. Please enlighten Luo Xuan. Although Shate did not know Trissa, he reasoned that since Trissa was familiar with Ignatz, he could provide Luo Xuan with specific information. There is no need for my input. That individual has indeed clashed with Luo Xuan, but was ultimately overcome. Trissa shook his head, refraining from divulging what transpired thereafter, as it involved the mystical sins of beings. Upon hearing this, Shate and several other Saiyans were left in a state of astonishment. Luo Xuan had engaged Ignatz and emerged victorious, a feat worthy of a high-tier warrior. Without further ado, we must hasten our return. It remains uncertain where he has ventured in his current challenges. Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, reflecting on the formidable combat prowess of Ignatz, which surpassed 8,000. It was evident that a mid-level warrior could easily overpower him, with their strength likely exceeding 10,000. During their previous encounter, when Luo Xuan's own combat strength was over 8,000, he found it challenging to secure a swift victory. Having spent 2 days on this journey, he was fortunate to have encountered Keith. The gravity chamber clearly intensified the combat capabilities of its challengers, indicating that they still had time to venture forth. It was puzzling why Shate, who initially intended to aid Luo Xuan's escape, now sought to lead him to the gravity chamber. Perhaps it was influenced by Teresa's assertion that Luo Xuan could contend with high-level warriors, especially after he had effortlessly dispatched the jungle velociraptor with just a single move, a creature renowned for its ability to challenge advanced fighters. Consequently, it seemed that Shade had begun to harbor a flicker of confidence in Luo Xuan. That individual should be Mashi, she murmured softly to Luo Xuan, having just grasped the sudden surge of power that had erupted from him, likely the result of numerous trials. However, such strength could not compare to the fruits of one's own cultivation. Thus, in a situation where their combat strengths were relatively matched, defeat for him was inevitable. Even if his opponent's strength was slightly inferior, victory would still be within reach. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that the individual in question must have undergone treatment for injuries and subsequently noticed changes within his body. This person, characterized by a resolute spirit, was inclined to test his limits once more, culminating in the current predicament. Had it been another Saiyan, even upon realizing such a phenomenon, they would not allow themselves to be nearly defeated by another before seeking treatment to enhance their combat prowess. Unless one is truly cornered with no alternative, resorting to such methods for augmentation of strength would be unthinkable. The mid-level warrior, evidently unable to endure the humiliation of being vanquished by a lower-tier fighter, was thus led to this unfortunate outcome. Do you possess confidence in this endeavor? Emoshi inquired, nodding in agreement. For she too had experienced an increase in power following treatment and was well aware of the nature of such growth. I am uncertain, without encountering him. I cannot ascertain the extent of his combat capabilities. Luo Xuan shook his head. He had never encountered that intermediate warrior and was unaware of the extent of his current combat prowess. Thus, he could not ascertain whether he could defeat him. He hoped that the fellow had not grown excessively powerful, for a twisted psyche would undoubtedly bring unnecessary turmoil to this world. A group of individuals made their way towards the outskirts of the northern forest. Meanwhile, at the gravity platform, Lin had also commenced her battle with the intermediate warrior. Are you truly unwilling to disclose the whereabouts of that low-level warrior? The intermediate warrior inquired. If you defeat me, I shall certainly reveal it, Lin replied coolly, refraining from divulging Luo Xuan's location. She was somewhat astonished that this individual had managed to reach this point, but she would not concede defeat so easily. Very well. Since you were so intent on protecting him, I shall simply have to defeat you first. Without a moment's hesitation, the intermediate warrior launched his attack. Lin's expression grew serious. Given that he had vanquished the preceding high-level warriors, his strength must be formidable. She wondered if she could prevail against him. Nonetheless, she had no choice but to engage in combat. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating if all the high-level warriors were defeated by this individual. With a low grunt, Lin charged at the intermediate warrior, and their combat was fierce, though it was evident that Lin was primarily on the defensive, finding herself slightly at a disadvantage. However, her extensive battle experience surpassed that of the intermediate warrior, allowing her to hold her ground. The two exchanged blows vigorously, their skirmish intense. Lin's wealth of combat experience was considerable, yet she remained uncertain whether she could overcome the intermediate warrior. Observing from the sidelines, a defeated high-level warrior recognized the intensity of the struggle on the gravity platform. Having faced the intermediate warrior himself, he was acutely aware of his capabilities. Although lacking in experience, the intermediate warrior's combat strength was undeniable. While Lin managed to hold her own thanks to her experience, defeating him would not be an easy task. However, this individual was previously defeated by a low-level warrior, and now he has become this strong. Do you know the reason behind this transformation? One high-level warrior remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. He had also attempted to rely on experience to best that warrior, but found his strength insurmountable, ultimately leading to his own defeat. I have no idea. Another high-level warrior shrugged, equally perplexed about the sudden surge in power. Although it was apparent that the intermediate warrior's combat prowess was formidable, it lacked the depth of experience typically associated with such strength, suggesting that it was possibly acquired through dubious means, perhaps involving some transaction with the Zofur people. Given their technological capabilities, achieving such an enhancement should not be overly difficult. I cannot believe we have been bested by such an individual, one high-level warrior fumed, feeling the sting of disgrace for being defeated by someone who had gained power through unorthodox methods. Indeed, another high-level warrior sighed in resignation. If they had lost to someone who had honed their skills through rigorous training, they would harbor no grievances. However, the evident artificial enhancement of this warrior's strength was an affront to their pride. The battle raged on atop the gravity platform, intense and evenly matched. Yet it was clear to all that Lin was beginning to tire. Despite her vast experience, facing an opponent with significantly greater strength was taxing her stamina. If this continued, Lin might very well succumb to defeat. One high-level warrior shook his head, fearing that if the fight persisted in this manner, Lin would inevitably fall to the intermediate warrior. Indeed, the disparity in their combat strength is too great. I cannot fathom that we are all being bested by an intermediate warrior, another high-level warrior lamented. Unable to comprehend how their once proud status as high-level warriors had been so thoroughly undermined. They were oblivious to the means by which this intermediate warrior had augmented his strength. Had they known, they might have scoffed, for even when facing Frisia, King Vegeta had not resorted to such methods of enhancement. Lin is about to lose. With a powerful strike, Lin was sent flying, and the intermediate warrior surged forward. If you do not speak now, I shall render you incapable of further resistance, he sneered. Just a mere charlatan who has artificially inflated his combat power, Lin thought as she fought, fully aware that his strength was merely a forced enhancement lacking true depth. That is power, perish, she declared, inciting the intermediate warrior's ire. In an instant, he was sent hurtling away. I hear you have been searching for me? A calm male voice resonated. As the intermediate warrior was propelled through the air, the voice echoed across the gravity platform. The onlookers turned to see a young man wielding a massive sword standing firmly atop the platform, the very individual who had sent the intermediate warrior flying. Luo Xuan, what brings you here? You must leave. That man wishes to kill you. Lin exclaimed, astonished to see Luo Xuan's return. However, she quickly realized the futility of a low-level warrior's presence and urged him to depart. Just take it. Luo Xuan handed a mystical bean to Lin, urging her to consume it. Although Lin found it peculiar to eat a bean at such a moment, the intensity of Luo Xian's gaze compelled her to set aside her reservations and swallow it. Upon ingesting the bean, Lin instantly felt her stamina rejuvenate, and the injuries sustained from the recent battle vanished without a trace. What an extraordinary bean, Lin remarked, yet she refrained from inquiring about the origins of this remarkable item. Well, leave the ensuing matters to me. Luo Xuan nodded. He had just detected the battle prowess of the intermediate warrior with his scanner, which stood at an impressive 18,238, far superior to his own current capabilities. However, he discerned that this formidable strength was derived entirely from a near-death resurrection. As a result, the warrior lacked combat experience. Nevertheless, his power far exceeded Lin's, whose battle strength was a mere 12,772. It was only through her extensive combat experience that she managed to hold her ground. You? That individual is no longer the intermediate warrior of the past. He has somehow significantly enhanced his power. If you confront him, it would merely be a futile endeavor. Lin shook her head, acknowledging her inability to defeat the intermediate warrior. What could Luo Xuan possibly achieve? If I can conquer him once, I can undoubtedly do so again. Luo Xuan chuckled and remarked that although his combat prowess could not rival that of the intermediate warrior, the outcome of a genuine confrontation remained uncertain. Are you certain you wish to engage that fellow? Lin furrowed her brow. During their first battle, she had witnessed Luo Xuan's confidence, which ultimately led to his victory over the intermediate warrior. Now, he appeared equally self-assured. Could it be that he truly felt secure in his abilities? It seemed implausible. A low-level warrior could not possibly develop to such an extent in just over a month. Do not worry, he assured her. Luo Xuan nodded and then turned around to gaze at the intermediate warrior not far away. Heh, so you finally dare to show yourself? Do you see? These senior warriors are all my defeated foes. However, the humiliation you bestowed upon me back then is an indelible memory. It seems that only by ending your life can I truly forget the past. The intermediate warrior responded with a chuckle. Seemingly unfazed despite having just been kicked away by Luo Xuan, he bore no significant injuries. Very well, I understand. Then let us proceed. Luo Xuan spoke in a calm tone, but only those who truly knew him could discern the anger simmering beneath the surface. Very well. The mid-tier warrior, witnessing Luo Xuan's complete lack of surprise, felt a surge of frustration. After defeating numerous high-ranking warriors, he had expected this individual to be utterly intimidated. Yet, it was evident that Luo Xuan remained unfazed. Luo Xuan. Lin cast a glance at him, but chose not to elaborate further. Perhaps this low-ranking warrior could yet conjure another miracle. Luo Xuan said little, merely unfastening the sword from his back and tossing it to Mo Shi. Lin, after a brief glance, descended from the gravity platform, resolved to let Luo Xuan test his mettle. If he faltered, she was confident her restored stamina would enable her to rescue him. Excellent, the mid-level warrior nodded and then vanished in an instant. Such swiftness. The surrounding Saiyans were astonished as they witnessed the mid-level warrior's sudden disappearance. Even the high-level warriors could only catch a fleeting glimpse. Their surprise was palpable, for during combat, the gravity of the platform had been deactivated, allowing speeds to be pushed to their utmost limits. Luo Xuan, having also disabled his gravity system, found himself at a distinct advantage. Should he reactivate it, he might indeed face defeat. Disappeared? To Luo Xuan, who could sense the presence of energy, the notion of vanishing was unfounded. Such rapid movement still left traces for him to follow. Perish. The mid-level warrior reappeared directly behind Luo Xuan. His outstretched finger aimed straight for Luo Xuan's heart, just as the onlookers braced for a gruesome outcome. They were astonished to see the warrior's hand pass through Luo Xuan's form without a trace of blood. Another trick? Ignatz, who had previously been deceived by Luo Xuan's similar maneuver, voiced his surprise. A mere illusion? Lin was taken aback. Luo Xuan had left a phantom image, implying his physical form had indeed vanished. Had the low-level warrior also disappeared? The high-level warriors surrounding them were even more astonished. They knew well the mid-level warrior's formidable combat prowess, having been defeated themselves. Yet, who was this Luo Xuan? Merely a low-level warrior. Yet his displayed speed was beyond the capacity of any high-level warrior, leaving them utterly demoralized. When had the gap between mid-level and low-level warriors narrowed so dramatically? His speed was astonishing. The mid-level warrior too was taken aback. How could a low-level warrior be so swift? Initially intending to strike him down in one blow, he now found himself outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, he was not entirely inept. On the gravity platform, he strained to track Luo Xuan's movements, yet saw not a trace. Suddenly, Luo Xuan materialized before the mid-level warrior, delivering a powerful punch. The mid-level warrior reacted swiftly, crossing his arms defensively, absorbing the impact, though he staggered back several paces. Curse it! Realizing he could not match Luo Xuan's speed, the mid-level warrior abandoned all thoughts of a quick victory and opted for a direct assault. In his mind, the low-level warrior's speed might surpass his own, but his combat strength surely could not. He was determined to crush Luo Xuan through sheer power, otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Having defeated numerous high-level warriors, how could he falter against a mere low-level one? The spectators beneath the gravity platform were equally astounded, unable to fathom the immense strength exhibited by this low-level warrior. Was this truly the same low-level fighter who had previously bested a mid-level warrior? Some began to recognize Luo Xuan. Indeed, he was the one. His battle prowess had grown significantly. One Saiyan, who had witnessed Luo Xuan's earlier triumph over the mid-level warrior, nodded in acknowledgement. The memory vivid in his mind due to the shock of the moment. I cannot comprehend their training methods, a low-level warrior mused. Observing the combat between the mid-level warrior and Luo Xuan, who was now his equal, I heard the high-level warriors say that the mid-level warrior's strength was not solely a result of his training. His combat experience is comparable to that of other mid-level warriors, remarked a nearby Saiyan, clearly having overheard the earlier conversation. So, could the low-level warrior's ascent be similar? If so, the outcome of their battle could be unpredictable. The previous low-level warrior speculated. I cannot say. The Saiyan shook his head, admitting ignorance of the high-level warrior's discussions. Meanwhile, the high-level warriors observed the comparable speeds of Luo Xuan and the mid-level warrior, frowning in concern. Had this low-level warrior forcibly enhanced his abilities? Only a few, like Mo Shi, understood that Luo Xuan's prowess was not the result of such coercive means, even if he had temporarily boosted his strength. Rigorous subsequent training had solidified his capabilities. Thus, Luo Xuan's combat experience was not only on par with but possibly superior to that of the high-level warriors. The mid-level warrior lunged at Luo Xuan with unyielding intent, launching a powerful punch without hesitation. Luo Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Was he truly intent on a direct confrontation? Just as he had hoped. Although Luo Xuan's speed cannot be deemed swift, he exhibits no fear in direct combat against this mid-level warrior who has forcefully augmented his strength without having solidified his training, boldly challenging the gravity platform. Hey! Luo Xuan delivered a powerful punch, perfectly colliding with the fist of the mid-level warrior. The muffled sound of their fists meeting echoed, both combatants exhibiting comparable strength, resulting in each being forced to step back several paces. Damn it, the mid-level warrior thought. Initially believing he could knock Luo Xuan out of the gravity chamber with a single blow, leaving him oblivious to the consequences, just as he had experienced moments earlier. However, he was taken aback when Luo Xuan managed to absorb the impact of his punch, having survived numerous life-threatening encounters to acquire his current combat prowess. He pondered how this low-level warrior could possibly match him. Could it be that he too had uncovered that secret? Unlikely, even if the low-level warrior had discovered it. There was no way he could have enhanced his strength to such a degree. The mid-level warrior had exhausted his entire reserves to reach his current level, and it was inconceivable for a low-level warrior to possess such reserves. Yet, if he were to believe that Luo Xuan had cultivated this strength through training, he would rather assume that Luo Xuan had indeed discovered that elusive secret to enhance his power. Thus, he hesitated little, recognizing that Luo Xian's power was forcibly augmented. He felt confident that his own battle experience would grant him the upper hand in defeating this low-level warrior. He aimed a kick directly at Luo Xuan, who, without a moment's hesitation, blocked the strike and retaliated with a kick that sent the mid-level warrior flying. The sensation was infuriating. He had anticipated an overwhelming victory, yet found himself on the receiving end of a harsh reality. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, often at high speeds. A spectacle only the elite warriors could truly comprehend, while the other Saiyans struggled to follow the rapid movements. Thud. At that moment, Luo Xuan was sent flying for the first time. It became evident that combat strength was indeed crucial, although the mid-level warrior lacked extensive battle experience. His power far surpassed that of Luo Xuan. If the fight continued, Luo Xuan risked defeat, as the mid-level warrior's experience would only grow, potentially placing Luo Xuan at a severe disadvantage. Cut it out. I'm going to defeat you now. The mid-level warrior felt a surge of exhilaration, having successfully knocked the low-level warrior back for the first time. Meanwhile, Lin, watching from below the gravity chamber, furrowed her brow in disbelief. She had initially been astonished by Luo Xuan's impressive combat strength and experience, believing his victory was assured. However, it now appeared that his power was still inferior to that of the mid-level warrior. The low-level warrior's strength was not a result of forced enhancement. His combat experience was comparable to theirs, but if the battle persisted, he might indeed falter. An elite warrior recognized that Luo Xuan's abilities were not merely the product of a sudden boost, although he had faced perilous moments during the fight. He had adeptly navigated those challenges. Thus, it was evident that his combat experience had been honed through relentless trials of life and death, and not merely through forced growth. Nevertheless, the mid-level warrior maintained a significant advantage in raw strength, rendering Luo Xuan's situation precarious. Unless a swift resolution is found, he is likely to lose. Another elite warrior acknowledged, albeit reluctantly. They could not deny the truth that Luo Xuan, the low-level warrior, had proven himself formidable. Indeed, some elite warriors had not endured as long as Luo Xuan had in this battle. This indicated that the low-level warrior was significantly stronger than many of the elite fighters present, compelling them to accept the reality that Luo Xuan surpassed them in strength. Among the crowd, Ignaz was astonished to see Luo Xuan's return, not anticipating that such severe injuries could be overcome. Most strikingly, it seemed that Luo Xuan's combat prowess had significantly increased. Ignaz now regretted his earlier actions when he had seized Luo Xuan's tail. The battle between Luo Xuan and the intermediate warrior raged on, with both parties exhibiting nearly equal prowess. Thus, in this moment, a victor remained elusive. Your combat experience is commendable, yet your fighting capabilities fall significantly short of mine, the intermediate warrior scoffed. He recognized that Luo Xuan's battle experience was likely superior to his own. However, his own combat strength outweighed Luo Xuan's. As long as he persisted, he was certain he could ultimately triumph over Luo Xuan. Is that so? Luo Xuan retorted briefly before taking the initiative. This marked the first time Luo Xuan had struck first. Although he had just been engaged in combat, it was the mid-level warrior who had initiated the encounter. Luo Xuan had primarily focused on defense and counterattacks, yet now he was the one to make the first move. It seemed evident that Luo Xuan was confident of his victory. Seeing him take the initiative, Teresa whispered to herself. Having spent considerable time with Luo Xuan, she was well aware of his temperament. If he were not assured of the outcome, he would never have made the first move. Typically, he would merely probe the opponent, using it as a warm-up exercise. It appeared that Luo Xuan's preliminary warm-up had concluded, and it was now time for him to retaliate. He advanced directly towards the mid-level warrior and unleashed a powerful punch. However, the warrior evaded the attack, yet Luo Xuan did not pause for even a moment, launching an elbow strike instead. Although the mid-level warrior possessed formidable combat prowess, Luo Xuan's reflexes were slightly superior. Just as his elbow was about to connect with the warrior's body, the latter prepared to block the strike. Luo Xuan vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the intermediate warrior, delivering a precise strike that sent the warrior soaring through the air. Immediately after, Luo Xuan disappeared once more, and upon his reemergence, he stood beside the intermediate warrior, fingers interlocked, executing a volley-like maneuver that propelled the warrior back yet again. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan vanished again, reappearing at the very spot where the intermediate warrior was destined to land. Ascend now, he commanded. Luo Xuan spoke softly, then exerted his strength with both hands, propelling the intermediate warrior into the sky. Glancing at the soaring warrior, Luo Xuan leaped after him, swiftly catching up. He transformed his right hand from a fist into an open palm and struck the intermediate warrior directly. With a resounding thud, the warrior crashed heavily onto the gravity platform. Luo Xuan landed steadily on the platform, observing the fallen warrior with an indifferent gaze. What had just transpired? The intermediate warrior, unable to comprehend the events, nearly saw himself flying around the gravity platform before tumbling down. The speed was astonishing. It seemed he had not even exerted his full strength. An advanced warrior also realized that Luo Xuan had previously held back, for such strength could not be attained without restraint. Perhaps he was merely testing the waters. Another advanced warrior nodded in agreement, recalling how he had nearly struggled to keep pace with Luo Xian's speed, despite his own rank. In a true battle, he would undoubtedly be defeated. After all, failing to match Luo Xian's speed equated to losing the opportunity to react. Don't hesitate, eliminate him now, shouted someone. A female Saiyan who had previously been defeated. Seeing the intermediate warrior lying motionless, she decided to strike without concern. However, Luo Xuan remained unfazed by the call. His focus solely on the warrior sprawled on the gravity platform. He understood that this intermediate warrior was not so easily vanquished. Had it truly been that simple, the advanced warriors would not have all been bested by this intermediate fighter. Haha, I didn't expect your speed to reach such heights. It seems I must unleash my full power to contend with you, declared the intermediate warrior, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A testament to Luo Xian's earlier attack. Full power? Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan remained somewhat unperturbed, while the spectators below were taken aback. Had the warrior truly not exerted his full strength during their previous encounter? It seemed absurd. If that were the case, the advanced warriors would have lost face. Believing they had faced an opponent at full capacity, only to discover he had fought at a fraction of his potential. Lin furrowed her brow. Suspecting the warrior was merely posturing. During their earlier battle, she had distinctly sensed he had utilized all his might. Why then? Did he now claim he would fight with everything he had? He should have revealed his full strength from the outset. Luo Xuan spoke in a calm manner. For he had long anticipated that a combat power exceeding 10,000 could not merely manifest in such meager force. This indicated that the mid-level warrior had indeed not exerted his full strength. Allow me to demonstrate what true terror is, he declared. The mid-level warrior chuckled sinisterly and advanced towards Luo Xuan. Upon reaching him, a flicker of light danced in his hand as he hurled an energy sphere directly at Luo Xuan, soon followed by a relentless barrage of energy spheres. Even the high-level warriors were taken aback. While they were capable of condensing energy spheres themselves, witnessing such a rapid and abundant generation was a first for them. However, at that moment, concern for Luo Xuan crept into their minds, for as a low-level warrior, they questioned whether he could successfully condense an energy sphere. Failure to do so would mean certain defeat in this battle. Only Ignaz and a few others were aware that Luo Xuan was not only capable of condensing energy spheres, but could do so at a pace far surpassing that of the mid-level warrior. Boom. In an instant, all the energy spheres detonated, engulfing Luo Xuan completely. Luo Xuan, Lin called out anxiously, fully aware of the devastating power of those energy spheres. She knew that if she were subjected to such a bombardment, it would be far from pleasant. Luo Xuan, a lowly warrior, is bombarded by an overwhelming array of energy spheres, leaving one to ponder the consequences. Hee, you haven't witnessed this technique before, have you? Chuckled the mid-level warrior. Yet, as he spoke, his words were abruptly halted, as if severed by an unseen force, and his eyes widened in terror at the sight of Luo Xuan before him. Luo Xuan not only emerged unscathed from the recent explosion, but he was also encircled by a multitude of energy orbs. The intermediate warrior stared blankly at the spheres surrounding Luo Xuan, disbelief etched across his face. How could a low-level warrior possibly achieve this? In an instant, he was overwhelmed with despair. He had believed that this was a technique of his own invention, one that no one else could wield. Yet, here was an opponent able to employ it on the very first attempt. What on earth was happening? The advanced warriors, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished. How could Luo Xuan summon such an abundance of energy orbs? What immense power must one possess to do so? Did you enjoy your moment of triumph? Now, it is my turn. Luo Xuan calmly remarked that had the opponent refrained from employing the energy orbs, he too would have chosen not to engage. However, now that the adversary had commenced their use, he held back nothing. Although intermediate warriors can conjure a multitude of energy orbs, their sheer number does not equate to greater potency. In fact, the opposite is true. An excessive quantity of energy orbs significantly diminishes their individual strength. As the orbs hurtled toward Luo Xuan, he managed to neutralize some with his own energy orbs, while he absorbed others directly with his body. Consequently, he appeared somewhat disheveled, yet remained unscathed, and the expenditure of energy was minimal. After all, he was not laboriously gathering energy. He utilized a shortcut, enabling him to swiftly and efficiently manifest powerful energy orbs. Go forth, he commanded. Luo Xuan no longer hesitated, promptly hurling all the energy spheres towards the intermediate warrior. Do you think I would stand there and take the hits like you? The intermediate warrior chuckled softly, then vanished from his original spot, while the energy spheres soared to the location he had just occupied. Humph. Luo Xuan let out a cold snort before hurling the energy sphere towards the mid-level warrior. The warrior, deftly evading left and right, managed to dodge all the energy spheres. How does that feel? The energy expenditure must have been considerable for you, right? Your failure to evade my energy sphere was your gravest mistake. Although I too have expended much, at least I inflicted some injury upon you. And what about you? You squandered so many energy spheres in vain. The mid-level warrior chuckled. Although his energy spheres did not vanquish Luo Xuan, they had indeed drained some of his strength. While Luo Xian's attacks bore no effect on him whatsoever. Is that so? Luo Xuan exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the intermediate warrior. Initially, his 5 fingers were splayed towards the warrior, but he then made a swift, faint grasp. How is this possible? Truly impressive. In the fleeting moment when Luo Xuan struck, all the onlooking Saiyans were rendered speechless, astonished by such an extraordinary maneuver. Only the intermediate warrior appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the situation. However, noticing that everyone's gaze was directed towards him, he hesitated momentarily before turning to look behind him. To his dismay, he discovered that the energy spheres he had narrowly evaded had now encircled him, effectively sealing off his escape route. As he realized his predicament, the energy spheres closed in, colliding with him in an explosive display of energy. What an impressive technique, remarked a senior warrior, nodding in appreciation. Although he, too, could conjure numerous energy spheres, he had never witnessed such control from a distance. If he were in the same position, he doubted he could achieve such a feat indeed. He couldn't fathom how this lower-ranked warrior had honed his skills. Despite the intermediate warrior's superior combat power, he could not match Luo Xian's battle experience and innate talent. Another senior warrior concurred, acknowledging that the intermediate warrior's combat abilities paled in comparison to Luo Xian's. Lin, who was also observing, nodded in agreement, feeling a deep sense of reflection. Previously, on this very gravity platform, she had only exerted 30% of her strength to defeat Luo Xuan. Now, however, he had advanced ahead of her. Surely, the intermediate warrior must have sustained considerable injuries from being engulfed by such a multitude of energy spheres. A fellow intermediate warrior shuddered at the sight of the dense cluster of energy spheres, feeling goosebumps rise all over his body. If he were struck by so many, he would undoubtedly be incapacitated. Yet, given the intermediate warrior's formidable combat prowess, he might have merely sustained minor injuries. As the dust settled, the spectators beheld the scene within. Their astonishment palpable, the intermediate warrior appeared entirely unscathed. How is this possible? Exclaimed a senior warrior incredulously. Regardless of one's strength, being bombarded by such an array of energy spheres should have resulted in some form of injury, even if merely a torn garment. The contrast was stark. Though Luo Xuan remained unharmed, he looked disheveled, whereas the intermediate warrior exhibited no signs of distress whatsoever. What is that? An observant individual noted a faint halo surrounding the intermediate warrior, an anomaly not typical of Saiyans. It bore resemblance to the defensive shields of the Zafurians. A powerful Saiyan, having previously encountered the Zafurians, furrowed his brow in recognition. He understood that the Zafurians possessed technology capable of generating defensive barriers that even energy spheres could not penetrate. Indeed, this was a Zafurian defensive shield, seemingly implanted directly into the warrior's body. Another senior warrior nodded in affirmation, recalling having seen such technology before among the Zafurians, whose warriors, while not particularly strong in combat, possessed advanced technology. He had witnessed Zafurians implanting these defensive shields, which could be activated upon receiving an attack. Thus, it became evident that this intermediate warrior could no longer be considered a true Saiyan. Upon hearing this exchange, others began to react. In the eyes of Saiyans, those who underwent modifications could not be deemed true Saiyans. A fervent discussion erupted among the crowd, the area around the gravity platform buzzing with chatter. As long as I can defeat you, whether or not I am a Saiyan is for me to decide, said the intermediate warrior, seething with anger as these words reached his ears. Initially, he had intended to keep his identity concealed, but the sheer number of energy spheres had left him no choice. With his defensive capabilities, he surely would have been gravely injured. If he were to engage the lower-ranked warrior thereafter, his chances of victory would be negligible. Thus, in this critical moment, he resolved to activate his defensive shield. Luo Xuan gazed at the individual as he activated the defensive barrier, momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly regained his composure. It seemed this fellow's prowess was not solely derived from the brink of death. This intermediate warrior was likely subjected to modifications. Could it be that the Zafluans possessed the technology for such enhancements? This revelation prompted Luo Xuan to ponder the concept of artificial beings. Had the Zafluans truly mastered the art of creating artificial life? An artificial being is crafted directly from human templates, undergoing alterations. And this intermediate warrior appeared to fit that description. You have been transformed by the Zafluans. You are no longer a Saiyan and have no right to be here. A senior warrior declared, directing his words at the intermediate warrior. No right to be here? If you possess the ability, come forth, defeat me, and cast me out, retorted the intermediate Saiyan with a sardonic laugh upon hearing the senior warrior's remarks. The senior warrior, upon hearing this, lost his bravado. He had previously engaged in battle with this intermediate warrior and had been utterly outmatched, overwhelmed by the latter's strength. While his combat experience allowed him to hold his ground momentarily, it was a fleeting advantage. You defeated foes have no standing to judge me. You claim I am modified and unworthy of being a Scion? Step up and prove your mettle. Should you manage to defeat me, you may do as you wish. Otherwise, kindly silence yourselves. The intermediate warrior laughed heartily as the Scions fell silent. Though he had indeed undergone modifications, his combat prowess was unparalleled, with only Luo Xuan capable of standing against him. To him, the others were inconsequential, and thus he held no trepidation. Now that my nature is revealed, I shall no longer conceal my true self. Prepare to witness the extent of my terror. With no responses forthcoming, the intermediate warrior disregarded the others and turned his gaze toward Luo Xuan. Upon hearing this declaration, Luo Xian's expression grew solemn. If this individual truly was an artificial being, how formidable could his strength be? Just as Luo Xuan contemplated, the intermediate warrior shouted, and Luo Xuan sensed the escalating energy emanating from his opponent. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that this intermediate warrior would also possess the capacity for concealment. Initially, their combat prowess was not significantly superior to his own. Yet it now appeared that their strength was on an upward trajectory. Luo Xuan directly employed a detector to assess his data, and the results that emerged left him astounded. His combat power had surpassed 20,000, and it was continually on the rise. To his surprise, this individual had been concealing his true strength from the very beginning. Luo Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He had initially believed that a combat power of 18,000 represented his utmost strength. However, he now discovered that he had indeed surpassed the threshold of 20,000 in combat power. He chuckled, "Isn't it astonishing? Did you know that the Zafurians possess a device capable of detecting combat power? I have previously tested it, revealing that my maximum combat power is 23,421. When I just battled you, your combat power was estimated to be around 16,000. For a Scion, that is quite formidable, but my prowess exceeds 20,000. The intermediate warrior, having enhanced his strength, smiled at Luo Xuan. At that moment, Luo Xuan also sensed this combat power. Indeed, it was over 23,000. Although it slightly diverged from what the warrior had claimed, the discrepancy was not significant. What do you think? Are you feeling intimidated? It is already too late. Noticing Luo Xian's silence, the intermediate warrior called out to him before vanishing in an instant. Luo Xuan was able to sense the presence of qi, yet his speed was utterly incapable of matching that of the mid-level warrior. In an instant, Luo Xuan surged towards the place where the mid-level warrior had vanished, only to find that the warrior had materialized behind him. The very one who had just kicked him away. The mid-level warrior chuckled, then vanished once more, reappearing directly in front of Luo Xuan, and with a swift kick. Send him flying again. Is this how you treated me? The mid-level warrior exclaimed, before once again appearing beside Luo Xuan and delivering a powerful kick that propelled him into the sky. At that moment, Luo Xuan had no opportunity to retaliate. His combat power, a mere 16,000, was no match for the 23,000 of his opponent. Why don't you fight back? Just as Luo Xuan prepared to regain control of his body, the mid-level warrior had already positioned himself above Luo Xuan and struck him in the abdomen with his knee. Luo Xuan was attacked and plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the gravity platform. Thud. The intermediate warrior followed suit, returning to the gravity platform. What is the matter? Why aren't you fighting back? Observing Luo Xian's hard landing, the intermediate warrior chuckled, placing a foot on Luo Xian's back while leaning on his knee, grinning malevolently. Luo Xuan. Upon witnessing Luo Xian's utter inability to retaliate, Ma Shi shouted, preparing to rush forward. Yet, she was restrained by Tressa. Given the current combat prowess of that individual, not even Ma Shi nor the combined strength of the high-ranking warriors present could match him. Combat ability cannot simply be measured by numbers. Luo Xuan. At that moment, Lin clenched her fists tightly. She had not anticipated that this modified Scion would be so formidable. She held a deep disdain for modified Scions. If you concede now, perhaps I might spare you, the intermediate warrior remarked, ignoring everyone else and focusing solely on Luo Xuan. I have not lost. Although Luo Xuan was severely beaten, he did not perceive himself as defeated. Rather, he found this experience to be quite intriguing. Is that so? The intermediate warrior asked menacingly before raising his foot and stomping down with force. The intermediate warrior possessed a combat power exceeding 20,000. And this stomp was no trivial matter. Luo Xuan could feel a sharp pain radiating from his back, as if his bones might shatter. Well, how about that? Are you still defiant? After the stomp, the intermediate warrior maintained his original posture and inquired once more. I will never concede. Luo Xuan would never concede defeat. Just at that moment, a message flashed through his mind. The plugin was being installed. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated in his thoughts. A sound that was exceedingly delightful to Luo Xuan at this juncture. It was the auditory cue of the system downloading a plugin. Although the previous plugins were not installed at critical moments, this one, arriving now, sparked hope within him. Perhaps it would bestow upon him a technique like the Dance of the Void or the Kamehameha, as long as it could enhance his strength. Luo Xuan would not decline it. The plugin installation was completed. The King's Fist was activated, with the shortcut key set to F6. Upon reading this, Luo Xian's heart began to race unexpectedly. He had anticipated receiving a Kamehameha or a similar technique, yet instead, He was granted such a formidable skill as the King's Fist. This technique, created by the North King, was not a direct assault on an opponent. Rather, it amplified one's own physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense several-fold. However, this technique bore significant negative repercussions on the body. If employed beyond one's physical limits, it could lead to collapse. Luo Xuan recalled all these details, and thus, the sudden acquisition of such a powerful ability took him entirely by surprise. The King's Fist comes in various forms, including a standard version and enhanced variants. The standard form, known as the 1x King's Fist, is the most basic manifestation, while the 2x version doubles 1's combat power. It is important to note that the 1x King's Fist does not merely equate to a multiplication of 1. Rather, it represents a 5 times increase of 1's normal combat power. Hey, why the silence? Are you planning to concede? The intermediate warrior, noticing Luo Xuan's quietness, continued to taunt him, pressing down with increasing intensity. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan's consciousness returned to his mind, swiftly reviewing the F6 shortcut. F6, King's Fist normal form, switch, allows one to enhance their physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense several-fold, albeit with considerable negative effects. If the technique is pushed beyond one's physical capacity, it could lead to collapse. Indeed, as Luo Xuan suspected, the subsequent switch would likely alter the multipliers. Currently, the King's Fist was in its normal form, requiring further adjustment to, for instance, 2x, 10x, or 20x. However, at this moment, utilizing the normal form of the King's Fist would be sufficient for Luo Xuan. His combat power stood at 16,762, while that of the intermediate warrior was 23. For 21, easily surpassing him. Even if his battle experience was inferior to Luo Xuan's, the disparity in combat power was overwhelming. To augment his strength further, Luo Xuan had no choice but to employ the King's Fist. In its normal state, it should increase his combat power by 5 times, meaning that upon activation, his strength would rise to 25,143. Hey, still not speaking? Then prepare to meet your end. The intermediate warrior, growing impatient, resolved to strike. Regardless of whether this low-level warrior conceded, he had no intention of letting him off the hook. Finding it amusing, he had played along. But now it was time to act. King's Fist. Luo Xuan shouted, and a crimson radiance enveloped his body, forcefully repelling the intermediate warrior. What is happening? The intermediate warrior gazed at Luo Xuan, astonished by the shimmering red light that emanated from him. How could someone, who seemed on the brink of defeat, rise once more? The other Saiyans observed Luo Xuan's transformation with furrowed brows. Is this some sort of protective shield? One intermediate warrior inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice as he eyed the crimson glow. No, this is not a shield. Rather, it is a manifestation of harnessing one's energy to its utmost potential. The senior warrior who had previously mentioned the protective shield shook his head, clearly recognizing that this was not a defensive barrier but a display of enhanced personal strength. Moments ago, they believed Luo Xuan's combat prowess had reached its zenith, yet now they were utterly astounded to witness him elevate his power even further. Did you enjoy the thrill of battle? Now, it is my turn. As Luo Xuan gazed upon the intermediate warrior, he discerned that the duration of the warrior's utilization of the King's Fist technique could not have been extensive. The strain on his body was now palpable. If he continued to engage in battle under such conditions, it was likely he would not endure for long. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action. With that, Luo Xuan vanished, re-entering combat with the intermediate warrior. Previously, he had been at a disadvantage, yet now he was able to hold his ground. Notably, his combat prowess had surpassed that of the intermediate warrior, significantly increasing his chances of victory. The surrounding advanced warriors were stirred with excitement. The Saiyans, known for their combative nature, felt a surge of adrenaline witnessing such an intense confrontation. Had the disparity in strength not been so pronounced, they would have eagerly joined the fray. The duel between the two on the gravity platform escalated, each exchanging energy blasts with fervor. Fortunately, the gravity platform, crafted by the Zafurians, remained intact despite the fierce battle. Curse it! As the fight progressed, the intermediate warrior found himself increasingly astonished. Luo Xuan's combat strength appeared to exceed his own. His own power had reached a formidable 23,421, yet it seemed Luo Xuan had surpassed that threshold. If the battle continued, defeat was a tangible possibility. Consequently, the intermediate warrior occasionally activated his defensive shield, mitigating some of the oncoming assaults. Breathing heavily, Luo Xuan felt the toll of the skirmish. If he did not conclude this battle soon, his body might succumb to exhaustion. It appeared victory was within his grasp. Teresa, observing the clash on the gravity platform, was equally astonished by the magnitude of Luo Xuan's strength. Nevertheless, his opponent was undeniably formidable. Capable of contesting Luo Xuan at this juncture, something felt amiss. Luo Xuan's stamina seemed to be severely depleted. At that moment, Mashi too sensed an anomaly. During the exchange, Luo Xuan had indeed expended energy, yet it was inconceivable that he had exhausted himself to this extent in such a brief period. Luo Xuan had forcibly augmented his power, a feat that imposed significant strain on his body, leading to this predicament. Lin, standing beside Mashi, voiced her observations. She could see more clearly than others. Luo Xuan had evidently strained to enhance his strength, enabling him to contend with the intermediate warrior. However, such an enhancement seemed to exact a heavy toll on his stamina. Lin realized that the exertion required for this battle was substantial, and it appeared that Luo Xian's consumption of energy was even greater than expected. Thus, it seemed he had augmented his power at the expense of his vitality. Although she could not fathom the mechanics behind this method, she understood that such a tactic would inevitably drain Luo Xuan significantly. Exhaustion, you say? Mashi furrowed his brow, agreeing with the advanced warrior's assessment. After utilizing this technique, Luo Xuan had indeed grown more powerful, yet the toll on his stamina was swift. It was no wonder that he had refrained from employing this tactic previously. The toll it took on him must have been considerable, thus explaining his current state. As Lin and the others recognized the correlation between Luo Xian's enhanced combat abilities and his depleting stamina, the intermediate warrior too grasped the situation. Indeed, the toll is great, but achieving victory over you is more than sufficient, Luo Xuan remarked, though he was uncertain whether he could secure victory. After all, his opponent's strength was not significantly inferior to his own, and the most daunting factor was that the adversary possessed a protective shield, which posed a considerable challenge for Luo Xuan. Then you shall give it a try. Having discerned Luo Xian's intentions, the intermediate warrior became less hesitant. Initially believing that Luo Xuan had unexpectedly enhanced his abilities, only to realize that he had merely exhausted his stamina. If that were indeed the case, there was little to fear, for the battle would soon reach its conclusion. After all, Luo Xian's depletion was far greater than his own. If this trend continued, victory should be within reach. Indeed, he had genuinely attained a combat strength exceeding 20,000, while Luo Xuan had only forcibly elevated his own power. If he failed to overcome his opponent during this time, it would clearly indicate that he held the upper hand. Furthermore, Luo Xuan had no means to breach his shield. Thus, in the current skirmish, it was evident that victory belonged to him. Bang, bang, bang. As the two engaged in combat, each pondered how best to vanquish the other. Hey! Luo Xuan hurled a multitude of energy spheres toward his opponent, yet the intermediate warrior activated a defensive shield, effortlessly deflecting all the energy projectiles. This is of no consequence to me, the intermediate warrior remarked, as he retaliated by launching a barrage of energy spheres towards Luo Xuan. Each sphere detonated upon contact. Yet Luo Xuan remained unscathed. My energy spheres are ineffective against you, and yours hold no power over me either. With the enhancement of the King's Fist technique, Luo Xuan experienced not only a significant boost in combat strength, but also notable improvements in his defense and speed. Consequently, the intermediate warrior's energy spheres posed no threat to Luo Xuan whatsoever. It appeared that the low-level warrior's defenses had also been augmented. A senior warrior glanced at Luo Xuan and, noticing his complete lack of injury, could only shake his head in resignation. This group of elite warriors found themselves outmatched by the low-level warrior, who had proven to be remarkably formidable. Indeed, I wonder how he devised such techniques, enabling him to harness such immense power. Another senior warrior nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of helplessness whether facing the intermediate warrior or Luo Xuan. The pressure Luo Xuan exerted was particularly overwhelming, given that he had attained such prowess solely through his own strength. Suddenly, with a resounding impact, Luo Xuan brought the intermediate warrior crashing to the ground. Despite the opponent's formidable defenses, Luo Xuan's strength and speed had reached an impressive level, allowing him to strike before the defensive shield could activate. However, the intermediate warrior was also capable of countering Luo Xuan's attacks, resulting in an intense exchange of blows. As the intermediate warrior fell to the ground, he vanished in an instant, demonstrating swift agility, while Luo Xuan emerged from the encounter without any injuries. Die! The intermediate warrior bellowed with each strike, as if urging Luo Xuan to evade with greater urgency. Indeed, the punch sailed through Luo Xuan, failing to make contact. It was the Phantom Fist technique, the sole skill Luo Xuan had comprehended on his own, allowing him to leave an afterimage when moving at high speed. Oh, employing that technique again? The intermediate warrior chuckled, yet he believed it to be easily countered. Right here, Luo Xuan declared, appearing directly behind the intermediate warrior just as he swung a punch. However, the strike passed through Luo Xuan without landing a blow. This is where you should be looking. Luo Xuan's voice resonated behind him as he hurled the energy sphere at the intermediate warrior, resulting in an immediate explosion. Under normal circumstances, such a maneuver would have proven ineffective. However, the warrior had no time to react or activate his defensive shield, and thus was struck directly by Luo Xuan's energy sphere, sending him flying. What Luo Xuan had employed was merely the double Phantom Fist, a technique he was aware would not deceive the intermediate warrior had he used the Phantom Fist alone. Yet, the double Phantom Fist was a different matter entirely, marking its inaugural use, rendering the intermediate warrior more susceptible to deception. Curse it, muttered the intermediate warrior, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite his formidable combat prowess, it was not solely a product of his own training. Consequently, his defensive capabilities were rather limited. Had it not been for his protective shield, he would undoubtedly have been no match for Luo Xuan. It appears that your shield cannot endure for long, otherwise there would have been no need for you to lower it so briefly. Luo Xuan remarked calmly that the intermediate warrior only activated the defensive shield during moments of defense. Otherwise, it remained unused. This implies that the intermediate warrior could not sustain the shield for extended periods, but only for brief intervals. Indeed, while you may withstand my assault, I can still drag you down to your demise. Do not forget, I possess a formidable combat power of 13,000, while your strength is merely a forced enhancement. The intermediate warrior did not refute this, acknowledging that his shield indeed could not remain active for long. However, he was correct in asserting that, even if the shield's duration was limited, it was still sufficient to overcome Luo Xuan. After all, Luo Xuan's strength was augmented by the Kaioken technique. While the intermediate warrior, despite employing unorthodox methods to bolster his combat prowess, still possessed a genuine combat power of 13,000. The intermediate warrior's statement held truth. Although his shield could not endure for long, the duration of Luo Xuan's Kaioken was equally brief. Furthermore, the Kaioken technique significantly drained stamina, ensuring that once its effects waned, Luo Xuan would be destined for defeat. I shall endure alongside you, and see who falls first. The intermediate warrior snorted coldly before vanishing, evidently intent on evading to exhaust Luo Xuan's stamina. Is that so? If that were the case, then shattering that turtle shell would suffice. Although this would place immense strain on Luo Xuan's body, there was no alternative. As the intermediate warrior had indicated, the longer the battle dragged on, the more detrimental it would be for Luo Xuan. F6, double Kaioken. Luo Xuan unleashed the Kaioken at double power. In that instant, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through his body, a strong desire to find someone to spar with and release the pent-up strength within him. The double Kaioken manifested a battle power of 33,524, a significant enhancement of 10,000 over his previous strength of 23,000. Thus, Luo Xuan was filled with confidence in his ability to defeat the intermediate warrior. However, he knew that this heightened state could not be sustained for long, compelling him to act swiftly. Suddenly, the aura emanating from Luo Xuan was palpable, and those around him, the Saiyans, sensed it as well. Although they could not perceive the existence of energy, they were acutely aware of the impending danger. The moment Luo Xuan's power surged, it immediately captured the attention of many. It seemed that his combat prowess had ascended yet again. Lin was the first to notice the shift in Luo Xuan's aura, feeling an unprecedented sense of peril emanating from him. He appeared to have transformed into an entirely different being. She was taken aback. She had been completely unaware that Luo Xuan could elevate his fighting capabilities to such heights. While the exact magnitude of his strength was unknown, she sensed that if he desired to eliminate her, it would only require the slightest movement of his finger. Luo Xuan was undeniably formidable. Teresa shook her head in resignation, a wave of despondency washing over her. When she first encountered Luo Xuan, she felt she could contend with him. Now, it seemed he could defeat her with mere ease. What is happening with that low-level warrior? A senior fighter furrowed his brow, sensing that Luo Xuan had indeed grown stronger. Your perception is not mistaken. I too feel the danger emanating from that low-level fighter, a female warrior remarked, acknowledging the unprecedented threat Luo Xuan now posed. Ignaz, who had previously engaged Luo Xuan using underhanded tactics to inflict severe injuries upon him, now found himself at a loss for words. Had he known Luo Xuan could become so powerful, he would never have sought to provoke him. Yet, was it too late for regrets? The mid-level fighter on the gravity platform was also stunned upon seeing Luo Xuan. Could it be that his combat strength had increased again? Such a notion seemed implausible. What could a low-level warrior achieve? He himself had only reached this level due to enhancements from the Zafurians. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Yet, this low-level warrior had seemingly attained such strength through his own efforts. Could he continue to grow even stronger? Bam! No one responded to his musings. Instead, it was Luo Xuan's fist that provided an answer. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Although he was aware that this strength was merely temporary and would soon dissipate, he found it quite suitable for combat. Damn it! At this moment, the mid-level fighter was even less inclined to confront Luo Xuan. Having already been outmatched, he felt even more hopeless now. Thus, he resolved to adhere to his previous strategy, to evade. He believed that once this period of Luo Xuan's heightened power passed, he would have the opportunity to defeat him. Thinking of fleeing? Luo Xuan's speed had doubled, making escape impossible for the mid-level fighter. The confined space of the gravity platform left no room for retreat. In an instant, Luo Xuan appeared directly behind the mid-level fighter, landing a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground once more. Shall we continue this battle? Luo Xuan chuckled softly, having previously been at a considerable distance, now suddenly appearing directly before the mid-level warrior. His current strength was more than sufficient to crush the mid-level warrior. Even if your speed has increased, what of it? You still cannot strike me. The mid-level warrior snorted, then promptly activated his defensive shield. Although the consumption of this shield was substantial, it was still manageable for him at this moment. The consumption of Luo Xuan is undoubtedly greater than his own. Therefore, he merely needs to wait until Luo Xuan's time has elapsed before he can directly eliminate him. He now harbors a tinge of regret for having engaged in idle chatter earlier instead of simply dispatching Luo Xuan. What about this? Luo Xuan gazed at the defensive barrier before him and struck it with a powerful punch. However, the barrier merely quivered slightly, effortlessly absorbing the impact of his fist. Futile. Your blows cannot breach my shield, the intermediate warrior exclaimed, relieved to see Luo Xuan's attempts thwarted. Is that so? Luo Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile before he struck the protective barrier once more with a powerful fist. This blow caused the barrier to tremble even more visibly, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Luo Xuan struck the protective shield once more with a resounding blow. Crack. At that moment, fissures began to spread from the point of impact, becoming increasingly dense. Subsequently, in the eyes of the intermediate warrior, filled with terror, the shield shattered. This is impossible. How could my protective shield be breached? This shield cost me a considerable amount of my savings. And to think it was shattered by 3 punches from Luo Xuan was utterly beyond his comprehension. He found it impossible to accept. Now, it is your turn. Luo Xuan was acutely aware that as time passed, his strength would inevitably wane. Thus, acting promptly was indeed the prudent course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, he materialized before the intermediate warrior and delivered a powerful punch. The warrior attempted to shield himself with his hand, yet he was still sent hurtling backward. At this moment, Luo Xuan's prowess was nothing short of overwhelming. With a single blow, he had sent the intermediate warrior flying. And Luo Xuan's strength was unfathomably superior to that of his opponent. This cannot be. This cannot be. How could my defensive shield be so effortlessly breached? The intermediate warrior was clearly incredulous. His shield was formidable. How could it possibly be shattered by Luo Xuan's fist? It is merely a defensive barrier. With a sly grin, Luo Xuan observed that the fellow, who had appeared quite exhilarated moments ago, was now about to face his own reckoning. However, the strength of the defensive barrier was indeed formidable. Were it not for the utilization of the double Kaioken, breaking through that shield would have been utterly impossible. The technological prowess of the Zafurians seemed to surpass Luo Xuan's expectations. Yet, even before the might of the double Kaioken, it was rendered pathetically weak. Mark my words, declared the intermediate warrior, intent on leaping from the gravity platform. In this arena, descending meant defeat, or being knocked unconscious upon it. Surrender was not an option, as Saiyans were not known for capitulation. Thus, the notion of surrender was moot. A direct leap from the platform would undoubtedly signify acknowledgement of defeat. Given Luo Xuan's overwhelming combat prowess at present, there was no need for the intermediate warrior to engage him directly. He merely needed to bide his time until Luo Xuan's window of opportunity had passed, at which point he could strike and eliminate him. He cared not for the rules of the competition. Once Luo Xuan was dead, no Saiyan would stand as a rival to him. Therefore, this maneuver could be deemed a strategic retreat. However, just as he intended to leap, Luo Xuan swiftly kicked him back. Oh, so you thought you could escape? With the power of the double Kaioken at his disposal, Luo Xuan certainly wouldn't allow this adversary an easy way out. Thus, witnessing his attempt to flee, he decisively intervened. Luo Xuan's current speed far surpasses that of the intermediate warrior. Damn it. The warrior was taken aback to find himself directly kicked back by Luo Xuan. His embarrassment transforming into rage, it was evident that Luo Xuan had no intention of allowing him any respite. Consequently, he initiated a counterattack, realizing that retreat was futile. And he could only act according to the circumstances. Naturally, Luo Xuan would not grant him even a moment's pause. As the intermediate warrior launched a punch, Luo Xuan merely deflected it slightly before seizing the warrior's fist with a firm grip. Let go. The warrior attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover that Luo Xuan's grasp was unyielding, rendering him completely immobile. Luo Xuan delivered a decisive punch to the face of the intermediate warrior, his hand remaining clenched. He followed with a swift kick to the warrior's abdomen. Luo Xuan, I will not let you off, the intermediate warrior declared coldly, though he was now devoid of any strength to retaliate. Is that so? Certainly. Had it merely been this, Luo Xuan would not have ceased his assault. After administering yet another thorough beating, he finally relented. It was not out of a desire to stop, but rather because he realized his own energy was significantly depleted, forcing him to deactivate the Kaioken. With a sigh of relief, Luo Xuan regarded the motionless intermediate warrior. This opponent truly proved to be a formidable challenge. Victory! How splendid! I had not anticipated this. What was the name of that low-level warrior? If I recall correctly, it was Luo Xuan. I had heard Lin mention him before. I truly did not expect someone so powerful to exist. Indeed, I am quite eager to challenge him. Luo Xuan felled the intermediate warrior to the ground. And after a brief moment of silence enveloped the arena, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The Saiyans, once tormented by this formidable opponent, now felt a wave of relief wash over them. Luo Xuan, are you all right? Lin inquired, her concern evident as she and Mashi hurried onto the gravity platform, casting anxious glances at him. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I'll recover shortly, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head. This was the most intense battle he had encountered since arriving on this planet. Although he ultimately emerged victorious, the triumph was far from effortless. Fortunately, he did prevail, having succeeded in defeating the intermediate warrior. Lin, what are you planning to do? After confirming that Luo Xuan was unscathed, Lin approached the fallen intermediate warrior. This individual, having undergone modifications by the Zufu people, could no longer be considered a complete Scion. Moreover, his intentions seemed to extend beyond mere confrontation with you. Lin stated calmly. This Scion has been altered, and thus cannot be regarded as a true Scion. He merely sought to establish his dominance by challenging Luo Xuan. After all, a warrior of such formidable strength would not come here simply to seek out Luo Xuan. His sole purpose for being here likely revolves around defeating all the Scions present to assert his authority, undoubtedly with ulterior motives to follow. Luo Xuan merely nodded. He would neither plead with Lin not to take his life nor request the immortal beings to restore his vitality. Luo Xuan does not consider himself a good person, hence, he would not possess such a mindset. Since this individual sought to eliminate him, he naturally would not show any mercy. Had it not been for the limitations of his energy, Luo Xuan might have acted decisively to eliminate the threat. After all, he would not be so foolish as to leave an enemy behind, as this person could very well become a stumbling block in the future. Hey, Lin acted swiftly, gathering an energy sphere and hurling it directly at the intermediate warrior. However, as the energy sphere made contact with the warrior, it was thwarted by a protective barrier. The intermediate warrior opened his eyes, grinned maliciously, and swiftly maneuvered behind Lin, intent on capturing her. You are far too naive if you truly believe I can be easily defeated, the intermediate warrior chuckled, addressing Luo Xuan. With a deft flick of his hand, Luo Xuan conjured a celestial being, which he promptly consumed. In an instant, he executed the F-62, Fold King of Combat technique, vanishing from sight, leaving no trace of his presence. Just then, the crowd heard the faint voice of the intermediate warrior. Upon looking again, they found him behind Lin, while Luo Xuan stood behind him. In a stark contrast, Luo Xuan's hand emerged from the position of the warrior's heart, having penetrated through the very core of his being. In other words, Luo Xuan's right hand had pierced directly through the intermediate warrior's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xuan swiftly dispatched the intermediate warrior. This marked his inaugural act of taking a life, yet he felt no particular emotion. After all, this is the realm of Dragon Ball. Showing excessive mercy would likely result in a dire fate. Bang! Luo Xuan withdrew his hand, and the body of the intermediate warrior, lacking support, fell directly to the ground. Are you all right? Luo Xuan did not approach the intermediate warrior, but instead inquired of Lin. It's nothing, Lin replied, shaking her head. For she had not anticipated that the individual could still possess the strength to assault her. That is good to hear. Luo Xuan nodded. Casting a glance at the intermediate warrior, a frown creasing his brow. He had not anticipated the technological prowess of the Zafurians to be so formidable. Remarkably, after modification, they could attain a combat power exceeding 20,000. However, it seemed that some alterations had occurred, even to their personalities. Under ordinary circumstances, that individual might have chosen to flee. Yet, his immediate instinct was not to escape, but rather to attempt the elimination of Lin, an entirely abnormal response. Let us depart. Others will handle the aftermath here, Lin remarked, oblivious to Luo Xuan's contemplations. Indeed, let us go, he replied. Luo Xuan nodded and followed Lin out. The other Scions glanced at each other before departing as well, for this event had indeed dealt them a minor blow. However, this setback would merely serve as motivation for their future endeavors. Once everyone had left, the mid-level warrior's hand stirred slightly, and then a small scorpion-like creature emerged from within his clothing. It leapt off the gravity platform and burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. No one noticed this diminutive scorpion. In a bustling city, within a towering building, several Zafurians were gathered, engrossed in discussion. Who is this Scion? Why do we lack any information on him? One Zafurian pointed to a still frame on the screen, which depicted Luo Xuan. He appears to be a low-level warrior. We have never heard of him before. Our investigations focused solely on the higher-ranking fighters. Another Zafurian, observing the image of Luo Xuan, shook his head in resignation, acknowledging their previous oversight regarding lower-tier warriors. Indeed, based on the data, this low-level warrior possesses a combat power exceeding 16,000, making him the strongest among these Scions. If that is the case, we need not worry. However, this low-level warrior seems capable of altering his combat power through his innate energy. An older Zafurian regarded Luo Xuan as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Has the data on those Scions been fully compiled? He inquired of a subordinate who appeared to hold a lesser rank, likely responsible for data aggregation. Yes, all records have been documented. Aside from this low-level warrior, only 2 other high-ranking fighters have achieved combat powers exceeding 10,000, with the highest being 12,772, the statistician reported, referring to Lin's combat power. Such details are inconsequential. It seems the Scions are growing restless. We cannot discern their intentions, but they might pose a threat to us. The elder nodded, expressing his concern. That seems unlikely. Without our technological prowess, they would struggle to survive. Moreover, the recent tests indicate their combat power does not constitute a genuine threat to us. A middle-aged man contemplated and replied, while the combat power of these Scions is indeed formidable, it does not warrant excessive concern. Observing that mid-level warrior's combat performance, he could not breach our defenses, so we need not fear them. At present, that assessment holds true. However, circumstances may change. The combat power of these Saiyans is steadily increasing, and this batch appears to be exceptionally strong, the elder continued, expressing his newfound apprehension. Previously, the highest combat power among Saiyans was merely 5,000. Now they have reached this level. We must exercise caution. That is certainly valid. We should remain vigilant. But I believe they would not dare to act against us. After all, they are still in a primitive stage of technological advancement. As long as we keep our technology confidential and do not share it with them, they will inevitably remain dependent on us, the younger Zafurian asserted. Regardless of how powerful the Saiyans may become, they ultimately rely on our technology. Without our support, many would have perished long ago. Let us conclude this meeting. The middle-aged man, evidently in a position of authority, declared, rising to depart. The others followed suit, leaving the conference room with only the two older Zafurians remaining. It seems we may have erred in our decisions from years past, the elder man began, recalling memories of what transpired. Whether it was indeed a mistake remains uncertain. There is still an opportunity for redemption, for the current Saiyans' combat power is not particularly overwhelming when compared to our technological capabilities, the elder woman replied, albeit with a hint of resignation. Though the Saiyans appear strong, their true strength may not be as formidable as it seems. That low-level warrior, however, seems to be an anomaly. The man scrutinized the image of Luo Xuan, furrowing his brow. He had reviewed the footage and noted that this low-level warrior's inherent strength did not seem particularly high. Yet, he possessed the ability to forcibly enhance his combat power. An unprecedented phenomenon among Saiyans. Indeed, he is an anomaly. Did you notice that when the mid-level warrior fell, the low-level warrior appeared to be on the brink of defeat? Yet, in a final surge of strength, his combat power seemed to restore, the woman suggested, replaying the recent battle for the man to observe. That is correct. He appeared to have fully recovered, with no signs of injury remaining. Regrettably, the mid-level warrior was knocked down, and the surveillance cameras failed to capture that moment. The man remarked, his frown deepening. Such instantaneous recovery methods are beyond the grasp of even the Zafurians. The two elders studied the scene intently for a considerable time, but ultimately could not derive any conclusive insights and were left with no choice but to concede their efforts. Meanwhile, on a small planet somewhere in the cosmos, Baburis had made his appearance, prompting great excitement from the North Kai, who seemed to be aware of something significant. Unfortunately, Baburis was unable to speak, resorting to enthusiastic gestures. This is no jest, the North Kai chided, observing Baburis' jovial demeanor. It is no jest. Aha. It is not a jest. After this proclamation, the North Kai covered his mouth, succumbing to laughter. Unbeknownst to these events, Luo Xuan remained oblivious to it all. Luo Xuan, are you truly all right? Moshi cast a worried glance at Luo Xuan, still concerned for him after his recent forced power enhancements, which could impose a significant strain on his body. Yes, I am perfectly fine, Luo Xuan assured. Luo Xuan nodded. Although he had initially felt somewhat exhausted and needed a few days to recuperate, the use of the divine beans had restored him, rendering him fit once more. He had been reluctant to employ the beans, uncertain of any potential side effects. However, in that critical moment, refraining from their use could have resulted in not just the demise of the intermediate warrior, but potentially that of Lin as well. It was indeed remarkable. Within a span of just over a month, he had ascended to such formidable heights. Lin glanced at Luo Xuan, his endearing visage compelling her to pinch his cheeks. How could a Scion possess such adorable features? Only they could truly comprehend the extent of Luo Xuan's efforts in the North Forest. Moshi spoke up. Having accompanied Luo Xuan throughout his trials in the North Forest, she felt no astonishment at his current combat prowess, for she was acutely aware of the immense sacrifices he had made. Could you share your experiences with me? Lin inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was entirely oblivious to the trials Luo Xuan had endured in the North Forest, although she knew that prior to entering, his battle strength had been significantly inferior to hers. Yet, upon his entry into that perilous realm, he had transformed into an immensely powerful warrior, undoubtedly encountering formidable challenges within. Moshi mused, casting a glance at Luo Xuan. Seeing he had no reservations, she began recounting their experiences in the North Forest. Since Lin had also consumed the divine beans previously, there was no need for concealment in sharing these events. After a considerable duration, Moshi concluded her narration. For there was much to recount. Are you suggesting that Scions experience an enhancement in battle strength when hovering near death? Lin pondered aloud, having discerned this intriguing notion. If this were indeed the case, it might present a means to elevate the combat abilities of all Scions, thereby rendering them formidable in future confrontations against the Zafurians. Yes, that is indeed the case. However, do not entertain the notion of relying solely on this method to augment the battle strength of Scions. At this moment, Luo Xuan also spoke up, aware of Lin's thoughts. Why? Lin furrowed her brow, contemplating the matter at hand. After all, the prospect of forcibly enhancing one's strength was indeed worthy of consideration. If she were to venture out and incapacitate those individuals, followed by administering treatment, it should be attainable. In doing so, the overall power of the Scions would be bolstered, granting them greater confidence in confronting the Zafurians. However, this form of forced enhancement merely extracts the potential of the body. The Scions, who are inherently capable of limitless growth, might find themselves hindered in the future due to a fleeting surge in strength. Even after vanquishing the Zafurians, the possibility of being defeated by others still loomed. Luo Xuan shook his head, fully aware of the implications. The remarkable effects achieved were undoubtedly a result of tapping into the body's latent potential. And while it might be manageable a few times, resorting to such methods for a significant enhancement in strength would inevitably lead to dire consequences in the long run. Let's not overdo it. A single occasion should suffice to yield substantial power, Lin pondered, recognizing the validity of Luo Xuan's assertion. Such methods of augmentation would undoubtedly pose challenges to one's physical well-being. However, if executed only once or twice, the side effects on the body ought to be minimal. Much like Ma Shi, who had enhanced his strength twice, thus attaining his current remarkable prowess. But if you incapacitate them, who will tend to their wounds? Luo Xuan posed yet another dilemma. Inflicting severe injuries was indeed an easy feat, yet the subsequent healing process proved to be far more complex. Don't you possess those miraculous beans? Lin contemplated, then turned her gaze toward Luo Xuan. She vividly recalled Ma Shi's words, which detailed the extraordinary properties of those beans. As long as one remained alive, all injuries could be healed. If Luo Xuan had access to such wondrous beans, it would enable the immediate recovery of the severely injured Saiyans. Regrettably, my supply of beans is quite limited, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head, realizing that Lin was now tempted by the allure of enhanced combat power. In order to awaken her from this delusion, he felt compelled to shatter all her beautiful fantasies. Isn't there an abundance of beans? If worst comes to worst, we could seek assistance from the Zafurians. As long as we offer them a sufficient price, they would provide us with treatment. With their technological prowess, they should be able to heal us. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's mention of an abundance of beans, Lin pondered for a moment before replying with a hint of uncertainty. Her tone suggested a lack of enthusiasm towards the Zafurians. Was there something else at play? One or two might be manageable, but do you truly believe that a horde of severely injured Saiyans could approach the Zafurians for treatment without them noticing anything amiss? For instance, that intermediate warrior might have already relayed our situation to the Zafurians. Luo Xuan recalled the intermediate warrior he had just encountered. It was evident that he had been modified by the Zafurians. If the Zafurians had indeed implanted surveillance devices within him, it was likely that the events of their recent skirmish had already been transmitted to them. Furthermore, this intermediate warrior consistently sought treatment from the Zafurians. Thus, it stands to reason that the Zafurians must have recognized this pattern long ago. The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared to him. The warrior's strength certainly suggested that he had survived near-fatal encounters on more than one occasion. Therefore, regarding the nature of the Saiyans, it is conceivable that the Zafurians had already discerned this characteristic. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment, recognizing the plausibility of the situation. After all, the technological prowess of the Zafula people was so advanced that they could not possibly be caught off guard by the Saiyans. Therefore, it was highly likely that the recent battle had been relayed back to the Zafulu through surveillance or listening devices. Indeed, you make a valid point. It seems I was somewhat hasty in my conclusions, Lin acknowledged after some reflection, nodding in agreement. The matter was evidently more complex than initially perceived. What was once thought to be a viable method for empowering the Saiyans now appeared to be fraught with difficulties. Achieving strength through genuine training was the true path for the Saiyans. Relying on shortcuts might lead to stagnation in their progress. Well, it's good that you understand, she continued. But why do you wish to confront the Zafulu? Is it for their technology? Luo Xuan was also taken aback by Lin's eagerness to grow stronger, seemingly driven by a desire to confront the Zafluans. Could it be that Lin harbored such intense animosity towards the Zafluans? Previously, in the anime, the Zafluans were depicted as a peace-loving race. It was perplexing why these Saiyans seemed so intent on their eradication. Perhaps some matters are better left forgotten. Lin chose not to elaborate further. Earlier, Luo Xuan had mentioned that he suffered a severe blow to the head during battle, resulting in amnesia. Consequently, he was unable to recall certain events. Well, I am at a loss for understanding the situation. However, since you prefer not to discuss it, I shall not press you further. Luo Xuan could discern that Lin, while recounting this matter, seemed somewhat reluctant to revisit those memories. It appeared that the Zafurians had committed some unforgivable act, a matter far from trivial. Nevertheless, since it caused her evident distress, Luo Xuan refrained from pressing further. Well, if you wish to know in the future, I will tell you. For now, I must devote myself to my training. Would you care to spar with me? Lin smiled and replied, noting that the Luo Xuan of the past lacked the ability to contend with her. However, the present was a different story. Luo Xuan's combat prowess had significantly improved. Aware that she was no longer a match for him, Lin inquired if he would be willing to serve as her training partner. I would be delighted, he responded, as I am eager to test the effects of this gravity platform. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. Although he too was equipped with a gravity system, encounters with peers under gravitational conditions had become increasingly rare. Thus, he was eager to experiment with combat on the gravity platform. Well, let us proceed, Lin replied, nodding in agreement before turning to exit. What about the rest of you? Luo Xuan gazed at Mo Shi and the others, inquiring about their intentions. We plan to try out the gravity chamber, Mo Shi replied with a smile. At present, the combat prowess of the three of them surpassed that of many senior warriors. Therefore, they believed that locating a suitable gravity chamber for their training would not pose a challenge. Indeed, that is for the best. Manage your time wisely. Training in the gravity chamber will undoubtedly be beneficial for you. Luo Xuan nodded. Although the gravity platform may not rival the benefits provided by the gravity system for the entire body, it would still yield remarkable results for Ma Shi and the other two during their training. After all, they had never practiced on the gravity platform before, yet they had achieved their current combat prowess. It stands to reason that training on the gravity platform would lead to swift improvements. All right, you may proceed with that senior warrior for now. We shall seek out a more manageable challenge shortly, Ma Shi replied, acknowledging the situation. Despite being stronger than many senior warriors, there were still a few whom they could not defeat. Moreover, some senior warriors had become formidable after training on the gravity platform, rendering them virtually unbeatable. They could only look for senior warriors with lesser combat abilities. If they could indeed secure a victory, it would enable them to train on the gravity platform as well. Their strongest member, Teresa, possessed a combat power of just over 5,000. Thus, any challenge they undertook might not necessarily lead to success. Nevertheless, their speed in gathering energy spheres was significantly faster than that of the average Saiyan, allowing them to engage in battle nonetheless. From the recent encounter with the intermediate warrior, it was evident that while his combat strength was considerable, his energy sphere accumulation speed was notably slower. Hence, Luo Xuan surmised that the senior warriors would also not be exceptionally swift in this regard. This was consistent with his previous battle against Ignaz, a senior warrior on the gravity platform, whose accumulation speed was similarly average. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Luo Xuan nodded, and then proceeded to leave directly. Outside, Lin was already waiting for him on the gravity platform, and the body of the intermediate warrior had been disposed of. It seemed that these Saiyans were quite efficient, managing to clean up so swiftly. And there wasn't a trace of blood on the gravity platform. How many times the gravity do you wish to try? I can currently handle up to 5 times the gravity, Lin remarked with a smile, acknowledging that this was her limit. However, since Luo Xuan had yet to experience the gravity platform, she felt compelled to inquire about his preference. Then let us try 4 times the gravity, he responded. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xuan concluded that since Lin was capable of withstanding 5 times the gravitational force, equivalent to 50 times that of Earth, he too should be able to endure it. Ever since he had regained his strength, he had not tested the limits of his body. Therefore, the quadruple gravity, which amounts to 40 times that of Earth, should be manageable for him. Quadruple, you say? Is gradual adaptation unnecessary? Lin was indifferent. The quadruple gravity was well within her capacity for movement. Thus, quadruple gravity seemed suitable. However, Luo Xuan had never attempted such a gravitational platform before, and he was uncertain whether he could adapt to it immediately. No matter, let us proceed with the quadruple gravity. Luo Xuan shook his head and then leapt directly onto the gravity platform. Very well, as you wish. In response to Luo Xuan's request, Lin did not utter a word of dissent. She merely nodded and proceeded to use the controller to increase the gravity to 4 times its normal level. Luo Xuan felt a sudden weight pressing down on him, but he quickly acclimated to it. This gravity was still within his capacity to endure. How do you feel? Lin inquired, having long since adapted to the quadruple gravity herself, so she did not require any further adjustment. It's manageable. Let's proceed, he replied with a nod, signaling Lin to commence. At that moment, Lin exhibited no hesitation, her entire demeanor shifting dramatically as her aura transformed. The battle between Luo Xuan and Lin naturally attracted the attention of many onlookers. Just moments ago, Yuan Shun had engaged in an intense confrontation with that intermediate warrior. Numerous spectators had witnessed it, and Lin was undeniably the strongest among them, capable of withstanding a gravitational force 5 times that of normal. Such a feat was indeed remarkable. Consequently, the clash between these two warriors drew a significant crowd. Among them were those who favored Luo Xuan and others who supported Lin. Although Lin had recently faced defeat against the intermediate warrior, she now fought under 4 times the normal gravity. Lin had long since acclimatized to such conditions. While it was Luo Xuan's first experience, at least in the eyes of all the Saiyans, including Lin and Ma Shi, it was believed that Luo Xuan had never attempted to train under such gravitational constraints. Thus, many were inclined to support Lin in this confrontation. Let's begin, but first, I must insist that you refrain from forcibly enhancing your strength, Lin stated thoughtfully, establishing a precondition. Some might interpret her caution as a sign of trepidation regarding the battle's outcome or a belief that victory was unattainable. However, Luo Xuan understood that Lin was truly concerned about the potential strain that such an exertion could impose on his body. Rest assured, I will not employ techniques that burden my physique. Thank you. Luo Xuan merely wished to dispel the notion that Lin was afraid, thus he uttered a simple thank you. As those words left his lips, many realized that Lin was not terrified of losing. Rather, she was concerned about the strain on Luo Xuan's body. Let us commence, Lin declared before launching her assault. At this juncture, Luo Xuan had reached a point where she needed to exert her utmost strength. Without hesitation, she initiated her attack. Luo Xuan said nothing more, remaining still in place as he awaited Lin's impending assault. Hey, Lin's attack arrived as anticipated, and the two engaged in direct combat. Although this bout lacked the ferocity of Luo Xuan's previous skirmish and did not feature any lethal moves, it was nonetheless captivating. Many spectators gleaned valuable insights from the encounter. Although their clash appeared simple, it was anything but, as both warriors possessed considerable experience. Moreover, Luo Xuan intentionally suppressed his combat prowess, aware that his opponent's capabilities were not on par with his own. Thus, the battle unfolded as a contest of equals, with neither side gaining a distinct advantage. After an exhausting exchange, both fighters were left fatigued, yet ultimately it was Luo Xuan who emerged victorious. Phew, I can't compete with you right now. And you haven't even exerted yourself fully, have you? Lin exhaled deeply, recognizing that the fight seemed evenly matched. Let us take a moment to rest. Luo Xuan said nothing. He had indeed suppressed his combat power. Although he ultimately emerged victorious, the victory was not easily attained. This experience illuminated for Luo Xuan that, when faced with opponents of equal rank and comparable combat capabilities, achieving victory would not be as effortless as he had presumed. Currently, his combat power hovers around 16,000, indicating that he must strive to enhance his strength further. Otherwise, with his present level of power, he may find himself at a disadvantage against formidable adversaries in the future. Luo Xuan possesses a profound intuition. He senses that a formidable adversary is destined to appear in the near future, though the identity of this rival remains shrouded in mystery. Is it one of the inhabitants here, or might it be an entity from the cosmos? This uncertainty lingers in Luo Xuan's mind. Yet he is acutely aware that the fateful day draws near. How did you find the low-level warrior during your skirmish earlier? Inquired a man seated beside Lin. He, too, had witnessed Luo Xuan's confrontation with the intermediate warrior, and subsequently, Lin's engagement with Luo Xuan, thus gaining some insight into Luo Xuan's prowess. Despite being classified as a low-level warrior, the adversary exhibited remarkable combat strength, one that even Lin could not surpass. And that was after the opponent had intentionally diminished their power. The man pondered this, realizing that even his own capabilities might falter against such a formidable foe. Could it be that I cannot prevail? Lin contemplated, glancing at the man beside her, who was indeed her uncle. I share your sentiment. If we were to confront the Zufu people, his involvement would undoubtedly enhance our chances of victory. The man reflected deeply, conducting a meticulous comparison before conceding with a nod. While he was reluctant to admit defeat to a junior, particularly one of a lower rank, the truth remained. He could not triumph. Should that low-level warrior forcibly amplify his combat strength, the outcome would be unequivocally unfavorable for him. His own abilities merely surpassed those of the intermediate warrior by a slight margin, yet when juxtaposed with Luo Xuan's augmented prowess, he fell short. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts regarding whether the low-level warrior would join their cause. After suffering significant injuries, he had forgotten many things, including his animosity towards the Zufu people. Lin recalled Luo Xuan's inquiry from earlier, shaking her head in resignation. It seemed that the recent battle had caused him to forget much, even his hatred. There's little that can be done. Do your utmost to persuade him to join us. If that proves impossible, perhaps he could impart to you the means to forcibly elevate your strength, the man suggested, contemplating the implications of such an endeavor. Of course, I would ultimately execute it. As the ramifications on the body remain uncertain, given that he had already forgotten, they were left with no recourse. After all, the Saiyans currently lacked advanced technology. Mastering that technique seemed exceedingly challenging. Lin shook her head, recognizing the complexity of the move. Moreover, it was Luo Xuan's technique. In broaching the subject of him teaching it felt somewhat awkward. Well, we shall see if he is willing to join us. This low-level warrior's journey may yet be long, the man mused, as if he had gleaned some deeper truth. Lin remained silent, lost in contemplation. Her thoughts a mystery unto herself. The two sat in silence, enveloped in their reflections. Luo Xuan remained oblivious to the fact that Lin was discussing him. Nor did he recognize the identity of the man in question. He was still engrossed in his training. After engaging in combat with that intermediate warrior and Lin during the day, he came to a realization. Although his strength had grown formidable, it had yet to reach an invincible level. In his battle with the intermediate warrior, he had even resorted to using the Kaioken technique at double its usual capacity to defeat his opponent. Hence, Luo Xuan dedicated himself even more fervently to his training. Although he trained at home, the gravity system he carried with him enveloped everything in an intense gravitational field, with 50 times the normal gravity activated. The ensuing days marked the most tranquil period Luo Xuan had experienced on planet Vegeta. There were no conflicts, each day was devoted to training. Whether in solitary practice or engaging with other advanced warriors on the gravity platform, these advanced warriors were eager to spar with Luo Xuan. As the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger when faced with formidable opponents remained unchanged, they relished the challenge of battling Luo Xuan, who, in turn, tempered his combat power to match that of his opponents, allowing him to accumulate invaluable battle experience. While his encounters in the northern forest had also enriched his experience, beasts ultimately could not rival humans. When enraged, beasts would simply attack indiscriminately, lacking strategy. In contrast, Saiyans, even when at a disadvantage, would devise tactics rather than merely launching relentless assaults. Thus, Luo Xuan found it fitting to hone his combat techniques against them. with a resounding thud. He sent yet another advanced warrior tumbling from the gravity platform. Rubbing his wrist, he leaped down from the platform. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Aware that despite his efforts to restrain his power, he occasionally miscalculated and inadvertently injured someone. "I'm fine," the advanced warrior replied as he stood, shaking his head. He had come to understand the vast disparity in strength between himself and Luo Xuan. After all, this was merely practice in a real battle. He would likely be defeated in mere moments. Here, none of the advanced warriors regarded Luo Xuan as a lowly fighter. In truth, no one in this place could claim victory over him. "Luo Xuan, someone is looking for you." Just as Luo Xuan was about to leave, an intermediate warrior approached him, someone he recognized, primarily responsible for the operation of the gravity platform and dealings with the Zufu people. Though classified as an intermediate warrior, she held significant importance, and the advanced warriors never treated her as merely a lower-tier fighter. However, upon hearing her words, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. He had no friends here and was unfamiliar with anyone. Who could possibly be seeking him? "Who is looking for me?" Luo Xuan inquired with curiosity, unaware of who might be seeking him. If it were someone familiar, they would have come directly, perhaps conveying a message through this individual. Could it be a Zafula person? Luo Xuan spoke once more. "Here, only the Zoful people would seek me out through this individual." Indeed, the Scion nodded in agreement, though she too was uncertain as to why the Zoful people would be looking for Luo Xuan. Nevertheless, as someone responsible for dealings with the Zoful, it was imperative to inquire further. After all, it was possible that Luo Xuan had exchanged something of significance with them. "Very well, I shall accompany you to meet them." Luo Xuan pondered for a moment. Since the Zafula people were aware of his existence, it was likely that the previous battle had indeed been detected. Thus, it was only natural for the Zafulu to seek him out now. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to investigate. "Follow me," the intermediate warrior nodded in agreement, preparing to lead Luo Xuan away. "Luo Xuan, I shall accompany you," Lin interjected, having overheard their conversation. "Very well," Luo Xuan replied. Luo Xuan nodded, reasoning that there was nothing amiss in bringing Lin along. Moreover, given Lin's combat prowess, she would be capable of handling any potential dangers. Thus, the trio proceeded in a unified direction. "It is indeed him," an elderly woman remarked to an old man as the three made their entrance. "Indeed." The old man concurred with a nod. A keen observer would recognize that these two individuals were the same ones encountered in the Zufu conference room. "These are the two who seek you," a mid-level warrior stated as he regarded Luo Xuan, making the introduction. "Greetings, you must be Mr. Luo Xuan," the elderly woman began, offering him a warm smile. "Precisely so. May I inquire what brings you both to me?" Luo Xuan gazed at the elderly couple before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as their appearance bore a striking resemblance to humans from Earth, despite being denizens of a two-dimensional realm. "Might Mr. Luo Xuan accompany us for a brief sojourn? There are matters I wish to discuss with him," one of the elders inquired, clearly taken aback. The old man did not expect that the barbaric Scion could exhibit such courtesy. This Scion was markedly different from those he had encountered previously. Were it not for the unmistakable physique and features, one might struggle to ascertain that this was indeed a Scion. "Why must we journey to your domain? Is it not possible to converse in our Scion territory?" Before Luo Xuan could utter a word, Lin had already spoken. Her demeanor was far from pleasant, lacking the usual warmth she displayed. Luo Xuan was somewhat intrigued by this sudden shift. Could it be due to the fact that they were Zafurians? That seemed unlikely. If her attitude was solely dictated by their heritage, she would not have utilized the gravity platform crafted by their kind. Could it be the two individuals before her that stirred such sentiments? Luo Xuan pondered deeply and concluded that there was only one possible explanation. Lin was not directing her words at him, but rather at the two Zafula individuals before him. Could it be that Lin was acquainted with these two? That seemed unlikely. The main issue was that there were certain items we could not conveniently bring along, and we needed to request Mr. Luo Xuan to come and inspect them. At this moment, the elderly gentleman who had remained silent finally spoke up. "How do you know my name is Luo Xuan, and what is it that you wish to show me?" At this moment, Luo Xuan also grew vigilant, for Lin's demeanor suggested that these two individuals might not be of noble character. "You have exchanged a weapon with us. It is noteworthy that no Scion has ever wielded a weapon before. Therefore, we remember you, and the items we have shown you are also related to weaponry. I wonder if you might be interested?" The man continued. This was information he had previously gathered. He had initially assumed that a low-ranking warrior would have little to no record, yet he unexpectedly acquired such valuable intelligence. This Scion had indeed forsaken the traditional use of fists and feet in favor of purchasing a weapon. Thus, the two of them grew increasingly intrigued by this Scion. "Weapons? I have no interest." Luo Xuan shook his head. He already possessed a weapon, and acquiring another seemed futile, rendering the proposition rather meaningless. The two Zafulu were momentarily taken aback, having assumed that this Scion had an affinity for weapons. It appeared their previous plan required reevaluation. They had initially believed that a discussion about weaponry would pique Luo Xuan's interest, or at the very least, entice him to accompany them for a glimpse. However, the current circumstances seemed to defy their expectations, as Luo Xuan exhibited no inclination towards the matter whatsoever. "Mr. Luo, please do not rush away." This weapon differs somewhat from the one you currently wield. Are you truly not the slightest bit intrigued? The elderly man refrained from elaborating further, instead fixing his gaze upon Luo Xuan, believing that such an approach might better capture his interest and persuade him to join. Apologies, but I am not interested. Luo Xuan shook his head, genuinely disinterested in the matter at hand. He was not the dual-blade Luo Xuan. One weapon was sufficient for him, and there was no need for more. Thus, he held no fascination for any weaponry. What a pity, the old man continued. That weapon was crafted from the iron ores you collected prior. I am certain you would find it intriguing. He elaborated that the metals were gathered by the Saiyans. And since Luo Xuan had also partaken in the collection, the old man believed he would be keenly interested. Are you referring to the memory metal? Indeed. Luo Xuan has developed a modicum of interest, for those memory metals are, after all, fragments of fallen meteors, which is rather intriguing. Memory metals? The term is, in fact, quite apparent. The old man, upon hearing this word escape Luo Xuan's lips, were momentarily taken aback. This crude scion was capable of uttering such poetic terminology. Nevertheless, it seems the term is perfectly suited to describe those metals. Yes, precisely what you mentioned. It appears you possess some understanding of these metals. Indeed, those metals are endowed with memory functions, capable of restoring themselves regardless of the damage incurred. Nodding in agreement, it is evident that, as Luo Xuan articulated, these metals seem to possess a memory-like quality, slowly regaining their form after any injury. Therefore, the designation memory metals is truly fitting. However, I remain entirely disinterested. And it seems you have amassed a considerable amount of iron, or it would be implausible to utilize it for crafting obsolete cold weapons. Such materials would be far more beneficial for scientific inquiry, particularly in areas prone to damage. Luo Xuan shook his head. Even if it were indeed memory metal, what purpose would it serve? Thus, it held no significance for him whatsoever. This was undeniably true, yet we are still in the experimental phase, crafting a small prototype resembling a cold weapon to explore its potential applications. The man could hardly fathom that Luo Xuan had contemplated so much. Was this truly the same Scion he had previously known? The Scion he once encountered possessed not a shred of technological insight. Yet now, this Scion spoke with such eloquence. Could it be that this Scion differed from the others? To experiment? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning of this experiment. What significance lies in testing a metal not fashioned into advanced technology, but rather into a cold weapon? Indeed, amidst these metals, we have uncovered a remarkable memory function, specifically a sound memory capability. It was the elderly woman who spoke next, having quietly listened until she perceived Luo Xuan's burgeoning interest. It is true that these are merely metals, yet they possess memory. Furthermore, it appears these metals are particularly sensitive to sound, as if they can comprehend human voices. Are you suggesting that the metal can also retain memories of human voices? Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan's interest was finally piqued. If this metal merely functioned as a basic memory device, it would lack significance. However, the fact that it can discern sounds elevates its importance to remarkable heights. Yet, it seems that their sensitivity is limited. They cannot truly listen to us. Through our research, we discovered that these metals may not be particularly attuned to the voices of our Zafuri people. Thus, we intend to find a Scion to conduct further tests. After all, we currently maintain a cooperative relationship, and you are the sole Scion who has purchased weapons from us, which is why we sought to engage you in conversation. The old man spoke again, his reasoning sound and coherent. Had it been any other Scion, impatience would have surely set him by now. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan found himself increasingly intrigued by the matter at hand. What do you say, Mr. Luo Xuan? Would you be interested in accompanying us to assist our Zafuri people? In return, we could provide you with some items you may require, or even offer you the cold weapons intended for experimentation. Observing Luo Xuan's growing curiosity, the old man continued, his words both persuasive and appealing, promising assistance and compensation for his efforts. Luo Xuan discovered that the Zafurians bore a striking resemblance to certain humans on Earth, a temperament he had yet to observe among the Saiyans. Very well. I shall accompany you to witness this for myself. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment. Given his current prowess, he believed he could easily extricate himself from any potential predicament. Thus, he felt no apprehension regarding any tricks the Zufu people might employ. I shall accompany you, Lin interjected, having listened to Luo Xuan's previous discussions with them. As they were about to proceed, she expressed her desire to join him. She harbored a nagging suspicion that the intentions of these Zufu individuals were far from innocent, and she felt a palpable aversion towards the two of them. Although she could not recall any specific encounters with them, their presence filled her with discomfort. Standing alongside these Zufu people elicited a sense of distaste within her. Consequently, she worried that should Luo Xuan encounter any peril, they would be able to look out for one another. There is no need for that. Simply await my return here. I am merely going to test the weapon. There is little danger involved. Luo Xuan shook his head, fully aware that this matter was unlikely to be as straightforward as it appeared. Thus, the necessity for both of them to venture together seemed rather superfluous. After all, should complications arise, their joint presence could potentially hinder them. Both he and Lin might find themselves ensnared due to the other's circumstances. Consequently, Luo Xuan was reluctant for his friend to accompany him on this perilous undertaking. Very well. As you wish. After gazing into Luo Xuan's eyes for a considerable time, Lin finally nodded and spoke in a tone that reflected a certain tranquility. Luo Xuan conveyed to her that, should any situation arise while she was outside, she would be able to come to his rescue. Lin understood the implication of Luo Xuan's words and thus refrained from further discussion. If there are no objections, may I request Mr. Luo to accompany us? The elderly gentleman remarked, noticing Lin's lack of intention to follow. Beside him stood a vehicle-like contraption, which, while somewhat familiar to Luo Xuan, bore some distinctions from the cars of the present day. Indeed, Luo Xuan nodded, uncertain of what the other party had truly discovered. However, he was aware that it was not merely a matter of research that prompted the invitation for him to take a look. There undoubtedly lay something else beneath the surface. If he were not mistaken, his earlier confrontation with that mid-level warrior had been under surveillance. Thus, the request for him to come now could indeed harbor some peril. As he pondered this, the man, concerned about Luo Xuan's ability to open the car door, took the initiative to assist him. Rest assured, I shall return before sunset. Luo Xuan spoke softly before stepping into the vehicle. After bidding farewell to Lin, the two Zafurian individuals also entered the car and departed from the location. Watching the receding vehicle, Lin chose not to linger any longer and turned to head towards the training grounds of the Saiyans. Very well. If I do not return before sunset, I shall lead the Saiyans to confront them. Inside the vehicle, Luo Xuan began to inquire about the cold weapons. Yet he gleaned little information. It appeared that both individuals were reluctant to divulge much, responding to Luo Xuan with a sense of indifference. Meanwhile, the elderly woman retrieved an object resembling a communicator, seemingly pressing various buttons. She did not seem to mind Luo Xuan's presence, operating it openly before him. He could discern the characters she was inputting. A brief message appeared, create a small quantity of cold weapons from Zephyr metal, regardless of shape. The faster, the better. With this succinct statement, Luo Xuan comprehended the entire situation. There were, in fact, no weapons. It was merely a ruse devised by these two Zafurians to lure him in. Their disregard for his presence might stem from the notion that Saiyans could not decipher these characters. Perhaps there were very few Saiyans who understood the script of the Zafurians. It was possible that this script was a creation of the Zafurians, a form of communication unknown to outsiders, used solely among themselves. Luo Xuan recognized that these characters were not part of the traditional Zafurian script. Possessing the multiversal translation system, he was adept at discerning various scripts. Thus, even if it were a newly devised script for daily communication among the Zafurians, he found it quite manageable. For any written text, the multiversal translation system could provide an immediate translation. At this juncture, Luo Xuan recalled that this planet was not currently called Planet Vegeta. It should rightfully be referred to as Zephyr. Planet Vegeta was originally named Zephyr, home to the highly civilized and peace-loving Zafurians. Therefore, it seemed appropriate to call it Zephyr. As many years had passed since the Great War, after which the Saiyan king, Vegeta, renamed Zephyr to Planet Vegeta, establishing it as the Saiyan stronghold. However, Luo Xuan kept this knowledge to himself, pondering the Zafurians' willingness to utilize that extraordinary metal to forge a cold weapon at this moment. Mr. Luo, we are about to arrive at the Zafurian town, the female Zafurian announced. As Luo Xuan contemplated the intentions of these Zafurians, he learned that her name was Souls, while the man's name was Course. Both were doctoral researchers among the Zafurians. They did not elaborate on other subjects and seemed unwilling to provide further details, especially regarding their research, which they vaguely described as an investigation into metals. Luo Xuan was not particularly interested in this information. His sole curiosity lay in understanding why these two Zafurians had summoned him. Gazing out at the city, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The city bore a resemblance to Earth. It featured supermarkets, roads bustling with people, and numerous patisseries. The only notable difference was the comparatively shorter stature of the inhabitants, who seemed to belong to a two-dimensional realm. Nevertheless, the ambience was pleasant, as there was a semblance of urban life. It was no wonder the Saiyans sought to conquer this place. In comparison, the stone-built houses of their own homeworld paled in contrast. This place was indeed quite splendid. After observing for a while, Luo Xuan remarked, the ambience here is indeed delightful. He thought to himself that not only Saiyans, but he himself would wish to reside in such a place. This truly felt like the essence of home. Indeed, we had hoped for you Saiyans to dwell with us. He continued, yet our invitation was declined, though the reason remains a mystery. Were you to inhabit this space, we could offer an abundance of excellent amenities. Even the training grounds you favor could be provided. Souls nodded in agreement, recalling that the Zoflu people had previously attempted to establish communication with the Saiyans, only to be met with rejection. Perhaps we are perceived as somewhat barbaric. Entering such a city could indeed disrupt its governance. Just imagine. If the Saiyans were to engage in a brawl on the streets over a trivial disagreement, it would pose a considerable challenge to maintain order. Luo Xuan casually remarked that he had no way of knowing such matters. If it were him, he might indeed agree, but since the Saiyans had expressed their dissent, it undoubtedly stemmed from their own justifications. Souls was at a loss for words, as Luo Xuan's statement held a kernel of truth. Nevertheless, Both were somewhat astonished that Luo Xuan, upon entering, could articulate such thoughts. Could he truly be a Scion? Urban management? Negative repercussions? Had the Scions truly contemplated these issues? What they did not realize was that Luo Xuan was not a Scion, nor a denizen of this planet, or even this world. He hailed from another dimension. Thus, these concepts were not entirely foreign to him. After all, in a conventional context, the world of the second dimension was merely a figment of the imagination of those from the third dimension. Within it, many elements bore a striking resemblance to the third dimension. Therefore, even in this second-dimensional city, Luo Xuan felt an inexplicable familiarity. Souls remained silent, and so did Luo Xuan, quietly observing the ebb and flow of the Zufu people, whose appearances bore a notable similarity to Earthlings. The vehicle traversed through a labyrinth of roads, showcasing a remarkably efficient transportation system. It was indeed difficult to fathom that on such an advanced planet, the Saiyans were still perceived as a savage tribe. Perhaps it was truly due to their reluctance to coexist with the Zufu people. Of course, Luo Xuan had no intention of altering anything. His arrival here was not motivated by a desire for change. Witnessing the Zufu people would not compel the Saiyans to cease their aggression in favor of cooperation. In the present moment, Luo Xuan resembled an observer, disinterested in instigating any transformations. As time passed, they soon came to a halt at a location, a towering building. It was Luo Xian's first encounter with such a lofty structure in this world. "Mr. Luo Xuan, this is our experimental base," the driver, course, announced as the vehicle came to a stop. It turned out that this was merely one of the Zufu people's experimental facilities, considering the vast number of Zufu inhabitants. It was improbable that they possessed only this singular base. "Please follow us, Mr. Luo Xuan." Course gestured for Luo Xuan to disembark and guided him toward the interior of the edifice. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan followed the two Zufu people deeper into the premises. Having arrived at this juncture, it seemed prudent to venture further. Retreating now would likely prove more disadvantageous. Moreover, Luo Xuan had previously observed their preparations for a cold weapon, thus it was improbable they would resort to violence upon his immediate entry. Furthermore, Luo Xuan was no longer the person he once was. Confronting him would not be a simple endeavor. At least, those possessing superior combat abilities should be scarce on Zafurian Star. Even when faced with advanced technological weaponry, Luo Xuan remained confident in his capacity to handle the situation, leaving little cause for concern. This way, course guided Luo Xuan along a different path. Externally, the structure appeared modest, yet internally it twisted and turned in a labyrinthine fashion. A person lacking a sense of direction would easily become disoriented within these confines. Fortunately, Luo Xian's memory served him well, preventing such a predicament from arising. Thus, he continued to follow closely, unaware of the weapon that awaited him. Finally, after a lengthy passage, course came to a halt before a door and addressed Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan cast a glance at the words above, which clearly stated VIP room. Of course, he chose not to comment further, feigning ignorance as he proceeded to enter alongside them. "Mr. Luo, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly," said the attendant, and with that, the two of them exited, leaving Luo Xuan alone within the confines of the VIP room. Luo Xuan did not elaborate further. He merely surveyed the surroundings and, upon realizing there was no imminent danger, felt a sense of relief. What could these Zufu people possibly be scheming? Was it merely a ploy to buy time? That seemed implausible, for such an action would bear no significance whatsoever. Luo Xuan reclined on the sofa, having not sat on one for quite some time. The sensation was indeed delightful. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open, and several women entered, presenting an array of delectable dishes before Luo Xuan. "What is the purpose of this?" Luo Xuan, feigning ignorance, inquired about the items before him, all of which were indeed edible. It was evident that their arrangement was intended for his consumption. Just moments ago, Dr. Course had mentioned that there was a slight issue with the cold weapon, which might require a brief wait. Hence, one of the young women suggested treating Mr. Luo Xuan to some refreshments in the meantime, assuring him that the doctor would arrive shortly. One of the girls remarked that the individual's voice was truly melodious. Luo Xuan gazed at the array of food before him and nodded in acknowledgement. The girls then promptly departed, leaving him to indulge in the feast without further ado. Luo Xuan was uncertain whether it was due to his prolonged abstinence from such delicacies or the innate propensity of Saiyans for indulgence, but upon encountering these culinary delights, he found himself unable to resist and began to partake eagerly. Exquisite, utterly delectable. After just a few bites, Luo Xuan could not help but extol their virtues. Regardless of the circumstances, these dishes were undeniably delightful and perfectly suited to his palate. Therefore, he felt immense satisfaction in savoring these treats. He had not anticipated that such exquisite fare could be found on planet Vegeta. As Luo Xuan savored his meal, he continuously offered praises. In the end, he consumed everything, yet still felt somewhat unsatisfied. He mused that if he could have just a few more servings, he would surely be able to indulge even further. After all, being a Scion, his capacity for food was substantial. Luo Xuan also discovered a delightful advantage of being a Scion. Their stomachs could accommodate a great deal of culinary delights, which was a joyous prospect for a food enthusiast. Just as he felt a pang of lingering hunger, the door to the room swung open once more, revealing the return of the Zafurians, souls, and course. Observing that Luo Xuan had devoured everything without much surprise, they were well aware of the Saiyans' voracious appetite. Did you enjoy your meal, Mr. Luo Xuan? Souls inquired with a cheerful smile. Indeed, it was exceedingly delicious, Luo Xuan replied. Although Luo Xuan was aware of their intentions, he refrained from inquiring further. After all, once he beheld the creation forged from memory metal, if it proved feasible, he would devise a means to bring it back. His curiosity regarding the extraterrestrial iron remained piqued, especially as these metals were indeed memory metals. Even in his previous life, Luo Xuan had never encountered such materials, which only heightened his intrigue. Very well, the preparations are complete. I entrust this task to you to give it a try, he stated. Course nodded in acknowledgement. Having already crafted the cold weapon using the simplest methods, it was merely a cold weapon, and once Luo Xuan had examined it, they could truly delve into the intricacies of their discussion. All right. Luo Xuan nodded, realizing that the main event was finally approaching. Had it not been for his curiosity and the apparent ulterior motives of the Zafula people, he would not have ventured here. He harbored concerns that this matter might be connected to him, or perhaps related to the Saiyans, thus compelling him to seek the truth. Consequently, under the guidance of the two individuals, Luo Xuan proceeded in another direction, only to discover that they were indeed not in this location. It became clear that the two Zafulu had merely been stalling for time. Luo Xuan followed two Zafulu individuals as they proceeded in a different direction, a path he had evidently traversed moments earlier. Indeed, it seemed that their previous endeavor was yet unfinished. These two were merely stalling for time. However, Luo Xuan harbored no particular thoughts on the matter, given their arrangement. He was keen to observe the true intentions of the Zafulu. This is the place. Let us enter, Souls remarked to Luo Xuan, subsequently guiding him into the laboratory. Luo Xuan nodded and followed him inside. The laboratory was indeed quite spacious, bustling with numerous Zafulu individuals, each engrossed in their tasks. Upon noticing Luo Xuan's entrance, they merely glanced in his direction before returning to their work. After all, this was a laboratory where many operations required attention, leaving little time for idle greetings. Let's proceed. I have already briefed the staff, Souls remarked, the phrase briefed being merely a euphemism for delaying. Luo Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then followed the two Zufu people as they proceeded to the left. Before long, they came to a halt. Souls nodded toward one of the Zufu individuals, and a door before Luo Xuan swung open. Indeed, the surroundings were replete with advanced technology, starkly contrasting with the Saiyan realm, creating the sensation of stepping into an entirely different world. Inside, numerous Zufu individuals were present, seemingly researchers, who stepped aside upon seeing Souls and Kreis, leaving only one person behind. What is it? Kreis inquired of the individual, speaking in a language that Luo Xuan could comprehend. It was neither a dialect nor a script of their own invention. Hence, Luo Xuan understood perfectly, as in the world of Dragon Ball, there were no other languages. Every being, every race could converse with one another. As for why Mashi and the others could not understand the language of the dragon, there was likely a singular reason. Everything was prepared. The Zufu individual nodded in affirmation, indicating that all was indeed ready. Luo Xuan was certainly aware of the implications of being prepared. It was evident that the so-called cold weapons had been readied. Remarkably, they had been forged in such a short span of time, leaving Luo Xuan uncertain about the nature of these cold weapons, swords, spears, or staffs. Mr. Luo Xuan, everything is in place. Unfortunately, we have no means to enable the memory metal to comprehend our language, so we must resort to yours. Although the Zafulu and Saiyan peoples communicate in a similar tongue, subtle accents create distinctions between them. Therefore, it is imperative for Luo Xuan to take charge. Yet, this entire scenario is merely a performance. Once we navigate through this segment, we can seamlessly transition to the main matter at hand. Luo Xuan understood that these two Zufu people had gone to great lengths to summon him, and it was evident they had ulterior motives. It could not possibly be a mere ruse to deceive him. Thus, both Zufu individuals were playing a part, and Luo Xuan chose to play along. After all, as long as it pleased them, it was not his burden to bear. This reflected Luo Xuan's inner thoughts. As long as the Zufu people refrained from disclosing their intentions, he would continue to indulge in their charade, for it was hardly a challenging endeavor. Very well, let us proceed. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. Before him lay a box, which presumably contained the so-called cold weapon. Open it, Souls instructed another individual. The person complied, and before long, the box in front of Luo Xuan was unsealed. However, at the very moment it opened, Luo Xuan was rendered speechless. Inside the box indeed lay a cold weapon, one that he recognized all too well. It was a staff. A crimson staff, unmistakably the Rui Jingu Bang from the world of Dragon Ball. What on earth was happening? How could this Rui Jingu Bang appear here? On the planet Vegeta, in the territory of the Zafurians? Wasn't this artifact a product of Earth? What could this mean? Was it perhaps crafted from memory metal? Luo Xuan gazed upon the Rui rod, still somewhat incredulous. Could it truly be crafted from memory metal? The Dragon Ball series seems to provide no clarification. It does not specify the material of the Rui rod that connects Karen Tower to the temple, nor does it indicate when it first appeared, as it has always been there. Initially, Sun Wukong utilized it, but but subsequently he ceased to do so, given that he could ascend directly to the temple. Thus, it has not been seen since, leaving one to ponder its whereabouts. Is it possible that the Rui rod was indeed forged by the Zafurians? Yet, why would it manifest on Earth? Luo Xuan was certain that it was neither Sun Wukong nor any Saiyan who had brought it here. Could it be that the Zafurians had once visited Earth? That seemed implausible as well. Yes, precisely that. This memory metal can be controlled by sound. Although we have yet to fully comprehend its specifics, which is why I would like to seek your assistance. Souls remarked that it was not originally meant to be this complicated. However, having already made the statement, he felt compelled to proceed in this manner to avoid arousing Luo Xuan's suspicions. All right, I am willing to assist. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xuan readily agreed. Had it been another type of cold weapon, he might have paused for a moment. However, this was no ordinary weapon. It was the Rui Jingu Bang. He must acquire it, and regardless of the circumstances, he would return it to Earth. Very well, let us proceed. This memory metal indeed possesses the ability of mnemonic language. Yet, the Zufu people seek to explore not merely this aspect, but also other functionalities. Moreover, the metal's extraordinary mnemonic capacity is of paramount importance. Even though the Zufu civilization boasts advanced technology, they have yet to develop such a remarkably potent memory metal. Thus, to preserve its integrity, they fashioned the metal into the form of a rod, safeguarding it to the greatest extent while ensuring it remains usable in the future. Luo Xuan accompanied them to a device, which was clearly connected to the Rui stick. Luo Xuan cast a glance at the device, observing that the inscriptions were quite simplistic. Composed in the script of the Zufula people, there were merely 3 spaces, 1 for a name and 2 for commands. As this was merely a preliminary test, there was no necessity for an abundance of spaces. 1 would be designated for a name, while the other 2 would serve as commands. Give it a try, he suggested. Sultz, anxious that Luo Xuan might be unaware, promptly added that there was little time for extensive preparatory work. All right, Luo Xuan responded. Luo Xuan nodded. This name undoubtedly referred to the Rui scepter. Luo Xuan gazed at the machine before him. It was a small contraption, evidently hastily assembled, lending it a somewhat crude appearance. Is this where one speaks? Luo Xuan gazed at an object that resembled a microphone, uncertain if it was indeed intended for sound recording. Indeed, albeit somewhat rudimentary, this device could directly inscribe spoken words onto the memory metal. However, the duration of its recording capability remained a mystery in our experiments. The maximum recorded time was merely 3 minutes. Souls elucidated that previous trials had been conducted, albeit with a more sophisticated apparatus capable of capturing a vast array of languages. Yet, after their experimentation, they discovered that it ultimately retained only 3 minutes of content. After this duration, the memory metal would erase everything, rendering it forgotten. Well then, let us commence. Luo Xuan nodded, surprised by the method of operation. However, he was eager to try it out, not to prove whether this device could capture his speech, but rather to ascertain if it truly functioned as a wish-granting stick. If it did, Luo Xuan was confident it could record his words. Yet, if it did not, it would merely lead to disappointment. Commence, Luo Xuan instructed. Upon hearing his words, Souls directed the operator. The individual nodded and began to type rapidly on the keyboard. The nature of his tasks remaining unclear, yet the process seemed swift. Meanwhile, words began to materialize on the machine before Luo Xuan. Please enter your name. And press the red button to confirm. Luo Xuan grasped the meaning, but Souls, concerned that he might not understand, offered a direct translation. Wishing stick. With a heart brimming with excitement, Luo Xuan spoke into the microphone. If success were to be achieved, he would surely take this item away. Input successful. Please enter password 1. Souls explained to Luo Xuan, indicating that the time had come to input the password. Extend, Rui stick. A simple 6-character phrase. Luo Xuan was uncertain of its efficacy. Yet, having begun, he resolved to continue. Perhaps success was within reach. Although he felt a tinge of embarrassment uttering those words, he pressed on. Input successful, please enter password 1. Just as Luo Xuan grappled with his awkwardness, Souls spoke again. This caught Luo Xuan off guard, after all. When watching Dragon Ball, it seemed there was no mention of how to restore things, only the command to extend, never to shorten, return to original state. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xuan had no choice but to state this phrase. While it may not have been depicted in the anime, restoring something surely required a command as well. Input successful, generating. The small device's interface displayed this message, and Souls, ever attentive, remained by Luo Xuan's side, elucidating the process. It was evident that this individual was indeed quite capable. Luo Xuan nodded, refraining from saying much more, as he too was engulfed in a sense of trepidation. Should success be within reach, it would undoubtedly lead to the utilization of this weapon in the future. After all, it was the only weapon that could be truly remembered from the Dragon Ball universe, as others were seldom employed. Generation successful. Appeared on the computer screen just as Luo Xuan's anxiety peaked. He understood the message but chose to wait for Souls to translate, feigning ignorance to avoid arousing the suspicions of the Zafurians. If this endeavor were to fail, it would all be in vain. Mr. Luo Xuan, the command has been successfully generated. You may now experiment to see if this cold weapon can transform into other shapes as per your command, Souls informed him. though she held little faith in the outcome. To her, this device seemed entirely futile, as it would inevitably revert to its original form. Nevertheless, she encouraged Luo Xuan to proceed. All right, then I shall give it a try. Luo Xuan nodded. This was the Rui stick, if it could indeed be utilized. He wondered whether the Zufu people would allow him to take it away. However, they were merely a final step away from the experiment, and success was imperative. There were no further issues. They should commence. The staff inspected the Rui stick before handing it to Souls, who then passed it directly to Luo Xuan. There are no apparent problems with this item. It is ready for testing, he stated. During previous trials, when they began recording the language, there were signs of deterioration. Yet now, it appeared to be in excellent condition, devoid of any wear and tear. This exemplified the formidable nature of Zufu technology. If it were anyone else, they would likely be at a loss regarding this matter. However, the Zufu people had managed to overcome this hurdle, which undoubtedly showcased their technological prowess. Nevertheless, they had yet to surmount the limitation of recording only a brief segment of time. They still required a means to rectify this deficiency. As of now, they had not discovered a solution, and it seemed that the memory metal's linguistic capability could only endure for a span of 3 minutes. Luo Xuan took the Rui stick, gazing at its familiar crimson form, feeling a surge of excitement. Extend, Rui stick, he uttered. Luo Xuan let out a low exclamation, and at that moment, the Rui staff began to elongate before the astonished eyes of all the Zufu Lu people. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences, having witnessed it before. The first time they beheld this phenomenon, they were indeed taken aback, marveling at how this metal could seemingly obey commands. However, as such events became more frequent, their astonishment waned. Moreover, the fact that it could only remain in this state for 3 minutes further normalized the experience. Return to your original form. Luo Xuan issued another command, and the Rui staff instantly reverted to its original form. Haha, it truly was a success. Luo Xuan let out a hearty laugh, marveling at the fact that this magical staff truly obeyed his commands. However, could it really adhere to the words of the Zafurian people? Only able to last for a mere 3 minutes? Indeed, success had been achieved. Yet the memory metal's capacity for retaining its linguistic function appeared to be limited to just 3 minutes. We had not managed to transcend this boundary, leaving us in uncertainty about the outcome this time. Although the Zafurian claimed such limitations, she exhibited little enthusiasm, having conducted countless experiments before. Each result had been identical, failing to surpass the 3-minute threshold, and this instance would surely remain no different. The technology itself had not advanced. It was merely a change of personnel involved. Luo Xuan was filled with joy. It was indeed true, and it functioned flawlessly. The magic wand truly obeyed his commands. In fact, during their previous experiments, it had also worked. However, after 3 minutes, it had ultimately failed, which made his current elation somewhat premature. Then, Souls reminded Luo Xuan that they had encountered similar situations in their past experiments, all of which had ended in failure. The primary issue was its lack of durability, as it could not endure beyond 3 minutes, a problem that, to this day, remained unresolved. Is that so? Luo Xuan did not directly hand the Rui Bang to her. Instead, he continued to hold it in his grasp. Indeed, that is the case. If you doubt it, we can conduct a trial in 3 minutes. So spoke Souls, who was well aware that this was not their first experiment of its kind. Thus, she understood clearly that this was fundamentally a technological challenge. To this day, the Zafurian people have been unable to overcome this hurdle, let alone a Saiyan. However, this time, the reason for seeking out the Saiyan was somewhat particular, which is why such a method was employed. Shall we place a wager on it? Luo Xuan smiled and remarked that this was hardly a matter for concern. There was no way it could last merely 3 minutes. He had a strong intuition that it would undoubtedly endure beyond that brief period. Well, how would you like to wager? He inquired. Souls nodded, indicating that it was far more than a mere change of voice. If it were truly that simple, they could easily replicate the voice of a Saiyan. However, the previous experiments had all proven unsuccessful. Thus, it was certain that this attempt would also not succeed. When the metal is placed down, it would be reusable. If it lasts beyond 3 minutes and remains functional, I shall take this Rui Jingu Bang with me. If it fails to function, I will acquiesce to whatever you propose next. Luo Xuan possesses remarkable courage, for he understands that if he fails this time, this item shall never be deemed the Rui stick. Thus, should he possess this object, it is likely to be the Rui stick of the future, albeit currently retained in his own grasp. As for whether it can eventually be returned to the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe, that is beyond his contemplation at present. How could you ascertain that we summoned you for a specific purpose? Souls hesitated, pondering how the Saiyan could deduce their intentions without uttering a word. Indeed, this Saiyan is distinctly different from the others. If this is the case, perhaps rational thought regarding that matter is not entirely out of reach. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. Will you come or not? If you choose not to, then so be it. I shall return this item to you and take my leave. Luo Xuan remarked casually that this was hardly a significant issue, thus there was no need for excessive discussion. Moreover, he had a slight inkling about the reason the Zafurian people sought him out. If that were indeed the case, agreeing to their request would pose no problem. Furthermore, Luo Xuan was confident he would not falter this time, for this matter would require future developments. It was an essential juncture. Very well, I will acquiesce to your request. If it remains functional after 3 minutes, you may take it. If not, you must concede to us. Souls nodded, recognizing this as an extraordinary opportunity. She firmly believed that their scientific advancements were beyond any conceivable resolution, and it was implausible that a Saiyan could achieve such a feat. Just as Luo Xuan exuded confidence in himself, Souls possessed unwavering faith in the capabilities of the Zafurians' technology. Consequently, she felt certain that their scientific dilemmas were insurmountable. How much time remains? Upon hearing Soul's agreement, Luo Xuan nodded and inquired. Since his arrival in this world, he had lost all sense of time, merely observing the cycle of day and night without any means to track the hours. Thus, he was oblivious to how much time had elapsed. 1 minute remains. Souls replied after glancing at the clock. Together, they awaited the forthcoming event, fully skeptical that a Saiyan could prolong this memory medal for over 3 minutes. 30 seconds left. Souls announced, remaining alongside Luo Xuan in anticipation. As the seconds ticked away, Luo Xuan maintained his composure, feeling assured of his victory. 10 seconds, Souls began the countdown. Utterly disbelieving Luo Xuan's assertions. If it were truly so simple to resolve a technological conundrum merely by altering one's voice, what purpose would science serve? Please commence your performance. As the final second approached, Souls regarded Luo Xuan with a calm demeanor, asserting that this was an impossible endeavor. The notion that a mere change of voice could resolve a scientific quandary was utterly unfathomable. Very well, extend my wish-granting rod. Luo Xuan nodded and shouted, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. However, there was no alternative. To take possession of the Rui stick, this was the only course of action. After Luo Xuan's words echoed, there was merely a brief pause before the Rui stick elongated before the incredulous gazes of Souls and the Zoful people. How could this be possible? One of the Zoful researchers, who had dedicated extensive time to this seemingly insurmountable challenge, exclaimed loudly. Had a mere change in vocal tone truly conquered a scientific enigma? Souls, too, was astounded, pondering the underlying principle. Could it be that the memory medal was somehow fond of Luo Xuan's voice? Such a notion seemed implausible. Yet how could one possibly elucidate this extraordinary phenomenon? Return to the original state. Luo Xuan spoke in a calm manner, and the magical scepter immediately returned to its original form. How about it? This scepter now belongs to me. Is there anything you wish to discuss? He added, if not, I shall take my leave. I have grown quite fond of this cold weapon. Observing the awestruck Zufu people, Luo Xuan couldn't help but smile. However, he did not depart immediately, for the Zufu had sought him out for a reason. If he were to leave without further ado, it was likely they would not let him go so easily. I did not expect this memory medal to be so obedient to Mr. Luo Xuan, remarked Course, hurrying over. Given this development, it is only fitting that Mr. Luo Xuan takes it with him. As for other matters, let us discuss them here. Course realized that since Luo Xuan had made such a statement, further discussion would likely be futile. Course was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Xuan could command the memory medal to retain his voice for over 3 minutes. The mechanism behind this phenomenon eluded him. Yet if Luo Xuan's voice could imprint upon the medal, then electronically simulating it would also be feasible. Moreover, while recording his voice, the equipment captured his tone as well. Thus, presenting this small piece of Zufu metal to Luo Xuan posed no issue. If it could contribute to the research on this metal, it would serve as a suitable reward. Luo Xuan was entirely unaware of the remuneration previously offered by Carice, only able to discern that it involved Zafur metal, and in quantities surpassing mere speculation. Thus, he secretly reveled in the unexpected ease with which he had acquired this coveted item. Very well, any inquiries can be addressed later. Luo Xuan also nodded. Having taken someone else's magic wand, he felt that if the demands were not excessively unreasonable, he could acquiesce. Subsequently, Luo Xuan, accompanied by Course, made his way towards the room they had just arrived at. Clearly, the method employed to summon me here was not merely to present me with this magic wand. After Luo Xuan took his seat, he immediately delved into the matter at hand, showing little interest in beating around the bush. It was indeed more prudent to address the main topic directly. Haha, Mr. Luo Xuan is quite forthright. Thus, I shall not meander either. The reason for summoning you today is not related to the memory medal, but rather for another matter altogether. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Kulasi chuckled and replied. There was undoubtedly an ulterior motive for bringing Luo Xuan here, one that was closely intertwined with his formidable capabilities. Well then, do share what this matter is. Luo Xuan nodded, sensing a hint of the truth yet failing to grasp the entirety of the matter. He decided to await Course to elucidate further. We have previously viewed recordings of your battles. Your physical prowess appears to exceed that of many Saiyans, which piqued our interest in you, Course stated directly. However, the words sent a shiver down Luo Xuan's spine. What did it mean that they were interested in him? Ah, Mr. Luo Xuan, please do not misunderstand. We merely wish to ascertain your combat data, Course continued. We would like to know if you would permit us to test your fighting capabilities. This is a detector that can measure your precise combat power. Course produced a device, and had this been the former Luo Xuan, he might have found the detector intriguing. Yet, given that his current system already encompassed a similar detection capability, he felt no curiosity whatsoever. To ascertain my true strength? Luo Xuan pondered to himself. uncertain of what the Zufu people were up to. However, if it was merely a matter of probing the data, there should not be too many issues. Very well. Luo Xuan nodded, maintaining his composure without exerting himself or deliberately elevating his energy. Observing Luo Xuan's agreement, Corys placed the detector against his ear and pressed the button. Beep. 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 In a short while, Luo Xuan's combat power data materialized on the device. 16,762? How could this be? Such a low combat power was unexpected. Upon seeing Luo Xuan's reading, Corys was taken aback. The Saiyans they had modified typically boasted a combat power of 23,421. Yet, here was a Saiyan with a mere 16,762 defeating them. How could this be possible? Was there a malfunction in the detector? I apologize. It seems there might be an issue with the device. Allow me to try another, Corys remarked to Luo Xuan before switching to a different detector. However, the results remained unchanged. Luo Xuan's combat power still registered as 16762, leaving Corys perplexed. It was evident that this individual had triumphed over their modified Saiyans. Yet his combat power was not as formidable as anticipated. What could possibly be the explanation? Is there a problem? Luo Xuan inquired. As Luo Xuan observed the astonished expression on Corys' face, he inquired with mild curiosity. Although he understood the reasons behind it, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. The Kaioken was his ultimate technique, and he preferred to keep the Zafurians in the dark regarding its intricacies. No, it is merely that Mr. Luo Xuan's combat prowess is likely the highest among the Saiyans, which has left us somewhat astonished. Corys, upon hearing Luo Xuan's question, chose to say little more, offering only a perfunctory response. After all, the prior modifications to the Saiyans and the transmission of all combat data were matters he could not disclose to Luo Xuan. If there are no further issues, may I take my leave? Luo Xuan inquired. There is one more matter. Upon noticing Luo Xuan's intent to depart, the hesitant Corys began to speak, faltering in his words. He did not directly reveal his purpose. Yet Luo Xuan understood that this was likely the primary reason they had summoned him. What is it? Naturally, he could not acquiesce without further inquiry. He needed clarity on the situation. If feasible, Luo Xuan would consider agreeing. You are aware that our relations with your Saiyan kind have recently become somewhat strained. Although the reasons remain unclear, we have heard whispers that your people may harbor intentions against us. Corys pondered, feeling a degree of perplexity regarding Luo Xuan's combat prowess. Nevertheless, the previous footage had indeed been authentic, prompting him to exercise caution. Is this truly the case? Luo Xuan feigned ignorance, yet was inwardly astonished, never having anticipated that the Zufu people were already aware of such matters. Perhaps we, the Zufu, have been overly apprehensive. Nonetheless, should such an event truly transpire, I sincerely hope that Mr. Luo Xuan refrains from taking action. Corys remained uncertain whether Luo Xuan was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending not to know. In any case, the matter has been addressed, so let us be clear. Refrain from action? Are you suggesting that your Zufu people should slay my companions? Luo Xuan remarked. Although he did not intend to take action, it is not as such. As long as Mr. Luo Xuan refrains from intervening, we will find a way to thwart them. Of course, should the situation escalate, we assure you that we will not cause harm to your companions. Mr. Luo Xuan can rest assured on this matter. Corys also elucidated that, if a great battle were indeed to commence, they would have their means. However, this strategy relies on Mr. Luo Xuan's non-involvement. Given his strength, approximately around 30,000, should he engage, it is likely he could overpower them. Very well, I am a proponent of peace. Should my companions remain unharmed, I will refrain from taking action. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xuan finally nodded in agreement. He understood that even in his absence, the Saiyans would still triumph over the Zafurians, as they appeared to have overlooked the Saiyans transformation that occurs every 8 years. Luo Xuan was acutely aware that the Zufu people had summoned him due to this matter. However, he was taken aback by the fact that they had discovered it. Yet, it was not entirely surprising, considering that the Saiyans had directly obtained the gravity device capable of enhancing their strength from the Zufu's domain. If they were truly oblivious to the Saiyans' intentions, it would render the Zufu rather foolish. But could the Zufu be deemed foolish? The answer is evidently no. These individuals are astute. Thus, it is certain that they have surmised the possibility of the Saiyans taking action against them. Moreover, it appears they have made certain preparations. And the reason for his summoning likely stems from their observation of his prowess reaching such formidable heights, prompting the events of today. Otherwise, the Zufu would have already been well prepared, eagerly awaiting the Saiyans' arrival, confident in their ability to subdue them. However, they seem to lack a comprehensive understanding of the Saiyans, perhaps entirely overlooking their capacity to transform into formidable beings. It is likely they have yet to witness the Saiyans' monstrous transformations, which is why they perceive him as the sole obstacle and instruct him to refrain from intervening. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan remains in the dark regarding the Zufu's true intentions. He cannot fathom the methods they intend to employ against the Saiyans, nor whether they can achieve victory without inflicting harm. After all, Lin and the others possess combat powers exceeding 10,000, a significant strength among the current Zufu. Is it conceivable that such power would be insufficient to overcome the Zufu? It seems implausible. When, then, did the Zufu become so formidable? Could it be that his arrival in this world has precipitated numerous changes? Luo Xuan was uncertain about the battle power of the original Saiyans in the Dragon Ball universe. However, he noted that King Vegeta's battle power was merely around 10,000. Yet, it seemed that several Saiyans now exhibited battle powers exceeding that threshold. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? You agreed so swiftly? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's immediate consent, Course was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared numerous contingency plans, anticipating that if Luo Xuan declined, he would resort to an alternative strategy. Yet, he had not expected Luo Xuan to acquiesce so readily. Did I agree too hastily? In response to Course's comment, Luo Xuan smiled and replied, "No, not at all. I simply did not foresee that Mr. Luo Xuan would be such an astute individual." Course quickly rephrased his statement upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. If he had elaborated further and Luo Xuan had declined, it would have been a futile effort. Now that Luo Xuan had indeed agreed, they had successfully achieved their intended goal, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. Indeed, I have stated before that I am a pacifist. But this is contingent upon the condition that you do not bring harm to my companions. Should you infringe upon my boundaries, then this agreement shall be rendered void. Luo Xuan nodded, not jesting. He was indeed a pacifist, averse to conflict. However, on this planet Vegeta, in the realm of the Saiyans, he found himself compelled to engage in battle. Had he chosen not to fight, he might have already faced death. Thus, as long as his limits remained unchallenged, he preferred to remain indifferent to the unfolding events. Moreover, when he referred to companions, he was not speaking of all Saiyans, but rather only of Mashi, Lin, and a select few who could truly be regarded as his allies. The fate of the other Saiyans was of no concern to him. As long as the Zafurian did not infringe upon Mashi and the others, he saw no issue. Well, since Mr. Luo Xuan has so readily agreed, we shall certainly honor our word and refrain from causing any harm to your companions, Course expressed with delight. Luo Xuan was an unexpected surprise. If they could indeed avoid confrontation, they would be more than willing to comply. The other Saiyans, however, harbored little trepidations. Having the capability to transform a mid-level warrior into a Saiyan with a combat power exceeding 20,000, they could undoubtedly create even stronger warriors. Thus, those Saiyans with combat powers over 10,000 posed no threat to them. The sole concern was the Saiyan who could alter his own strength. Luo Xuan's ability to change his combat power was a mystery to them. Currently, his combat power exceeded 10,000, and if he were to modify it further, Course speculated it could rise significantly, likely not falling below 30,000. Well, if there is nothing further, may I take my leave from here? Luo Xuan spoke softly, expressing his desire to leave this place. The matter had been resolved, and what lay ahead was a concern for another time. As dusk approached, he felt an urgency to return. He worried that if Lin were to see him absent, she might rally a group of Saiyans to come after him. The night of the full moon was still some time away, and there was a genuine fear that they might struggle against the Zafurians. After all, as depicted in Dragon Ball, it was only on the night of the full moon that the Saiyans had eradicated the Zafurians, implying that these Zafurians had endured for a considerable duration. Very well, let us escort Mr. Luo Xuan home, Souls remarked, pleased that Luo Xuan had agreed to refrain from intervening in future matters. With that, they all felt a sense of relief. Thank you very much, Luo Xuan replied. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement, refraining from any objections. After all, there was still a considerable distance to the Saiyans. Therefore, the vehicle of the Zafurians was indeed more convenient. It seemed that he would need to master the art of aerial movement in due time. Otherwise, it would become somewhat inconvenient. However, the system did not provide a shortcut for this technique, suggesting that it must be learned independently. Yet, this should not pose too much difficulty, as even the daughter of Satan was capable of mastering such an art. Thus, Luo Xuan too could certainly achieve it. Luo Xuan could recall the moment when Sun Wukong taught the art of flight, and he found it rather easy to remember all the intricacies involved. However, he remained perplexed about the Saiyans' method of flying. After all, they seemed unable to manipulate their energy, yet they could still soar through the skies, a curious phenomenon indeed. Shortly thereafter, Luo Xuan returned to the Saiyan territory aboard a vehicle belonging to the Zafurians. The stark contrast between the two locales was immediately apparent. It was no wonder the Saiyans sought to conquer the Zafurian city. Beyond its advanced technology, it also offered unparalleled comfort. After bidding farewell to Souls, Luo Xuan ambled towards the gravity chamber. He presumed Lin would be there, and thus, a direct visit would allow him to reassure her and alleviate any concerns she might have. Upon his arrival in the Saiyan territory, Luo Xuan spotted Lin and the others within the gravity chamber. As soon as they noticed him, they paused their activities and approached him. Are you all right? Lin inquired with genuine concern upon seeing Luo Xuan return safely, clearly harboring a poor impression of the Zafurians. Yes, I'm fine. I merely acquired one of their cold weapons, he replied nonchalantly. Luo Xuan removed the Rui staff from his back and presented it to Lin. Seeing that Luo Xuan was unharmed and had indeed returned with a staff from the Zufu people, Lin felt a sense of relief wash over her. She held no particular thoughts about the staff. Her only concern was Luo Xian's well-being. Well, that is good, Lin remarked softly. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, her mood seemingly subdued. What is wrong? Luo Xuan also noticed that Lin seemed somewhat off and quickly inquired, uncertain of what was troubling her. It's nothing, merely a recollection of some past events, Lin replied. When interacting with the Zoful people in the future, exercise caution. They may not be as benevolent as they appear on the surface. She shook her head and then spoke to Luo Xuan. All right, I understand. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Luo Xuan nodded, initially reluctant to elaborate, but upon reflection, he considered that perhaps it would be better to voice his thoughts. Lin did not respond verbally, merely nodding before turning towards another direction. She was uncertain of what Luo Xuan wished to convey, yet his cautious demeanor suggested that it was of significant importance. Observing Lin's departure, Luo Xuan followed closely, for he held greater faith in his companions, the Saiyans, than in the Zafurians. He resolved to share the recent events with Lin, particularly concerning the matter of combat power. If a combat power exceeding 10,000 posed no threat to the Zafurians, it implied they must possess some concealed weaponry. This warranted a reminder to Lin, as few could attain such a level of power on planet Vegeta in the future. Luo Xuan recalled that only King Vegeta, Broly, and Goku's mother had surpassed the threshold of 10,000. Of course, these were merely the names that lingered in his memory. Beyond that, he could not recall any others. However, it was peculiar that such formidable power seemed to lack any threat to the Zafurians. What is it? Did the Zafurians do something to you? Lin inquired with a hint of concern, halting her steps. She still believed that the Zafurians were not to be trusted. Luo Xuan's silence earlier suggested that something substantial had transpired. No, they did not harm me. It is merely that our plans appear to have been uncovered by the Zafurians. Luo Xuan shook his head. What could the Zoful people possibly do to him? Transform him? That was out of the question. If transformation were feasible, he would not have returned here now. Are you suggesting our plans to launch an offensive against the Zoful people? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Lin also furrowed her brows. Their plans were so clandestine. Could it be that the Zoful had discovered them? Indeed, they have been uncovered, but I am uncertain of the specifics. It is likely that there is some device at the gravity station, or perhaps the previous Sisyphus individual divulged information during their transformation. Luo Xuan conducted an analysis, noting that all possibilities must be considered. Thus, he cautioned Lin. Indeed, it is conceivable that information has been leaked during the installation of the gravity device. Not only the Zafurians but even the Saiyans remain largely unaware of the circumstances. It is likely that it was that individual who divulged the information, which is infuriating. Lin clenched her fists, regretting that she had not eliminated that person earlier. In the current situation, she could only speculate on how much the Zafurians might know. If they are fully informed, they may have already prepared for the eventuality. By the way, are you familiar with the power level detector? Luo Xuan nodded, recognizing that the current situation was not the most dire. If discovered, he could simply adjust his plans. However, the matter of combat power weighed heavily on his mind. His combat strength had surpassed 30,000, which was why the Zufu people sought him out. This implied that if his power were below 30,000, the Zufu would likely not be concerned. He had heard of a device developed by the Zufu, seemingly a recent innovation, yet he had not personally tested it. Lin nodded in agreement. She had indeed heard of such a device, learning about it not long ago. This apparatus appeared capable of detecting an individual's combat power, piquing her curiosity, though she remained uncertain about her own capabilities. Yes, it was precisely that device. Luo Xuan recounted the recent events to Lin, including the remarkable ability to forcibly enhance his combat power. This matter, pivotal to the future, left Luo Xuan uncertain whether this future would mirror the one he was accustomed to. It appeared that his arrival had precipitated certain changes. Phenomena that should not exist were gradually materializing. In the Dragon Ball world familiar to Luo Xuan, the Saiyans would not have access to gravity training devices. Yet, such anomalies were now manifesting. Furthermore, the appearance of the Rui Bang on planet Vegeta was astonishing, as was the Saiyans' combat power exceeding 10,000, elements that diverged significantly from Luo Xuan's understanding of Dragon Ball. Additionally, the Zoful people, who should have been easily overpowered by the Saiyans, seemed to possess an unexpected confidence, which puzzled Luo Xuan. Are you suggesting that our combat power does not concern the Zoful people? Upon hearing this, Lin furrowed her brow, finding the situation quite incredulous. The combat prowess of the warrior race, the Saiyans, should indeed instill apprehension in the Zoful. However, it seemed they had not taken into account the implications of a full moon. Otherwise, their demeanor would likely be far more cautious. Luo Xuan nodded, recognizing that the turning point of this matter should occur on the night of the full moon. Should he fail at that time, the future could very well be altered. If the future were indeed to change, Luo Xuan found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. After all, with the familiar future vanishing, what lay ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. In the realm of Dragon Ball, faced with such unknowns, Luo Xuan truly questioned whether he possessed the confidence to forge ahead. Thus, he resolved to diligently strive to secure a future he recognized. Only within that familiar realm could he anticipate the outcomes of his endeavors. Luo Xuan and Lin remained silent for a prolonged period, perhaps each lost in their own contemplations. I have come to understand that I will manage this situation effectively. Eventually, Lin broke the silence, expressing her astonishment that the Zufu Lu people had discovered this matter. Furthermore, as Luo Xuan pointed out, They had only sought him out and had not approached others, indicating that they harbored no concerns regarding the capabilities of the rest. This implies that their current strength is insufficient to instill fear in the Zufulu people. Luo Xuan nodded, uncertain of the mindset he should adopt regarding this matter. Perhaps he had yet to fully immerse himself within the Saiyan community. Will you truly refrain from intervening? Lin inquired after a moment's hesitation. She had taken note of Luo Xuan's earlier words and was quite concerned about it. I am uncertain as well. Luo Xuan shook his head. Although he had promised the Zoful people and harbored a natural aversion to conflict as a pacifist, he truly did not wish to engage in battle. Of course, if the Zoful people were to renege on their promises, it might be necessary for him to take action. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's response, Lin felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural for Luo Xuan to pursue his own desires, as it was his freedom to do so, and she had no valid reason to intervene. If something were to transpire, I would not stand idly by. Luo Xuan added once more, asserting that should anything truly occur, he could never simply stand by and disregard it. Thus, everything hinges upon remaining within the confines of their agreed parameters. Should those boundaries be exceeded, he would undoubtedly intervene. Yes, I understand. At that moment, Lin suddenly lifted her gaze and smiled at Luo Xuan, her faith in him unwavering. From their very first encounter, she had been quite taken with his character. Of course, at that time, Luo Xuan was but a novice, an unremarkable low-ranking warrior, and Lin had little reason to pay him much heed. However, it was during the battle against a mid-level warrior that she truly recognized his potential. After a period of not seeing him, she found herself inexplicably missing him. Though she could not pinpoint the reason, she simply longed to see Luo Xuan again. Had it not been for her commitment to rigorous training, she might have ventured directly into the northern forest in search of him. When she finally laid eyes upon him again, he had surpassed her, emerging as one of the most formidable beings among the Saiyans. Even though the Zofulus posed no threat to the Saiyans, Luo Xuan had become a formidable emblem of strength and danger, the strongest of them all. Even now, despite the so-called agreement with the Zofulus, Lin understood that if the Saiyans were ever in peril, he would not stand idly by. Thank you. Luo Xuan found himself at a loss for words. He was not a Saiyan, at least not in spirit. He did not possess the grandeur often associated with them, nor did he aspire to achieve any monumental feats. The life and death of the Saiyans held no significance for him. His sole desire was to protect his comrades, those few individuals he cherished. Thus, even though he acquiesced to the Zafurians, he was aware that there existed a threshold that, once crossed, would unleash his full potential. Luo Xuan, do you truly detest combat? At that moment, Lin's curiosity piqued. It was perplexing that Luo Xuan, a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans, exhibited such aversion to battle. She discerned that, unlike his kin, Luo Xuan fought merely for the sake of fighting. He derived no pleasure from the fray, and in fact, harbored a disdain for it. This sentiment set him apart from other Saiyans. Indeed, I do not relish combat. I yearn for peace. Luo Xuan nodded without the slightest hesitation and remarked that perhaps it was due to his transition from reality. He did not favor such matters. He cherished tranquility and a leisurely existence. Although he held a profound affection for the world of Dragon Ball, he did not relish the battles that accompanied it. This was the essence of Luo Xuan. Why is that? Lin still could not fathom why Luo Xuan would shun combat. After all, he too was a Saiyan, with the blood of a warrior coursing through his veins. I am uncertain. Perhaps I am not a true Saiyan after all. When Luo Xuan uttered these words, he felt a twinge of sorrow within. He grappled with the dilemma of either becoming a true Saiyan or not traversing into this Dragon Ball universe at all. Yet, he found himself devoid of the power to choose. He was destined never to become a genuine Saiyan. This left him perplexed, pondering why his future self would summon the dragon to transport him from the three-dimensional realm to this two-dimensional world. You are undeniably a true Saiyan. For both your appearance and the blood coursing through your veins are of Saiyan lineage. I can sense it. However, your heart. Lin paused at this juncture, knowing that continuing might unearth something deeper. My heart does not belong to the Saiyans, does it? Luo Xuan shook his head helplessly. Indeed, Lin was quite perceptive. It was evident that he bore the appearance of a Saiyan, with the blood of one coursing through his veins. Yet, his heart would forever belong to that of a Terran. Perhaps, Lin mused, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Nevertheless, she sensed that although Luo Xuan had rescued the Saiyans, his heart did not seem to reside with them. Instead, she felt as though his heart was somehow connected to her, though she dared not voice this sentiment. So tell me, why do you all have such a penchant for battle? Luo Xuan smiled lightly, not dwelling too much on the matter. However, he was intrigued as to why Lin exerted herself so diligently in her training. Did Saiyans truly possess such a fervor for battle? Moreover, why did they refuse to coexist with the Zafurians, insisting instead on their annihilation? Was it merely for the purpose of acquiring Zafurian technology? It is to avenge my family, Lin stated softly, her tone growing somewhat somber as she spoke of this. Avenge? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering why such matters were absent from the memories of his original body's owner. Was it not evident that among the Saiyans, the number of elderly individuals had significantly dwindled? Lin's observation pointed to the fact that the Saiyans of her parents' generation were indeed few and far between. Upon reflection, Luo Xuan realized that this was indeed the case. He had not encountered the parents of his original body either. Listening to Lin's words, Luo Xuan found it rather peculiar that the Saiyan populace seemed to lack individuals of advanced age. He had not noticed it before, but now, in retrospect, it appeared that the younger warriors were indeed more prevalent, with the oldest among them being of Shate's age at most, and those even older were exceedingly rare. This phenomenon was attributed to the time when the Zufu people had abducted Saiyans for experiments, though it was perhaps more accurate to say they were deceived rather than forcibly taken. As Lin spoke of this, her face bore the weight of anguish. Without needing to ask, Luo Xuan understood that she had not seen her parents in a long time, nor had she ever mentioned them. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Lin was a staunch advocate for dealing with the Zufu people decisively. Luo Xuan, without a doubt, understands that it must be due to Lin's parents, who were also taken away by the Zufu people. My parents were originally the strongest among the Saiyans and advocated for cooperation with the Zufu. However, during the final negotiations with the Zufu, they never returned. After a moment's hesitation, Lin decided to voice her thoughts, feeling that if she kept silent any longer, she might burst. For so many years, she had steadfastly refrained from mentioning her parents. Yet today, in the presence of Luo Xuan, she could no longer contain the urge to speak of them. Luo Xuan remained silent, merely embracing Lin and wrapping his arm around her shoulders. He was uncertain of how to console her. Recalling scenes from television, he instinctively followed suit. Surprisingly, this gesture proved effective. Lin paused momentarily, but did not pull away from him. At that moment, Luo Xuan harbored no ulterior motives. He was not of such base character. His sole desire was to comprehend the situation at hand. Were we aware of how they had been taken by the Zufu people for experimentation? Leaning against Luo Xuan, Lin perhaps was unaware of why she sought comfort in this position, possibly acting on sheer instinct. Why? Luo Xuan shook his head, pondering how he could possibly possess such knowledge. After all, he was not a Saiyan, and more importantly, it appeared that the original owner of his body had no recollection of such matters, which left him feeling rather perplexed. There was a time when we ventured into the southern desert and stumbled upon 2 Saiyan corpses, marked by various signs of modification. On this planet, only the Zafurians wield such advanced technological capabilities. Lin remarked that it was during that moment she truly realized her parents might never return, although their bodies were never found. Their absence was palpable, and discovering those 2 corpses, which belonged to those who had accompanied her parents to the Zafurians, confirmed her suspicions that her parents had indeed met with misfortune. Modification? Was it akin to that intermediate warrior from that day? Luo Xuan felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that they had conducted experiments on Saiyans using Lin and her parents? This would explain the existence of that intermediate Saiyan he had witnessed that day. Indeed, it seemed plausible. However, the current modifications appeared to be significantly more potent. This might account for the ease of their success and the remarkable enhancement in the battle prowess of that intermediate warrior. Lin nodded in agreement, indicating that this was likely the case. It was no wonder that the Saiyans were so vexed by the Zafurians and harbored disdain for the modified intermediate warriors. So that was the truth of the matter. Luo Xuan fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether the biological parents of his predecessor had also met a tragic fate at the hands of the Zufu Lu people. It was evident from Lin's words that her parents had undergone transformation, with the outcome uncertain. Success or failure remained to be seen. Most significantly, Lin's parents had never been seen dead, suggesting the possibility that they might still be alive, perhaps confined within the laboratories of the Zufu Lu, where they could have succeeded in their transformation and now be under the control of their captors. Lin, there is something I must share with you. After some contemplation, Luo Xuan resolved to share his thoughts with Lin. It is entirely plausible that her parents are not deceased. At this moment, Luo Xuan comprehended the depth of Lin's animosity towards the Zoful people and understood why the Saiyans were reluctant to collaborate with them. The root of it all lay in this revelation. What? Lin turned her gaze towards Luo Xuan, her adorable face almost causing him to falter in his composure. Fortunately, they were engaged in a serious discussion. Otherwise, the sight of Lin blinking those enchanting eyes, framed by long eyelashes, would surely have provoked other thoughts. Your parents are very likely alive. Luo Xuan remarked that it was merely a conjecture, yet it held considerable plausibility. How could one know? It seemed implausible. If they were alive, why had they not sought her out after all these years? Lin, reflecting on her childhood when she had lost her parents, could not bring herself to believe that they were still alive. In her early years, her parents had showered her with affection, indulging her every whim. Back then, the Saiyans were not as warlike, and familial harmony reigned. However, due to the calamity that befell them, she found herself compelled to engage in battle. Gradually, all Saiyans grew to embrace combat, proudly declaring themselves a warrior race, intent solely on the annihilation of the Zufula people. Do you recall what I previously mentioned regarding the Zufu people's vulnerabilities? Luo Xuan remarked that the Zafula people were initially concerned solely with his combat prowess, not with the strength of Lin and her fellow Saiyans, implying that they must possess some assurance. Are you suggesting that my parents may have been transformed and brought under their control, serving as their weapons? Lin, being quite astute, immediately grasped the implication with just a slight nudge from Luo Xuan. If the transformation were indeed successful, it is conceivable that her parents' combat capabilities could surpass the 30,000 threshold that Luo Xuan mentioned. This suggests that the Zafulu's confidence in their secret weapon may very well be her parents. Although merely a conjecture, the likelihood is significant. Luo Xuan was acutely aware that if the Zafurians had transformed someone, particularly into a weapon, it was highly likely that the individual had lost their autonomy. A Saiyan devoid of independent consciousness could no longer be considered a true Saiyan. Therefore, if this scenario were to materialize, it would undoubtedly bring great sorrow to Lin. However, Luo Xuan felt compelled to preemptively prepare Lin for such a possibility, allowing her to brace herself mentally. Otherwise, should they encounter such a situation in the future, Lin might find it unbearable or, worse yet, succumb to temptation and be exploited by the Zafurians. Thus, Luo Xuan was determined to prevent such an occurrence. After offering words of comfort to Lin, the two of them departed from the location, each returning to their respective paths. Luo Xuan had never anticipated that such a situation would arise, thus he was utterly unprepared. Previously, while watching anime, there had been no mention of such matters. However, upon arriving in this world, he came to realize that everything was far more complex than he had imagined. It seems that the Zafura people are not entirely devoted to peace. Rather, they merely cherish their own interpretation of it. If anything were to obstruct their path, they might very well eliminate it. Luo Xuan sat on the bed, reflecting on the conversation he had previously shared with Lin. And he began to understand the situation more clearly. This entire affair appears to be a scheme orchestrated by the Zafula people. Perhaps they merely regarded the Saiyans as experimental subjects, never anticipating that these subjects would grow to be so formidable. Consequently, they found themselves compelled to collaborate with these white mice. Furthermore, they seemed to be secretly devising plans, scheming to set traps aimed at capturing these experimental subjects. It seems that the commitments I made to them may no longer be necessary to fulfill. Luo Xuan glanced at the Rui stick in his hand, an item acquired through their transaction. If they refrained from harming the Saiyans, there would be no reason to act against them. However, it now appeared that it was utterly impossible to expect the Zafuluans to desist from inflicting harm upon the Saiyans. Well, he thought, he would assess the situation when the time came. Luo Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. If it truly came to that, conflicts would inevitably arise. Yet, he harbored a disinclination for combat, finding himself reluctantly compelled. Nevertheless, he believed that as long as he could safeguard what he cherished, he would not dwell too deeply on it. He took a deep breath, contemplating whether he could employ the technique of flight. Discarding unnecessary thoughts, he resolved not to overthink matters. After all, pondering would yield no fruitful resolution, and he was ill-equipped to address the situation at hand. To dwell on such thoughts would only serve to amplify his worries, proving to be of little utility. It would be far more pragmatic to focus on enhancing his own abilities. Thus, he was eager to experiment with the flight technique. Luo Xuan was uncertain whether the Saiyans could fly, as he had never witnessed it, but he surmised they likely could not. However, given that they could manipulate energy spheres, it stood to reason that they possessed the ability to control their ki. If flight were indeed possible, they should be capable of it, provided they could harness their ki. Yet, it seemed they might struggle to lock onto another person's ki, which could be considered a weakness. Saiyans were undeniably astute. With mere observation, they could grasp new concepts. Take Vegeta, for instance. Though he initially could not sense ki, after battling Goku, he mastered the ability to control it, showcasing his intelligence. After taking a deep breath, Luo Xuan commenced his experiment. Drawing from what he had observed in the anime, he believed it to be an easily achievable feat even ordinary humans, once capable of sensing ki, could take to the skies. Yamcha and Krillin, for instance, were merely regular humans yet could fly. Therefore, once one learned to control ki and understood the method, it was indeed attainable. Luo Xuan closed his eyes, confident in his ability to manipulate ki. Following the prescribed method, success was assured. As expected, within moments, his body began to ascend gently. However, he remained unsatisfied. This was merely floating and hardly constituted true flight. Thus, he pressed on, determined to soar higher. He possessed innate talent and could perceive the existence of ki, making the learning of the flight technique a straightforward endeavor, far simpler than mastering energy blasts or spheres. It was no wonder the system had not introduced such techniques. They were exceedingly simple. At that moment, Luo Xuan opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and then took flight. To his astonishment, the technique of flight was indeed so simple. Witnessing his achievement filled him with exhilaration. He did not require extensive training to ascend into the air. Initially apprehensive about the difficulty, he now discovered that it felt as though he had always possessed the ability to fly. How delightful! Luo Xuan found this experience to be truly delightful. On Earth, how many individuals yearn for the ability to soar through the skies? Yet, it remains an unattainable dream for most. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, this dream has been realized. The sensation of gliding through the air is remarkably enchanting, beyond description. He decided to venture outside and give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xuan realized that the confines of the room were excessively narrow. Therefore, It was imperative to venture outside and experience the true essence of flight. With this thought in mind, he resolutely opened the door and stepped out. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the twinkling stars above. In the distance, he could discern a vibrant and lively scene. Likely the bustling city of the Zafurian people. He decided to explore that captivating place. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Xuan decided that since there was nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well fly directly to the Zafurian people and explore. After all, their realm bore a resemblance to the world Luo Xuan once knew, making it a place he favored. In stark contrast, the domain inhabited by the Saiyans resembled that of primitive tribes. It is no wonder that these Saiyans, regardless of their parents' circumstances, exhibited an unwavering spirit of combat. Ultimately, once they vanquished the Zafurian people, everything within their sight would rightfully belong to them. Luo Xuan glanced around, noticing the absence of the Zafurian people. Thus, he took to the skies once more, soaring to a considerable height. The sensation of flight is truly exquisite. As Luo Xuan soared through the air, he reveled in the sheer joy of flight, a sensation he had never experienced before. Initially, he navigated cautiously, but soon he accelerated with confidence. Up there, he felt liberated from all concerns. This exhilaration surpassed everything he had known. Even when encountering birds, Luo Xuan effortlessly evaded them, and when avoidance was not an option, he would simply eliminate the threat. As Luo Xuan reveled in the moment, he soared towards the vibrant city, having just returned from there today, only to set off again. Luo Xuan soared directly towards the Zafurians, eager to explore his newly acquired aerial skills. The view from above was simply enchanting, revealing a perspective unlike any other. Indeed, the planet Vegeta is a remarkably beautiful world. Alas, it is regrettable that the Saiyans and the Zafurians cannot coexist harmoniously. The Zafurians are acutely aware that the Saiyans lack the technological prowess for flight, as they possess no technology at all, resulting in the absence of aerial defenses. Thus, Luo Xuan flew over undetected by the Zafurians. Interestingly, their way of life bears a striking resemblance to that of Earth. As Luo Xuan gazed upon the scene below, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Perhaps if he could reside within this city of the Zafurians, he would no longer feel out of place. However, everything here was destined to be reduced to rubble shortly, for the Saiyans were poised to launch an assault on this Zafurian city. Yet, the city was indeed vast. And Luo Xuan remained unaware of the extent of the territory held by the Zafurians, as this was merely a fragment of planet Vegeta. After all, it was simply a city in proximity to the Saiyans' habitation, and could hardly be considered a representation of all Zafurians. The Saiyans were a minority, unlike the Zafurians, who had nearly monopolized the entirety of planet Vegeta. This situation might well be a source of the Saiyans' ire. They too aspired for development, yet were offered no opportunities. Consequently, Lin's parents chose to collaborate with the Zafurians, though for them, it might have been a harbinger of misfortune. As such, cooperation resulted in their transformation into subjects of Zafurian experimentation. This was what Luo Xuan found despicable about the Zafurians. He had initially perceived them as proponents of peace, only to discover their insidious undertakings. Fueled by anger, he recognized Lin's honesty, leading him to believe that the Zafurians must have committed unforgivable acts to incur the Saiyans' wrath. Strangely, he found himself trusting Lin, a fellow Saiyan, over the Zafurians, perhaps due to their shared heritage. Yet, was the matter truly so straightforward? Luo Xuan could not ascertain. Now, he soared through the skies of this planet. Having never before experienced flight, this was his inaugural venture into the air. Reluctant to pause, he continued to glide effortlessly. Occasionally, he encountered flying vehicles amidst the clouds. However, Luo Xuan's vision was remarkably sharp, likely a result of his rigorous training. Thus, upon spotting an aircraft from afar, he adjusted his altitude to evade them, ensuring that the Zafurians within the vessels remained oblivious to his presence. This sensation was truly exhilarating. As Luo Xuan soared through the skies, he gazed upon the planet Vegeta, a sight he beheld for the very first time. Although the expanse he observed was not vast, it was undeniably more extensive than what he had previously witnessed from the ground. Indeed, it was time for him to return. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment. He had already traversed a considerable distance. If he delayed his return any longer, he might find himself arriving home at dawn. Initially, he had intended to soar across the entirety of planet Vegeta to explore its wonders. However, this planet Vegeta also